Introduction. The Tale of Nezha. Since the primordial goddess Nwa crafted the heavens and the earth, the three realms have witnessed an incessant emergence of demons. Nezha stands as the singular savior of the celestial realm. Possessing astonishing divine prowess and remarkable wisdom, Nezha has endured numerous tribulations, with his consciousness continuously evolving. Initially, he manifested a miraculous lotus incarnation, and subsequently, through the test of time, when Nezha faced peril, Nwa bestowed upon him 3 heads and 8 arms, along with an array of divine armaments. With such formidable powers, Nezha became an unstoppable force, vanquishing demons and restoring order. Since ancient times, those endowed with 8 arms and extraordinary treasures have been entwined by fate across lifetimes. The legend reemerges. The 8-armed war god Nezha, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, heralds new miracles. As demons reappear, the world descends into chaos. Behold the 8-armed war god, revealing divine wonders. Chapter 1. Past Life. A crack of thunder cleaved through the ink-black night sky, and after the brilliant flash, it seemed as though the heavens had been torn apart. The celestial battle appeared unlike any other, akin to 2 forces of disparate might coalescing into a black and white tempest, endlessly rending the very fabric of a century. Since time immemorial, the divine and the demonic have stood in eternal opposition. The divine embodies justice, while the emergence of demonic stones has transformed the epic, serving as the root of desire and malevolence, plunging into the abyss of chaos. War. The world is once again engulfed in smoke and flames, instigated by the divine, possessing boundless power, yet the divine is but a foot taller, and the demonic, a yard higher. The great battle between gods and demons is on the brink of commencing. 10,000 years ago, the winds howled mournfully, and the sky echoed with the wails of lost souls, as torrential rains and thunderous lightning unleashed their fury, creating a cacophony of deathly intent. The collision of 2 forces generated an overwhelming aura of slaughter. 2 figures swiftly intertwined. The golden serpent danced, and through the wild winds, one could faintly discern the glimmering golden armor billowing fiercely, while the sharp sword energy surged forth. The white figure leapt and twirled gracefully, while the black whirlwind unleashed wild arcs, effortlessly delivering a flawless arc of blade light. The black figure strode forward with an arrogant air, exuding an overwhelming presence. A sharp sound echoed as blades clashed, golden light scattering in all directions. The black whirlwind let out a hearty laugh, strengthening its stance, and with a powerful sweep of its leg, the white figure, with a flourish of its sleeve, was propelled backward, akin to a graceful swallow in flight. The black whirlwind, however, paid no mind to admiration, pursuing relentlessly, the light of the blade following closely behind. Suddenly, the retreating white figure let out a burst of laughter, and with a wave of its sleeve, the surrounding dust swirled as if animated, swiftly engulfing the unprepared black figure. In the midst of chaos, the black figure transformed into a swirling mass of violet-black mist, fleeing into the distance. The white figure exclaimed in fury, "Demon King, Azura, where do you think you're going? Today marks the day of our ultimate confrontation between good and evil." It was then that the scene came into focus, a figure wielding a radiant sword, stepping upon a multicolored cloud, relentlessly pursuing the Demon King. At that moment, a divine voice resonated from the heavens, and upon closer inspection, it was the goddess Nwa. The white figure knelt and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Ling Zhuzi, regardless of the cost, you must subdue that Demon King, the Azura. Complete the great endeavor of vanquishing evil and ensure everlasting peace in the realm." Thus decreed the Goddess Nüwa. "Yes, Master, I shall fulfill this mission," replied Ling Zhuzi with unwavering confidence. Nüwa continued, "Very well. Ling Zhuzi, I bestow upon you 3 divine weapons to aid you in your quest to eliminate demons." With a wave of her hand, she conjured 3 treasures: the Qian Kuan circle, the Hunyuan silk, and the wind and fire wheel, transformed from divine beasts. The treasures emanated a radiant spectrum of colors as they soared towards Ling Zhuzi. Overjoyed, Ling Zhuzi exclaimed, "Thank you, goddess. I shall exert every effort to capture the Demon King and maintain peace." With the 3 celestial artifacts in hand, Ling Zhuzi felt invigorated, akin to a tiger with wings. Clutching the luminous sword, standing upon the wind and fire wheel, Adorned with the Qian Kuan circle and the Hunyuan silk wrapped around his waist, he pursued the Demon King. Thus commenced a war that raged for 3 years and 3 months, with the realms of gods and demons engulfed in chaos. The heavens darkened, the sun and moon obscured, and the cries of his suffering echoing through the land. From the skies, a radiant circle surged towards the Demon King, who was enveloped in a peculiar aura of malevolence. With his disheveled hair and obscured visage, his eyes glinted with wicked spirits. Clad in a black robe and standing upon a black golden lotus, he swiftly advanced. As the radiant circle approached, the Demon King wielded his cursed blade, and with a resounding clash, the circle was sent spiraling back, sparks flying. "Ah, Ling Zhuzi, do you think you can slay me? Wait another 10,000 years." The Demon King mocked with maniacal laughter. In an instant, Ling Zhuzi, upon the wind and fire wheel, confronted the Demon King, asserting, "Will you not surrender? Your demon realm has been annihilated by the divine realm. Cease your wickedness. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha at once. Otherwise, no matter how far you flee, you cannot escape the consequences. The sea of suffering is endless, turning back is the shore." The Demon King laughed derisively. "You insolent Taoist, what audacity to lecture me. When did it become your place to admonish me? You seek death." Ling Zhuzi retorted with fervor. "Unrepentant and self-destructive, you leave no choice but to perish." The sacred spirit stone within him surged with immense power, gathering spiritual energy into a colossal luminous sphere. Ling Zhuzi radiated golden brilliance, amplifying his energy to its zenith, a kaleidoscope of holy light swirling within him, akin to a divine dragon poised to break free. The Demon King cackled once more. "Ha ha ha! Ling Zhuzi, are you willing to sacrifice yourself, elevating to your utmost limit for a final strike? How naive! You are eager to meet your end, and I shall oblige. Let us engage in this dance of demise, for I shall extinguish you, the foremost celestial general of the heavenly court." The Demon King relinquished his cursed blade, channeling dark purple energy as a multitude of malevolent spirits emerged from the ground, transforming into a gaseous form and entering his being. The demonic energy within him acted like a magnet, incessantly drawing forth the sinister essence, coalescing into a demonic pearl that radiated an ominous aura. "Ling Zhuzi, this is your own doing. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. We shall meet again in the next life," he proclaimed with a sinister laugh. In a swift motion, the Demon King advanced. The demonic pearl erupted from within him, manifesting as a dark purple beam that shot forth from his palm. The Spirit Pearl employed a similar technique, channeling the sacred purple light within into a radiant orb of 5 colors. The sky was a tumultuous blend of black and white, with fierce winds swirling, transforming the very essence of the heavens. The expressions on their faces were resolute, as if they had made a solemn vow. Suddenly, from the epicenter of the 2 figures, an immense light radiated outward, imperceptible to the naked eye. In a surreal spectacle, both the sun and the moon appeared simultaneously in the same sky, defying the natural order of the universe. Incredible as it seemed, their powers were potent enough to disrupt the cyclical rhythm of existence, allowing light to coexist in harmony. The contrasting shadows of black and white surged forth amidst the clash of lightning, followed by a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. Centered around them, a radius of 100 miles collapsed instantaneously, obscuring their forms in a shroud of dust. A tangible tempest swept through, dispersing the haze, revealing 2 figures that had lost their former grace. Now, they knelt upon the ground, blood spilling forth, their vital energies in turmoil. Upon closer inspection, the dark gown of the Demon King Azura lay in tatters, a deep gash of 3 centimeters carved into his chest, crimson blood trickling down. He lay sprawled in the distance, utterly powerless to fight back. And what of the Spirit Pearl? Its once pristine white robe was now drenched in blood. A heart-wrenching cry escaped its lips as the limits of its spiritual energy were reached, culminating in a thunderous explosion that transformed the Spirit Pearl into a dazzling spectrum of light, vanishing into the heavens. The sacred stones within the Spirit Pearl shattered into 81 fragments, scattered across the mortal realm, while the treasured artifact in its grasp seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, returning to the side of Goddess Nüwa. With a sigh, Goddess Nüwa remarked, "Indeed, a being of divine sanctity among the 3 realms." Receiving a message in an instant, Goddess Nüwa, appeared before the Demon King and commanded all celestial warriors to unleash their full might, sealing the Demon King within Ghost Mountain, where 81 barriers were established, ensuring his eternal confinement. After being subdued, the Demon King bellowed, "All deities of the three realms, heed my words. One day, I shall rise again, and when that day comes, I will reign supreme over the three realms. Await my return, it shall not be long." Ahaha! In the time that followed, as the Spirit Pearl transformed into 81 sacred stones scattered across the mortal realm, tranquility was temporarily restored to the three realms. A millennium later, the harsh winter had finally passed, and the long-awaited spring arrived belatedly. Beneath the brilliant sunshine, the green river before me shimmered with silver scales, reminiscent of countless stars in the dark night. The beauty was fleeting. The remnants of ice, still unthawed, floated downstream in various forms, while the banks were adorned with patches of tender yellow-green grass, stretching along the riverbank as if to testify to the resurrection of life. Scattered wildflowers dotted the grass, and butterflies flitted gracefully by, dancing toward the horizon. These butterflies were quite common, the ordinary white variety found abundantly on earth. Yet, on such a sunlit early spring morning, they stirred the hearts of people, awakening their joy for the season. Gazing vacantly at the enchanting scenery, a young man clad in armor appeared utterly entranced, as if ensnared by the beauty surrounding him. However, his mood was rather dismal, as he pondered, "What should I do? The lady gave birth to 2 sons with such ease. Yet this time what is taking so long? It has been nearly 3 years and 6 months. I am beside myself with anxiety." His eyes shimmered with anticipation. In the midst of this yearning, a voice interrupted. My lord, the lady. What has happened to the lady? Speak slowly, why the haste?" "Masterly, the lady has given birth." It was then revealed that the armored man was none other than General Li Jing of the Yinshang dynasty. He was taken aback to hear his servant exclaim that his wife had delivered. With a sigh of relief, he murmured, "At last, the moment has come, the wait has been long." Without hesitation, Li Jing dashed home, arriving breathlessly, exclaiming, my lady, I have come. Is our child a boy or a girl?" The servant stood vigil outside, yet an eerie silence enveloped the room within. Li Jing, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter? Why the somberness? Is it a boy or a girl? Speak quickly." One of the servants wept, "My lord, we do not know what this child is." Fury ignited within Li Jing. "What nonsense! How can you not know what it is? What is happening?" He strode into the inner chamber, and upon entering, he was rendered speechless by the sight that met his eyes. After a long moment, his lips quivered slightly, and he managed a weak, bitter laugh. "What is this? Heaven has been most unjust to us. After such a prolonged wait, we have been bestowed with a grotesque creature, a mere lump of flesh. What purpose does it serve?" With that, he drew his sword and swung it through the air, preparing to strike. At that moment, a figure lying in bed, tears streaming down her face, implored, No, my lord, regardless of its appearance, it is our flesh and blood. We cannot extinguish an innocent life. I beg you spare it." Li Jing paid no heed to her pleas, fiercely raising his sword and shouting, "Abomination!" With a resounding thud, he brought the sword down upon the lump of flesh, his frustrations and grievances channeled into the strike. At that instant, the lump emitted a blinding light, radiating brilliance that rendered the onlookers momentarily blinded. The radiance persisted, enveloping the room in an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, a chorus of infant cries echoed from within the luminous mass. Wah, wah. The spectators were aghast, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. As the light began to dissipate, they were astonished to witness a plump, handsome little boy emerging from the mass. The child, still weeping, crawled out and, miraculously growing taller by half a meter, approached the lady with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Mother, mother." The lady, overjoyed, caressed the child, showering him with affection, responding with delight, "Oh, my child, my child." In stark contrast to the mother's tenderness, Li Jing bore no fondness for this peculiar offspring. Instead, he raised his sword to strike, thinking, "What is this? A strange, monstrous being." The woman raised her hand to block the path, saying, "My lord, if you wish to kill him, then first take my life. After all, he is our flesh and blood." Li Jing sighed and replied, "Alas, a calamity has befallen our household." He could not forsake the notion of ending the life of this peculiar boy, as dusk began to envelop the sky. Li Jing lamented, "Very well. However, if my lady wishes for me to spare this wretched child, you must promise me that he shall not set foot outside the door." Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, I shall break his legs. Time passed swiftly like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Yet, Li Jing continued to regard this strange boy with animosity, speaking not a word to him. The boy, understanding his father's disdain, kept his distance. Now, having grown older, he slowly comprehended the depths of his father's loathing, and thus he became exceedingly obedient, never provoking his mother's ire. The boy's mother toiled tirelessly, yet he could offer her no assistance. Though he appeared foolish, it was not due to a lack of intelligence, rather. He had been deemed odd since childhood. Consequently, he spoke little and preferred a simple life. His desires were modest. He yearned merely to remain by his mother's side, finding contentment in her smile each day. Whenever the boy earnestly expressed his thoughts to his mother, she would gently stroke his hair, her smile reassuring him, "Child, you will become a person of great value to the world. Believe in yourself." Each time, the boy would question her, "Is a useful person very clever? How can I, being so foolish, ever be of use?" Reason told him that these were merely words of comfort from his mother. Yet when she smiled, he could not help but trust her, for her smile radiated confidence, a hint of mystery, and above all, encouragement, coupled with a sense of pride in her son. With a smile, his mother gazed at him and said, "You must understand that great individuals also emerge from ordinary beginnings. When they were young, it was often difficult for people to recognize their greatness." The boy nodded, skeptically asking, "How do you know this, mother?" Whenever he posed this question, his mother's eyes, though slightly aged, still held a beauty that revealed her joy. "Because, my dear child, I am your mother. Mothers are seers." Suddenly, the sound of rushing water pulled him back to reality, and he felt an illusion, as if he were once again immersed in that moment. At that instant, a divine voice resonated from the heavens, gently proclaiming, "Child, you will be a great person, have confidence in yourself." Upon hearing the voice, his mother looked up and saw a radiant figure in the sky, a venerable being with silver hair and beard, holding a Buddhist staff. Despite his aged appearance, his countenance emanated kindness, dispelling any fear from the boy. Instead, he approached and inquired, "Grandfather, from whence do you come? What brings you here?" His mother swiftly drew the boy back into her embrace, stroking his head tenderly. An elderly man descended upon the colorful clouds, kindly approaching my mother and inquiring, "Are you Mrs. Li? Is this little boy the bundle of joy born 2 years ago?" His voice was gentle and warm, compelling response. My mother pondered for a moment and replied, "Who might you be, venerable elder?" "I am indeed the wife of Li Jing, and this child is my 3rd son, yet he has not been bestowed a name." The elder chuckled heartily and said, "Fear not, madam. I am a Taoist immortal from Qianyuan Mountain, known as Tai Zhenren. This child, as you described, is no ordinary mortal. He is destined to become a great celestial being. Thankfully, I have finally found him today." The boy gazed into the elder's kind eyes and exclaimed, "Grandfather, is this true? Am I a celestial being? What shall I be called?" Tai Zhenren replied with a smile, "Child, you are a god of war destined to save the world. You are the reincarnation of a spiritual pearl. Today, the Goddess Nüwa has commanded me to seek you." Seeing her son's joyful demeanor, my mother couldn't help but smile and said, "I appreciate your efforts, venerable elder." The elder responded with a grin, "Then let us name him Nezha." The boy joyfully shouted, "I have a name now. I am Nezha." "Huh," Tai Zhenren declared, "Madam Li, this child and I share a profound connection. I wish to take him as my disciple. What say you?" My mother hesitated. Upon hearing this, Nezha eagerly interjected, "Mother, I want to go. I wish to become a great figure, one who eliminates evil and protects the people." Seeing Nezha's determination, my mother could only nod, saying, "Very well, but I shall miss you dearly, Nezha." Nezha comforted her, "Mother, do not be sad. I will return. I must protect the world." Her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet for his future, she wore a smile of encouragement, saying, "Do your best, my dear child. No matter the challenges you face, never give up. I shall always support you. Go forth and heed your master's words, for you shall bring blessings to humanity." Nezha embraced his mother tightly, yet a voice within urged him to pursue his training. Time flowed like a river, unyielding and irreversible. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Nezha studied under Tai Zhenren in Qianyuan Mountain, mastering formidable powers. After several years, as the Shang dynasty fell into corruption and the heavens turned against it, Nezha, the esteemed disciple of Tai Zhenren, joined King Wu of Zhou in his campaign against the Western regime, contributing significantly to the establishment of the Zhou dynasty. Later, his master's uncle, Jiang established the investiture of the gods. Within this divine scroll, figures such as Li Jing, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Zhenzi ascended to sanctity. Nezha wielded his magical artifacts, becoming unparalleled in the heavenly realm, equipped with the universe ring, the primordial silk, the wind and fire wheels, and the fire spear. Unexpectedly, one day, Nezha inadvertently killed the third prince of the EC. In a moment of desperation, he threatened to take his own life, causing his soul to return to Qianyuan Mountain. There, Tai Zhenren, utilizing his powers, connected Nezha with a golden lotus in a pool, thereby saving him. The lotus transformed into an indestructible Vajra. From that moment forth, Nezha achieved great merit and was conferred divinity. However, those events belong to his past. The tale we recount unfolds after Nezha's ascension, as the realms face a resurgence of peril. Nezha, sacrificing himself to vanquish evil, embarks on a gradual journey towards greatness, ultimately becoming the new war god, known throughout the cosmos. Chapter 2. Atone for sins and eradicate evil. The narrative transpires several centuries later, in a time when the three realms exist in harmonious prosperity, teeming with life and flourishing beauty. Alas, a millennium later, the demon king Ashura, once imprisoned beneath the Spirit Mountain, re-emerges, accompanied by a resurgence of malevolent energy. Over the years, the demon king has been consumed by thoughts of breaking the barrier to return to the earthly realm. Eventually, he discovers that during lunar eclipses, the barrier's power diminishes significantly, allowing him to breach it incrementally. Day by day, year by year, the barrier weakens and the demon king's powers gradually restore. Within the Spirit Mountain, numerous barriers exist, guarded solely by a playful deity who remains oblivious to the impending emergence of the demon king. With the annual lunar eclipse approaching, the three realms stand on the brink of unprecedented calamity. As demons resurface, chaos ensues. At this juncture, sinister purple vapors begin to rise from the ground of Spirit Mountain, representing the demon king's essence. These malevolent energies transform into swarms of minor demons, capturing the mountain's guardian deity and devouring them. Each day, the demon king releases these minor demons into the villages below, where they commit unspeakable atrocities against innocent children. In the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother delight in watching the celestial maiden Chang'e dance, while the other deities revel in the tranquility that has graced the heavenly abode for an extended period. What has become of Nezha? Ever since he arrived in the heavenly realm, he has been aimlessly frolicking, forging friendships with the myriad stars and constellations, regardless of status. Observing Nezha's idle pursuits, the Jade Emperor assigns him the task of assisting the Queen Mother in tending to the peach garden. Upon entering the garden, Nezha is captivated by the abundance of peach trees laden with celestial peaches, exclaiming, "Such an abundance of celestial peaches must be exceptionally delectable." As he reaches for one, he muses to himself, "There is no one else here, it wouldn't matter if I indulged in just one." Just as he is about to pluck a celestial peach, suddenly a disembodied head emerges from the ground, shouting, "Halt! Do not move." With a swish, a cloud of white mist envelopes the area, revealing a diminutive elder with a white beard, who appears to have lived for millennia. Upon hearing the voice, Nezha halts and focuses his gaze to discover it is the land deity, who approaches with a cane and inquires, "Nezha, what are you doing?" Nezha contemplates and replies, "Nothing much, dear land deity. I was merely counting the celestial peaches to prevent any theft, but I have longed to savor one to satisfy my craving." The land deity hastily responds, "You must not pluck them, you must not." Nezha then asks, "Why not?" The earth deity remarked, "In the past, the great sage, after causing chaos in the heavenly palace and subsequently being imprisoned beneath the Five Elements Mountain, was later accompanied by Xuanzang on his arduous journey to the west to seek the scriptures, ultimately achieving sanctity. You must not become another great sage. Do you also wish to venture to the Western Paradise?" Nezha quickly replied, No, I shall not go. I understand now and will refrain from eating. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, the earth deity chuckled, "Very well. Nezha, it is commendable that you recognize your mistakes and seek to amend them. I shall take my leave." With that, the earth deity vanished from sight. After pondering for a moment, Nezha thought, "If the great sage can indulge, why can't I? Besides, I'm the god of war, Nezha, what harm is there in enjoying a peach? With that, he casually plucked a large celestial peach and began to eat. One after another, he consumed them, an insatiable craving consuming him. The ethereal essence within the peaches swelled within Nezha, filling him with an unprecedented lightness and vitality. Nezha mused, celestial peaches are indeed marvelous. No wonder the great sage cannot stop eating them. As he continued to munch, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and Nezha remained in blissful sleep. The third day of the third month had arrived, marking the Queen Mother's birthday. The heavenly court was adorned with joy, a harmonious scene all around. The Queen Mother, radiating happiness, laughed heartily. Where are the 7 fairies? The 7 fairies lined up, forming a stunning tableau of vibrant colors, akin to a beautiful rainbow. With cheerful voices, they responded, "Long live the Queen Mother. We come to pay our respects." The Queen Mother, delighted, replied, "My children, no need for formalities. As it is my birthday, I bestow upon you the title of Peach Tree Envoys. Go to the Peach Tree Garden and gather peaches to share with the other deities." The 7 fairies responded, "Yes, Mother." The other deities rejoiced, declaring, "The Queen Mother is wise, may she enjoy eternal longevity." Meanwhile, the 7 fairies, each carrying a beautiful flower basket, descended gracefully into the Peach Tree Garden, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. In the Peach Tree Garden, the majestic palace gates stood like a serene moon, shimmering with brilliance. The words Peach Gardens sparkled in golden glory, exuding an air of majesty. The 7 fairies, giggling, entered the garden as if dancing, exclaiming, "Sisters, let us gather peaches." As they roamed the Peach Tree Garden, each with their flower baskets, they searched for the largest celestial peaches. Suddenly, the fairy clad in purple shouted, "Oh, sisters, look over there. Who is that lying in the Peach Tree Garden? Could it be a thief? Let's investigate." The 7 fairies floated towards the figure. The fairy in red, the boldest among them, approached Nezha and called out, "Who are you? Wake up at once." She reached out to nudge him, and Nezha, having slept for an unknown duration, was startled awake by her loud call. He shivered, performing a swift leap to his feet. Once he regained his footing, Nezha bellowed, "Who dares to enter here and shout so loudly?" The red-clad fairy, undeterred, retorted, "How dare you, you wretched Nezha, not even recognizing your elder sister in red? How can you dare to sleep here unbidden? Just wait until I report this to the Jade Emperor." Humph. Upon hearing this, Nezha was filled with trepidation. If the Jade Emperor were to learn of this, I would surely face dire consequences. Nezha, a clever and mischievous creature, with countless glimmers dancing in his transparent eyes, turned around with a playful smile and said, "I did not realize that my esteemed sisters, the 7 fairies, had arrived. I am truly sorry for my oversight. Pray, what brings you here?" In response, the 7 fairies chuckled and said, "Dear brother Nezha, how carefree you are. Perhaps you are unaware that the Queen Mother's birthday is fast approaching. We have come to gather celestial peaches to share with the other immortals." Upon hearing this, Nezha thought to himself, "This is troublesome. I must devise a plan, but I shall remain calm." He smiled and said, "Sisters, please continue your work. I shall not intrude." With that, Nezha slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The fairies laughed and remarked, "Oh, this little Nezha, why is he fleeing as if he has committed some misdeed? Let us not concern ourselves with him. We have peaches to gather." The 7 fairies dispersed to collect the heavenly fruit. After a while, the green-clad fairy expressed her puzzlement. "How strange. Why are the celestial peaches so small this year? Where have all the large ones gone? It is truly peculiar." The blue-clad fairy replied, "Sister, there is no need for doubt. The size of the peaches is determined by the management of the trees." The eldest sister, hearing the chatter among her sisters, interjected, "All right, enough of this noise. We have lingered here for quite some time. If we delay any longer, we shall face punishment. Let's not keep our mother waiting." The other fairies quickly responded, "Yes, elder sister." The 7 fairies nodded in agreement and resumed their gathering. In a short while, they filled a small basket with peaches. Yet none were of considerable size. The fairies gazed at their bounty, but their spirits remained low. The eldest sister suggested, "Sisters, let us return to the great Luo palace. Our mother is surely anxious." The other fairies promptly agreed, "Yes, elder sister." The 7 fairies lifted their flower baskets, and under their feet, a swirl of 7-colored clouds rose, swiftly transporting them from the peach garden. Meanwhile, Nezha, having escaped the peach garden, thought to himself, "Alas, I have inadvertently indulged in the celestial peaches. Now I am destined for punishment. What shall I do?" It is futile to evade the consequences of my actions. It would be wiser to await my fate here. Time passed swiftly, and the 7 fairies soon arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, forming a line as they entered the Grand Hall. Each fairy held aloft her flower basket filled with peaches, their faces solemn as they greeted, "Long live the Queen Mother. May fortune abound." The Queen Mother, initially in high spirits, was perplexed by the expressions of her 7 daughters as they came to pay their respects. With a frown, she inquired, "Daughters, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Speak up, and I shall seek justice for you." Realizing their mother had discerned their unease, the fairies decided to speak the truth. The eldest stepped forward and said, "Mother, we are discontented, for you must see for yourself." She lifted the flower basket and approached the Queen Mother, saying, "Mother, please take a look." As the Queen Mother gazed into the basket at the celestial peaches, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Why are the peaches so small this year? Who is responsible for tending to the peach trees? Speak up at once." The Jade Emperor, observing from the side, was drenched in sweat as he witnessed the celestial beings exchanging glances, each shaking their heads in unison, murmuring, "We do not know, we do not know." The Queen Mother, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure. "What on earth is happening?" The Jade Emperor cleared his throat softly and whispered, "Ahem, my dear Queen Mother, please do not be angered. The Peaches of Immortality Garden is under the care of Li Jing's son, Nezha. I suspect that Nezha, being rather young, may not know the proper management of the peach trees. Do not be vexed, I shall have a word with him later." Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the Queen Mother became enraged, exclaiming, "What, Nezha? How could you entrust such a task to a mere young deity? Call him to me at once. I must inquire how he manages the peach trees." Suddenly, one of the celestial beings, drenched in cold sweat, stepped forward, holding a treasured pagoda, and said, "Queen Mother, please calm your fury. Nezha has indeed offended you, and I shall fetch him immediately to clarify the situation." The Queen Mother's anger subsided slightly as she replied, "Very well, very well. As the saying goes, if a child is raised without education, it is the father's fault. Go ahead." Li Jing, hearing this, slowly retreated to the Lingxiao Hall, summoned a cloud, and headed straight for the Peaches of Immortality Garden. He thought to himself, "Nezha, please do not create a disaster otherwise." Sigh. As he pondered, he soon arrived at the garden and called out anxiously, "Nezha, come out! Nezha, come out!" His voice echoed throughout the entire garden. After Nezha emerged, he felt a sense of wrongdoing and realized that running away was not the solution. Acknowledging his fault, he returned to the garden, waiting quietly for someone to come and take him away. Just then, he heard his father's voice and understood that Li Jing had arrived. Not wishing to implicate his father, Nezha followed the sound and approached him. Upon seeing his father, Nezha exclaimed, "Father!" Li Jing turned around sharply, his expression a mix of anger and fear as he said, "Nezha, how dare you provoke the Queen Mother? Come with me to the Lingxiao Hall to apologize and seek her forgiveness." Nezha, remaining calm, replied, "Very well, since I have already done it. What is there to fear in admitting it?" Li Jing, puzzled, asked, "What? Please repeat that. What have you done?" "The more I listen, the more confused I become. Speak plainly, or you shall face punishment." Nezha, unfazed, said, "Father, I was foolish. Please forgive me. Less hurry, the Queen Mother will only grow angrier. If you do not go, I shall." With that, Nezha summoned a cloud and disappeared from the Peaches of Immortality Garden. Li Jing was left bewildered, uncertain of the exact nature of Nezha's transgression that prompted such words. Before he could gather his thoughts, Nezha had vanished, prompting Li Jing to shout, "Nezha, come back and explain yourself." He summoned a cloud and followed the sound. Before long, Nezha arrived at the treasure hall, where the celestial beings were in a flurry of discussion, their words indistinct. Nezha stepped forward and knelt, proclaiming, "Long live the Queen Mother. May you share eternal life with the heavens. I have arrived." After hearing this, the Queen Mother felt somewhat relieved, yet still expressed her displeasure. "Nezha, as the custodian of the celestial peaches, why is it that there is not a single large peach in my garden? Where have the large peaches gone? Speak at once." Nezha thought to himself, since the grievous mistake has already been made, there is no point in fleeing, it would be better to speak the truth. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Your Majesty, I must confess, I could not resist the allure of the celestial peaches. I devoured every last one of the large peaches. I do not know how it happened, but when I beheld the peaches on the tree, they appeared alive, smiling at me, as if beckoning, saying, 'Come eat me, come eat me.'" Upon hearing Nezha's candid admission, The assembly of celestial beings stood in stunned silence, gazing at the young Nezha. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, was at a loss for what to do, gripping the arms of his throne tightly, his once divine visage now resembling that of cold iron, as the atmosphere in the grand hall grew heavy with tension. The Queen Mother let out a startled cry, as if pricked by a thorn. What? You dare to consume all the celestial peaches? Do you realize the gravity of your transgression? You have driven me to fury. Where are the heavenly soldiers? A calamity was imminent. The heavenly soldiers, stationed just outside, upon hearing the Queen Mother's cry, dared not delay. They rushed into the grand hall in unison, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, we have arrived. What are your commands?" The Queen Mother commanded fiercely, "Seize this Nezha and cast him down to the mortal realm, never to attain immortality." The celestial beings then regained their senses, hastily kneeling on the ground, pleading in unison, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Nezha is still young and lacks understanding. Moreover, he is a little hero of the heavenly court." Seeing this, the Jade Emperor quietly whispered to the Queen Mother, "Indeed, the celestial beings speak wisely. Nezha has rendered significant service. It would be unwise to punish him in a moment of anger. Furthermore, it was I who entrusted him with the guardianship of the celestial peaches. Might we show him some mercy?" As the Queen Mother listened to the Jade Emperor's intercession, her expression grew tense, uncertain of what to say. Her gaze fixed on Nezha, contemplating, "O Nezha, why do all the deities plead on your behalf? Alas, my precious peaches." At that moment, the supreme Lao Jun rushed into the grand hall, breathless and flustered, exclaiming, Jade Emperor, trouble is brewing. The heavenly court has been experiencing anomalies these past few days. The compass has shifted, and the celestial realm faces yet another calamity." The celestial beings stared blankly at the supreme Lao Jun, unsure of how to respond, while the Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, grew furious. What is the cause of this panic? The sky is not falling. Speak slowly. What calamity do you foresee? The supreme Lao Jun gradually composed himself and began, "Jade Emperor, this morning, while preparing an elixir for the Queen Mother, I discovered that the compass has fallen to the north. To the north lies the Ghost Mountain, where, eons ago, the deities sealed away the demon king Ashura with a talisman. However, Ashura has shown signs of stirring these past few years. It is unclear why the compass has wavered these days. The skies are in disarray. The celestial steeds are restless. The golden lions roar in confusion, and the celestial dragons are inexplicably aggressive." The Jade Emperor, drenched in cold sweat, expressed his concern. "Then what of the mortal realm?" The supreme Lao Jun shook his head. "I do not know, but it is likely." The Jade Emperor hastily exclaimed, "Quickly summon Qianlian and Shuanfeng'er to my presence." Before long, Qianlian and Shuanfeng'er rushed to the Jade Emperor and said, "What is your command, Your Majesty? We have been waiting diligently at the palace." The Jade Emperor replied, thoughtfully, "Excellent. Now, reveal to me the current state of the mortal realm." Upon hearing this, Qianlian and Shuanfeng'er promptly responded, "Yes." Suddenly, two beams of round white light shot forth from Qianlian, piercing the clouds and reaching the earthly realm. Meanwhile, Shuanfeng'er, perched in the heavens, projected a luminous ring from his ear, which swiftly descended to the mortal world. The Jade Emperor inquired urgently, "What news?" "Speak quickly." Qianlian reported, "Your Majesty, it is dire news. The mortal realm is in chaos. For years, demons have plagued humanity, causing floods and unrest, leaving no place of peace." Shuanfeng'er added, "Your Majesty, the cries of the suffering are incessant. A group of innocent souls is beseeching the heavens for relief from their calamities." Enraged, the Jade Emperor retorted, "What kind of fiends are these, so merciless? Is there no one to thwart these demons?" At that moment, Tai Bai Jinxing interjected, "Your Majesty, I observed the stars last night and foretell a great disaster looming over the mortal realm, one that may even extend to the heavenly court. The position of the compass portends the downfall of our celestial domain." The other deities erupted into a frenzy, exclaiming, "What? The heavenly court's demise? How can that be? What shall we do?" With a grave expression, Taishang Laojun declared, "Currently, the demon king Ashura has yet to emerge, but his malevolent aura has manifested as various demons scattered across the land, seeking to annihilate humanity. Ashura has breached several seals, with a few still intact. However, there is hope for the heavenly court if we can locate the sacred spirit stone and cast it into the spiritual mountain. The demon king Ashura will not appear, ensuring everlasting peace." Yet, the whereabouts of the sacred spirit stone are unknown, making this quest exceedingly arduous. It is uncertain who can undertake such a challenge. Upon hearing Taishang Laojuan's words, the Jade Emperor felt a renewed sense of reassurance and confidence, a serene expression gracing his face as he pondered. This task is indeed monumental. Who among us can bear this burden? The divine assembly felt a lack of assurance and hesitated to overstate their abilities, for they were up against a formidable foe, the Demon King, not mere trickster spirits. At that moment, Nezha, who had been kneeling, contemplated, "I'm a fallen deity, perhaps I should sacrifice myself for this cause, seizing the opportunity to redeem my past misdeeds." "So be it." With determination, Nezha spoke, "Your Majesty, Queen Mother, I am the new generation's god of war. I shall undertake this mission to redeem myself, seek the sacred spirit stone, and cast it into the spiritual mountain, eradicating evil from the world and ensuring eternal peace." The Jade Emperor gazed in astonishment at the audacity of this young Nezha, his expression brightening as he remarked, "Nezha, splendid. Are you not afraid of the dangers that lie ahead? Do you not realize you face the Demon King? If you seek to atone, we will support you. You are the god of war, a champion of the realm, remember this well. Such valor is rare. Fellow deities, do you concur with Nezha's resolve?" The hall erupted in agreement. Agreed. Nezha, well done. The Jade Emperor observed that the assembly of deities bore little significance, which rather eased his mind. It seemed that Nezha might be spared from this calamity. The question now lay in the thoughts of the Queen Mother. With a slight smile, the Jade Emperor inquired, "Queen Mother, what is your perspective on Nezha's ability to undertake this task?" The Queen Mother contemplated, "Alas, so be it, I shall refrain from further discourse. It is a pity for my celestial peaches." Steadying herself, she continued, "Nevertheless, let us set aside personal grievances. The heavenly realm faces a calamity, and the greater issues take precedence. While Nezha may escape the death penalty, he cannot evade the consequences of his actions. Since you are unafraid of adversity and are willing to place your life at stake for the sake of the common people, let it be so. You shall bear the burden of your past transgressions and strive to eradicate malevolence, capturing the Demon King. Do not disappoint the expectations of the divine assembly." Chapter 3. Boundless Laws of Heaven and Earth. Demons return to the underworld with a heart full of resolve to eradicate evil and high hopes for the deities. Nezha descended from the heavens, marking the commencement of the divine battle. As Nezha alighted from the celestial realm, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Pondering where he had landed, concluding that it would be prudent to inquire about his surroundings, he began to scan the area for someone to ask. However, after an extensive search, he encountered no one. The desolation was palpable, evoking a sense of despair, as the entire village exuded an ominous atmosphere. Continuing his advance, Nezha suddenly halted, straining his ears to discern distant voices, whereupon he approached to discover a throng of ordinary townsfolk kneeling in supplication. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a Taoist temple adorned with a dark lotus emanating malevolent energy, atop which sat a Taoist priest clad in traditional robes. The priest bore an unsettling visage as he chattered incessantly, proclaiming, "I have descended from the celestial realm to alleviate your tribulations. A prosperous life awaits you." In that moment, the nefarious priest dismounted from the dark lotus and mingled with the crowd. The townsfolk erupted in exuberant cheers upon his arrival, raising both arms in unison. Nezha's gaze fell upon the crimson marks scattered across the villagers' arms, prompting an unsettling curiosity. Just then, an elderly villager approached Nezha, who quickly interjected, "Good sir, what is transpiring here? And what are those red marks upon your arms?" Startled, the elder replied, "Young man, you hail from afar. I implore you to leave at once. For disaster looms. You must depart swiftly." As the elder attempted to usher Nezha away, his demeanor was decidedly peculiar. Nezha, however, was not one to shy away from danger. Burdened with the sacred mission of vanquishing evil, he could not retreat in the face of adversity. With a smile, he declared, "Good sir, I am Nezha, not one to flee from peril. I have come in pursuit of peace for the world. I cannot simply depart without understanding the situation at hand." Seeing Nezha's unwavering determination, the elder furrowed his brows and cautioned, "Young man, do not boast. You shall soon realize that my intentions are for your own good." "Very well, I shall enlighten you. A few nights ago, we awoke to a peculiar phenomenon above our heads. All we could see were its eyes, ominous and dark, flickering with a terrifying light, resembling a colossal lantern. We were so frightened that we hastily retreated indoors. Upon awakening the next morning, we discovered these red marks on our arms, which sometimes burn, itch, chill, or ache. Thus, a legend has arisen in our village, claiming that demons have cast a curse upon us, destined to perish from itching, pain, cold, or heat. Upon hearing this, Nezha's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Elder, who is the figure you were revering earlier?" The elder, wary of the implications, cautioned, "Young man, speak softly. If the priest hears you, calamity will ensue. He forbids us from speaking too freely, lest he refuse to heal us." Nezha found himself increasingly perplexed. Why was it that one could not speak when seeking treatment? Confused, he inquired of the old man, "From where does the Taoist come?" The elder shook his head and replied, "We do not know. It is said that he can cure the peculiar ailments afflicting us, which is why we have gathered here at this temple to seek his help." At that moment, someone suddenly rushed out from the temple, exclaiming, "Hot, hot, hot." In no time, the individual's face displayed an extraordinary expression, flushed as if scorched, radiating heat, as though engulfed in flames. No one dared to approach. Then, a voice called out urgently, "Quickly, fetch the Taoist." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crowd hastened to summon him. The Taoist soon arrived at the side of the afflicted person, raising a sacred object in his hand and chanting incantations, though the words were indiscernible. Strangely, the afflicted individual, who moments ago had been frantically jumping about, now stood motionless, as if possessed, lost in a trance. Subsequently, the Taoist departed. Observing this, Nezha swiftly flew in front of the Taoist, blocking his path, and implored, "Please, stay a moment. I have matters to discuss." The Taoist, startled, fixed his piercing gaze upon the imposing young lad and retorted, "Who is this little rascal, and what brings you here?" Nezha, undeterred, chuckled and responded, "What I am here for is of no concern to you. Pray tell, who are you? Speak quickly, or I shall not be so amiable." Laughing heartily, the Taoist replied, "You audacious little brat, to speak such grandiose words without knowing your own limitations. I am a practitioner from Mount Jiaolong, drawn here by the strange happenings to alleviate earthly calamities." Each word was pronounced with gravity. After the Taoist finished speaking, he made to leave. Nezha contemplated, "Mount Jiaolong? I have never heard of it. I suspect there is some hidden agenda. I shall uncover your secret." With a disdainful snort, he resolved to investigate further. That night, a chilling wind howled, and the air was thick with a foul stench, the source of which was unknown. Sleep eluded Nezha, who stealthily returned to the temple, waiting in silence beneath the absence of moonlight. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the temple. Upon closer inspection, it was the individual who had sought the Taoist's aid earlier. Nezha pondered, what business could he have here at such a late hour? There must be something amiss. I shall follow him. The man moved as if devoid of spirit, walking straight ahead. Nezha trailed closely behind. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation overcame him as the foul odor intensified, making it difficult to breathe. The man halted before a dark, expansive cave suffused with a sinister aura. Nezha, spotting the ominous words Mount Jiaolong inscribed upon the mountainside, thought, "So this place truly exists." The deceitful Taoist did not lie. What could this man be doing here? I shall approach and inquire. Just then, the ground trembled ominously, echoing with a resounding thud. From the cave emerged a grotesque beast with 3 legs, 3 heads, and 3 tails. Upon closer inspection, it was neither dragon nor serpent, but exuded an eerie mist accompanied by a repugnant stench. As the monstrous creature opened its gaping maw, it advanced step by step towards a figure that could scarcely be called a man, but rather a mere puppet. The monster drew nearer, and yet the figure displayed no reaction, standing rigidly as if frozen, on the brink of becoming the creature's next meal. How could Nezha allow such a monster to roam freely? With a sudden exclamation, he leapt into the sky, infuriated, and declared, "Bold demon, halt your advance at once. Today, I shall put an end to your reign of terror for the sake of the people." Armed with his red tassel spear and riding on the windfire wheels, Nezha charged towards the beast. Yet, the cunning creature, sensing danger, let out a fearful cry and vanished without a trace, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. However, when Nezha reached the figure, he found it had been reduced to nothing but a skeleton, stripped of flesh, an utterly repulsive sight. Filled with rage, Nezha pondered why the creature had fled. Did it recognize him? No, he resolved, he must devise a plan. With a glint of inspiration, he smiled and thought, "Indeed, this shall work." The following day, Nezha transformed into a robust man of 30 and approached the Taoist temple, feigning illness as he cried out for help. "Master, save me." The Taoist, seemingly convinced, approached Nezha, chanting incantations under his breath, bringing a sense of calm. After uttering his words, he departed, leaving Nezha bewildered, questioning why the Taoist had spoken thus. Well, I shall turn this to my advantage, he mused. As night fell, the darkness was suffocating, and Nezha feigned a soulless demeanor as he stood at the entrance of the dragon's lair, awaiting the monster's return. Time passed, yet the creature did not appear. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the cave, and upon closer inspection, Nezha realized it was the wicked Taoist. Ah, I was correct, Nezha thought. This sorcerer is but a disguise for the demon. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. When the Taoist reached Nezha, he uttered incredulous words. Young man, do not blame me. I am left with no choice. To survive, I must consume you. With that, the Taoist transformed into a grotesque, three-headed demon, its gaping mouth advancing towards Nezha. Upon witnessing this, Nezha snorted defiantly. You shall not escape, demon. He leapt onto his wind-fire wheels, brandishing his red tassel spear, and charged at the monster. The demon, taken aback, attempted to flee, but Nezha, agile and furious, declared, You dare run? Do you not know who you face? I am Nezha, the foremost warrior of the heavenly court. Dream on if you think you can escape. Today is your day of reckoning. With a powerful swing of his spear, Nezha aimed at the three heads of the demon, shouting, 1,000-mile red tassel. The spear shimmered with golden light, transforming into countless red tassels that struck at the demon's heads. The air was filled with the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. The demon, desperate to survive, unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, which blazed towards Nezha. Yet, with deft movements, Nezha wielded his spear, deflecting the bolts with a resounding clang. Furious, Nezha proclaimed, Demon, surrender now, for your end is nigh. As the dialogue unfolded, Nezha leapt onto his wind-fire wheels, soaring above the heads of the malevolent creatures. With swift precision, he brandished his red tassel spear, striking fiercely at the eyes of the demon. Sparks erupted, and the creature emitted a cacophony of anguished cries. The spear had blinded it, leaving behind 2 unfathomable black voids where its eyes once were. Like a bird stripped of its wings, it flailed in disorder. Observing this, Nezha removed the universe ring from around his neck and intoned the incantation for boundless cosmic law, commanding the demon to return to the netherworld. The universe ring gleamed brilliantly, transforming into a radiant halo that shot forth with a whoosh, striking the demon's body with resounding force. In an instant, the demon vanished from the skies, vanquished by Nezha, who returned in triumphant glory. With the demon's malevolent aura dissipated, light flooded the heavens, restoring the village to its original state. The villagers, both young and old, emerged as if awakening from a dream. Their crimson blemishes vanished, their suffering ceased. Thus, the village was named Jialong Village. Nezha felt an indescribable joy, sweeter than the nectar of celestial peaches, and with a sense of fulfillment, he continued his journey northward. Chapter 4, Self-Deception and Self-Love Prologue. Perseverance is the key to achieving your ultimate goals. People often blame the capriciousness of fate. Yet those acquainted with the realities of life understand that diligence is rewarded. Indeed, destiny lies in the hands of those who labor earnestly. Much like a skilled navigator braving tumultuous seas, perseverance is the ceaseless endeavor. As John Stuart Mill posits, genius is the ignition of one's intellectual flame. Bon asserts that patience and persistence constitutes true genius, while an Italian proverb declares that those who walk slowly yet persistently are the ones who truly advance swiftly. Certainly, everyone yearns for success and seeks the secrets to attain it. However, success is not easily grasped. Therefore, apart from relentless perseverance, no other secret to success exists. With dreams in his heart and determination in his spirit, Nezha traverses the path of life, pondering what dangers he may encounter and what lessons he might learn. He walks on, buoyed by a positive disposition as he embarks on the mission to eradicate evil from the world. Before long, he arrives at the bank of a long and wide river, where jade trees flourish in haste, and the willows cast shadows upon blooming flowers. The waters are crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. Nezha surveys his surroundings, finding no unusual occurrences, until he spots a stone tablet inscribed with poetry by the riverbank. The verses read, "In the cool waters, enlightenment awaits. To traverse this tranquil river, one must first comprehend the doctrine of coolness." Nezha laughed heartily, dismissing the significance of the cool waters and their teachings, declaring, "What care I for this river's clarity? I shall cross it regardless." With that, he prepared to ascend on his wind-fire wheels, intent on soaring over the river. At that moment, a distant melody wafted through the air, a leisurely singer's voice resonating softly, echoing sentiments of universal suffering. "You are in pain, I am in pain. From whence does this suffering arise? From the depths of the heart, it comes: anxiety, bitterness, suspicion, resentment, anger, hatred, cruelty, and violence. As these words lingered, an elderly man approached from afar. His hair a cascade of white, and his beard measuring a foot in length, swaying gently as he made his way toward Nezha. Nezha came to a halt, gazing at the elderly figure before him, his mind swirling with perplexity. How curious, he mused, that in this desolate place, this old man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. I must uncover the mystery of this encounter. In a short while, the old man, trembling and unsteady, approached Nezha, scrutinizing the youthful lad with keen interest. He spoke in a slow, deliberate manner, asking, "Young man, from whence do you come, and what brings you to this forlorn spot?" Nezha, amused, replied, "Good sir, this place is so bleak. Why have you ventured here alone? I hail from the heavens, descended to eradicate the evils of the world. I seek to cross this river and continue my journey northward in pursuit of my aspirations." The old man furrowed his brow and retorted, "Young lad, you claim to be a celestial being, yet I cannot believe you. You have yet to purge your own malevolence and aspire to vanquish the wickedness of the world? Huh. Upon hearing the elderly man's mockery, Nezha's anger flared. "Who are you to jest at my expense? Prepare yourself," he declared, brandishing his spear. But the old man, unfazed, waved his hands gracefully, uttering a soft command. A luminous halo emanated from his palms, gently striking Nezha aside. Caught off guard, Nezha was hit on his left shoulder, causing his spear to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. With a startled exclamation, he executed a somersault, regaining his footing while pondering that this elder was no ordinary person. He recalled his master's teachings. Patience is paramount, remember. Quickly regaining his composure, Nezha smiled and said, "Pardon my rudeness, esteemed elder. It was unintentional." The old man, amused, replied, "No harm done, no harm done." Nezha inquired further, "Pray tell, who are you, and what brings you here?" The elder responded, "Young man, your descent to the mortal realm will be fraught with obstacles. I have come to offer you assistance." "What? You have come to aid me? I do not find myself in need of help," Nezha replied, bewildered. The old man continued, "You are unaware, perhaps, that this is a realm of tranquility. Anyone harboring sorrow in their heart cannot cross this river." Nezha, contemplating the elder's words, approached the bank of the cool river. He peered into the clear waters, observing that the riverbed was visible, devoid of any debris. "Esteemed elder," he remarked, "the river appears unremarkable, it is quite clear. Yet I cannot see its depths." The old man chuckled, "You are mistaken. This river flows from the Wu Gorge, crystalline and cool. Its clarity is such that one can see the bottom, and its chill could freeze water solid. Had you attempted to cross alone, the consequences would have been dire. No artifact, even those of ancient lineage, could traverse above this river without turning to ice, forever lost and unrescuable." Nezha trembled at the old man's words. "Is what you say truly the case, sir? You do not deceive me?" The elder laughed, "Of course. Should you doubt, I encourage you to test it." Nezha promptly picked up a feather that had fallen from a bird. With a defiant huff, he tossed the feather towards the cool river. As it soared to the river's center, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The surface of the water billowed with an unknown mist, momentarily suspending the feather in midair. To his astonishment, the feather transformed into a transparent crystal, splashing into the river with a resounding sound, vanishing from sight. Nezha was astonished by this phenomenon, unsure of what to make of it. At that moment, he heard the old man call out, "Young man, do you see? This is the peculiarity of the river." Nezha pondered, "This won't do. How can I cross this river? I cannot falter here. How can I face the common people of the world?" The old man, observing Nezha from a distance, mused to himself, "This lad possesses a commendable spirit of perseverance. Even now, he considers the welfare of the populace. Remarkable indeed. Today, I shall impart a lesson to him." Approaching Nezha with a smile, the old man said, "Are you wishing to cross the river? Allow me to assist you." "Yes, indeed," Nezha responded with exuberance. Nezha then inquired, "But how will you help me?" The old man replied, "Do not ask too many questions. Revealing secrets of the heavens is not permitted. Just remember the common people." The old man spoke earnestly. He continued, "If you wish to cross the river, I can only offer hints. The answers must come from you through your own efforts." With that, the old man vanished, leaving Nezha bewildered, searching around and calling out, "Master." At that moment, a sound emerged from the river. Upon closer inspection, it was the sound of oars splashing. A tiny, dilapidated boat glided slowly across the water, manned by the old man, who was leisurely singing and rowing with both hands. The old man called out, "Hey, little friend, come aboard. I have a boat that can help you cross the river." Nezha laughed and said, "Master, where did you procure such a boat? It is so old and small. How can it accommodate both of us?" The old man, hearing this, retorted angrily, "If you won't board, then be it. I shall leave. I will board. I will." Nezha quickly replied, sensing the old man's anger. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the boat, landing steadily, and looked around. Standing in the river, he felt dwarfed by the imposing waters, as if he might be swallowed whole by the river's might at any moment. At this juncture, the old man cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. Nezha snapped back to attention and smiled, saying, "Master." The old man acknowledged with a grunt and continued, "If you wish to reach the opposite shore, listen closely to a story I shall tell. Understand its meaning, answer correctly, and you may cross. Fail to do so, and you shall not pass. Pay attention." The story unfolded as follows. A boat was laden with eager passengers wishing to reach the other side. The boatman prepared to push off, but at that moment, a swordsman shouted at him, "Stop the boat. I need to cross." The passengers aboard protested, claiming that the boat had already set sail and could not turn back. The boatman, unwilling to defy the wishes of the crowd, gently urged the swordsman to be patient and wait for the next boat. However, a monk on board suggested that since the boat had not yet drifted far, they should accommodate the swordsman. Seeing that it was a monk who interceded, the boatman turned the vessel around to pick up the swordsman. As the swordsman boarded the boat, he noticed the monk sitting calmly and, without hesitation, struck him with a whip, scolding, "Monk, get up and give me your seat." The master's head bled profusely, yet he remained silent, rising quietly and offering his seat to the boatman. The people aboard were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment, expressing their belief that the master, in his kindness, should not have been subjected to such a beating for allowing the boatman to turn back. The warrior, realizing his error, refused to admit his wrongdoing. Once the boat reached the shore, the master said nothing, washing away the bloodstains by the water. Observing the master's demeanor, the warrior felt a deep sense of shame and approached, kneeling by the water's edge, earnestly apologizing, "Master, I am truly sorry." The master replied gently, "It matters not. Those who venture out often carry a heavy heart." The elder recounted this tale in detail, prompting Nezha to listen intently. With a smile, the elder asked, "Little one, what lesson have you gleaned from this story? Please share it with me." Reflecting on the narrative, Nezha pondered, realizing that the master's composure stemmed from a profound compassion for all beings who suffer. To the master, the warrior's inner turmoil was far greater than his own. He wished not only to offer his seat, but also to share the tranquility of his heart. Nezha tenderly placed his hand over his own heart, quietly questioning the depth of this tranquility. His heart, having known too many moments devoid of peace, felt a pang of sorrow, causing it to tremble with emotion. The master paused, addressing Nezha, "Little one, I have shared a story with you. If you can answer my question correctly, I shall take you across the river." Nezha responded eagerly, "Very well, master, please enlighten me." The master continued, "Years ago, within a temple, a master once showed me a mirror. Upon reading a character, the naive Nezha inquired what it meant. The master marked a line across his brow, drew a line above each eye, and then crossed his nose before pointing to his mouth, asking, 'Do you know what it is? If you guess correctly, I shall ferry you across the river.'" Nezha contemplated the master's expression, pondering for quite some time until suddenly he exclaimed with delight, "It is the character for suffering." The master beamed at the clever young lad and replied, "Indeed, you are astute. It is the character for suffering. This signifies that you are now aware of the hardships that lie ahead." Nezha, with unwavering resolve, declared, "No matter how great the suffering, I shall persevere." The master affirmed, "Yes, you suffer, I suffer, all beings suffer. Hearts filled with fear, bitterness, suspicion, resentment, anger, and avarice. All these hearts are burdened with immense suffering, which distances you from true freedom. Ultimately, the essence of this truth lies in self-deception and self-love. This is the legend of the cool river." Upon concluding his tale, the master transformed into an elderly figure adorned with green whiskers. Nezha, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you, and how do you intend to assist me?" The elder replied, "I am the river spirit of the cool river, sent by divine decree. I am here to enlighten you that the path ahead will not be easy. However, if you cultivate a tranquil heart, you shall swiftly become a person of serenity. Remember well the significance of tranquility." Before long, he arrived at the riverbank, where he beheld a treasure chest gleaming with golden light. Nezha pondered what might be inside and why it was located here. As he contemplated, a voice echoed from the heavens, urging him to open the chest, declaring that it contained nothing he desired. Curiosity piqued, Nezha approached the treasure chest, which seemed to comprehend his intentions, and opened itself automatically. As it gradually revealed its contents, a dazzling radiance emanated from within. From the chest, a shimmering, round object soared forth, leaving Nezha bewildered as to its nature. The spherical entity gently descended into his hands, and upon closer inspection, he noticed inscriptions upon it that read Holy Spirit Stone. Nezha was overjoyed. It was his first encounter with such a divine artifact after a long journey. Within him surged an incomparable energy, compelling him to persevere. He tucked the Holy Spirit Stone away, realizing that his path had only just begun. With many unforeseen events awaiting him, he remained patient, awaiting what was to come. Chapter 5. The Dichotomy of Truth and Falsehood. Prologue. The nature of wind. I am the wind, formless and ever-changing. From whence do I come? And to where do I go? Why do I drift aimlessly? I gently caress your faces, whispering that I hail from distant realms, testing whether you can break free from the wind's grasp and pursue your dreams towards the direction of freedom. If you inquire why I am so elusive, I can only softly brush against your cheek and reveal that it is because I am the wind. In a world where truth and falsehood intertwine, there exists a realm of both authenticity and deception, dating back to ancient times. Here, everything possesses a counterpart. Even more astonishing is the phenomenon that when outsiders arrive, they encounter a doppelganger, each with contrasting virtues, one benevolent, the other malevolent. On a sunny day, with the sun warming the earth, Nezha felt invigorated and yearned for a refreshing slumber to rejuvenate before continuing his journey. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. It was evident that after a day of travel, he was ravenous. He lamented the absence of food in this desolate place, wishing for a nearby village where he could savor a hearty meal and regain his energy. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, captivating his senses. What a lovely scent! He exclaimed. How shall I find its source? Ah, I can summon the wind-fire wheels and swiftly seek this place. With a gleeful chuckle, Nezha conjured the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet and soared into the sky. In the distance, he spotted a grand castle, surrounded by towering walls, obscuring all visibility within. This sight struck him as peculiar, though he could not articulate why. Yet, he reasoned, what does it matter? It may simply be a local custom. First, I shall satisfy my hunger, then I will ponder the rest. Resolute, Nezha urged the wind-fire wheels to accelerate, and like a fleeting shadow, they vanished into thin air. Nezha, riding on his fiery wheels, swiftly arrived before the grand castle. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it resembled an enormous house, its towering walls obscuring the view above. In the center of the walls stood two imposing gates, above which were inscribed the bold characters True and False City. Nezha chuckled, remarking how intriguing it was, for this was the first time he had ever heard of such a castle in this realm. He was determined to explore the depths of the True and False City to discern the reality within. With a resolute push, Nezha swung open the gates, which creaked in protest. Guarding either side of the entrance were two identical sentinels. One bore a warm and welcoming smile, while the other wore a brooding, malevolent expression, exuding an air of ill intent. The cheerful one invited him in, while the sinister one commanded him to halt. Unfazed by their words, Nezha strode confidently into the castle. Once inside, the peculiarity only deepened. Everything was mirrored, even the buildings bore identical features. Nezha repeatedly expressed his astonishment. Suddenly, he heard a distant call. Steamed buns. Delicious steamed buns, just out of the pot, so fragrant. The vendor's voice grew louder, and unable to resist the allure of the tantalizing cuisine, Nezha made his way to the stall. He found the place impeccably clean, yet every item was a perfect duplicate. Seating himself, he called out, "Vendor." The shopkeeper approached and replied, "What can I get for you, esteemed guest? However, I cannot vouch for the authenticity of what you seek. For in this true and false city, everything is both real and illusory." Irritated by the response, Nezha retorted, "What do you mean? I am hungry, and I have come to your establishment to request food. Surely that is genuine. Bring me 2 of those buns at once." Unperturbed, the vendor turned and walked outside. In a short while, he returned with several buns, which Nezha devoured eagerly. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of a brawl. Curious about the disturbance, Nezha, embodying the spirit of justice, approached the scene. To his shock, he beheld a figure strikingly similar to himself engaged in a scuffle. Just as he was beginning to process the situation, an onlooker shouted in alarm, "It's bad. That creature is here. Run." This warning sent the assembled crowd fleeing in terror. What is happening? Nezha pondered. The one fighting resembled him so closely that it was baffling. Could it be that upon his arrival, a doppelganger had emerged? This was inconceivable. He was a deity. No, I must assess the situation further, he resolved. Approaching the counterfeit Nezha with a grin, he inquired, "Ah, brother, from whence do you come? How is it that you bear such an uncanny resemblance to me? Do you not realize the consequences of impersonating me? The false Nezha, visibly agitated, retorted, Who are you? Why do you look like me? Are you my true self? In this realm of true and false, I am you, and you are me. Yet I shall not permit another who mirrors my form. I am your shadow. You embody righteousness, while I embody wickedness. I shall dominate humanity, compelling their submission to my will. His laughter echoed ominously, a harbinger of the chaos to come. Upon hearing this, Nezha was filled with fury and exclaimed, What did you say? You aspire to rule humanity? Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. You are but a manifestation of my own desires. And today I shall vanquish you, obliterating my own yearnings. Desire, indeed, is a reflection of the spirit, a manifestation of the inner world. Nezha then summoned his red tassel spear and, with a resounding shout, charged fiercely at the false Nezha. The false Nezha, undeterred, summoned his own weapon and met Nezha head-on. In an instant, there was a thunderous clash, and golden light erupted as Nezha and the false Nezha collided, indistinguishable from one another. How could this be? This false Nezha wielded a similar divine weapon, and their powers were evenly matched. The false Nezha realized that continuing this battle was futile. Suddenly, he turned and called out, disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Nezha, seeing the false Nezha attempt to flee, hurriedly pursued him. Yet, the false Nezha's skills were comparable to his own, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Nezha had no choice but to relent, thinking that since the false Nezha was merely a projection of his inner self, he likely would not cause any significant trouble. Thus, he decided to return to the inn and rest, planning to address the matter the following day. However, the false Nezha harbored different intentions. He sought to dominate all of humanity, to usurp Nezha's place as the new deity of war. The false Nezha was indeed Nezha's inner demon, plotting to make Nezha suffer. Unable to defeat him in battle, he devised a cunning plan to wreak havoc upon humanity under the guise of the true Nezha. The false Nezha fled to a place where the true Nezha could not find him, establishing a temple. The villagers who failed to pay their respects at the altar would meet with dire consequences. Days turned into weeks, and Nezha remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the false Nezha, unaware that his reputation was being tarnished by the latter's actions. Good deeds seldom spread far, while misdeeds travel swiftly. The malevolent acts of the false Nezha eventually reached the heavens, inciting the wrath of the Jade Emperor. Within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor seethed. Nezha, you wish to forsake your divinity and embrace the path of a demon? Li Jing, present in the grand hall, trembled as he listened to the Jade Emperor's judgment. Upon hearing the Emperor's fury, he remained silent until the Emperor summoned him. Li Jing, not daring to delay, stepped forward and replied, Your humble servant is here. The Jade Emperor rebuked, Li Jing, behold your wayward son. He shuns his celestial duties and engages in such nefarious deeds on earth. How infuriating! He has brought disgrace upon the heavenly realm. Li Jing hastily interjected, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. My son has erred gravely, and I cannot pardon him. I shall descend to the mortal realm and apprehend the unfilial Nezha, awaiting your command for his punishment. Please, issue your decree. The Jade Emperor declared, Nezha must descend to eradicate evil, yet unexpectedly. He has committed such heinous acts unbeknownst to anyone. I cannot show him mercy. Initially, I allowed him to remain based on his past merits, but now, go forth. Ensure Nezha is brought before me, for I must seek clarity in this matter. Li Jing replied affirmatively, I shall certainly capture Nezha and bring him to justice. With that, Li Jing departed from the heavenly court and made his way directly to the city of duality, while Nezha, unaware of the unfolding events, continued his search for the sacred spirit stone, paying little heed to the false Nezha. On that day, Nezha was in search of something when he saw someone soaring into the sky. As the figure descended from the clouds, he realized it was his father. A wave of joy filled Nezha's heart, for it was the first time he had seen his father in ages. He stepped forward, calling out, Father, Father, why are you? Just as Nezha's affectionate words escaped his lips, Li Jing approached and struck him with a resounding slap. Ouch! Nezha exclaimed, bewildered by the suddenness of the event. Standing there speechless, Li Jing, wielding the exquisite Linglong pagoda, furiously admonished, Nezha, my dear son, why have you chosen to act in such a manner? You have become a demon in the eyes of the world. How can I possibly forgive you? Do you acknowledge your sins? What has transpired? Speak quickly to your father, or you may find yourself without another chance. It was then that Nezha began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He defended himself, saying, Father, I have done nothing wrong. Why do you strike me? I swear, I have not. Li Jing interrupted with a thunderous voice, Dare you speak back? Your misdeeds have already reached the heavens, and the entire celestial realm mourns for my disgrace. You have brought shame upon our family, you wretched son. Today, I, Li Jing, vow to capture you, regardless of our familial bond." Nezha protested. "I, Nezha, act righteously and justly, causing no harm to the people. I am wronged, father. I am wronged. I did not do this. If I have erred, I shall admit it, but I did not commit this crime. Even if you were to strike me down, I will not confess to something I did not do." Li Jing, taking a moment to calm himself, replied, "Nezha, my dear child, I know you would not commit such wrongs. I believe in you." However, the celestial court, seeing his father's faith in him, rekindled Nezha's spirit, and he resolutely declared, "Father, do not distress yourself. I shall accompany you to the heavenly court. I trust that justice will be served, and my innocence will be restored." Li Jing felt a surge of joy at Nezha's words, realizing that his son had matured from a naive child into a principled young man. "Very well," Li Jing replied. "Let us ascend to the heavens together and seek justice." Thus, Nezha and Li Jing rode on clouds, departing from the city of deception to report back to the heavenly court. Chapter 6. The manifestation of inner demons. Nezha followed his father to the celestial realm, which stood majestic and imposing, filled with an atmosphere of righteousness. Without a hint of fear, Nezha approached the heavenly court, stepping onto the Lingxiao treasure hall. Arriving before the Jade Emperor with his father, Li Jing bowed and announced, "I present my disobedient son Nezha, who seeks the truth. Please, your majesty, investigate the matter." The Jade Emperor, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by seeking the truth? Speak swiftly." Li Jing responded, "I know my son Nezha to be a person of justice, incapable of causing harm to the people. I implore you, your majesty, to uncover the truth." "Very well," the Jade Emperor proclaimed. "How could our young hero Nezha have erred? Let me show you how this transgression came to be. Summon my sun and moon treasure mirror." As the echoes of agreement reverberated, 3 or 4 colossal deities, hunched and laboring, heaved a magnificent mirror, resplendent with golden light and splendidly rounded, into the grand hall. Upon witnessing the giants gently lower the mirror, the Jade Emperor bellowed, "Open." The sun and moon treasure mirror emanated an extraordinary radiance, dazzling in its brilliance, gradually dispersing its luminescence to unveil a scene before them, a figure resembling Nezha, seated cross-legged in meditation before an unknown temple. Soon, an unsuspecting commoner approached, uttering words that were lost in the ether, only to witness Nezha seize a spear and ruthlessly pierce the man's heart, leading him to a slow demise. At this sight, Nezha could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "Who dares to impersonate me and slay innocent souls here? This infuriates me. If I uncover the culprit, they shall be torn asunder." Suddenly, Nezha recalled a recent encounter within the illusory mountain manor, where he had faced a repugnant doppelganger. Contemplating this, he addressed the Jade Emperor, "I assure you, this is not my doing. I know the truth. Ever since I entered the illusory mountain manor, a person who bears my exact likeness has appeared before me. Just days ago, I engaged him in combat, but thereafter, he vanished. I never anticipated he would impersonate me to wreak havoc, sowing discord between me and Tian Ting." The Jade Emperor, albeit skeptical, listened intently as Nezha declared, "This matter is beyond doubt. I stake my very life on it. Should I utter a single falsehood, let the Jade Emperor decide my fate." The Jade Emperor, regarding Nezha's assertive demeanor, hesitated and finally conceded, "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, should you falter in any regard, the Celestial Assembly shall not show you mercy. I command you to capture the false Nezha within 3 days." With confidence, Nezha replied, "Rest assured, I shall not let him escape." At that moment, the esteemed Taibai Jinxing, who had been observing from the celestial realm, interjected, "Your Majesty, I possess a plan." The Jade Emperor inquired, "What ingenious strategy do you propose, Golden Star? Speak swiftly, so we may assist Nezha." Taibai responded, "I suspect this impostor possesses considerable demonic power. Instead of confronting him directly, let us have Nezha wield the sun and moon treasure mirror. By illuminating him with this mirror, we can reveal his true form and subdue him." The Jade Emperor pondered, "Your counsel is indeed wise. Nezha, take this sun and moon treasure mirror with you, as it will aid you in swiftly apprehending the false Nezha." Nezha felt a surge of warmth in his heart, a sensation beyond description, and confidently replied, "Indeed." Without hesitation, he seized his red tassel spear, mounted the windfire wheel, and departed from the heavenly court, setting off towards the illusory city in pursuit of the vile doppelganger. Determined to clear his name, time passed swiftly, and upon arriving at the illusory city, Nezha pondered where to search for the false Nezha, feeling utterly lost. Just then, A peculiar glow emanated from the sun and moon treasure mirror he carried, transforming into a green beam that shot towards a nearby hillside. Unaware of the unfolding events, Nezha followed the verdant light with purpose. Upon reaching the hillside, he was taken aback by the sight before him, rendered speechless as he beheld a scene of death at the foot of the slope. The pile stood tall, almost as high as a person, with expressions of immense suffering etched upon each face, a sight most distressing. Nezha pondered how such calamity could occur in such a brief span since his arrival. What on earth had transpired here? Grasping his red spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, Nezha searched the surroundings. As he sought answers, he spotted a temple not far off, its walls adorned with an intricate array of talismans. The words "War God Temple" shone brilliantly above, and seated beneath it was a small demon identical to himself, meditating with eyes closed. Nezha approached and bellowed, "Demon, how dare you impersonate me and slaughter the innocent? Such an affront to justice cannot be tolerated. Today marks your demise." The counterfeit Nezha chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha, you have not yet faced the wrath of the Jade Emperor. It seems fortune smiles upon you. However, you shall not escape today. I shall become your substitute, ruling over humanity, making all bend to my will, obeying my wicked counterpart, Nezha." Ha ha ha. Fury surged within Nezha as he clenched his spear, declaring, "You shall not succeed. Do you truly believe this will compel humanity to submit to you? Nonsense. Allow me to awaken you from this delusion." With that, Nezha raised his red spear and charged. The impostor met him head-on, and thus began a fierce clash between the two, indistinguishable from one another. The battle raged, with the air thick with dust and tumult, the very earth trembling beneath their might. Nezha, determined to obliterate his doppelganger, recalled the sun and moon mirror he possessed. He quickly retrieved it, holding it aloft, directing its light upon the counterfeit Nezha. The demon merely laughed, and Nezha, observing the mirror's surface, saw no change. Doubt crept in. Could even this divine artifact fail to identify the demon? The false Nezha sneered, "Nezha, such efforts are futile. No artifact can discern our true nature. We are one and the same. You embody righteousness, while I embody wickedness. In essence, I am your inner demon. Ha ha ha. Despite our struggle, we shall remain inseparable." With another mocking laugh, the impostor proposed, "Why not relinquish the title of war god to me? Allow me to take your place, and you shall bask in greater honor and endless wealth, ruling over the three realms from on high. What harm could it do? Rather than slave away for the Jade Emperor? Consider it, haha." Nezha, undeterred by such futile temptations, retorted furiously, "Do not indulge in such daydreams. Even if we are intertwined, I will eradicate you at any cost, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Enough of your prattle. Prepare for battle." The two determined Nezhas clashed once more, the air thick with the essence of righteousness and malevolence. The atmosphere crackled with the sound of divine weapons colliding, illuminating the dim world with brilliant flashes, shattering its tranquility. At that moment, Li Jing arrived, riding on clouds. Witnessing the fierce confrontation between Nezha and his impostor, he shouted, "Nezha, cease this at once. Stop immediately." As the two Nezhas beheld their father's arrival, they ceased their combat and advanced in unison, exclaiming, "Father, father." Li Jing stood there, taken aback, scrutinizing the two identical Nezhas before him, and inquired with confusion, "Which of you is my true Nezha?" Both Nezhas responded simultaneously, "Father, I am." This predicament perplexed Li Jing, for he had never encountered such a situation. He pondered for a moment and proposed, "Since I cannot discern the truth, let one of you accompany me to the heavenly court, where the celestial beings may identify who is the genuine Nezha." The two Nezhas clamored to be chosen, each pointing fingers at the other, seemingly on the verge of another altercation. "Enough, enough. You shall both go. But you must enter my treasured pagoda," Li Jing interjected. The pagoda appeared to obey him obediently. In an instant, it emanated a golden light, expanding to the size of a house, and gently descended, enclosing the two Nezhas within. Li Jing then retracted the pagoda and ascended upon a cloud, vanishing from sight as he sped towards the heavenly court. Upon arrival, a voice announced the presence of Li Tianwang seeking an audience. The Jade Emperor sat leisurely upon his throne, awaiting Li Jing's entrance. Li Jing approached and knelt, stating, "Your Majesty, I have been commanded to bring these two Nezhas to the heavenly palace for your judgment." The Jade Emperor, somewhat skeptical, replied, "Li Jing, where is Nezha? Why does he not reveal himself?" Li Jing hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty, both Nezhas are within my pagoda. I shall release them for your examination, to discern who is the genuine and who the false." Upon completing a spell, Li Jing elevated the pagoda into the air. It radiated golden light as it slowly opened its doors, revealing the two Nezhas. The Jade Emperor gasped, "What is happening? There are indeed two identical Nezhas. How peculiar." Li Jing continued, "Your Majesty, this humble servant is incapable of recognizing his own son. I beseech the celestial beings to determine who is real and who is not." One Nezha spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, this impostor is he. He has been wreaking havoc in the mortal realm, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent lives, intent on usurping my place as the new war god of the heavenly court, and he audaciously seeks to dominate the three realms." The false Nezha retorted, "Your Majesty, do not be deceived by this wretch. He is the impostor, and he is the one who maliciously accuses me." As they spoke, the two Nezhas were once again on the verge of combat, neither yielding. The Jade Emperor, perplexed, inquired, "Celestial beings, what do you suggest we do? From whence do they come? Who possesses a solution?" The celestial beings exchanged glances, uncertain, for neither could discern the true from the false. They exhibited no flaws, manifesting as reflections of each other. Just then, the star of Venus stepped forward, suggesting, "Your Majesty, does Nezha not recall the sun and moon mirror? I wonder if he has consulted it." In unison, the two Nezhas produced their respective sun and moon mirrors, leaving the celestial beings astonished, murmuring in disbelief. "How can there be two mirrors?" Nezha then remarked, "Your Majesty, I am perplexed by the appearance of two identical treasure mirrors, each wielding the same formidable power, rendering them indistinguishable." The Jade Emperor pondered this matter gravely. Tai Bai Jinxing, astonished, said, "Your Majesty, this counterfeit Nezha is indeed extraordinary, possessing a unique spiritual essence. This situation reminds me of the time when the victorious fighting Buddha strove to protect Tang Song on his pilgrimage to the West. The two of them, embroiled in misunderstanding due to their differing temperaments, inadvertently created a scenario where the true and false Sun Wukong became indistinguishable. Ultimately, this calamity was resolved by the Tathagata Buddha of the West. Now that Sun Wukong has attained Buddhahood, it would be prudent for us to seek his assistance in discerning the truth." The Jade Emperor, after a moment of reflection, sighed, "Ah, that monkey has become a Buddha. I hesitate to disturb him, yet for the sake of peace in the realm, it seems necessary. However, we must ensure he does not realize that I am in need of his help, as it would tarnish the dignity of the heavenly court. This task shall fall to you, Tai Bai Jinxing." Tai Bai Jinxing accepted the decree and led both Nezhas in search of the victorious fighting Buddha for clarification. The two Nezhas, in perfect unison, obediently followed Tai Bai Jinxing as they made their way to the blessed grounds of the great sage. Legend has it that after attaining enlightenment, Sun Wukong took it upon himself to address the injustices of the world, yet he preferred to reside in the water curtain cave, shunning confinement. He cherished the company of his fellow monkeys, declaring that such a life was truly enjoyable. As Tai Bai Jinxing and the two Nezhas rode on auspicious clouds, they gradually descended upon the lofty heights of Flower Fruit Mountain. Before long, a multitude of monkeys emerged from the trees and underbrush, chattering excitedly. The once tranquil forest soon erupted into a lively scene as the monkeys prepared for potential confrontation upon sensing intruders. Tai Bai Jinxing felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, having visited this place numerous times before. The little monkeys, equally delighted, recognized him and greeted him warmly, their white whiskers fluttering like ribbons in the air. The little monkeys eagerly approached, asking, "Grandfather Tai Bai, where are you headed with these two identical individuals? What is the meaning of this?" Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled heartily and replied, "You little monkeys are quite perceptive. Pray tell, where's your king?" The little monkeys perked up, clamoring to respond. "What business do you have with our king? You aren't asking him to embark on another pilgrimage, are you?" Tai Bai waved his hand with a smile. No, I seek your king for an important matter. Quickly, go and inform him. Hurry along." The little monkeys, wise and eager, feared for their king's departure. Upon hearing that Tai Bai Jinxing did not intend to take their king away, they joyously leapt into action, bounding towards the water curtain cave to relay the message. Inside the cave, Sun Wukong was amusing himself with a few young monkeys. Upon seeing several little ones approach, he paused his play, observing them intently. The little monkeys knelt before him, exclaiming, great king, a celestial being has descended from the heavens and awaits outside." The great sage inquired, "Who is it?" "The heavenly realm has long been silent, and today, a visitor has arrived." "Who might they be?" The little monkey hastily replied, "Your Majesty. The visitor is the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing from the heavens, followed closely by two identical figures, each wielding a red tassel spear. For some reason, Tai Bai Jinxing has stated that the matter is urgent and appears quite anxious." The great sage, with his discerning eyes, pondered, strange. The heavenly court would never summon me without a dire necessity. Does the Jade Emperor not fear losing face? Since the Jade Emperor has cast aside his pride, I shall not grant him any respect in return. Moreover, the presence of two identical figures wielding red tassel spears can only signify my brother Nezha. Could it be? The great sage quickly instructed, hurry, go, and invite them in. In no time, Nezha and Tai by Jin Xing arrived at the cave. Upon seeing the radiant figure of the victorious fighting Buddha, Tai by Jin Xing chuckled, great sage, I apologize for intruding. I hope you will forgive me. Upon noticing the two Nezhas entering, the great sage exclaimed, Tai Bai, what is the meaning of these two Nezhas? Is there some demon causing trouble in the heavenly court? Speak at once. Tai by Jin Xing responded, great sage, you may be unaware that unexpected events have indeed transpired in the heavens. These two Nezhas are both real and false, righteous and wicked, indistinguishable from one another, causing great turmoil in the heavenly court. Thus, we have turned to you, the victorious fighting Buddha, to assist us in resolving this predicament. The great sage turned to the two Nezhas and earnestly inquired, Nezha, I ask you now, who among you knows when and where we first met? Speak one at a time, and do not let the other hear. The true Nezha smiled, Brother Wukong. How could I forget? Allow me to tell you. Stepping forward, the true Nezha whispered into Wukong's ear, Brother Wukong, we met during your tumultuous escapade in the heavenly palace. The false Nezha also approached Wukong, saying, Brother Wukong, have you forgotten? We met during your tumultuous escapade in the heavenly palace, did we not? This left Wukong perplexed. Approaching, he chuckled, Nezha, my dear brother, why mimic me from the past, creating a doppelganger to confound us? This is quite the predicament. Both Nezhas replied simultaneously, Brother Wukong. I had no intention of this. It is he who emerged from who knows where, taking my form and causing havoc. The victorious fighting Buddha laughed heartily. Do not fret. Dear Nezha, let me employ my discerning eyes to identify you. No demon can escape my gaze. Stepping back, the victorious fighting Buddha made a sweeping gesture with his hands. And immediately, two beams of golden light shot from his eyes towards the two Nezhas. Yet, a curious event transpired. After a prolonged examination, Wukong found himself unable to distinguish which was real and which was false. In a state of agitation, he scratched his head, exclaiming, could it be that my discerning eyes have lost their efficacy? How can this be? The victorious fighting Buddha consoled him. Dear Nezha, I too find myself at a loss. My discerning eyes cannot reveal the truth. You are as I was in those days, unable to recognize anyone. Otherwise, what would become of us in the Western paradise? The victorious Buddha turned to the two Nezha before him and said, you shall surely discern who is true and who is false. It is not too late to recognize your mistake now. Otherwise, upon reaching the Western realm, repentance will come too late, and you will find only a path to death. Have you considered this? The two Nezha exchanged glances and replied, we shall not repent. I am eager to see how this monster meets his end. With a sigh, Wukong interjected, you two shall accompany me to the Western heaven. Tai Bai can return to report to heaven, stating that I have taken you both to the west, and let the Jade Emperor await good news. Tai Bai, the stellar monarch, assured him, rest assured, great sage. I will explain the situation to the Jade Emperor, and now, I shall return to the heavenly palace. Upon finishing, Tai Bai took flight from Flower Fruit Mountain towards the celestial realm. Let us not delay any further. We shall hasten to the Western heaven to clarify this matter, declared Wukong. The two Nezha responded in unison, very well. In the blink of an eye, the great sage somersaulted through the clouds, carrying both Nezha to the Western realm. In this realm, the air was pristine and transparent, evoking a sense of joy. Upon arrival, they were greeted by golden radiance and two guardian deities stationed at the palace gates. The guardians approached and inquired, what brings the victorious Buddha to the west today? The Buddha replied, thank you for your diligence, guardians. I have come on behalf of my brother Nezha to seek clarity from the Tathagata. Please relay my request. The guardians chuckled. The victorious Buddha is not as he once was. You are a revered figure in the West, free to pass without announcement. Please proceed. The Western realm, the domain of the Tathagata, was filled with numerous deities, great Buddhas, and Arhats, each guarding their respective positions. The victorious Buddha approached the Tathagata and humbly addressed him, Buddha. The Tathagata raised his hand to halt him, saying, there is no need for further words, victorious Buddha. I am already aware of everything regarding Nezha. Upon hearing his name, Nezha snapped out of his reverie and promptly responded, Nezha pays his respects to the Tathagata. The Tathagata continued, Nezha, do you understand why someone identical to you has appeared? He then called upon Guanyin Bodhisattva, saying, As the embodiment of universal salvation, do you have any insight? Guanyin, with humility, replied, the Buddha's compassion is vast, alas. My powers are limited, and I cannot discern truth from falsehood. Please, reveal the mystery and restore Nezha's honor. The Tathagata sighed and explained. This is not a matter of insufficient power. It is the universal heart demon that has caused such an occurrence. Overcoming the heart demon will naturally resolve the issue. Guanyin, puzzled, asked, but how does one free themselves from the heart demon and discover their true self? The Tathagata responded, neither hurried nor slow. The divine obstructs the proud and bestows grace upon the humble. Those with vanity are prone to complacency. He then turned to Nezha and said, now, Nezha, do you comprehend the source of your tribulation? It stems from your desire to swiftly locate the spirit stone to aid all living beings in vanquishing evil. However, your pride was too strong, and you unwittingly entered the deceptive city set by the demon king Ashura. The heart demon seized this opportunity, separating from your body to form a completely different being. This is not your fault. Allow me to cast a spell to dissolve the city of truth and falsehood. Everything shall improve as long as your pride does not remain so formidable. Before the Buddha, a display of divine power unfolded as he recited an incantation, and a beam of golden light pierced the heavens, heading straight for the city of illusions. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and in an instant, the city of illusions vanished, along with its inhabitants, reverting to its original form, transforming the false city into a true one. Observing this transformation, Nezha saw himself merging into one entity, his soul returning. As the city of illusions dissipated with a resounding crash, it roused the demon king Ashura, who bellowed furiously, Tathagata, you have thwarted my plans. One day, I shall make you submit to my will. Just wait and see. As for that little Nezha, he will face hardships ahead. To seek all the sacred spirit stones and break my barrier is but a foolish dream. The Buddha advised, Nezha, for the sake of all living beings, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Your journey ahead is long, fraught with tribulations. Only through perseverance can you vanquish the demon king. Take it step by step. Do not rush. I believe you will succeed. Grateful, Nezha took his leave from the Western paradise, bidding farewell to the victorious Buddha, and set out for the city of illusions, where he discovered a shimmering golden wooden box containing a sacred spirit stone. This revelation instilled great confidence in Nezha, illuminating the perils of vanity and the ease with which it can breed complacency. Chapter 9. Transformation of demons. Laughter can forge friendships. Sincerity can resolve grievances. Compassion can transform enmity, while anger can harm the body. One must embrace joy. Guided by Yao Qian's consciousness, the diamond god stumbled into the abyss of spirits, a bottomless chasm where only millennia-old demons dare to tread. A relentless flow of negative energies, malice, resentment, and sorrow rose from the depths. After an undetermined passage of time, he arrived at the deepest part of the abyss, where the air was thick with demonic energy and life was nowhere to be seen. At the lowest city of the abyss, the gate bore a warning. Enter at your own peril. Those who are not messengers of the abyss shall be consumed. What is a messenger of the abyss? Pondered the diamond god. Unperturbed by such musings, he boldly entered the gate. Inside, darkness enveloped him. Yet countless green eyes glimmered ominously from the shadows, fixated upon the diamond god. The air was suffused with a foul stench reminiscent of the netherworld, accompanied by chilling, eerie screams. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed from the void. Who dares to enter? Do you not know that this place is a one-way passage? The diamond god, unfazed, chuckled softly. Come forth. I fear not your petty demons. I have ventured into the abyss of spirits. Reveal yourselves, or I shall obliterate your lair and leave you homeless. I am here in search of what I desire. In that moment, a chilling wind swept through the darkness, and a voice bellowed, seeking death. Following the cry, a spectral messenger appeared, a dark bat, its body armored and its jaws lined with serrated teeth, radiating malevolent poison as it charged at the diamond god. In a moment of urgency, the diamond deity invoked the diamond barrier. Instantly, a spherical energy emanated from within, expanding and enveloping the deity in a magnificent display. The diamond barrier served as a protective aura, impervious to any harm. In the depths of darkness, countless shadowy bats, undeterred by fear, collided against the barrier, only to fall lifelessly to the ground. The diamond deity laughed heartily, proclaiming, The shadow bats are nothing but trivial foes. I shall eradicate you all. With unwavering determination, the diamond deity advanced towards the bats, unaware that the fallen creatures twisted into a dark gas, coalescing into a terrifying entity, the Dark Reaper, who emitted a ghastly wail. The Dark Reaper flapped its colossal wings, hurling massive boulders towards the diamond deity. Caught off guard, the deity was struck by a boulder, sending him sprawling some distance away. Refusing to succumb to defeat, the diamond deity bellowed and transformed, his form expanding several-fold, exuding towering might. Armed with the diamond sword, he engaged the Dark Reaper in fierce combat. With a powerful swing, the sword cleaved towards the Dark Reaper, who was unable to evade in time and was struck forcefully upon its head, eliciting a series of anguished cries. Infuriated by the assault, the Dark Reaper bared its jagged teeth and unleashed a noxious mist known as the Dark Venom, a poison so insidious that it could obliterate any living being. The diamond deity gasped in realization. This foe is indeed formidable. One strike did not suffice to vanquish it. I must strike again. However, fortified by the diamond barrier, he remained impervious to the Dark Venom's effects. With renewed vigor, the diamond deity lunged at the Dark Reaper, delivering another blow that struck true into its maw. The creature screeched in agony, rendered powerless. Seizing the moment, the diamond deity invoked the diamond sword's radiant light, which burst forth and surged towards the Dark Reaper. Having dwelled in the abyss of shadows for so long, the Dark Reaper was unaccustomed to such brilliance. Before it could react, the light penetrated its form, freezing time for a brief moment, before the Dark Reaper exploded into countless fragments, dissipating into the abyss. With the divine weapon sheathed, the diamond deity returned to his original form and strode deeper into the chasm. There, he discovered a wooden box. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, urging him, "Hurry. That is the diamond essence we seek." Upon opening the box, the diamond deity found a transparent gem within. Puzzled, he mused, "Indeed, there is treasure here. But why would the Dark Reaper guard it? It eludes my understanding nevertheless. I have finally found it, and now I can avenge Yao Qian." The diamond god gazed intently at the diamond essence stone, lost in thought. Suddenly, the stone emitted a radiant quintessence, which transformed into a beam of light, swiftly piercing into the diamond god's body. Before he could comprehend the occurrence, he was enveloped in brilliance. It turned out that the diamond essence stone was a celestial spirit stone. Upon encountering a similar entity, they would merge into one. In his mind, the voice of Yao Qian resurfaced, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother Diamond, you have succeeded. No one in this world possesses the energy to rival you now. You have become the unrivaled diamond, indomitable and invincible." A surge of exhilaration coursed through the diamond god. Though he had acquired this priceless treasure, Yao Qian's influence gradually twisted his innate goodness into malevolence, and his consciousness fell under her control. Yao Qian continued, "Now that you possess boundless magical power, your first task is to avenge my death." With a sinister smile, the diamond god replied, "My dear, I shall heed your command. Let us proceed at once." His heart had darkened, corrupted by the diamond essence stone, a vessel of infinite evil spirits. The malevolent energy seeped into his being, spreading darkness within him. Transforming into a wisp of black and purple smoke, the diamond god departed from the abyss of ghosts. Without the suppression of the diamond essence stone, many demons began to resurrect within the abyss. Yao Qian maliciously chuckled, "We shall go to the fox demon cave, where a 1,000-year-old fox demon resides. It was he who caused my demise. I crave vengeance." As her emotions surged, the diamond god reassured her, "Do not be agitated, my dear. I shall swiftly eliminate him, allowing you to partake of his blood and flesh." Following Yao Qian's guidance, he arrived at the fox demon cave, which was dark and damp, its interior unknown. Standing at the cave's entrance, the diamond god bellowed, "Ignorant fox demon, emerge at once. Otherwise, I shall set your lair ablaze and collapse your den. Come forth to meet your doom." His thunderous call roused the slumbering millennia-old fox demon, who materialized as a swirling mass of darkness, fuming with rage. "Who dares disturb my rest? Do you not fear being devoured whole?" The diamond god laughed heartily. "I care not who you are. You are merely a foul-smelling wild fox. Tell me, were you the one who killed a beautiful young woman years ago? Speak the truth." The fox demon scrutinized the diamond god, bursting into laughter. "Huh, what are you to meddle in my affairs? You seek death. Indeed, years ago, I killed a remarkably beautiful woman. I hesitated to strike her down, such was her allure." At that moment, Yao Qian's voice echoed from above, "Fox demon, return my life to me. Return my life." The fox demon stood frozen, taken aback. Yao Qian's voice continued to resonate, "Diamond god, avenge me. Now is the time, hurry." The diamond god swiftly summoned the diamond sword, delivering a fierce strike towards the demon fox. Clearly, the demon fox was no match for the diamond god. A piercing scream erupted from the demon fox. Blood spattering across the ground, dissipating into black mist. The Diamond God avenged Yao Qian's death. However, Yao Qian remained obstinately trapped within the Diamond God's consciousness, reveling in the pleasure of commanding him, and it was the Diamond God himself. From that moment on, the Diamond God severed ties with his inherent goodness, allowing malevolence to ensnare his mind, relishing the joy bestowed upon him by Yao Qian. The dark energy within the depths of his soul burgeoned rapidly, as he slaughtered innocent civilians day after day, rendering the Diamond God irredeemable. Chapter 12. The Approaching Heavenly Tribulation. The Great Sage Subdues Demons. Prologue. Youth, young people. Life is but a singular journey. How shall it be lived? Like the birds soaring in the sky, freely and unencumbered. Young people. Life is but a singular journey. How shall it be experienced? Transcend oneself. Overcome despair. Like John or Roblin Xiong. Young people. Life is but a singular journey. How shall it be enacted? Unleash your creativity. Never surrender in adversity. How shall one proceed? Conscience is the voice of God. Let benevolence accompany you throughout your life. I am willing to strive for the youth, to inspire the youth, to pursue the dreams within my heart. Never forget that life is but once. Wakailong within the heavenly court, as per usual. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sat upon the throne, basking in leisure and satisfaction. A group of fairies performed a captivating dance for the assembly of immortals, each one resembling a vibrant butterfly fluttering through the air. The Jade Emperor watched with great delight, unable to contain his joy as he applauded enthusiastically. With a beaming smile, he raised his hands high, fixated on each fairy, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful," even as he continued to applaud. However, such behavior did not go unnoticed by the Queen Mother, who, upon observing the Jade Emperor so enraptured, felt her previously joyful demeanor shift instantly. Her eyes narrowed with dissatisfaction as she gazed at the applauding Jade Emperor. Oblivious to her reaction, the Jade Emperor continued to indulge in the performance until he heard the Queen Mother clear her throat. Turning towards her, he exclaimed in surprise, "Queen Mother, what captures your attention? With such a delightful dance before you, why look at me? Am I so captivating? Look at the dance, look at the dance." The Queen Mother's frustration boiled over, and she rose, declaring, "Look, look, from now on, you shall sigh. I am leaving, what a dampener." She stood to depart, but the Jade Emperor interjected, "What are you doing? Please, do not act this way. At least maintain some semblance of dignity in front of the immortals. Just look, do you not see how it would invite their ridicule?" He continued, "I will heed your wishes, will I not?" Alas! At that moment, the heavenly eyes and the wind ears approached, kneeling to announce, "Report. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother." The Jade Emperor, still simmering with anger, watched as the heavenly eyes and wind ears hurried towards him, and he bellowed in fury, "Impudence! Did you not notice the celestial beings observing the fairies dance? What is this commotion, as if the heavens were about to collapse? Speak quickly." The eye of heaven and the ear of heaven stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, while patrolling the border of the heavenly court, I glanced towards the realm of the Demon King and discerned ominous signs. Upon learning that there was trouble in the Demon King's domain, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of anxiety and hastily dismissed the celestial maidens, inquiring earnestly, "What is the matter? Speak." The eye of heaven responded, "Your Majesty, I beheld dark vapors rising from Ghost Mountain, the nature of which remains unknown." The ear of heaven followed suit and added, "Your Majesty, I heard the raucous laughter of small demons emanating from Ghost Mountain, a cacophony of sounds whose meaning eludes me." The Jade Emperor, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, commanded, "Withdraw. All celestial beings. Have you heard what the eye of heaven and the ear of heaven have reported? What strategies do you propose? Speak swiftly." Within the grand hall, the celestial beings engaged in hushed discussions. The Jade Emperor, incensed, demanded, "Who among you knows the cause of this? Speak at once. Where is the bright star of Venus?" The bright star of Venus pondered, "Your Majesty, I am present. I have contemplated for a moment, but remain ignorant of the happenings at Ghost Mountain. As my understanding is limited." The Jade Emperor, increasingly perplexed, exclaimed in frustration, "What shall we do now?" At that moment, the Supreme Old Lord stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, I have just calculated that in the coming days, a day of lunar eclipse will occur, bringing with it a suffocating aura conducive to the cultivation of the Demon King Azura. At that time, Azura will absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the resentment of the world. His malevolence will intensify. The barriers that once contained Azura have already been significantly weakened, and during the lunar eclipse, the yang energy is at its weakest, greatly facilitating the Demon King's rebirth." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furiously inquired, "What shall we do now?" Which celestial deity can journey to Ghost Mountain to suppress the Demon King? Currently, Nezha is still diligently seeking the sacred spirit stone, and only when the stone is fully gathered can we proceed to subdue the Demon King. The only viable solution is to dispatch a powerful deity to Ghost Mountain to prevent the Demon King from consuming the lunar energy and breaking through the barriers, thus averting catastrophe. The Supreme Old Lord listened attentively and affirmed, "Your Majesty speaks wisely." However, the Jade Emperor inquired, "Old Lord, what is it? Speak freely. There is no harm in it." The Supreme Old Lord replied, "Indeed, I shall speak plainly. Among the celestial beings, the only one with such formidable powers is Sun Wukong, who once journeyed to the West for scriptures. He is now a being among the Western Buddhists, drawing his powers from the relics, and is closely tied to the Dharma. Should we enlist his aid during this calamity, the heavenly court shall face no danger." The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "Ah, indeed. The legendary Sun Wukong of the scriptures. How could I have overlooked this? Since we have identified a suitable candidate, the heavenly court is assured safety. Supreme Old Lord, may I inquire, where is Sun Wukong currently located?" The Supreme Old Lord responded, "In answer to your Majesty the Jade Emperor, I am aware that since Sun Wukong aided Nezha in vanquishing his inner demons, he has remained in the Western Paradise. However, I am not privy to his exact whereabouts." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor inquired, "What are we to do? Sun Wukong is now a disciple of the Buddha and no longer falls under our celestial jurisdiction. How shall we proceed?" The Supreme Old Lord, seemingly having foreseen this, replied with a sly smile, "Indeed, your Majesty. That monkey has transformed from the mischievous creature he once was into the renowned Buddha of victorious fighting. If one wishes to ascertain the whereabouts of the Buddha of victorious fighting, there exists but one recourse." Before the Supreme Old Lord could complete his thought, the Jade Emperor eagerly pressed, "What is this method? Speak quickly." The Supreme Old Lord continued, "The solution lies in your Majesty personally visiting the Western sacred land. Setting aside your exalted status, the tranquility of the heavenly realm rests in your hands." The Jade Emperor, displeased, retorted, "Why must it be I? I have numerous divine generals at my disposal. What makes this matter so urgent that it demands my personal intervention? He is not of such significance. I shall not go. I shall not go." After some contemplation, the Jade Emperor declared, "TNBIJNXing, come forth. It appears I must once again trouble you to journey to the Western Paradise on my behalf to summon Sun Wukong. You are well acquainted with him, and I trust he will extend you the courtesy you deserve. What say you?" TNBIJNXing, having listened attentively, hastily responded, "Your Majesty, I am at your service." However, he rambled for quite some time, without conveying anything substantial. The Jade Emperor, growing impatient, urged, "Enough. Speak plainly, my friend." TNBIJNXing, now more cautious, replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to go, but this occasion is unlike any other. This mission is for the sake of all living beings, a matter of great significance. It necessitates your Majesty's personal involvement." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor grumbled, "This wretched monkey insists on my personal invitation. Very well. For the sake of all beings, I shall swallow my pride and make the journey to the Western Paradise." The assembled deities knelt in joy and proclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." The Jade Emperor assured them, "We must not delay. I shall set forth to the Western Paradise to invite the Buddha of victorious fighting. Summon the dragon horse from Lama River at once." Shortly thereafter, the dragon horse was brought forth, and the Jade Emperor mounted it with great majesty. He addressed the gathered deities, saying, "In my absence, I entrust all affairs of the heavens to the Supreme Old Lord. I shall return promptly." With that, the Jade Emperor took flight upon the dragon horse, which shimmered with golden light and soared upon colorful clouds towards the Western sacred land. On the journey to the sacred Western land, the Jade Emperor sat astride his dragon steed, his mind inevitably drifting to myriad memories. He recalled the tumultuous days when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavens, a recollection that still sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the assistance of the Buddha at that time, the repercussions might have been dire. Today, the Jade Emperor contemplated summoning the very monkey that once caused such chaos in the heavenly court, yet he felt a twinge of displeasure and hesitation. Even now, with Wukong having attained Buddhahood, the Jade Emperor remained somewhat unsettled. He pondered, "What is wrong with me? Why am I so preoccupied with this trivial matter? My heart feels so constricted. If the celestial beings were to learn of this, would they not mock me? I am the illustrious Jade Emperor. How can I stoop to the level of a mere enlightened monkey? Ah, let it be. In the grand scheme of the three realms, it is all for the greater good." As the Jade Emperor soared through the skies on his dragon steed, an ominous shadow materialized in the distance, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. What could this be? The Jade Emperor questioned, bewildered that such dark energy could manifest in this sacred realm. The sinister presence advanced towards him. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "What manner of demon dares obstruct my path? My dragon steed shall not spare you." As the ominous energy drew nearer, it gradually transformed into a humanoid figure clad in a black robe, its face obscured, rendering its features indistinguishable. The Jade Emperor, incensed at this demonic apparition blocking his way, demanded, "Who dares approach?" Upon witnessing a divine sovereign, why do you not hastily depart? If you do not retreat, you shall face my wrath. The figure in black robes responded with a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. What purpose does a divine sovereign serve? Are you not aware that your tribulations are imminent? Ha ha ha. The Jade Emperor, taken aback by such audacity, felt his royal indignation surge. How dare you mock me? What creature are you to speak thus? Without further ado, he unleashed the 9-dragon palm, causing the air to solidify and form a colossal vortex from which 9 divine dragons emerged, protectors of the emperor and symbols of divinity. These dragons were no ordinary beings. Imbued with imperial majesty, they surged forth towards the black-robed demon. Yet, as the Jade Emperor wielded his 9-dragon palm, the demon appeared to falter. Before the dragons could reach him, he transformed into a wisp of dark energy and vanished into the ether. As the demon departed, his mocking laughter echoed through the skies. Ha ha ha. Old Jade Emperor, is your 9-dragon palm truly so feeble? Allow me to enlighten you. I am no mere demon. What you perceive is but my consciousness. I am the Azura, long imprisoned beneath the ghostly mountain by your decree. The fact that my consciousness can now escape signifies that it will not be long before I shatter the barriers of Ghostly Mountain, reclaiming my innate demonic essence. Soon, the rare lunar eclipse shall arrive, and I shall draw upon the grievances of the world, amplifying my malevolence manifold. The day I break free from Ghostly Mountain shall herald your demise, Jade Emperor. Ha ha ha. As the dark energy dissipated with the wind, the Jade Emperor, displeased, vowed, "Very well, Azura, await your fate. I shall ensure you remain forever confined beneath Ghostly Mountain." Before long, the Jade Emperor arrived at the sacred land of the West, riding upon his celestial steed. Indeed, this place was unlike any other, suffused with a divine radiance that he had never before witnessed. The Jade Emperor mused to himself, "Having arrived in this holy realm, I must not assume the demeanor of a sovereign." He promptly dismounted his dragon horse and walked into the Thundersound Temple. Upon witnessing the esteemed presence of the Jade Emperor, the Buddha rose from his lotus throne to greet him, saying, "Your Majesty's arrival in the West is a great honor for us." The Jade Emperor hastily replied, "There is no need for such formality, O Buddha. My presence here is solely for the benefit of all living beings." The Buddha responded, "Your Majesty, my purpose is to liberate all sentient beings. What brings you to this sacred place?" The Jade Emperor replied, "Do you recall, O Buddha, that 100 million years ago, a demon was imprisoned in Ghost Mountain? Recently, there have been unusual occurrences in Ghost Mountain. The divining compass has shifted, and Taishang Laojun has determined that both heaven and earth are about to face an unprecedented calamity. The world is in turmoil. Nezha is currently striving to locate the sacred spirit stone. As I journeyed here, I encountered the consciousness of the Azura. The Demon King's essence has already ascended to the heavens, indicating that he is on the verge of breaking free from his confinement. Nezha is in search of the sacred spirit stone, and it is uncertain when he will accomplish his task. The emergence of the Demon King's consciousness leads me to believe that this event is linked to the day of the lunar eclipse. The Demon King intends to exploit this day to breach the barrier and enter the mortal realm. It is imperative to find a powerful figure with a profound connection to the Buddha to thwart the Demon King's return on that fateful day. This is a crucial moment for the gods and demons to decide whether to engage in battle or not. The Buddha inquired, "Your Majesty, in your view, who among us possesses such capability to undertake this formidable task?" The Jade Emperor countered, "O Buddha, who among us is truly aligned with the Buddha?" After pondering, the Buddha replied, "To be aligned with the Buddha, one must consider the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, the Tang monk who sought the scriptures, now known as the Compassionate Buddha, as well as the victorious Buddha of combat, among others." The Buddha suddenly realized, "Your Majesty, could it be that you have come here today to personally summon the victorious Buddha of combat?" The Jade Emperor confirmed, "Indeed. It is believed by the celestial beings that only the victorious Buddha of combat possesses the ability to prevent this impending catastrophe. He is the celestial monkey of heaven and earth, deeply connected to the Buddha, and I cannot think of anyone more suitable." The Buddha reflected, "Your Majesty, since the last time the victorious Buddha of combat assisted Nezha in overcoming his inner demons, he has remained in the West, currently engaged in meditation. Allow me to activate the gateway to the Buddha's realm. The portal will open, and the victorious Buddha of combat will arrive forthwith." Before long, the gateway to the Buddha's realm opened, revealing a sanctuary of golden Buddhas. This realm was isolated from the outside world, filled solely with the essence necessary for the cultivation of golden Buddhas. As the victorious Buddha of combat sensed the opening of the gateway, he recognized the summons from the Buddha and, without hesitation, soared to the Thunder Sound Temple. Upon his arrival, the victorious Buddha of combat respectfully saluted, saying, "O Buddha, I, Wukong, have come. Please enlighten me on the matter at hand." The Buddha inquired, "Wukong, how fares your cultivation in the realm of the Buddha?" To which the victorious fighting Buddha replied, "I have diligently practiced in the realm of the Buddha for 49 days. I have now attained the form of the golden Buddha. My powers have significantly amplified. Most importantly, I have fashioned a resplendent rainbow-hued robe adorned with 49 defensive features, invigorating my spirit and enhancing my appearance." Ha ha ha. The Buddha responded, "Very well. The Jade Emperor has summoned you here to undertake a formidable task. This time, you shall not find it tedious." The victorious fighting Buddha, invigorated by the prospect of fulfilling a mission, remarked, "I have been cooped up for too long. What is this task?" The Jade Emperor chuckled, "I was concerned that you, the victorious fighting Buddha, might be reluctant to engage in such matters, yet you have accepted so readily. To be transparent, your mission is to guard the Demon King in the ghostly mountain on the day of the lunar eclipse, ensuring peace for the realm." The victorious fighting Buddha declared, "O Jade Emperor, I am not one to stand idly by. Now that I am the victorious fighting Buddha, I shall exert my utmost effort to safeguard the world. Fear not. I shall assist my brother Nezha in procuring the sacred spirit stone." After bidding farewell to the Buddha, the victorious fighting Buddha hastened toward the ghostly mountain, donning his newly forged rainbow robe, exuding majesty. Upon arrival, he was met with a dense atmosphere of demonic energy. Wielding his golden staff, he proclaimed with righteous fury, "Such audacious demons! You have filled this place with malevolence. Witness how I, the Monkey King, shall thwart your schemes." The victorious fighting Buddha swiftly established the celestial demon exorcism array atop the ghostly mountain to prevent the demons from absorbing the celestial energies on the day of the eclipse, thus thwarting the emergence of the Demon King. Instantly, the demonic aura was suppressed by the array. The Azura, infuriated, exclaimed, "You dare to meddle in my affairs. Victorious fighting Buddha, just wait until I emerge. I shall settle the score with you." Within the celestial demon exorcism array, the victorious fighting Buddha unleashed all his powers, determined to prevent the rise of the Demon King. Chapter 13. The Immortal Lady of Wanyao. In the town of Wanyao, by the Wanyao Pool, there resided a celestial maiden of breathtaking beauty, a vision of divine grace that captivated all who beheld her. From a distance, the cheerful voices of children echoed from a nearby town, singing melodiously. Nezha, burdened with his responsibilities, continued his journey northward as a gentle rain began to fall. Passing through the town, he noticed that everyone, men, women, and children alike, sang a song recounting the legend of the Wanyao Pool. According to the tale, the Wanyao Pool is perpetually adorned with exquisite Wanyao flowers, renowned for their unparalleled beauty. It is said that some have witnessed these flowers transform into enchanting celestial beings. However, no one dares approach the Wanyao Pool, for it harbors mysterious secrets. Thus, the townsfolk wove captivating legends about the Wanyao Pool. The inhabitants of this town have bestowed upon it a melodious name, Wanyao Town. As the sky darkened, it appeared that rain was imminent. Nezha contemplated, with the heavens poised to unleash a downpour, it would be wise to seek refuge and indulge in a hearty meal to replenish my strength for the quest of the Holy Spirit Stone. Amused by his own thoughts, Nezha chuckled, revealing that the weight of his responsibilities did not stifle him. Rather, he seemed quite at ease. As Nezha ambled along, he noticed a throng of townsfolk hastily converging upon a particular spot, their voices a cacophony of chatter. Intrigued, he joined their ranks. Look, look, a most beautiful maiden has perished here. What a tragedy, what a tragedy. And see, there is a bloody handprint on her back. How peculiar. Who could be so heartless as to slay such a lovely creature? How vile." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon learning of the tragedy, Nezha approached the lifeless figure and observed the bloodstain on her back, a sight that stirred a faint recollection within him. Just then, someone remarked, "This enchanting flower of Wanyao has been cruelly taken from us. What a pity, what a pity." Curiosity piqued, Nezha inquired of a nearby young man, Pray tell? Who is this maiden? The young man replied, Little brother, you are clearly not from around here. This exquisite lady is none other than the Wanyao flower of our town. Such beauty is rare among mortals. Truly, it is a pity. Nezha pressed further. Wanyao flower? What is that? The youth, somewhat exasperated, explained. The Wanyao flower blooms in the nearby Wanyao pool. This is what I have heard from the elders, as no one has ever seen it. Today, upon witnessing this ethereal woman, the townsfolk believe she is indeed the Wanyao flower. As for how she met her demise here, none can say. We are simply left with a sense of sorrow. Nezha contemplated. If this maiden is indeed a flower spirit, then the handprint upon her is certainly not of this world. There must be some mystery here. I shall remain to uncover the truth. He then asked, Where is Wanyao pool located? The young man cautioned, Little brother, Wanyao pool is not a place one can approach. It is said that a guardian of the flowers resides there, and no one is permitted to draw near. Legends tell of many who, in their fervor to glimpse the Wanyao fairy, ventured to the pool, only to vanish without a trace. Whether they were ensnared by her beauty or met their end at the hands of the guardian, none can tell. I advise you against going. You may not return. Nezha gasped, What? The Wanyao fairy? The young man gazed skyward, his face alight with longing, and whispered, The Wanyao fairy is said to be the goddess of all Wanyao flowers, the mother of all blooms. It is rumored that she can enchant any man to his demise. Whether this is true or not, if I could but lay eyes upon her, I would gladly embrace death for just a glimpse. However, it is said that she possesses a rather peculiar temperament, seldom allowing strangers to see her. To encounter her would indeed be a stroke of incredible fortune. The young man, after speaking, wore an expression of sheer ecstasy, unable to suppress a chuckle. Nezha pondered. Surely, the fairy Wanyao mentioned must hold significance. I must unravel the truth. Nezha promptly summoned his fiery wheels and, in no time, arrived at the sacred site of Wanyao. Before him lay a breathtaking celestial lake, which, when viewed through the clouds, radiated dazzling golden light, truly enchanting. Nezha mused. Could this be the Wanyao pool spoken of by that young man? Such beauty must be devoid of monsters. It appears to be a realm for divine cultivation. I shall descend to gain clarity. Nezha stowed his fiery wheels and approached the stunning celestial lake, where he observed a colossal stone tablet standing in the center. Inscribed with 3 shimmering golden characters, Wanyao pool. Nezha, captivated, chuckled. Huh? It seems I have not erred. This indeed is Wanyao pool. In the Wanyao pool bloomed numerous exquisite flowers, each more vibrant than the last, emanating an extraordinary luminescence that entranced onlookers. Nezha found himself spellbound, gazing at the flowers, which released alluring fragrances intermittently. Suddenly roused from his reverie, Nezha called out loudly, Hello? Is anyone there? His voice echoed through the enchanting expanse of Wanyao pool, reverberating throughout the valley. At that moment, an inexplicable reaction occurred within the pool. The water splashed noisily, and soon, a column of water surged up, forming the shape of a lotus. Even more astonishing, atop the lotus water column stood a beautiful maiden, clad in a flowing white gown and pink boots. Her visage was as radiant as a flower, and she wielded a sharp sword, enhancing her ethereal allure. Upon noticing the handsome youth shouting at the edge of the Wanyao pool, the maiden, filled with ire, shouted, Hey, where do you hail from? And what brings you here? Are you unaware that this is a forbidden area? Do you comprehend the consequences of disturbing our cultivation? Do you not know that we, the fairies of Wanyao, seldom allow outsiders? Depart at once, or I shall not be courteous. After her declaration, she assumed a combative stance. Nezha hastily replied, Dear fairy sister, I did not mean to offend this sacred place. I am Nezha, the son of the heavenly King Li. My arrival at Wanyao pool bears no malice. I merely seek clarity regarding a matter. Yesterday, while passing through Wanyao town, I encountered a beautiful fairy. Upon hearing this, the maiden exclaimed, What? You claim to have discovered a flower fairy in Wanyao town? How could she have left? We have regulations in Wanyao pool. Any flower fairy who ventures out without permission shall face the punishment of the Wanyao fairies. I fear that fairy shall not return. She knows that should the Wanyao fairy discover her absence, her fate would be dire. Nezha, displeased, retorted, Then why did the Wanyao fairy not execute her here in the Wanyao pool, leaving her remains in Wanyao town instead? What is the reason for this? The maiden, taken aback, responded, What? You say she is already dead? That cannot be. Nezha affirmed, Indeed. The celestial maiden has indeed met her demise, and curiously, it was not by the blade's edge that she fell, but rather by a divine palm from the heavens. I have come here today for this very purpose, to uncover the truth and ensure the perpetrator does not evade justice. The celestial maiden listened intently, as Nezha recounted the events, her heart brimming with indignation as she retorted, "You speak nonsense. I assure you, we, the Wan Yao Celestial Maidens, conduct our affairs with utmost integrity and never resort to underhanded tactics. Moreover, we do not wield divine palms. We only wield the swords in our hands." Nezha, puzzled, responded, "Well, that is indeed strange. However, it is a fact that the Celestial Maiden was harmed by a divine palm. I would not deceive you. I implore you, dear Flower Fairy, to step aside and allow me to seek an audience with the Wan Yao Celestial Maiden for clarification. It would be most beneficial." The Flower Fairy, incensed, declared, "How dare you? Our revered Wan Yao Celestial Maiden is not one to be summoned at your whim. I perceive you are concocting a pretext to meet her. Many have sought an audience with our Celestial Maiden, employing despicable tactics, but I shall not be fooled. I command you to leave this place immediately and cease disturbing our cultivation. Should you disregard this warning, do not blame me for the consequences. I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Nezha, taken aback, replied, "You misunderstand, Flower Fairy. Your Celestial Maiden was indeed slain by an unknown divine palm. This concerns the heavens. Why else would I have ventured here? I wish to avoid conflict, yet I shall not depart without seeing the Wan Yao Celestial Maiden today. If I am denied, I shall force my way in." The Flower Fairy bellowed, "Such audacity! Since our arrival at the bottom of this pool, none have dared to intrude upon the Wan Yao pool. If you refuse to heed my warning, you shall face dire consequences. Guardian of the Flowers." At her command, the guardian deity of their pool, the Guardian of the Flowers, was summoned. As the waters of the Wan Yao pool began to churn, the Flower Fairy released an object into the depths, which slowly ascended in a cloud of mist. Emerging from the haze was a striking maiden clad in battle armor, wielding the magnificent Divine Blossom sword, adorned with countless exquisite floral engravings. The brilliance of the sword was both enchanting and fearsome. The Guardian of the Flowers stepped forward and declared, "Flower Fairy, step back. I shall take care of this matter. I will ensure he meets a grim fate." The Flower Fairy nodded in acknowledgement, vanishing into the waters in a swirl of mist. The Guardian of the Flowers, sword in hand, furiously demanded, "Who dares to trespass here? Do you not realize you risk your life? Depart at once, lest you wish to become a soul claimed by the Divine Blossom sword." Nezha, undaunted, chuckled, "So you are the Guardian of the Flowers. I, Nezha, come here today with a purpose. I beseech you to grant me passage, and I shall be forever grateful." The Guardian of the Flowers scoffed, "What a jest! Although we may share a common path, I cannot compromise the peace. My duty is clear, regardless of who you are. I shall not allow anyone to disrupt the Wan Yao Maidens." Nezha insisted, "I seek entry into the Wan Yao pool to clarify a matter. Allow me to pass gently, or I shall not depart." The Guardian of the Flowers resolutely replied, "Spare me your idle chatter. If you wish to see the Wan Yao Celestial Maiden, you must first overcome me." The Flower Guardian promptly wielded the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword, forged from the exquisite yet treacherous Wan Yao flowers of the illustrious Wan Yao pool, a name derived from the very blossoms that thrive in its depths. Upon witnessing the Flower Guardian brandishing the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword, Nezha deftly raised his fire spear to parry. The two divine weapons clashed, sending a palpable tension rippling through the air, producing a series of resonant clangs, followed by a dazzling eruption of flames. Nezha contemplated, "Indeed, the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword is formidable. Not even my fire spear can contend with it." The Flower Guardian wielded the sword with remarkable finesse, leaving Nezha at a disadvantage, which incited his ire. "I have shown you courtesy at every turn, yet you seek to cast me into peril. Very well, I shall not hold back." With that, Nezha activated his wind and fire wheels, soaring into the sky and transforming to reveal 3 heads and 8 arms. The Flower Guardian, taken aback by such a sight, exclaimed, "What manner of creature are you, little rascal? How can you possess so many heads and arms? Even if you adopt such a bizarre form, I, the Flower Guardian, shall not falter. Unleash your true prowess." Enraged by being mistaken for a monster, Nezha was unwilling to let this slight pass. Grasping the 9-dragon divine fire, he hurled it toward the Flower Guardian. Before she could react, she found herself ensnared within the 9-dragon divine fire, battling fiercely against the 9 celestial dragons. Nezha, reflecting quietly, thought, "She has committed no wrongdoing. She is merely fulfilling her duty. I was the one who intruded here, after all. It would be unjust to make an enemy of her. I shall grant her a chance at life." With that resolution, he retracted the 9-dragon divine fire, leaving the Flower Guardian in a state of bewilderment. Having prepared herself for a desperate struggle, she was astonished when Nezha chose to spare her life, and with gratitude, she set down her Wandering Blossom Divine Sword, saying, "Why have you released me? By slaying me, you could have sought the Wan Yao fairy in the depths of the Wan Yao pool. Nezha replied with a smile. You have misunderstood me, Flower Guardian. I seek only to discern the truth of this matter. I harbor no intention of enmity with you, nor do I wish to disrupt the sanctity of the Wan Yao pool. My inquiries pertain to a mysterious celestial palm. And as a heavenly being, how could I remain indifferent to such occurrences? The Flower Guardian, moved by Nezha's words, recognized that this young hero bore no ill intent and possessed a sincere heart. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I will guide you to meet the Wan Yao fairy. However, you must ingest this pill, for it will shield your body from the corrosive waters of the Wan Yao pool. The pool contains a highly toxic liquid, which only the flowers that grow within it can withstand. Anything else that touches the water will be dissolved. This is why our lineage has remained undisturbed for generations. The Wan Yao fairy resides at the very bottom of the pool, and you must consume this pill to ensure your survival and reach her realm. Fear not. I shall not bring you harm. Nezha smiled and said, Guardian of Blossoms, you need not speak so modestly. How could I possibly doubt you? Very well. I shall consume this pill. With that, Nezha took the pill and placed it in his mouth. And the Guardian of Blossoms promptly led him into the ethereal Wan Yao pool. The waters of the Wan Yao pool were exceptionally clear, and soon they arrived at the grand entrance of the Crystal Palace, where 4 majestic characters were inscribed. Flanked by 2 lines of text on the crystalline columns, Heaven grants longevity to Wan Yao. Earth provides roots to Wan Yao. Nezha pondered. What a remarkable being this Wan Yao fairy must be. Her words are indeed grand. As Nezha contemplated, the grand doors creaked open, revealing a magnificent crystal palace. To enter, one had to pass through a vibrant curtain of water that seemed almost alive, cascading continuously from above. Behind this curtain, a colorful purple-clad figure was shrouded, obscuring the interior. Yet a faint silhouette of a woman could be discerned, exuding an unparalleled beauty. The Guardian of Blossoms knelt and proclaimed, Esteemed fairy, I must report that I have failed in my duties and been bested by this young hero before you. However, he bore no malice and has graciously spared me. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss with you, and I believe he means no harm. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. From behind the vibrant purple veil, a celestial woman gazed at the handsome young hero, contemplating, surely, he is not an ordinary person. I must inquire further. The Wan Yao fairy commanded, Guardian of Blossoms. You have recklessly brought a stranger into the Wan Yao pool. You ought to face dire consequences, but I shall grant you clemency for your years of loyalty. Now, step aside. The Guardian of Blossoms gracefully retreated, vanishing from sight. The Wan Yao fairy then turned her gaze upon Nezha and inquired, Who are you? And what brings you here? If you are unwilling to answer, you may leave at once. Nezha hurriedly replied, Fairy, I beg your pardon. I am Nezha, the 3rd prince of Li Tianwang, and I have been tasked with seeking the sacred spirit stone. While passing through Wanyao town, I discovered the body of a beautiful woman who has tragically passed away. Strangely, she bore wounds inflicted by a divine hand from the heavens. Upon hearing this peculiar tale, the Wan Yao fairy retorted, And what of it? Such occurrences are not uncommon in the mortal realm. What concern is it of mine? Moreover, I have never met this woman, so how could I know her appearance? We share no grievances, so why would I wish her harm? Seeing the Wan Yao fairy's agitation, Nezha spoke gently, Fairy, please calm your ire. I have heard that this maiden is no ordinary being. Some say she is a fairy of the Wan Yao pool. Her cause of death remains a mystery, and I have come here to seek clarity from you. The Wan Yao fairy, upon hearing Nezha's detailed account, softened slightly and murmured, Nezha, forgive my impatience. Let me consult the fates and discern whether she belongs to my realm. As she closed her eyes and calculated, her brow furrowed, and her expression shifted dramatically. She stammered, Sister. Sister. Nezha, alarmed, asked, Fairy, what troubles you? The Wan Yao fairy replied, Nezha, where is that enchanting sister you spoke of? She is my dear sibling. Nezha exclaimed, What? She is your sister? No wonder she is so beautiful. She should still be in Wanyao town. The enchanting fairy Wanyao implored, Nezha, may I journey to Wanyao town to retrieve my poor sister? I must uncover who has so cruelly taken her life. The beauty of fairy Wanyao was unparalleled by any mortal, as she gracefully emerged from the vibrant purple orchids. Approaching Nezha, he stood transfixed, as if turned to stone, captivated by the exquisite visage of the ethereal fairy Wanyao. She called out to Nezha, Nezha, Nezha. It was only then that he snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Fairy Wanyao, you are so breathtakingly beautiful. I have never encountered anyone like you. May I be your brother? His words tumbled out in a flurry, his heart yearning to claim such a stunning sister. With a joyful smile, Fairy Wanyao replied, Of course, Nezha. To be the sister of a little hero is our destiny. I gladly accept. However, our foremost task is to locate my dear sister." Overjoyed at her acceptance, Nezha felt an indescribable bliss swell within him. He declared, "Sister, I shall take you to search for our departed sister." The next chapter, White Yao Flower, invites you to continue following this tale. Chapter 14, White Yao Flower, encourages a tranquil mindset in facing the myriad tribulations of life. As usual, the Wanyao pool exuded an enticing fragrance, and time passed serenely. The acknowledgement from Fairy Wanyao that Nezha could call her sister filled him with immense joy. He resolved to protect his sister from any harm and to unravel the mystery surrounding her demise. Together, Nezha and Fairy Wanyao exited the Wanyao pool, soaring upon colorful clouds. Fairy Wanyao's gown billowed like delicate petals in the wind, embodying the essence of a celestial being descending to earth. They proceeded directly to Wanyao town, where Nezha noticed an elderly vendor calling out from a distance. He approached the old man and inquired, "Sir, I seek information about the young lady who tragically passed away here a few days ago. Do you know where she might be?" The old man cleared his throat and replied in a raspy voice, "Young man, why do you seek that poor girl? Is it not enough that her beauty has led to her demise? Who knows?" Nezha felt a pang of displeasure at the old man's words and exclaimed with fervor, "Sir, you misunderstand. Not all men are as you portray. I, Nezha, act with integrity and righteousness, never straying from the path of conscience." Fairy Wanyao, noticing Nezha's agitation, stepped forward with a gentle smile, saying, "Elder, this is my brother. He may speak a bit impolitely, so please overlook his words." The old man paused his work and regarded the lovely maiden before him with a smile, saying, "You seem far from a wicked person, young lady. No harm done. I am merely concerned that the young lady may continue to be tormented even after her demise." Thus, upon hearing the elder's tone, it became evident to Wanyao Xianzi that he seemed to possess knowledge of her sister's whereabouts. Gratefully, she inquired, "Elder, do you know where she is?" "The deceased young lady is my sister. Please, I implore you to reveal her location." The elder, genuinely believing in the beauty before him, recounted everything to Wanyao Xianzi. "Why did you not speak of this sooner? Alas, alas, you have arrived too late. Your sister met a tragic fate. Such a virtuous young woman was treacherously dealt with, which is truly heartbreaking." The young lady had been carried by the townsfolk of Wanyao to the nearby Wanyao temple, placed there temporarily, awaiting someone to claim her. Wanyao Xianzi listened intently, hastily summoned Nezha, and expressed her gratitude to the elder before rushing to Wanyao temple. It appeared that no one had visited this place for some time. Weeds had flourished, and spider webs adorned the corners, indicating the temple had long been abandoned. The temple doors were tightly shut, and as Nezha approached to push them open, a sudden creak echoed, causing him to shiver instinctively and step back, only to realize that the doors had not been fully opened, and he had fallen heavily to the ground. Fuming, Nezha exclaimed, This wretched temple door." He promptly brandished his red tassel spear and entered the Wanyao temple, with Wanyao Xianzi closely behind. Nezha called out, Sister, look, there is a coffin here. I wonder what lies within. Could it be that our departed sister is inside?" Wanyao Xianzi commanded, "Nezha, quickly open it and see what is inside." With a forceful thrust of his spear, Nezha flipped the coffin lid aside with a loud clang. What emerged upon opening the coffin left Nezha at a loss. He shouted, "Sister Wanyao, look, there is no sign of that sister here. Oddly enough, there is a snow-white flower within." Bewildered, he continued, Strange. Wanyao Xianzi hurried forward, gazing at the flower, unable to restrain her tears. She cradled the flower, sobbing, "Sister, my dear sister, who has wronged you so? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Seeing Wanyao Xianzi in such deep sorrow, Nezha's heart ached. "Sister, please do not cry. That day, I witnessed this sister being ambushed by an unknown divine hand. Such a hand. There are none who wield such power in Wanyao town. How perplexing." Wanyao Xianzi replied, perplexed. At that moment, it seemed Nezha had made a discovery. He shouted, "Sister, look. It appears that two characters are faintly inscribed upon the flower." Wanyao Xianzi, having not noticed before, turned her attention to the snow-white flower and indeed saw the characters. Tathagata. Nezha was taken aback, his eyes wide as he stared at Fairy Wanyao. After a considerable moment, he stammered, What is written above? It says, Buddha, how can this be? Impossible." Fairy Wanyao hesitated and replied, "I too find this implausible. The Tathagata of the Western Paradise cherishes all living beings. How could he slay such a kind-hearted girl? Yet, how do we explain this palm technique? I have heard long ago that the Tathagata possesses a unique palm technique specifically to vanquish evil demons, leaving the two characters inscribed upon the corpses. This is the Tathagata's unparalleled skill, the Rulai divine palm, which only the Tathagata himself can wield. And I have never witnessed it. It is immensely powerful. Could it be? Could it be? Nezha pondered and interrupted. No? No. Sister Wanyao. This cannot be. There is certainly something amiss. We must uncover the truth and restore the Tathagata's honor. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha inquired, Sister, is there still hope for her? Fairy Wanyao considered and responded, Nezha, humans possess 7 souls and 8 spirits. We are the Wanyao flowers of the Wanyao pool. With a millennium of cultivation, we originally lacked souls and spirits, relying on the divine water of the Wanyao pool to prolong our lives. My sister is the only white Wanyao flower in the pool, extremely rare, a true gem. It is unclear why she ventured out. And even the guardian of the flowers did not notice. It is indeed strange. My sister, known as Bai Yao, is pure and endearing. Everyone adores her. We affectionately call her Little Bai in private. There is a way to save her, though it is challenging. Nezha asked, What is the method? Sister, please tell me. Fairy Wanyao stated solemnly, The only way is to retrieve the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir from the 8 trigrams furnace in the heavenly court. After being nourished by the divine water of the Wanyao, Little Bai can be revived. Nezha exclaimed joyfully, If Sister Bai awakens, she will know everything. Sister, rest assured. I will ascend to the heavens and surely obtain the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir to save Sister Bai. Let us act separately. You take Sister Bai back to the Wanyao pool, and I shall ascend to borrow the elixir from the Supreme Lord Lao Jun and return directly to the Wanyao pool. Fairy Wanyao felt a surge of happiness at Nezha's words. Her heart warmed as she kindly cautioned, Nezha, my brother, be careful in all things. Hurry and return. Nezha nodded, exiting the Wanyao shrine, and immediately mounted his fiery wheels, soaring towards the heavenly court. Above the heavenly court, resplendent rays of 7 colors shone, and celestial cranes soared freely, occasionally issuing bright calls. Multicolored clouds drifted gracefully across the sky, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Nezha had not visited the heavenly court in a long time, and he felt an indescribable beauty and warmth here, a sense of familiarity. With responsibilities weighing upon him, he could not spare a moment to greet his parents. Making his way directly to the Lingxiao Palace. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, Nezha approached and bowed, saying, Jade Emperor, Nezha has come to the heavenly court on urgent business, and I seek your assistance. Upon the arrival of Nezha, the Jade Emperor was filled with great joy. Observing the valiant young hero clad in armor, he noted an unprecedented maturity reflected in his steadfast gaze, imbued with resilience, determination, confidence, and courage. The Jade Emperor felt an immense delight, pondering that it would not be long before a new generation of war gods would emerge in the heavenly realm, ensuring its continuity. He nodded thoughtfully and addressed Nezha. It has been a while. Nezha, you seem to have grown significantly. Is there something you require assistance with? Speak freely. Nezha stepped forward and replied, Your Majesty, my visit this time is to seek the help of the Supreme Lord Laozi. The Jade Emperor gasped in astonishment, inquiring urgently, What matter requires the assistance of the Lord? Speak swiftly. Nezha, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the encounter with the fairy Wanyao in the mortal realm, leaving no detail unmentioned. The Jade Emperor's expression softened as he remarked, Is it true that such a beautiful flower goddess exists in the mortal world? What concern is it of the Supreme Lord? Why do you seek him? Nezha, with utmost seriousness, responded, In the Wanyao pool, there exists a rare white Yao flower, the sister of the fairy Wanyao. Tragically, she was murdered just days ago. Strangely, the assailant wielded the Buddha's palm. At the mention of the Buddha's palm, both the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings were taken aback. The Jade Emperor, in disbelief, exclaimed, What? Nezha, do not speak frivolously. The Buddha's palm is the most sacred technique, cultivated solely by the Tathagata Buddha. Its power is immense. Even the highest deities fear it. This technique is not imparted lightly, as there is concern that those with malevolent hearts might misuse it. Only the Tathagata Buddha is known to wield it. I cannot fathom who else could possibly utilize the Buddha's palm. Could it be the Buddha himself? Nezha hastily interjected, Your Majesty, do not entertain such thoughts. It is impossible. The compassionate Tathagata would never unjustly take the life of an innocent girl. This is certainly not the Buddha's doing. The assembled deities listened intently and echoed in unison, Indeed, Nezha is correct. This is not the work of the Tathagata. The Jade Emperor pondered. Then who could it be? Why would they employ the Buddha's palm to commit murder? What conspiracy lies behind this? He spoke with authority. Nezha, you must uncover the truth behind this matter and clear the Tathagata's name. Nezha replied earnestly, Your Majesty, I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly and restore the Tathagata's honor. The Jade Emperor contemplated deeply. What could the Tathagata be doing in the mortal realm? What schemes or intentions could he have? These are matters beyond estimation. Until Nezha reveals the truth, we must await the Tathagata's innocence to be vindicated. Chapter 15. The 9-Turn Resurrection Pill Prologue. Path. How shall it be traversed? In my childhood, my mother told me that the path is an invisible giant foot. Wherever it treads, it may transform into a road. Though at times it may be fraught with obstacles and storms, we feel an immense pride, for we have persevered, ultimately discovering the correct path to success. Regardless of the time or the challenges that may arise in the future, I implore my dream-cherishing friends and brothers, do not fear adversity. Hold steadfast to your inner aspirations. Trust in yourselves. As long as your actions are just, fear not the storms. Persevere until the end of time. Gua Kai Long, with determination, addressed the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty. Before I uncover the truth, I must borrow an item from the Great Supreme Elder to revive my sister, Xiaobai, who is none other than the sister of the immortal Wan Yao, and a victim of the Buddha's divine palm. After a moment's hesitation, the Jade Emperor replied slowly. Very well. Since this is for the sake of the Buddha, I shall grant an exception. I command the Great Supreme Elder to comply with all of Nezha's requests. He may borrow whatever he wishes. Nezha was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Jade Emperor called out. Where is the Great Supreme Elder? The Great Supreme Elder stepped forward and inquired. Your Majesty, I am here. What brings the young hero Nezha to me? What do you wish to borrow? Nezha, without reservation, approached the Great Supreme Elder and asked, Elder, I have heard that you possess the 9-Turn soul-restoring pill? Upon hearing Nezha's request, the Great Supreme Elder was taken aback. The 9-Turn soul-restoring pill. It is the most wondrous of elixirs. A mortal who consumes it may ascend to the heavens. The deceased may be revived, and even deities who partake of it will see their powers greatly enhanced, transforming into golden immortals, coexisting with the cosmos. This pill requires meticulous crafting within the 8 trigrams furnace, utilizing the true fire of the 3 mysteries for a duration of 81 days. The ingredients are rare, sourced from the essence stones collected over millennia on Kunlun Mountain, making it exceedingly precious. Only through the 9 turns technique, manipulating the forces of yin and yang within the 8 trigrams, can the 9 turns soul-restoring pill be truly completed. The Great Supreme Elder elaborated on the arduous process of crafting the 9 turns soul-restoring pill, his anger rekindling as he recalled, years ago, the Victory Buddha pilfered my freshly crafted 9 turns soul-restoring pill, causing me 3 days of vexation and sorrow. Even now, the memory unsettles me. And now, Nezha, you wish to borrow this precious pill. Nezha, realizing the immense difficulty in acquiring the 9 turns soul-restoring pill, perceived it as the Great Supreme Elder's cherished treasure. Reluctant to lend it to anyone, he thought to himself, this will not do. What if he refuses to lend it to me? Sister Xiaobai awaits the pill to save her life. I cannot afford to wait any longer. I must obtain the 9 turns soul-restoring pill as swiftly as possible. It is said that the elder responds better to kindness than to force. Thus, I shall proceed accordingly. Contemplating how to expedite his request, Nezha smiled and spoke courteously to the Great Supreme Elder. Dear Elder, I know you to be the most benevolent deity in the 3 realms. Your words as warm and inviting as a kind grandfather-ess. You surely would not stand idly by in a time of need. Furthermore, you are aware that this matter pertains to the Buddha's honor. For the sake of the Jade Emperor's goodwill, would you lend Nezha just 1 pill? Please, I beg of you. Nezha approached the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, playfully embracing his figure and shaking him gently like a petulant child. He began to exhibit the whims of youth, occasionally stroking the elder's long beard and teasingly scratching his head, resembling an endearing little monkey seeking affection. The Supreme Lord, a venerable and benevolent deity, was particularly fond of flattery. Overwhelmed by Nezha's praises, his face flushed with a noticeable blush, as if feeling bashful. Furthermore, with Nezha clinging to him, it was impossible for Lao Jun to extricate himself. Nezha, beloved by all in the heavenly realm, and having grown up under Lao Jun's watchful gaze, resembled a child to him, one that could not be forsaken in times of need. With so many deities observing, Lao Jun already anticipated the outcome. He gently caressed Nezha's forehead and chuckled. Oh, I, the Supreme Lord, am not a miserly figure. You may borrow the 9 turns revitalizing pill. Besides, Nezha intends to use it to save someone. After all the compliments you've lavished upon me, it would be quite embarrassing not to lend it to you, lest I become a laughingstock among the celestial beings. The Jade Emperor, amused by the unfolding farce. Chuckled to himself, ha ha ha, very well, let it be so. In truth, the 9 turns revitalizing pill serves little purpose in my possession now. We can always refine more later. The other deities chimed in laughter, ha ha ha. It appears Nezha has the means to persuade even the Supreme Lord. How gracious he is. The Jade Emperor urged, enough. Nezha, go with the Supreme Lord to retrieve the 9 turns revitalizing pill and revive your little sister by restoring the honor of the Tath Gata Buddha. Off you go. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun beckoned Nezha, and with a flourish of his pristine Buddhist staff, he commanded, Nezha, follow me. They departed from the Lingxiao treasure hall and soon arrived at the Daoshui Palace, the Supreme Lord's abode, which was surrounded by radiant clouds and emanated a remarkable brilliance. Upon reaching the palace's entrance, the Supreme Lord waved his staff, causing the golden doors to swing open. 2 Taoist youths of similar height approached, each wielding feathered fans. They greeted, Master, we have successfully refined the transformation pills in the alchemical furnace. Please, take them. The Supreme Lord smiled, thank you, my dear disciples. No need to rush. You may return to your tasks. There is nothing more for you to do here. Just as the 2 youths were about to depart, the Supreme Lord suddenly recalled another matter and called out, wait, my dear disciples. I have something else I require of you. One was Feng Tong, the wind boy, and the other Yun Tong, the cloud boy. Feng Tong was transformed from the ethereal winds of the 9th heaven, while Yun Tong emerged from the splendid clouds of myriad colors above. Their divine abilities were evident. Upon hearing the Supreme Lord summon them, they quickly halted and approached, saying, Master, what else do you need? The Supreme Lord pondered, Feng, go and check if the 9 turns revitalizing pill in the Inyang Bagua furnace has been successfully refined. Feng Tong responded, yes, Master. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun mused, ah, Nezha, you have arrived at just the right moment. The 9 turns soul-reviving elixir within the Inyang Bagua furnace has just reached completion, precisely on this, the 81st day. Upon hearing this, Nezha rejoiced, exclaiming, it is not merely a coincidence that I have come. This 9 turns soul-reviving elixir has been crafted specifically for me. Ha ha ha. Lao Jun's expression softened as he affectionately stroked Nezha's head and chuckled. Ah, clever Nezha, you are indeed a quick-witted one. The wind child approached the Inyang Bagua furnace, muttering a few incantations, and the lid of the furnace began to slowly open, releasing a plume of white mist. Following the mist, 2 radiant golden orbs ascended from within the furnace. With great delight, Lao Jun exclaimed, it is done, it is done. Wind, retrieve the 2 golden elixirs before you. The wind child summoned the celestial wind, which took on a script-like form and enveloped the 2 golden elixirs, swiftly returning them to his hands. Presenting the 2 golden elixirs to Lao Jun, the wind child announced, Master, behold. The golden elixirs shimmered brilliantly, exuding an aura of celestial energy. Lao Jun gazed at the elixirs with immense joy and remarked to Nezha, look, Nezha, this is the miraculous 9 turns soul-reviving elixir. Nezha, puzzled, inquired, Grandfather Lao Jun, why are there 2 golden elixirs here? Is it not true that the 9 turns soul-reviving elixir consists of only one? To this, Lao Jun chuckled, do not fret, Nezha. What you see now is merely the precursor to the 9 turn soul-reviving elixir. The golden elixir in my left hand is of Yin, while the one in my right hand is of Yang. It is only through the union of Yin and Yang that the true 9 turn soul-reviving elixir is achieved. Nezha, anxious, then asked, Grandfather Lao Jun, how much longer must we wait for it to be perfected? Will it take a long time? Lao Jun, gazing at the 2 golden elixirs, reassured him, do not be hasty, Nezha. It will be completed shortly. Patience is key. Rushing can lead to unfavorable outcomes. Nezha nodded, and Lao Jun, holding the 2 golden elixirs, proceeded to the 9 turn Bagua, placing the luminous Yang elixir upon the white koi's eye and the Yin elixir upon the black koi's eye. With a flourish of his hand, Lao Jun chanted a spell, and the 2 black and white koi within the 9 turn Inyang Bagua began to swim in a lively manner, circling around one another until they gradually merged, bringing the golden elixirs together as well. Before long, a tremendous sound erupted, followed by a dazzling display of 4 colors. As the spectacle subsided, a single radiant golden elixir floated serenely in the air, having absorbed the essence of both. Lao Jun erupted in laughter, ha ha ha. We have succeeded. This 9 turn soul-reviving elixir, a fusion of Yin and Yang, possesses unparalleled power. Its effects are truly miraculous. As Lao Jun performed the soul-moving incantation, the 9 turn soul-reviving elixir began to glide toward him, its translucent surface shimmering with extraordinary light. Strangely, the surface of the elixir reflected the image of the Inyang Bagua, creating a most wondrous sight. In an instant, the 9 turns revitalization pill was placed in the hands of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, observing the extraordinary golden elixir before him. He earnestly advised, Nezha, heed my words. I now bestow upon you this newly crafted 9 turns revitalization pill. Go forth and rescue the young lady you spoke of, the one named Bai Yao. Take utmost care not to let it fall into the hands of evildoers. Remember, Nezha, witnessing the Supreme Lord's deep affection for the elixir, understood its immense power and the miracles it could perform. There could be no room for error. With confidence, Nezha nodded, proclaiming, Rest assured, I, Nezha, will protect this elixir with my very life, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of the wicked. The Supreme Lord gazed at Nezha with unwavering conviction, reflecting, This child possesses a beautiful heart. He is destined for greatness. A gentle smile graced the Supreme Lord's countenance as he softly urged, Go forth, Nezha, for the future lies in your hands. Grateful for the Supreme Lord's guidance and clutching the life-saving elixir, Nezha felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, instilling within him an enduring faith. He understood the importance of seizing the pivotal directions of life and pursuing them without compromise. Chapter 16. The Revival of Bai Yao Flower Prologue. Articulating your clear objectives can yield numerous benefits, and keeping these positive thoughts at the forefront of your mind empowers you to create a consciousness of success. This consciousness can fortify your determination to achieve your goals, particularly when faced with challenges. As long as you believe mentally, anything is achievable. Belief, steadfastness, hope. These sentiments took root deeply within Nezha's heart. He recognized the arduous journey ahead, yet he never faltered, for an invisible force guided him onward. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Lord with the 9 turns revitalization pill in hand, Nezha summoned the wind and fire wheels and descended to the mortal realm, heading straight for the Wan Yao pool. Meanwhile, the fairy of Wan Yao emerged from the town, clutching the Bai Yao flower, her heart heavy with sorrow. She silently vowed to unearth the perpetrator responsible for the flower's demise. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the fairy arrived at her home, the Wan Yao pool, resplendent in its beauty and fragrant with divine aromas. Inhaling the familiar scents of her homeland, she became lost in cherished memories, reflecting on the joyous time spent with Bai Yao, who was youthful, charming, lively, and beautiful. As these thoughts enveloped her, a faint smile graced her lovely visage. However, reality soon returned as she delicately cradled the Bai Yao flower in her delicate hands, sighing, Alas. Sister, dear sister, look, we are home. Do not fear. You shall be well. Do you know how heartbroken I am? I will not rest until I find the one who has harmed you. Do not fear, dear sister. Our noble brother Nezha has ascended to the heavens to procure the 9 turns rebirth elixir to save you. Nezha, with his remarkable abilities, will surely acquire this precious elixir. And at that moment, you shall be revived, and we shall be reunited once more. Let us now extend our prayers for our brother Nezha, hoping he encounters no peril. As Wan Yao Xinzi spoke these words, she clasped the white Yao flower tightly in her hands, gradually closing her eyes. A few crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, breaking the heart of anyone who beheld her sorrow. Gently, she offered her prayers for Nezha. Observing the white Yao flower by the riverbank, Wan Yao Xinzi whispered, Sister, I shall take you home now. With that, she gracefully waved her snowy sleeve, parting the waters of Wan Yao pool. Following closely, she entered the pool. But instead of returning directly to the depths of the palace, she turned and made her way to the forbidden grounds of Wan Yao. It is said that only the current master of Wan Yao pool may enter this sacred place. Any intruder, regardless of their identity, would find themselves doomed. However, to save the white Yao flower, she had no choice but to venture here, for within lay a rare and nourishing holy water, essential to preserve the wilting flower. With little regard for the dangers, Wan Yao Xinzi approached a grand door, beside which stood a stone tablet inscribed with the ominous warning, Forbidden grounds of Wan Yao. Trespassers shall perish. She silently recited, The master of Wan Yao has arrived. I beseech the forbidden grounds to open. In response, the tightly shut door creaked open, revealing a dim and damp interior, as if ages had passed since anyone had set foot here. An ancient, unsettling aura swept over her, sending a chill down her spine. Undeterred by the disorder, she approached the pool marked as the nourishing pool. Despite the chaos surrounding it, the water within was crystal clear. A wave of joy surged within her as she beheld the holy water, and she thought, Sister, dear sister, there is hope. In haste, Wan Yao Xinzi placed the white Yao flower into the nourishing pool, preventing it from withering too quickly. To her astonishment, the flower began to eagerly absorb the holy water. And soon, it displayed signs of revitalization, no longer appearing desolate, but imbued with a hint of life. Overcome with excitement, Wan Yao Xianzi beamed with joy, her exquisite features radiating beauty anew. It was a stroke of fortune that the palm strike from the Buddha had merely returned the white Yao flower to its original form without claiming its life entirely. However, for the flower to truly rise from its grave and regain its shape, the 9 turns rebirth elixir from Taishang Lao Jun was imperative. Wan Yao Xianzi could not suppress her growing concern. Brother Nezha, will you be able to procure the 9 turns rebirth elixir from Taishang Lao Jun? It is said that he is not so generous. Alas, suddenly Wan Yao Xianzi thought to herself, oh dear. Nezha, my dear brother, please do not create a ruckus in the heavenly court for the sake of obtaining the 9 turns rebirth elixir, for that would lead to dire consequences. I must ascend to the heavens. I cannot let you come to harm. As the thoughts of Nezha filled her mind, Fairy Wan Yao found herself leaving the Wan Yao pool, determined to fly towards the heavenly court. At that moment, she noticed a small divine warrior descending from the sky, clad in a lotus battle attire, wielding a fiery spear, and adorned with a fluttering celestial silk, exuding an air of majesty. Fairy Wan Yao recognized that the one descending was none other than her beloved brother Nezha. Overjoyed, she beamed with a captivating smile and called out to the heavens, Nezha, Nezha, my dear brother, I am here. Nezha, possessing the keen ears of the wind, heard her clearly and saw her distinctly. He joyfully responded, Sister Wan Yao, Sister Wan Yao. Nezha, having stowed away his wind and fire wheels, approached Fairy Wan Yao. Delighted to see her waiting for him, he smiled and said, Sister, I have caused you worry. Fairy Wan Yao replied, my dear brother, it is wonderful that you have returned. I was concerned that you might act recklessly in the heavenly court. Nezha interjected, I have caused you worry, but I am no longer a child. I will not act impulsively. I have successfully acquired the 9 turns rebirth elixir. As he spoke, he revealed the radiant golden elixir in his hand, shimmering brilliantly. Fairy Wan Yao, upon seeing the elixir, exclaimed with joy, Nezha, splendid work. The white Yao flower is saved now, ha ha ha. Seeing his sister so elated warmed Nezha's heart, and he gently inquired, Sister Wan Yao, how is sister by now? Fairy Wan Yao hurriedly responded, Nezha, the white Yao flower is currently in the Wan Yao forbidden grounds. And after being placed in the nourishing pool, she is much better now. With the addition of this 9 turns rebirth elixir, we can indeed revive her. Nezha laughed joyously. That is wonderful news. His laughter, pure and untainted, echoed through the heavens. Nezha followed Fairy Wan Yao to the Wan Yao forbidden grounds, arriving at the edge of the nourishing pool. Fairy Wan Yao observed that the white Yao flower was thriving within, now blooming beautifully and exuding an enchanting fragrance. She rejoiced, Nezha, look, the white Yao flower has blossomed, indicating that her soul has returned. I believe that with the 9 turns rebirth elixir, she can regain her human form. Nezha replied, Sister Wan Yao, let us commence. Fairy Wan Yao nodded, and Nezha took out the 9 turns rebirth elixir. With a graceful hand, he drew a yin-yang 8 trigrams and cast it into the nourishing pool, swiftly following with the elixir. The yin-yang 8 trigrams swirled in the pool as if it were a living entity, and soon, the water shimmered with golden light, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance. Nezha exclaimed, what is happening? How strange. Fairy Wan Yao pondered, could it be? Has something gone awry? No, it cannot be. It simply cannot be. Suddenly, Fairy Wan Yao stepped forward to intervene, just as the yin-yang bagua vanished, and the brilliant white light before them dissipated. Nezha slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the pool, astonished by the sight before him. He exclaimed, Sister, sister, look. Fairy Wan Yao, hearing Nezha's cry, hurried to the nourishing pool and joyfully exclaimed, it's Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Xiaobai has returned. She approached and gently lifted the white Yao flower, who lay in the nourishing pool. Nezha came closer, scrutinizing the white Yao flower closely, and inquired, Sister, why hasn't Xiaobai awakened yet? Fairy Wan Yao pondered, perhaps the white Yao flower has just regained her form. I believe she will awaken in due time. Let us wait here for a while. Time often seems to crawl when one is waiting. Clearly, it dragged on as Nezha and Fairy Wan Yao anxiously awaited the awakening of the white Yao flower in the secluded realm of Wan Yao. After a few hours, the tightly closed eyes of the white Yao flower suddenly opened miraculously. Confused and terrified, she wondered where she was, as if trapped in a dream. In her agonized thoughts, she lamented, am I dead? No. No. Sister Wan Yao, Sister Wan Yao. She wept bitterly. Fairy Wan Yao, upon hearing the cries, swiftly turned and rushed to the pool's edge, embracing the white Yao flower and soothingly said, Xiaobai, dear sister, it's me, your Fairy Wan Yao. Do not cry, do not cry. You nearly frightened me to death. Do you know how worried I was? The white Yao flower then steadied herself, ceasing her tears, and looked at Fairy Wan Yao in astonishment, exclaiming, "You truly are my Fairy Wan Yao. I am not dead? How can this be? Wasn't I supposed to be dead? What is happening? Sister, please tell me." Fairy Wan Yao smiled wryly and replied, "Sister, consider yourself fortunate. You encountered the divine General Nezha. Now, Nezha has become our good brother. It was he who pleaded with the Supreme Lord Laozi to obtain the 9-turn resurrection pill, allowing you to be revived." The white Yao flower gazed at the handsome, young general clad in lotus battle attire and felt a surge of joy. "You are Nezha. You are the one who brought me back to life. I do not know how to thank you, but I will consider you my own brother from now on." Upon hearing the white Yao flower's words, Nezha was overjoyed. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have come to Wanyao town and met two beautiful sisters. Gratefully, he replied, "Sister Xiaobai, there is no need for such formality. It is my honor to know you both, and knowing that you regard me as a brother fills me with happiness." Fairy Wanyao then asked sternly, "Xiaobai, how did you come to be in Wanyao town? Who harmed you? And who wielded the Buddha's palm against you?" Nezha resolutely declared, "Indeed, Sister Baiwa, who is responsible for your demise? Who wielded the palm of Tathagata? Speak freely, for I, Nezha, shall one day uncover the perpetrator and avenge you." Bai Yaohua pondered deeply. Who could the culprit be? Why would one inflict harm upon such a beautiful maiden? What is the truth? I await the answer. Chapter 18. The Ancient Artifact, the Nine-Faced Heart-Collecting Banner. Prologue. Should you aspire to achieve greatness in life, the most effective approach is to elevate your conviction to an intense level. Only by reaching such heights will you be driven to take action and eliminate all obstacles in your path. While a firm belief may serve a purpose at times, certain matters demand a profound conviction to succeed. Do not fear any challenges. Treat each difficulty as a new trial. Friends, let us commence elevating our beliefs to a fervent degree. Whatever endeavor we undertake must be accompanied by action, and miracles shall manifest. Guo Kailong. Nezha soared from the Wanyao pool, heading directly toward Wanyao town. In just a few days, the place had transformed drastically. Vitality and prosperity had vanished, leaving behind a chaotic scene. The streets were in disarray, tables and chairs overturned, and debris scattered by the fierce winds, making it appear as though Wanyao town had long been abandoned. At first glance, every household bore mysterious talismans for exorcising demons on their doors, and all entrances were tightly shut. The sky was heavy with malice, and wild winds howled, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Occasionally, a passerby scurried by like a frightened mouse, hastily making their way home. Nezha seized this rare opportunity and approached a hurried passerby. "Good sir, what has transpired here? How could such a transformation occur in just a few days?" The hurried man stammered, This esteemed guest. Why are you still here? Are you courting danger? It is not safe here. Beasts roam at night, preying on beautiful maidens. Those fair of face have all been devoured by the monsters. How tragic. Thus, the townsfolk dare not venture out, fearing the wrath of this deranged fiend. I must return home now. I just sought a few talismans at the Wanyao temple to affix upon my door. I must leave, and you should too. Depart from here. The man hurriedly took his leave. Nezha contemplated. This must be the work of the nine-faced demon fox. How despicable. Should I capture this fiend, I shall ensure it knows despair. The nine-faced demon fox may still reside in Wanyao mountain. I shall pay a visit to its lair. With that, Nezha activated his windfire wheels, wielding the fire spear, and in a flash, he arrived at Wanyao mountain. In the skies above Wanyao mountain, Nezha manifested his 3 heads and 8 arms, employing the 1,000 miles demon-searching eye to locate the lair of the nine-faced demon fox. Witnessing Nezha's formidable display, his eyes glimmered with excitement as he gazed upon the peak of Wanyao mountain. Elated, he observed a plume of dark demonic energy emanating from the summit, prompting him to think, this must surely be the hiding place of the nine-faced fox. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Nezha, transforming his divine manifestation into a swirl of purple mist, ascended to the pinnacle of Wanyao mountain. Upon arrival, he let out a cold chuckle, remarking, indeed there is a demon cave here. Entering the cave, he overheard a conversation within, where the nine-faced demon fox, in a fit of delirium, cradled a small magical scorpion and lamented, Almighty Scorpion, do you know how many beautiful maidens I have slain to consume their essence? Am I not the most beautiful woman in the world? The scorpion, crawling about nervously, stammered, My esteemed mistress, please do not take offense at my honesty. I must tell you that you are not yet the most beautiful woman in the world, for your visage is far too grotesque. If you were the last woman on earth, then you might indeed be the most beautiful. With that, The scorpion transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished without a trace. The nine-faced fox, infuriated by the scorpion's words, cried out in rage. I refuse to believe it. I shall eradicate all the women in the world. I despise them for standing in the way of my beauty. Nezha, listening intently, shouted, You wretched old demon, envious of others' beauty, your heart consumed by demonic desires, you are beyond redemption. Today, I shall send you to the netherworld. The nine-faced fox, hearing his words, retorted furiously, Who dares to act so brazenly in my domain? Reveal yourself, if you wish to perish. Nezha appeared, laughing heartily, Ha ha ha, old demon. Look at your hideous visage. To aspire to be the most beautiful is but a dream. Allow me to expedite your journey to reincarnation, perhaps in your next life. You shall not commit heinous acts and might be granted a beautiful face by the heavens. Furious, the nine-faced fox exclaimed, I thought it was something formidable, but it is merely a foolish child. What brings you here? Know that I, the fox spirit, do not feast upon children. I shall pretend I did not hear your insolent words. Leave this place at once, or I shall show you no mercy. Nezha mused to himself, The fox is not entirely wicked, as she does not consume children. He then declared, Old demon, do not underestimate my youth. I shall defeat you and avenge my fallen sisters. The nine-faced fox laughed maniacally, Ha ha ha, you dare to boast, little child? I have already stated that I shall spare your life, yet you linger. With your lotus attire and handsome appearance, it would be a pity to slay you. Nezha, incensed, retorted, Enough of your nonsense. I have come today solely to extinguish your life. Behold my firearm. Nezha, with his feet upon the fiery wind wheels and wielding the blazing spear, advances directly towards the head of the nine-faced demon fox. The demon, unwilling to yield, nimbly evades the attack, causing Nezha's spear to collide with the rocky wall of the cave, echoing a thunderous roar that makes the entire cavern tremble. As if it were collapsing, the nine-faced demon fox, astonished, exclaims, How formidable! Such power at such a tender age. Had I not dodged just in time, my life would surely have ended here. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the demon reflects, I must not underestimate this child. From that strike, his magical prowess surpasses my own. Truly impressive. The nine-faced demon fox then summons the treasured artifact known as the nine-faced heart-collecting banner. What manner of being is this demon, possessing such an obscure relic? How will Nezha confront this challenge? Chapter 19. Boldly confronting the nine-faced heart-collecting banner prologue. If the outcome is one of suffering, I shall strive to avoid the fleeting joys before me. Conversely, if the conclusion promises happiness, I will endure the transient pain with unwavering resolve. By persevering through the present misfortunes and terrors, I shall stride confidently forward, for light awaits, and the future beckons. Adversity shall eventually fade. Nowhere has it been stated that misfortune will linger eternally. One must not easily succumb to despair or relinquishment. Maintain an optimistic spirit and walk toward the illumination. Nezha, taken aback, exclaims, This is the nine-faced heart-collecting banner. How is this possible? Such an ancient artifact. Where did you acquire it? Speak quickly. The nine-faced demon fox chuckles ominously, Where I obtained it is of no concern to you. If you are wise, lay down your weapons and depart swiftly, and I may spare your life. Nezha, resolute, responds, You wretched demon, your refusal to disclose its origin only strengthens my resolve. I, Nezha, am no coward fearing for my life. Even if I must brave mountains of blades and seas of fire today, I shall press on. The nine-faced demon fox, observing Nezha's unwavering determination, thinks to itself, What an unworldly child. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. With a fierce grin, the demon snarls, You reckless little brat. Today I shall fulfill your wish. No one has ever traversed this artifact. You shall be the first. The demon bursts into laughter. Nezha, filled with fury, declares, Demon, if you possess any true power, unleash it. I shall show you my might. The nine-faced demon fox, hearing this challenge, scoffs, If you desire death, do not blame me. With that, the demon casts the nine-faced heart-collecting banner into the air. This artifact is a treasure for setting up traps. Within the banner are 9 formations, each representing a trial of the heart's desires. Should one enter and fail to control their cravings, they shall be eternally trapped within the nine-faced heart-collecting banner, consumed by the flames of their own desires. As the nine-faced heart-collecting banner unfurls in the air, dancing in the wind, Nezha, taken aback, tightly grips his blazing spear and resolutely states, Whatever abilities you possess, unleash them. I, Nezha, fear nothing and shall undoubtedly overcome this trial, subduing you, this deranged demon. As Nezha spoke, a radiant light emerged from the first banner, and he found himself involuntarily drawn into it. Before entering, a vague voice echoed in his mind, cautioning him that to overcome this challenge, he must suppress his desires. He must remember this warning. Upon stepping into the first banner, the scenery shifted from Wanyao Mountain to a familiar place, yet Nezha could not quite place it. Just as he pondered, he was greeted by the sight of his long-absent parents, imprisoned in an iron cage for reasons unknown, while his two brothers lay tormented by demons. Caught in a cycle of agony, his parents cried out in distress, pleading for help, calling his name. Nezha, witnessing their plight, felt an indescribable anguish and urgently shouted, "Mother! Father! Can you hear me?" Yet they seemed oblivious to his presence, lost in their desperate cries. In that moment of helplessness, Nezha steadied his thoughts and realized that he was indeed within the demon's ninefold heart-collecting banner. The vision before him must be an illusion, a trick to ensnare him. How could he break through this barrier? Then, from an unknown source, a voice floated to him. To pass this challenge, one must possess courage. The person you envision will emerge, and the obstacles shall crumble without a fight. Empowered by this revelation, Nezha boldly envisioned himself advancing, only to be confronted by a raging inferno that blocked his path. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How vile! What should I do? Should I advance or retreat?" Hesitating in uncertainty, he resolved that to rescue those dear to him, he must not falter in the face of danger. With determination, he strode towards the flames, and miraculously, the fire suddenly vanished. A voice echoed from the heavens, "Nezha has passed this challenge. Your courage is commendable." Instantly, he emerged from the first banner, startling the nine-tailed demon fox, who exclaimed, "Well done, young one. You have surpassed the first trial. Do not revel in your success. This is merely the beginning." Ha! The second banner radiated brilliance, enveloping Nezha's form, and he was swiftly drawn into the second trial. Uncertain of how to proceed, he resolved to act according to the circumstances. This time, he found himself in a grand, ethereal realm, adorned with a magnificent mansion. A voice resonated from the sky, declaring, "To surpass this challenge, you must first enter the grand house." Upon entering, he encountered several enchanting maidens, beckoning him with desires. Yet, since his transformation from the lotus flower, Nezha's heart remained untainted. He would not be swayed by such temptations. Unfazed, he maintained his pure heartedness, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation, and thus he triumphed in this trial. Nezha found himself ensnared by the third banner, aptly named the Banner of Greed. Within this realm lay an abundance of treasures, gleaming with the allure of wealth beyond measure. Yet, Nezha, undistracted by the wealth surrounding him, remained steadfast and untempted by the gold and silver that lay before him. After a considerable wait, a vision appeared in the sky, depicting a multitude of individuals engaged in a fierce struggle for the treasures, resulting in mutual destruction, with no victor among them. Only a multitude of avaricious souls left lifeless. The voice echoed once more, "Nezha, you have successfully navigated the third trial. Had you even grazed the treasures, a torrent of riches would have engulfed you, sealing your fate here forever. Your lack of greed has granted you passage." Elated, Nezha emerged triumphant from the three banners, while the nine-faced demon fox, observing from the sidelines, exclaimed in disbelief, "O Nezha, how can it be that you possess no desires? This is implausible. The path to mastering the nine-faced heart-collecting banner is still a distant dream. Do not revel too soon." With unwavering determination, Nezha approached the fourth trial, known as the Trial of Perseverance. He found himself amidst a desolate landscape of ice and snow. Puzzled, he pondered, "What is this? How have I suddenly entered winter?" He called out to the vast, unending sky, "How can I overcome this trial? Is anyone there?" Nezha shouted into the void for an extended time, yet received no response. Only the echo of his own voice. Panic set in as he realized he was utterly alone, cold, and famished, nearing the brink of despair. However, remembering the wisdom imparted by his father, he resolved to persevere through life's hardships with a tranquil heart, understanding that life's disappointments are a common plight. At the moment he sought a way to break free from the icy prison, words materialized in the sky. Perseverance is the essential pathway to success in life. Empowered by a renewed sense of confidence and determination, Nezha conquered the fourth trial, while the nine-faced demon fox seethed with frustration. Continuing his journey, Nezha arrived at the fifth banner, which radiated a luminous green glow, drawing him into its depths. Inside, he encountered an elderly man seated within a room. Nezha approached him with steady curiosity and inquired, "Elder, what brings you here?" With a face etched in wrinkles, the old man sighed, "Ah, dear child, I am here in search of my emotions." Confused, Nezha asked, "Emotions? What do you mean?" The elder lamented, "My emotions have eluded me. lost amidst the misfortunes and hardships of recent years. I have been searching for a long time, uncertain how to reclaim my joy. Alas, young man, would you be so kind as to assist me in finding my emotions? Suddenly, Nezha recalled his father's teachings. In the face of life's trials and tribulations, one must adopt a peaceful mindset. Life is replete with disappointments, yet by easing one's heart, all grievances may eventually resolve themselves. While some circumstances may be beyond our control, our emotions are within our grasp to change. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the old man exclaimed, "Ah, how foolish I have been, to waste precious time here, only to have a child unveil the mystery of my heart. How shameful." With that, the elder departed, and once again, a voice echoed in the sky. Finding one's emotions is the key to passing this trial. Nezha rejoiced at his success. Nezha, through a series of fortuitous events, inadvertently passed the 5th banner, silently recalling his father's wise counsel. With renewed confidence, he approached the 6th banner, which shimmered with a crimson glow, compelling him to step inside. Upon entering, Nezha found himself on a broad avenue, where he observed individuals riding majestic horses, while others drove horse-drawn carts, and still more ambled along on foot. Puzzled by this scene, Nezha's mind drifted back to his childhood, where he recalled his mother meticulously reciting a nursery rhyme, "While others ride horses, I ride a donkey." Upon reflection, one cannot compare. Turning back, there are porters as well. Contemplating this, Nezha approached a passerby and inquired, "Young man, what are your thoughts upon witnessing such a spectacle?" The young man replied, "I do not find myself discontented." Enlightened, Nezha responded, "I see now. Happiness dwells in contentment. Those devoid of greed and envy experience the least troubles, and thus joy follows in their wake." The young man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You speak wisely, my friend. A heart that knows contentment is indeed a rarity." At that moment, a piece of parchment floated down from the sky, proclaiming that happiness and joy stem from self-satisfaction. Nezha laughed joyously, his confidence bolstered as he approached the 7th banner, which radiated a yellow light, inducing a sense of illusion. He stepped into the 7th challenge. Inside the 7th challenge lay a village. Nezha guided himself to a household, where he discovered a woman wailing in despair, lamenting her desire to end her life. Nezha approached her, asking, "Good lady, what troubles you so?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, replied, "My husband was tragically struck by a cart and perished days ago. Without him, I wish to follow." Witnessing her sorrow, Nezha offered her a words of wisdom, "Let misfortune bow before you." The woman ceased her weeping, gazing at Nezha with newfound clarity. He continued, "Sometimes, a person's spirit can conquer myriad adversities. Though your husband is gone, you must live on for his memory. Let misfortune yield to your resilience. If you truly wish to depart this world, know that your despair would only sadden your husband if you were to meet again. Therefore, gather your strength and live a life of vibrance." The woman, astonished by the young hero before her, expressed her gratitude, drying her tears as she stepped outside. At that moment, words appeared in the sky. One does not merely exist in the material realm, but must also thrive within their own spirit. Nezha once again triumphed over this challenge, uncertain of how such words flowed from his lips, yet he recognized that they emanated from the depths of his heart. Continuing his journey, Nezha arrived at the 8th banner, which glimmered with a verdant hue. He entered, only to encounter a scene unlike any he had previously witnessed, an indolent man napping beneath a grand tree. Nezha approached him, greeting, "Good sir, how is it that you find such leisure to sleep here?" The slothful man lazily replied, "I am on the verge of becoming a high official. I am a genius, and I need not study to ascend the ranks. Thus, I find comfort in slumber." Nezha, amused by the man's words, burst into laughter, prompting the lazy individual to question, "What is it that you find so amusing?" "What an amusing tale." Nezha chuckled, "This is the first time I have heard of achieving one's desires without study or labor. This is called laziness and delusion." The indolent individual, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of enlightenment and quickly rose to his feet. Nezha continued, "To attain success in any endeavor, one must commence from the fundamentals. There is no such thing as instant success or effortless ascension." The lazy man, grateful for Nezha's wisdom, departed on foot. At that moment, words appeared in the sky. Life is akin to climbing a staircase. One must ascend step by step, overcoming each hurdle along the way. The 9-panel heart-collecting banner had already been traversed by Nezha through 8 challenges, causing the 9-faced fox to feel anxious and exclaim, "How infuriating." Little did I know that this 9-panel heart-collecting banner would not obstruct Nezha's path, but instead serve as a means for him to gain knowledge, ultimately becoming a tool for his refinement. How vexatious. There remains one final challenge. Let us see what you are capable of. Nezha approached the last banner, which was dim and devoid of luster. He boldly entered and found a group of children engaged in riddles. One child asked, "What road is the longest?" The children exchanged glances, unable to answer. At that moment, an elderly woman arrived and shooed the children away. Nezha stepped forward and inquired, "Grandmother, why did you send these children away? What is the reason?" The elderly woman replied, "Child, did you not hear the riddle they were pondering? What is longer than a road?" Nezha, perplexed, laughed and asked, "What could be longer than a road?" The grandmother stated firmly, "Child, if you cannot solve this riddle, you shall never pass this challenge." Nezha pondered for a moment and then softly suggested, "Grandmother, could the answer be one's own feet?" The elderly woman gazed at the child in astonishment and joyfully exclaimed, "Child, you are correct." She then vanished, and words echoed in the sky. There is no road longer than one's feet, no mountain taller than a person, regardless of the distance ahead. As long as one perseveres step by step, all obstacles shall be trampled underfoot, and our beliefs, ideals, and hopes shall be transformed into reality. Challenge completed. Nezha overcame the 9-panel heart-collecting banner without encountering any peril, instead gaining profound convictions. Nezha was once more refined through his experiences. The 9-faced fox, agitated, seethed, "You little Nezha. If even the 9-panel heart-collecting banner cannot subdue you, this is truly infuriating." Nezha laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. 9-faced fox, prepare to meet your demise." The 9-panel heart-collecting banner was created to ensnare the wicked. Those with malevolent intentions cannot escape the net of justice. With a swift motion, Nezha summoned his wind and fire wheels and wielded his fire spear, soaring into the sky, manifesting 3 heads and 8 arms. He bellowed. Having surmounted the 9-panel heart-collecting banner, what unforeseen trials await him? Await. Chapter 20. Encounter. The Tathagata's Divine Palm Prologue. It is through thought that one can achieve. Some possessions are inconsequential, yet there is one thing you must possess: a dream. The power of dreams enables one to envision what is yet to materialize, to perceive the possibilities of realization. To dream is to cultivate a forward-looking perspective. Dreams endow life with profound value. It liberates humanity from the depths of degradation and elevates it from mediocrity into a force of dynamism. Remember, as long as an individual dares to dream and remains steadfast in their beliefs, nothing is unattainable. The scriptures declare, "Ask, and you shall receive," which equally applies in reverse. If you do not ask, you shall not receive. Dare to dream boldly. Achieve the future. Wakai Long, as Nezha, traversed the 9-faced heart-collecting banner, mounted the wind and fire wheels, soared into the sky, and manifested with 3 heads and 8 arms, furious. Demon Fox, prepare to meet your demise. The 9-faced demon fox had never encountered such a transformation and involuntarily shivered, pondering, what sort of divine being is this little Nezha, possessing such formidable changes? It seems I am in for a challenge. What to do? Alas, I truly regret having slaughtered so many innocent divine spirits. However, it is too late now. There is no turning back, only perseverance ahead. The 9-faced demon fox seemed intimidated by Nezha, wavering in its resolve, yet it was determined to confront Nezha to the end. The 9-faced demon fox possessed a decisive skill learned through stealth from the Buddha Tathagata, the Tathagata palm, a formidable technique indeed. Nezha, perceiving the inner thoughts of the 9-faced demon fox, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Old monster, are you afraid? If you are, plead for mercy. I might just spare your life." The 9-faced demon fox retorted defiantly. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. With my millennia of cultivation, what can you do to me? Enough of this nonsense. Today you shall witness my true prowess." Nezha paid no heed to its bluster. Summoning the 9-dragon divine fire cover and casting it into the air, radiating golden light, instantly illuminating the demon fox. The 9-faced demon fox cried out in alarm. This is bad. It attempted to transform into a wisp of black smoke to flee. However, how could the 9-dragon divine fire cover allow it to escape so easily? From within the cover emerged 9 fiery golden dragons, charging towards the 9-faced demon fox. The demon fox was no match for the 9 divine dragons and, in panic, extended its palms, unleashing its life-saving technique. The Tathagata palm. Indeed, the Tathagata palm was powerful. From the demon fox's palms emerged a gleaming golden Buddha, radiating brilliance, preventing the 9 dragons from approaching, which merely circled around the 9-faced demon fox. Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Why do the fiery divine dragons not heed my command?" The 9 dragons, unresponsive, returned to the 9-dragon divine fire cover. Nezha, filled with rage, declared, What a formidable palm technique. The golden Buddha has appeared, and the divine dragons seem to recognize their own, unable to strike. This is utterly outrageous. He then turned to his treasure. Nezha retracted the 9-dragon divine fire cover and once again unleashed the Rui golden brick from his other hand. This brick was incredibly hard, immensely powerful, capable of transforming at will, both large and small. Nezha shouted, "Rui golden brick, heed my desire, expand rapidly, and strike fiercely at that demon fox." As commanded, the Rui golden brick grew larger, and when it reached the size of a small mountain, Nezha commanded, "Smash! Smash!" The Rui gold brick was forcefully hurled towards the 9-faced demon fox, who, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, "So, you are indeed Nezha. All the extraordinary treasures of the world belong to you, yet you flaunt them before me." As the words left its mouth, the Rui gold brick struck the 9-faced demon fox with a resounding crash. To everyone's astonishment, the 9-faced demon fox cried out and, with sheer determination, lifted the Rui gold brick above its head. Nezha, witnessing this feat, exclaimed in awe, "Incredible! Could this be the legendary mighty Buddha's palm?" The 9-faced demon fox, refusing to be outdone, summoned all its strength to wield the Rui gold brick, preparing to swing it with force. In a swift motion, Nezha removed the Qianquan circle from around his neck and hurled it towards the 9-faced demon fox. Infuriated, the 9-faced demon fox shouted, "Nezha, you scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of me in this manner?" Nezha retorted, "To deal with a monster like you. Defeating you to ensure the safety of the world is the only fitting punishment. Prepare to meet your end." The 9-faced demon fox, undeterred, exerted all its might to hold the Rui gold brick aloft. As its eyes darted around, it bellowed, "I shall no longer play this game." Seizing the opportunity before the Qianquan circle reached it, it transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished underground, leaving no trace. The Qianquan circle, missing its target, collided with a nearby mountain, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the mountain to pieces. Meanwhile, the Rui gold brick, resembling a colossal mountain, crashed down, creating a massive crater in the earth. Enraged, Nezha growled, "What a cunning old fox. You think you can escape?" He leaped onto his wind-fire wheels and soared into the sky, employing his 1,000-mile demon-seeking eye to locate the 9-faced demon fox. As Nezha peered into the depths of the earth, he soon discovered the shadow of the 9-faced demon fox. Upon burrowing underground, the 9-faced demon fox revealed its true form, a monstrous creature with 9 heads and 9 faces, swiftly fleeing eastward. Nezha pursued relentlessly, determined to see where it could possibly escape and whether it could evade his 1,000-mile demon-seeking eye. The 9-faced demon fox, in its flight, pondered, "Where should I go? Can I truly evade this wretched brat's pursuit?" Little did it know that every move it made was being meticulously tracked by Nezha, leaving it with no chance of escape. The 9-faced demon fox contemplated, "I should head to the Dragon Palace. It is a safer refuge. For years, I have cultivated the Buddha's palm in the sacred grounds of the Dragon Palace without being discovered, not even by the Dragon King. Yes, that is the place. I shall have the Dragon King shield me from Nezha." What fate awaits the 9-faced demon fox as it flees to the East Sea? What mysteries lie within the sacred grounds of the Dragon Palace, and what tales shall unfold there? I hope my friends will lend their unwavering support to the legend of war god Nezha. Chapter 21. The Sacred Grounds of the Dragon Palace. The pinnacle of the East Sea is a marvel to behold. The azure sea surged with waves as the sky began to darken. The sun sank at the eastern edge of the sea, casting an extraordinary glow upon the waters, which glimmered crimson under the brilliant light. A gentle evening breeze swept through, occasionally accompanied by the graceful flight of seagulls, presenting a harmonious scene. Little did they know, malevolent beings had already emerged in this vicinity. The 9-faced fox arrived at the shoreline, transforming into a small fish in an instant, and with a swift leap, it vanished into the depths of the sea. Nezha descended from the heavens, manifesting his form, and exclaimed in fury, "How infuriating! They arrived so swiftly, and now they have disappeared without a trace. Surely into the Eastern Sea. Truly despicable." Standing by the Eastern Sea, Nezha's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the tumultuous events when he wreaked havoc in the Eastern Sea, slaying the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, and stirring chaos within the Dragon Palace with the universal silk. Reflecting on his actions, he recognized the folly of his rashness in taking the princess' life. For a fleeting moment of heroism, he now felt a sense of regret. Although much time had passed, he could not shake the feeling of shame. He had been so impulsive in his youth, committing acts that weighed heavily upon his conscience. How delighted Nezha's parents would be to know of his newfound self-reflection. Now, With a heart full of righteousness and a commitment to the welfare of the people, Nezha boldly ventured into the Eastern Sea to apprehend the malevolent spirits. Clad in his lotus battle attire and wielding the fire-tipped spear, he leaped into the depths of the sea. There he encountered two aquatic soldiers, who, upon noticing his intrusion into the dragon palace, brandished their weapons and inquired, "Who dares approach? What business do you have in the dragon palace?" Nezha approached and replied, "Greetings, esteemed brothers of the water clan. I am Nezha, here on an urgent matter. Please inform the Dragon King that I seek an audience." The aquatic soldiers exchanged astonished glances and joyfully exclaimed, "Nezha, you are indeed the renowned war god of both heaven and earth. It is a pleasure to see you in person. I shall report this immediately. Please wait a moment." One of the soldiers swam into the dragon palace and, upon reaching the throne room, knelt before the Dragon King, announcing, "Your Majesty, the war god Nezha is here seeking an audience." The Dragon King, startled, responded, "Nezha, the third prince of Li Tianwan. What brings the war god to my palace? Please invite him in." The soldier returned to the entrance of the dragon palace, and the Dragon King welcomed Nezha, who graciously thanked the aquatic soldiers before entering the palace. The Dragon King awaited Nezha's arrival upon his azure throne. Nezha approached and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Dragon King. I come to pay my respects." The Dragon King smiled benevolently, remarking, "Ah, the third prince indeed possesses an extraordinary bearing. You have transformed remarkably, exuding an impressive aura. Truly magnificent. You are deserving of the title, the new generation's war god." Nezha chuckled modestly. "Your Majesty flatters me. I am unworthy of such praise." The Dragon King observed the changed Nezha with a smile. "Indeed, you have undergone significant transformation. It is evident that you have learned much. This is truly commendable. Please, do not be modest. I suspect that Nezha would not come to the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Whatever the matter may be, do not conceal it. I shall do my utmost to assist you. I have also heard that Nezha is determined to shoulder the responsibilities that lie ahead, particularly with the impending calamity. The upcoming quest for the sacred spirit stone is indeed arduous, and time is of the essence. If there is anything you require my assistance with, do not hesitate to speak up." Nezha expressed his gratitude, saying, "Dragon King, you truly possess a magnanimous spirit, uttering words that double my appreciation. You are indeed worthy of the title of Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the sovereign of all seas. To be frank, I have come here with a pressing matter to discuss." Nezha recounted the entire situation from the beginning, leaving the Dragon King astounded. "Such a thing exists?" he exclaimed. Nezha affirmed, "I dare not conceal the truth. The nine-faced demon fox must be hidden within the dragon palace." The Dragon King, filled with fury, declared, "How audacious this nine-faced demon fox is to hide within my palace. The fact that I was unaware of this is utterly preposterous. If I catch her, I shall ensure her destruction." The Dragon King commanded the assembly of the aquatic warriors, stating, "All water warriors, heed my command. Search every corner of the dragon palace and find the nine-faced demon fox concealed within. Upon discovery, slay her without leaving a trace of life." The aquatic warriors responded in unison, "Yes, yes." They then scattered throughout the dragon palace in search of the nine-faced demon fox. Time passed swiftly, and the warriors returned to reporting, "Dragon King, we have scoured the entire dragon palace, yet we have not seen a trace of the nine-faced demon fox." The Dragon King, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "You bunch of inept fools. You cannot even find a mere demon fox. Nezha, did you witness the nine-faced demon fox entering the dragon palace with your own eyes?" Nezha replied affirmatively, "Indeed, Dragon King. I saw the nine-faced demon fox enter the palace with my own eyes. There is no mistake." The Dragon King, resting his hand on the azure dragon throne, pondered, "This is indeed perplexing. The dragon palace is not expansive. How could she possibly evade detection? It is truly strange." Nezha mused. Could it be that the nine-faced demon fox has returned to the shore and left the dragon palace? That seems impossible, as she is gravely injured and cannot possibly leave this place. Suddenly, Nezha inquired, "Dragon King, are there any places within the dragon palace that are absolutely concealed?" The Dragon King stroked his beard thoughtfully, replying, "There are no utterly hidden places, but there exists a forbidden area within the dragon palace, which no aquatic being is permitted to enter. Even I have not ventured there in a century, for it harbors matters I dare not confront." Nezha was taken aback. "What? The forbidden area of the dragon palace? What is that place?" The Dragon King, in a measured tone, responded, "This is a topic I would rather not revisit, but since you have inquired today, I shall reluctantly divulge the truth." The Dragon King, lost in melancholic thoughts, reminisced about 9 centuries past. His third daughter, the once little dragon maiden, was inherently a treasure of the dragon palace, a well of immortality. Her tears could summon rain from the heavens, while her laughter could beckon forth the sun. Time flowed quietly, and no one wished to broach this matter. Yet, calamity struck. A severe drought beset the East Sea, depleting all the dragon wells of seawater. Day by day, the East Sea succumbed to the sun's relentless evaporation. The aquatic denizens either fled or perished, and the sea's desiccation loomed imminent. The Dragon King found himself in a dire predicament, unable to eat or sleep. But the disaster would not relent. By chance, he learned through the seal that this was a millennium calamity of the East Sea, unavoidable. The sole remedy lay in his third daughter, the little dragon maiden, who was the eternal spring. Should the Dragon King relinquish his corporeal form and transform into the well's source, the calamity could be averted. Yet, how could he bear to part with his beloved daughter? So charming and delightful? The Dragon King could not summon the heart to reveal the truth to her, and chose to conceal it. Alas, fate does not always align with one's wishes. Eventually, someone revealed to the little dragon maiden her role as the wellspring, and that only by sacrificing herself could she save the East Sea. Witnessing her father's relentless search for water, sleepless and weary, she could no longer endure the plight of the East Sea. Silently, she transformed into the wellspring, thus concluding her life. The tale of the little dragon maiden's selfless sacrifice for the sea spread throughout the aquatic realm, her spirit enduring through generations of sea dwellers. As the Dragon King recounted this, tears welled in his heart, lamenting, "Alas, how I wish to hold on to my beloved little dragon maiden." He declared, "From this moment forth, I shall seal the dragon well, preventing any sea creature or human from entering, lest they disturb my dear daughter." Nezha, moved by the tale, remarked, "Sister little dragon maiden, you are truly remarkable. Dragon King, I suspect the nine-faced fox lurks within. I wonder if I may venture into the dragon palace's forbidden realm to capture the fox." The Dragon King hesitated. This forbidden area is not entirely off-limits. It is merely to be approached without alarming my daughter. Nezha replied calmly, "Rest assured, Dragon King, I shall not disturb sister little dragon maiden." Thus, Nezha and the Dragon King ventured into the forbidden depths of the dragon palace to capture the nine-faced fox. Chapter 22. The Fox's Assault Prologue. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. When undertaking a task, individuals often find the initial step daunting, struggling to muster the resolve, leading to hesitation and indecision. They postpone today's actions until tomorrow, and tomorrow's until the next day, thereby wasting precious time and delaying the arrival of success. Often, one lacks the courage to commence a task. However, once one gathers the fortitude to begin, they will discover that the greatest obstacles often stem from within, primarily a deficiency of the courage to act. With courage and determination to initiate, it seems that the subsequent actions will naturally follow. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with challenges. Perseverance and unwavering determination are essential. Cast aside your inner barriers, take responsibility for yourself, and act without delay. Gua Kailong ventured into the forbidden realm and encountered a gushing spring. The sound of the flowing water was crystalline and melodious, resonating like joyous chimes, seemingly exuding a sense of elation, as if it were expressing its innermost thoughts. "I am so delighted to dedicate my life to saving countless beings in the East Sea. I have no regrets in death." Upon witnessing the bubbling spring, the Dragon King approached, gently caressing it with affection, exclaiming, "This is my beloved little dragon maiden. I shall name this place the princess's sacred palace, and this spring the princess's well." The well seemed to possess a soul of its own, responding to the presence of its father with even more exquisite sounds, the water flowing ever clearer and more joyous, as if it were proclaiming the future of the dragon palace and saying, "Father, do you see? My sacrifice holds great worth. You should be proud of your daughter." Overcome with love for the cherished well, the Dragon King could no longer contain his familial longing, and tears of affection began to flow. He murmured, "Nezha, I must return. I cannot remain here any longer. Please do not disturb my little dragon maiden." Nezha lamented, "Alas, it is truly a pity to witness the depth of parental love in this world." Nezha then proceeded to the rear courtyard of the princess's sacred palace, employing his miraculous eye to search for demons from afar. Indeed, he discerned a wisp of malevolent energy emanating from an unknown source. As he searched diligently, he discovered a concealed water hole, shielded by a curtain of water. Approaching the water hole, Nezha utilized his supernatural sight to peer inside, but saw nothing. He then removed the Qianquan circle, channeling his strength to cast it into the water hole. A clattering sound echoed from within as the Qianquan circle was unexpectedly repelled by an unseen force. realizing the nine-faced fox demon was hidden within. Nezha's fury ignited. You cunning nine-faced fox, have you resorted to hiding here like a turtle afraid to emerge? How long do you intend to stay within? Come forth and face your demise. Inside the hole, the nine-faced fox demon seethed with rage upon discovering Nezha had found it. Nezha, you insufferable brat. How did you manage to locate this place? It is indeed a challenge. You have arrived just in time. I have regained the Buddha's divine palm, and am now even more formidable than before. If you are wise, you will depart quickly, or you shall perish in the East Sea and become fish fodder. Ha ha. As the nine-faced fox spoke, it transformed into a swirl of purple-black mist, emerging from the hole in an unsightly form. Nezha gasped, Nine-faced fox, you have finally reappeared. This time, I shall not allow your escape. With that, Nezha mounted the wind-fire wheel, brandishing his spear. As he wielded the fiery spear, it blazed into a brilliant light, swirling with vigor as it aimed for the demon's life. The nine-faced fox, caught off guard, yelped in surprise as the fiery spear struck its arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Upon realizing that she was no match for Nezha, the nine-faced fox rose and transformed into a wisp of demonic energy, vanishing within the forbidden depths of the dragon palace. Nezha, unwilling to relent, pursued her relentlessly. The Dragon King of the East Sea, having learned that the fox demon had been located, issued a decree to capture her at all costs, ensuring that she would not leave the palace alive. With her arm grievously wounded, the nine-faced fox, enduring excruciating pain, sought a safe haven to heal. However, momentarily at a loss for a secure location, she wandered amidst the dragon palace. Unbeknownst to her, Nezha was in hot pursuit, while the aquatic warriors stood as sentinels ahead. The nine-faced fox furrowed her brow in despair, pondering, what shall I do? How can I proceed? Yes, I must heal my arm before the pursuers close in. Only then might I stand a chance against them. Not daring to waste a moment, the nine-faced fox settled down, invoking the healing techniques from the Relay Palm. Remarkably, within the span of mere moments, her bleeding arm began to mend, returning to its pristine condition. Elated, she exclaimed, such rapid healing techniques. Truly a supreme treasure. Humph. Nezha, this time I shall not flee. Prepare to witness my true prowess. Await your demise. At that moment, Nezha, sensing the atmosphere, discovered the fox demon in a meditative state and chuckled. Ha ha ha. Fox demon, do you think it wise to engage in cultivation now? Is it not a tad too late? This time, let us see how far you can run. The palace is rife with ambushes. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you may be granted a complete demise. The nine-faced fox retorted with a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. Nezha, you underestimate me. I'm not here to cultivate, but rather to await your arrival for a final showdown. Ha ha ha. Upon closer inspection, Nezha noticed that the fox was not merely meditating. Her injuries had astonishingly healed in a short time. Shocked, he thought, what astonishing recovery speed. Even a celestial being struck by a fire lance takes time to recuperate. It seems this nine-faced fox is not to be underestimated. With a fierce glare, the nine-faced fox declared, Nezha, prepare to meet your end. Behold my true capabilities. Transforming, she revealed her true form, a monstrous being with 9 heads, towering and formidable, each head resembling the others as if they were kin. It was clear the nine-faced fox was ready for a final confrontation. Nezha, undeterred, bellowed as he activated the wind and fire wheels, creating a spectacle in the sea. Transforming himself, he manifested a divine presence, with 3 heads and 8 arms, each wielding a powerful weapon, radiating majesty as he readied for battle. Furiously, Nezha exclaimed, Fox demon, so you possess multiple heads. Watch as I strike them down one by one. He unleashed the 9 dragons of divine fire, summoning 9 shimmering dragons, their massive tails thrashing as they surged towards the nine-faced fox's 9 heads. 9 divine dragons approached the nine-faced fox with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. At that moment, the nine-faced fox extended its palms and proclaimed, the Buddha's divine palm. It unleashed 9 strikes with even greater speed. Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, so fast, such rapid hand techniques. As the 9 divine dragons were struck one by the sudden divine palms, they found themselves powerless to resist and retreated into the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. In a flash, Nezha swiftly released the Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silk. He hurled the Qianquan circle towards the nine-faced fox, which produced a sizzling sound as it sliced through the seawater. The Hunyuan silk transformed into a purple azure dragon, stirring the sea into chaos, creating a massive whirlpool. The nine-faced fox, in a state of confusion, unleashed 2 strikes in desperation, only to hear a terrible scream echo from an unknown source. In that moment of panic, The Qiankuan circle struck one of the fox's heads, sending a bloodied fox head plunging into the water. The Hunyuan silk, not to be outdone, ensnared another of the fox's heads, tightening its grip with each struggle. As the nine-faced fox exerted its strength to break free, the azure dragon let out a fearsome roar, and the fox head fell like a ripe apple into the depths of the sea. Infuriated by the loss of two heads, the nine-faced fox howled in rage, seemingly driven mad. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha unleashed his miraculous powers once more, summoning the yin-yang sword. The sword transformed into two fish, one silver like water, the other fiery like flames, each targeting the fox's head. The nine-faced fox, taken aback, retaliated with two powerful strikes, deflecting the yin-yang sword back towards Nezha, who was left astonished. Undeterred, Nezha released the taiji knife, which soared through the water, morphing into countless taiji forms, all aimed at the life of the nine-faced fox. The fox, overwhelmed by the sheer transformation of the knife, faltered, and before it could react, two more heads were severed. The anguished cries of the nine-faced fox echoed through the air. Rejoicing at this turn of events, Nezha observed the nine-faced fox, realizing it was no match for him, as it broke through the ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, fleeing the dragon palace. Nezha, incensed, lamented how close he was to capturing the fox, only to see it escape. Without a moment to bid farewell to the Dragon King, he hastily pursued. The nine-faced fox fled from the eastern sea, racing towards the western paradise. Nezha pondered, what business could the nine-faced fox have in the west? Is it not courting disaster? Upon reaching the boundary of the western paradise, the nine-faced fox vanished. Nezha surmised that the fox's arrival in the west must be connected to the Buddha, and he resolved to seek clarification from the Buddha. Thus, Nezha made his way towards the western paradise, to the Thunder Sound Temple. Time was of the essence. Did the fox truly have ties to the Buddha? The answer was about to be revealed. Chapter 26. The transformation of gods and demons. The demon king Azura seethed with fury, his wounded form at the base of Ghost Mountain, exclaiming in exasperation, "How outrageous! This is maddening." Just as he was on the verge of absorbing the ethereal demonic energy, that rascal Nezha had found an abundance of Holy Spirit stones and brought them here, thwarting his plans. Now, I find myself incapable of drawing upon the world's resentful energy, and with the moon's shadow day swiftly passing, I am filled with dread. What shall I do? What shall I do? If this opportunity slips away, who knows how long I must wait for the next chance. The demon king Azura released his inner turmoil deep within Ghost Mountain. At that moment, the dark energies of the world dissipated, revealing a realm of light. The sun continued its ascent from the east, as vibrant and spirited as ever, full of ambition. The victorious fighting Buddha witnessed the arrival of light and rejoiced, declaring, the moon's shadow day has passed, and yet another calamity has been averted by me, the old sun. This demon king is indeed formidable. Descending from the heavens, King Li overheard the victorious fighting Buddha boasting and retorted, "Humph. While the celestial barrier against demons is indeed impressive, it was ultimately that resentful beast that nearly swallowed it whole. Were it not for my timely intervention of casting Holy Spirit stones into Ghost Mountain to halt the Demon King's release of demonic energy, who knows what calamity might have unfolded." The victorious fighting Buddha, recognizing the truth in King Li's words, approached with humility, saying, "So that is the case. I wondered why that beast seemed to lose its strength in such a critical moment. I am grateful for your assistance, King Li, and I offer my apologies for any offense." Seeing the victorious fighting Buddha's courtesy, King Li felt pleased and replied, "Very well, very well. You cheeky monkey. No need for flattery. Given that the Demon King has been struck by the Holy Spirit stones and is gravely injured, I believe he will not be able to breach the barriers of Ghost Mountain anytime soon. With the Holy Spirit stones in place, I suspect the Demon King will remain trapped within." The victorious fighting Buddha then added, "King Li, we must not let our guard down. During my confrontation with the Demon King, I sensed an astonishing power emanating from him. His demonic energy is unlike any I have encountered before, instilling a deep-rooted fear within me. It possesses an essence that evokes an unknown divine force, a peculiar synergy with the demonic power. This is the transformation of gods and demons." King Li listened in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, "The transformation of gods and demons." The victorious fighting Buddha nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a unique fusion of divine and demonic energies. The destructive potential is unfathomable. Should he ever escape from Ghost Mountain, it would unleash an unprecedented calamity upon the world. Who could possibly avert such a disaster?" He continued, "However, it appears that our current situation is fortuitous. The moon's shadow day has passed, and the Demon King's powers are waning. With the Holy Spirit stones secured within Ghost Mountain and the celestial barrier in place. Even if the Demon King possesses the transformation of gods and demons, escaping the confines of Ghost Mountain will not be a simple feat. I yearn to return to the Western Paradise and continue my cultivation amidst the Buddha's realm. This matter has been resolved, thwarting the impending calamity of the lunar eclipse. I shall dedicate myself even further to my training. Perhaps one day I will be able to confront this Demon King transformed from divine beings. I, the Monkey King, bid you farewell. The victorious fighting Buddha then ascended upon a five-colored auspicious cloud and, with a somersault, soared back to the Buddha's domain to report to the Buddha. Observing the departure of the victorious fighting Buddha, King Li pondered, indeed, he is correct. This matter cannot be neglected. I must report the events that transpired here to the Jade Emperor, allowing him to make a decision. With the exquisite pagoda in hand, King Li ascended on a cloud towards the heavenly hall of Lingshao. Both celestial beings had departed from Phantom Mountain, leaving the Demon King severely wounded, consumed by resentment. However, an unforeseen event occurred when, on the night of the lunar eclipse, a fissure opened in Phantom Mountain, through which a minuscule yet potent resentment seeped in, inadvertently reviving the 10 great celestial demons who had slumbered for many years alongside the Demon King. In a fit of rage, the Demon King exclaimed, "Alas, I, Ashura, the king of the demon race, am trapped within Phantom Mountain, thwarted by the gods and cursed to remain here. But once the seals upon me are lifted, none shall be able to impede my ascent. Not the victorious fighting Buddha, nor the Holy Spirit stone, nor Nezha, shall I regard with any reverence." Ha ha ha. With a devilish glee, the Demon King continued, "You may be unaware, but my demon brethren have been revived. Though I cannot escape Phantom Mountain, they are free to roam. They will hinder Nezha from locating the Holy Spirit stone, buying me time to restore my powers and seize the opportunity to burst forth from Phantom Mountain and reign over the world of gods and demons." The Demon King commanded, "Brothers of the demon race, heed my call. Utilize the power I bestow upon you to escape Phantom Mountain and sow chaos throughout the peaceful world. Let resentment permeate the entire realm. Go forth, go forth." Ha ha ha. The demon brethren, each a peculiar sight, had followed the Demon King for many years, crafted by Ashura himself. Although their powers paled in comparison to the Demon King's, each possessed unique strengths and skills. The 10 great celestial demons bore titles: the Moon Demon, the Snow Demon, the Desire Demon, the Water Demon, the Fire Demon, the Wind Demon, the Greed Demon, the Stone Demon, the Cloud Demon, and the Beast Demon. Upon receiving their orders, the demon brethren dared not defy the will of their king. That fateful night, they harnessed the Demon King's power and fled from Phantom Mountain. Emerging into the world, their purpose was singular: to disrupt the realm and prevent Nezha from locating the remaining Holy Spirit stones, thereby aiding the Demon King in his quest to escape Phantom Mountain and dominate the entire world of gods and demons. The demon brethren stealthily infiltrated the human realm, their whereabouts unknown, awaiting Nezha's arrival. How shall Nezha respond to this peril? With the 10 great celestial demons re-entering the world, Nezha faces an imminent danger. What extraordinary experiences and tales await him? Let us quietly anticipate. Together, let us rally our support for Nezha. Chapter 27, Moon Spirit Mountain Prologue. Only after suffering can one attain glory. Since the journey of life is inherently intertwined with hardship, we must learn to embrace our tribulations. They transform into blessings bestowed by the divine. To reject suffering is to bear an unbearable burden. Life is often fraught with twists and turns, and as you navigate your path, you will inevitably encounter further setbacks. This is the reality of existence. In these pivotal moments, how you perceive and respond is entirely up to you. In the face of despair, you must rise with resilience, confronting disappointment with composure. Both sorrow and joy are integral parts of life. What is paramount is that when hope falters, you must not regard it merely as a transient setback or an obstacle to overcome, but rather as an insurmountable defeat. If you do, failure will crush you. Keep this in mind. There are no eternal failures, perpetual discontent, unending disappointments, or lasting anguish. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, remain calm and steadfast. Only through suffering can one achieve glory. Guokailong, the 10 great demons have emerged, sowing new discord in the world. Where will Nezha be? As Nezha passed by Moon Spirit Mountain, he noticed it was a unique place where the inhabitants revered the moon, considering it a symbol of divinity and the sole sacred entity in existence. Upon his arrival, Nezha discovered that everything here was moon-related. Even the surnames began with the character for moon, and the tools, mountains, rivers, and lakes all bore the same prefix. It was evident that for these people, the moon was life itself. Nezha pondered aloud. These people are truly peculiar. Why do they venerate the moon as the only holy object? What significance does it hold? As he walked a few steps further, he was suddenly met with the sound of wailing nearby. Oh, my unfortunate son. For the sake of our moon spirit mountain, you have sacrificed yourself. Woe is me. The cries were interspersed with numerous fragmented phrases, making it difficult to decipher the meaning. Yet, it was clear that a mother was heartbroken over the impending loss of her child. Nezha hesitated, questioning, what is happening here? Why would a mother be so cruel as to send her own child to death, yet grieve so deeply? I must inquire further. Approaching the source of the lamentation, Nezha found himself in a spacious courtyard, where he noticed the words eternal peace emblazoned above the main entrance. The cries were emanating from within the garden, growing clearer as he drew near. My child, it is not that your father does not want you. We simply have no other choice. Oh heavens, how can this be? We have placed our faith in you. Why must we endure such separation? Woe is me. Nezha felt an inexplicable sense of intrigue regarding the situation at hand. Determined to uncover the truth, he boldly stepped into the courtyard and observed a considerable number of villagers present, helpless souls engaged in a lamentation of sorts. Their voices echoed with sorrow. Such a pity. This child has just turned 1. Alas, the heavens are cruel. How could this be? Oh, woe is me. It was then that Nezha noticed a man in his 40s, tightly embracing his 1-year-old son, lamenting the injustices of fate. Intrigued, Nezha pushed through the crowd of onlookers and inquired, Good sir, what has transpired here? Why would one abandon a beloved child? You speak of death, yet he is alive and well. Pray, enlighten me. The father, gazing at Nezha with a look of confusion, replied, Who are you? Why do you pry so? You can offer no assistance. I wish to spend these precious moments with my son. Do not disturb us. Overcome with grief, the father began to weep. Nezha, feeling a surge of indignation, suddenly soared into the sky, mounting his fiery wheel, wielding his spear of flames. In a flash, he manifested 3 heads and 8 arms, hovering majestically above. The villagers were left utterly astounded by Nezha's display, standing frozen in awe and uncertainty, gazing upward. The grieving father, however, was struck with terror and cried out, A monster! A monster! The villagers snapped back to reality, chaos erupting as they scrambled in all directions, shouting, Run! There's a monster! Nezha, taken aback by the pandemonium, called out, Do not flee. I am not a monster. I am Nezha, the son of the heavenly King Li. Upon hearing his name, the villagers fell silent amid their panic, vaguely recalling tales of Nezha, the new generation's god of war, the embodiment of the lotus. Clad in garments of lotus petals, they questioned the sky. You claim to be Nezha, the lotus spirit in lotus attire, the new god of war? We have heard of you, but have never seen your likeness. What proof do you offer? Filled with joy, Nezha thought, Ah, even the villagers here recognize my name. It seems my reputation has spread far and wide. He proclaimed, I am indeed Nezha, the lotus warrior of this realm. As he descended gracefully among the villagers, they gazed at him in astonishment. Nezha continued, I am merely passing through, seeking the sacred spirit stone, when I heard cries of distress. I have come to eradicate the evils of this world and restore peace. The villagers gazed intently at the striking young man before them, whom they regarded as the valiant deity Nezha. Their spirits lifted, they erupted into joyous cheers, exclaiming, The celestial being has descended. We are saved. Nezha, however, silenced their exuberance and approached with a serious demeanor, inquiring, What has transpired here to cause such despair among you? A father, on the brink of losing his child, fell to his knees, pleading, Nezha, benevolent deity, I implore you to assist me. I cannot bear to witness my innocent child being led to his demise. I do not wish to lose him. Overcome with emotion, he began to weep anew. Nezha, feeling a surge of urgency, urged, Cease your weeping. What purpose does it serve? Speak the truth of your plight without reservation. The father, composing himself, explained, To be candid with you, noble deity, we reside in Moon Spirit Mountain. Here, a dire custom prevails. Every year on the night of the full moon in August, we are compelled to offer up boys and girls to the moon god. Nezha interrupted. Perplexed, what? The moon god? What does this entail? Speak plainly. The father continued, The moon god is the most exalted and powerful deity of our Moon Spirit Mountain. He dwells in the moon god temple, and while we have only heard tales of him, we have never laid eyes upon his true form. Yet, as the night of the full moon approaches, he manifests in dreams, revealing which children are deemed suitable for worship. Should we fail to present the required offerings, calamity will befall our mountain. Nezha pondered silently, suspecting that no true deity would demand such offerings, and surmised that the moon god was likely a malevolent spirit in disguise. He exclaimed, "I suspect this moon god is no divine being, but rather a monster. Why, then, do you continue to refer to him as a god?" The father, now devoid of sorrow, reacted with fervor to Nezha's words, retorting, "You, an outsider, dare to malign our moon god as a monster? He is our guardian. Without him, we would endure untold suffering and slowly perish." Nezha, confounded, pressed, "You profess hatred for this entity, yet now you defend him. What is the reason for this contradiction?" The father replied, "This tale begins 3 years ago, when a multitude of demons invaded our moon spirit mountain. These fiends wreaked havoc, shattering our peace. Before their arrival, we lived in tranquility and prosperity, untouched by such calamities. Isolated from the outside world and indifferent to worldly affairs, we have long cherished a tradition of reverence for the moon in the sky, considering it a divine entity. On a particular night of the full moon, as we had done for generations, we gathered all the inhabitants of Moon Spirit Mountain by the shores of Moon Lake to offer our tributes to the celestial orb above. The moon on that night shone particularly bright, resembling a resplendent golden disk. Our chieftain led us in prayer at the water's edge when suddenly a tempest of dark winds swept across the sky, blinding us momentarily. Amidst the chaos, our chieftain commanded calm, declaring that the moon deity was manifesting. We ceased our clamor, filled with anxious anticipation, uncertain of what was to unfold. Yet, curiously, when we finally opened our eyes, there was no sign of anything extraordinary. Observing this, our chieftain laughed heartily, proclaiming that all was well and that our rites had concluded. However, an unsettling mystery lingered in the air. How could such a clear sky give rise to an inexplicable storm? We chose to dismiss it, unaware that unfortunate events were silently beginning to unfold upon Moon Spirit Mountain. What unforeseen occurrences might arise? What truly transpired upon Moon Spirit Mountain? Come, let us unveil the truth together. Chapter 28. Night of Nightmares Prologue. Many great leaders have gleaned from history that one ought to strive for success rather than succumb to failure. If we can firmly believe this, we shall undoubtedly be imbued with confidence. Moreover, we must recognize that stumbling is not a source of shame, but rather another opportunity on the path to success. Learning to embrace failure is crucial. What matters most is what we glean from it, for it shall render us wiser. It is essential to persist with courage, determination, and an optimistic spirit. Experience teaches us that as long as we persistently knock on the door, it will eventually open. As Anthony once stated, when you are a child, there comes a time when you must transition from crawling to standing, to walking. You will stumble, yet you shall rise again. Ultimately, you will stand firm on your own 2 feet. Reclaim your confidence. Brush off the dust from your shoulders. Begin anew. With steadfast effort, the hope of success will emerge. In the face of life's adversities, do not fear. Trust in yourself. Indeed, you can achieve it. How long it may seem as if this day unfolded without incident. Yet unbeknownst to us, misfortune was gradually unfurling upon Moon Spirit Mountain. A considerable time has elapsed since the events transpired. On this particular night, while the villagers lay in slumber, they seemed to catch a glimpse of the moon goddess in their dreams. The moon goddess faintly proclaimed, "Inhabitants of Moon Spirit Mountain, heed my words. Calamities shall befall you, for malevolent spirits shall emerge. To prevent these demons from wreaking havoc, the only recourse is for you, the mortals, to select a pair of youthful innocents each year on the 15th day of the 8th month and offer them at the pinnacle of Moon Spirit Mountain, so that you may be spared from their torment." As dawn broke, fear gripped the villagers. They began to doubt whether the previous night had been but a dream or an authentic vision. They gathered at the residence of their chieftain to discuss the matter. The chieftain, having experienced the same dream and heard the same words, resolutely declared, "It is merely the moon goddess attempting to frighten us. Do not believe it. Our moon goddess is benevolent and compassionate. How could she ever wish us harm? Such a notion is preposterous." The villagers, swayed by the chieftain's assurances, collectively dismissed the idea as impossible, treating it as a mere nightmare. Time, as it often does, passed swiftly, and the days unfolded without any unusual occurrences. Before long, the night of the full moon on the 15th day of the 8th month arrived. The villagers had completely forgotten the moon goddess's warning about seeking the innocent. At the zenith of the moonlit night, when the moonstone shone its brightest, illuminating the most enchanting moment, when families gathered joyfully to partake of mooncakes, sharing tales of the moon's wonders while admiring the envious orb in the sky, no one anticipated the impending calamity that would engulf Moon Spirit Mountain. As the moon hung high and the villagers reveled in their joy, a sudden flash of black and white lightning split the sky. The villagers gasped in horror as the heavens seemed to rend asunder. In disbelief, they gazed skyward, and their astonishment deepened as they beheld a creature that nearly sent them into a state of panic. Chaos erupted, with villagers fleeing and shouting, "Monsters! Monsters!" What? You may wonder, did the villagers witness? Just moments before, the sky had been clear, and the moon the brightest and fullest it had ever been. Yet now, a bolt of lightning cleaved the moon in two. Within its luminous sphere, the villagers discerned a monstrous being. 2 horns protruded from its head, golden hair billowed behind it, and it towered nearly 2 meters tall, its eyes ablaze with malice. Its enormous fangs jutted from its mouth, and its hands resembled large fans, gripping a menacing weapon. The creature revealed itself amidst the moonlight. With a ghastly wail, the monster emitted a sound so dreadful that it left the villagers dazed and terrified. As the villagers knelt in terror, unable to meet the gaze of the malevolent creature in the moon, it bellowed in a hoarse voice, "I am the god of the moon, the deity you venerate. Fear not, for my appearance is solely for the sake of the innocent. Did I not forewarn you, mere mortals? On the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, I shall claim the pure-hearted, and in doing so, you shall truly believe in me. By taking the innocent, I shall ensure your peace for an entire year." The villagers, recalling the ominous warning, began to murmur among themselves, "The innocent. We have forgotten. We are unprepared. What shall we do? Could it be that the warning was indeed true? Is this creature truly the moon god? Why does it resemble a demon?" The god of the moon, possessing keen hearing, became enraged upon overhearing their whispers. "What? You ignorant villagers, do you dismiss my words as mere wind? You have disregarded my commands and dared to defy my will. It seems you do not believe in me. Very well, I shall demonstrate my power." In a panic, the villagers pleaded, "Great moon god, spare us. We did not intend to oppose you. It was merely, what was it?" The moon god demanded furiously. The villagers cried out, "We are but loving souls. How could we part with our own flesh and blood? We cannot bear to do so. Please, show mercy and spare these helpless villagers." The moon god, with a face twisted in malevolence, laughed maniacally. "Ha! Mercy? What is that? I have never harbored such sentiments. Who can enlighten me on its value? Can it grant immortality or elevate me to supreme power? Ha! Do not feign compassion. If you do not wish to give, simply admit it." A young villager, filled with indignation, retorted, "What has become of the moon god we have revered for years? You bear no semblance of divinity, but rather appear as a heartless demon." In an instant, a sickening crack echoed through the air as the robust youth collapsed. His head severed by a crescent-shaped scythe, his body and head separated. The villagers erupted into chaos, scattering in panic. The malevolent creature in the moon seethed with rage. "How dare you, insolent villagers, confront me with such audacity? You seek your demise." At that moment, the moon god shouted, "Moon shadow cold palm." The innocent villagers, bewildered and frantic, were powerless against the wrath of this self-proclaimed deity. As the moon god unleashed a chilling force from their hands, the villagers were swiftly encased in ice, rendered immobile and helpless. The moon god laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ah! Ha ha ha! This time, I shall see where you can escape. Encased in ice, you shall perish within 3 days. Do you wish to live or die? If you choose life, heed my commands." The villagers pleaded, "We do not wish to die. We do not wish to die." Under the oppressive influence of the moon god, the villagers reluctantly acquiesced to his demands, agreeing to offer up young boys and girls on the night of the full moon each year. In later times, the villagers contemplated summoning a mage to subdue the moon god, yet the outcome was invariably the same, met with brutal demise at the hands of the moon god. Eventually, within the moon spirit mountain, a merciless demon emerged, one that even the mages could not summon. Outsiders dared not tread into the mountain's depths, compelling the villagers to relinquish their aspirations of vanquishing the demon. They endured in silence, fulfilling the moon god's grim tasks. Gradually, the villagers abandoned their thirst for vengeance, instead venerating a merciless deity. The villagers of Moon Spirit Mountain continued to wait, yearning for the dawn of a new day. Each year, the night of the full moon signified a time of reunion, yet it was on this very night that they would lose their most cherished treasures. As the nightmarish evening passed, how would Nezha react upon learning of these events? In reality, is the moon god a divine being or a malevolent spirit? Chapter 29. The Pinnacle of Moon Spirit Prologue. The Bible states, "Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you." This can be interpreted as an encouragement to confront difficulties without retreat, to persist in the struggle for success. As you ascend the heights of achievement, remember that each rung of the ladder is there for you to step upon, to elevate you higher, not as a place for rest. Endurance and struggle brings forth the hope of success. Through trials, one gains strength. The sharpness of a sword comes from being tempered, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Upon learning of this demon god, Nezha was filled with indignation. What kind of celestial being is this? It is not a benevolent deity, but a ruthless demon. How despicable! Let me see how I shall deal with it. At that moment, an elderly man kindly interjected, "You must leave this place at once. You cannot confront the moon god here. Earlier, everyone admonished you for suggesting the moon god was a demon, and you were scolded for it. Here, it is absolutely forbidden to speak of the moon god as either demon or spirit. Otherwise, you shall invite calamity upon yourself." Nezha, with confidence, replied with laughter, "Ha. What is there to fear? It has yet to encounter me. Nezha, I am the heavenly warrior, descended to aid the common folk. Wherever there are demons, there shall I be, Nezha. Fear not, my good sir." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Ha, the god of war? I have never heard of such a figure. To be frank, that demon is many times taller than you. I fear you are no match for him. It would be wise for you to leave this place at once." Just as Nezha was about to retort, a wailing sound halted him. "Oh, my unfortunate daughter. How could this happen? Mother cannot bear to part with you. You are my heart and soul. How shall I live without you?" A woman, appearing to be in her 40s, cried out. The old man sighed with sympathy. Alas, this woman has but one cherished daughter, and she is the one in peril. How tragic! Yet, there is nothing we can do. Alas! Nezha, filled with fury, declared, "This accursed demon has brought calamity upon this place, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. For the sake of the innocent here, I, Nezha, shall stop at nothing to capture him, to provide an explanation to the people and unveil his true nature, whether he be a demon or a god." Approaching the grieving woman, Nezha comforted her. "Auntie, do not despair. Today's events have crossed my path, and I, Nezha, will not stand idly by." The woman looked at Nezha with tears in her eyes and said, "Brave young warrior, it is best you do not involve yourself in our troubles. It would only lead to your demise." Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, "Why do you not believe in me?" As he spoke, he manifested his 3 heads and 8 arms, soaring into the sky while breathing out the 3 pure flames. The villagers gazed in awe, speechless. They had never witnessed such a miracle. 3 heads and 8 arms. What an imposing sight. The flames roared fiercely. Nezha continued, "Now do you believe me? I, Nezha, am here to assist the world in ridding it of evil. I never deceive. Please place your trust in me." At that moment, the woman cried out, "Little deity, we believe you. We believe you. Please, come down." She knelt before him, pleading, "Little deity, we trust you to be a benevolent spirit. I beg you, please save my dear little girl. She is my heart's delight, and I cannot bear to lose her." Nezha stepped forward to help her up, saying, "Auntie, rise. There is no need for such distress. This matter is one I must attend to. Please trust in me." The villagers collectively knelt and cried, "Little deity, we beseech you. Save us. Save us." Nezha hurriedly interjected, "Villagers, there is no need for such gestures. My duty is to eradicate the evil in this world, and thus, I cannot ignore this matter. What shall we do? Tomorrow is the night of the full moon, and time is running out," the anxious woman said. Nezha reassured them, "Do not panic. I have a plan. I possess a demon-subduing formation passed down by my master. Tomorrow, you all must hide within the formation I set. None may step outside. I shall certainly capture and subdue this demon." Time swiftly passes, and the night of the full moon has arrived. Nezha instructed, "Villagers, remain within the demon-subduing formation tonight. Regardless of what transpires outside, do not venture out." Nezha transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, summoning the 9-dragon divine fire shield to envelop the entire moon spirit mountain. He silently recited incantations, causing 9 divine dragons to soar into the sky, coiling around the mountain and forming a transparent protective barrier, an easily defendable yet difficult to breach formation. Nezha then retracted the 9-dragon divine fire shield and transformed the local poultry into villagers. With a wave of his hand, he turned 2 small yellow dogs into a pair of young boys and girls. Disguised as an ordinary villager, Nezha awaited the appearance of the demon god in silence. As the midnight of the full moon approached, the apparitions of people, beating gongs and drums, ascended to the peak of Moon Spirit Mountain. The height was indeed considerable, and a chilling wind occasionally swept across their faces, causing involuntary shivers. The young boys and girls were placed atop a large stone, reaching for the moon as if they could grasp it with their hands. The villagers knelt toward the moon, anticipating the arrival of the moon god, waiting. In no time, The golden moon was obscured by a layer of black mist, plunging the sky into darkness. The moon god emerged, and upon noticing a demonic shadow in the center of the moon, Nezha felt the fire spear in his hand tremble subtly. He realized the demon had indeed appeared and steadied his grip on the weapon. The moon god cackled. Ah-ha-ha, these two children are so lovely, with delicate skin and tender flesh. I truly cannot resist. This year's gift is splendid. I shall demand more in the future, for only then can I protect you. Ha-ha-ha. The moon god approached the young boys and girls, extending his sharp claws toward them. At that moment, two barks echoed, and the children transformed back into their true forms, startling the moon god. Infuriated, the moon god exclaimed, "What is happening? Where are the children? How did they become two dogs?" In a fit of rage, he hurled the two yellow dogs to the ground, ending their lives. Furious, the moon god bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Who dares to mock me? You seek death, do you? What is going on? Who can enlighten me?" Yet, no one responded. The moon god's face turned a shade of green with anger, utterly baffled by the circumstances. In his wrath, he unleashed the moon shadow cold palm, a formidable technique that froze all the villagers atop the moon spirit peak. Nezha had already soared high into the air, revealing the villagers in their true forms. Now a collection of flora and fauna. The moon god, even more enraged, surveyed the scene of transformed beings and shouted, "Who dares? Who is responsible for this? Who has disrupted my plans? Do you wish for death? Show yourselves at once." Nezha, hovering in the sky, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! How amusing! To dare impersonate the moon god and bring harm to others, employing such vicious techniques. What manner of demon are you?" The moon god gazed in astonishment at the striking young lad before him, clad in a lotus battle attire, with delicate features, lustrous black hair, and bright eyes. The moon god exclaimed, "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or you shall face my wrath." Nezha, filled with indignation, retorted, "You reckless demon. Do not boast so arrogantly. You know not who can subdue whom." With a swift transformation, Nezha revealed his divine prowess. What unexpected events might Nezha encounter? The mooning cold palm is indeed formidable. How was it forged? How will the tale unfold further? Please click on the legend of Nezha, the god of war in Longu, to lend your support. Chapter 31. The magical treasure of the demon realm. The demon stone prologue. Enduring hardships with patience. As Franklin stated, the patient man is never at a disadvantage. Troubling times require exceptional courage, complete dedication to an ideal or goal, and unwavering perseverance. As Browning articulated, have the courage to change what you can, the grace to accept what you cannot, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thus, the more resolute your determination towards your life's goals, the greater your patience in overcoming obstacles. Patience is dynamic rather than static, proactive rather than passive. It is an active force that shapes destiny, rather than succumbing to circumstances. This strength flows continuously from within us, yet must be meticulously controlled and directed with an almost unbelievable tenacity toward a set objective. With a clear direction in life, your resilience against setbacks will be fortified. You will recognize that as your goals draw nearer, these are merely temporary delays. If you confront difficulties with a positive outlook, solutions will emerge effortlessly. Wait patiently for opportunities. An unexpected success shall be yours. Nezha shouted, 9 dragons descend to vanquish demons. Within the 9-dragon fire shield, 9 extraordinary divine dragons emerged, their harmonious roars resonating with brilliance as they radiated celestial flames, charging fiercely toward the moon demon. Upon witnessing the 9 dragons, the moon demon's countenance darkened, akin to one stricken by a grave illness. In a moment of panic, he exclaimed, "What shall I do? If I do not unleash my own dark energy now, I fear I shall perish within the 9-dragon fire shield." The mooning cold palm is the most chilling technique within the demon realm, capable of instantly freezing anything it touches, rendering it immobile. This technique, originally created by the Demon King, was passed down to the moon demon, who, being of a nature and often roaming in the night, found it to be the most fitting technique. The moon demon further adapted this technique within the demon realm, enhancing its power using the magical treasure, the demon stone. The demon stone is a spectral crystal of the demon realm, possessing an exceptionally sharp coldness, growing year-round in the deepest recesses of the earth, absorbing the energy of the cosmos. It is a rare treasure that remains untouched and unseen by others. It is said that only those destined to connect with the shadow stone can approach it, unleashing unforeseen power. Only beings with profound ties to the demonic realm can harness its potential. This shadow stone, an artifact of the demon world, symbolizes evil spirits. The moon demon is one such entity, fated to the shadow stone within that realm. Upon invoking the moon shadow cold palm, an incredibly frigid air surged forth from the moon demon's palms, as if the moon itself, unwilling to witness the fierce clash of deities and demons, slowly withdrew behind the clouds. Within the 9-dragon divine fire shield, 9 extraordinary divine dragons roared fiercely towards the moon demon. At that moment, the chilling air collided head-on with the fiery dragons, producing a sound akin to sizzling coal meeting icy water. The divine fire enveloping the dragons was forged from the 5-colored stones left by the Goddess Nüwa, comparable to the true fire of Samadhi. As the divine fire clashed with the demonic ice, it was uncertain whether the fire's temperature soared or the ice's plummeted. The divine flames intensified, as if the entire sky were on the verge of igniting, while the frigid air of the demon realm seemed determined to encase the earth in ice. As the two forces faced off, the moon demon shouted, "Shadow Stone." Nezha exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The Shadow Stone has appeared." From the moon demon's hand, the previously icy vapors began to solidify, transforming into a stone of an unsettling shape that evoked tremors upon sight. It resembled a character, and upon closer inspection, Nezha discerned it to be the character for cold in a sinister form. The cold character radiated an eerie aura, exuding a malevolent spirit that threatened to freeze the entire world. Cradling the Shadow Stone, the moon demon laughed maniacally, declaring to Nezha, "Today, I shall let you perish within this Shadow Stone." With that proclamation, the stone shot through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the 9 divine dragons. Before Nezha could react, the once roaring dragons were instantly encased beneath the Shadow Stone, rendered immobile. Astonished by the sight of the frozen dragons, Nezha marveled, "How formidable!" He hastily retracted the 9-dragon divine fire shield, pondering, how could such a chilling artifact be wielded by the moon demon? Only those fated to the Shadow Stone can utilize it. Could it be? Indeed, the Shadow Stone was formidable, proving resilient even against the 9-dragon divine fire shield. What should he do now? Nezha contemplated further and questioned, "Moon demon, what is your origin? How do you possess the treasure of the demon realm, the Shadow Stone? Are you truly the one destined to wield it?" The moon demon cackled, "Ha ha ha. Indeed. You possess some insight, recognizing the treasure of the demon realm. Yes, this is the Shadow Stone, and I am fated to it. I hail from the demon realm, a being of darkness, and I am inherently attuned to the Shadow Stone's essence, allowing me to achieve remarkable feats with it. Are you afraid now? Ha ha ha." As the moon demon laughed again, Nezha thought, "A wise hero does not suffer immediate loss. I must devise a strategy to counter the Shadow Stone, otherwise, I shall surely provide the moon demon with an opportunity to exploit." Upon realizing the unfavorable situation, Nezha found it challenging to contend with the moon demon. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly turned and took flight on his wind-fire wheels. The moon demon, noticing Nezha's retreat, erupted into a mocking laughter. "Ha! And you call yourself a war god? With such limited abilities, you flee at the first sign of trouble. Let us see how I handle you. You cannot escape my grasp." The moon demon conjured a dark cloud and pursued Nezha relentlessly. Nezha, speeding ahead on his wind-fire wheels, mused anxiously, "I never anticipated that the moon demon, though not particularly formidable, would wield the treasures of the demon realm, making it difficult to confront him. I cannot devise a plan at this moment, and as he relentlessly pursues me, where shall I go? To the heavenly court? No, I cannot return there and become a laughingstock among the celestial beings for retreating at the first challenge." As the moon demon closed in, Nezha felt a surge of desperation. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the Buddha, "Nezha, whenever you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek refuge at the 10,000 Buddha temple." Inspired by the Buddha's wisdom, Nezha exclaimed, "Yes, I shall head to the 10,000 Buddha temple, not far from the west." With determination, Nezha propelled himself towards the 10,000 Buddha temple, wielding his fiery spear. The moon demon, perplexed by Nezha's unexpected change of direction, thought, "Why is Nezha heading west? I assumed he would seek help from the heavenly court, where I could capture him easily. Regardless, I will follow him and see where he goes. Wherever it may be, he cannot escape his fate." Flying on his malevolent cloud, the moon demon taunted, "Nezha, you coward. Afraid of my demon Shadow Stone, you scuttle away like a turtle retreating into its shell. No matter where you run, I shall pursue you and settle our score." Nezha, confident and amused, laughed heartily. "Ha, moon demon, I am not afraid of you. If you have the courage, then follow me." He sped towards the 10,000 Buddha temple, pondering what extraordinary encounters awaited him within. The demon realm's treasures, particularly the demon Shadow Stone, are indeed formidable. What strategies will Nezha devise to overcome such obstacles? Stay tuned for the unfolding tale as the story continues. Thank you Dear friends, for your unwavering support. Please click on the legend of Nezha, the war god, for a unique narrative of Nezha's growth, and I hope you share it widely. Chapter 32, The Western Paradise. The Wall of Buddha Light Prologue. Always remain hopeful in life. In truth, from the moment of birth, each individual is bestowed with myriad opportunities and seeds of existence. This saying embodies the essence of truth. Although you may encounter trials and tribulations, it does not imply that from birth, your life is destined to be defined by such seeds. As long as you maintain hope in life, you shall cultivate seeds of happiness and joy, and the world will grant you countless beautiful gifts. Suffering, of course, is not something that everyone willingly endures. When it arrives, regardless of its intensity, it inflicts mental torment and may leave profound scars on the heart. Thus, no one seeks pain and misfortune without reason. However, the advent of suffering can have a positive influence on you, imparting invaluable lessons. As Roman Roland once said, pain is a sharp knife that cleaves your heart. Yet on the other hand, it excavates new springs of life. The most precious treasure of humanity is hope. It alleviates our anguish. Friends, always remember to remain hopeful towards life, to stride forward tenaciously in pursuit of that hope, for fortune shall await you not far ahead. In the midst of the relentless pursuit of the moon demon, Nezha soared through the skies like a majestic eagle, steadfastly heading towards his heart's desire. Before long, Nezha found himself amidst a realm adorned with the shimmering brilliance of golden Buddhas and ethereal purple aura. Elated, Nezha exclaimed, "Could it be that this gathering of golden Buddhas and purple aura is indeed the 10,000 Buddhas temple spoken of by the Buddha?" Enlightened in spirit, Nezha flew directly towards the temple. The moon demon, riding on a cloud of malevolence, pursued Nezha closely, utterly oblivious to the fact that Nezha had lured him into the Western Paradise. Enraged, the moon demon scoffed, "Humph! Cowardly Nezha! Fleeing here because he cannot defeat me. What skill is that? You think I fear the Buddha just because you are under his protection? Humph! What is there to fear about the Buddha? There is no reason not to go there." The moon demon propelled himself towards the assembly of Buddhas. With all his might, the moon demon attempted to prevent Nezha from entering the 10,000 Buddhas temple. The malevolent clouds beneath him roared with wind, moving several times faster than before. Suddenly, a cry echoed, the source of which was unknown. Upon glancing, the moon demon found his face smeared with blood, struck by an unseen force. Writhing in agony atop the wicked clouds. Furious, the moon demon howled, "Damn it! How formidable! In my pursuit of Nezha, I failed to notice the obstruction of the Buddha's light. How infuriating! This Buddha light has wounded me so severely. It seems today is destined for Nezha to escape. Cursed be my demon shadow stone, which proves ineffective in this sacred ground. I shall return and allow Nezha a few more days of life. The next time we meet will be his demise. I will return to Moon Spirit Mountain to continue my training of the moon shadow cold palm, healing my internal injuries, and await Nezha to walk into my trap. This time, that boy will not escape. It seems the day of my return to the demon realm is not far off." With a maniacal laugh, the moon demon vanished beneath the azure sky and white clouds. Nezha, hearing the moon demon's wail from behind, witnessed him collide violently with the wall of Buddha light, bouncing back helplessly, gravely injured and drenched in blood. Nezha marveled, "How formidable! This truly is the wall of Buddha light, a formidable barrier against demons and monsters. Only the divine, celestial beings, Buddhas, and saints can perceive this wall, while it remains invisible and intangible to the eyes of demons and fiends. It is a barrier set by the Buddha himself to prevent chaos in the sacred grounds of the Buddha." Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the moon demon, Nezha could not suppress his delight and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! This moon demon must think he has encountered a ghost." At that moment, a cloud in the sky gradually coalesced into a human form and interjected, "Nezha, cease your laughter and hasten into the 10,000 Buddhas temple. The Buddha has been awaiting you for some time." After uttering these words, the cloud dissipated slowly. Nezha, not daring to delay, promptly replied, "Nezha shall adhere to your command." He retracted the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet and made his way into the 10,000 Buddhas temple, where various statues of deities stood, each exuding compassion and embodying the spirit of salvation for all beings. Within the temple, there stood a millennia-old pine tree, grand enough to house a small cottage. Still lush and verdant, its branches extending over the entire temple, enveloping it in an aura of mystique. This ancient pine radiated the earth's spiritual essence, thriving silently. As Nezha traversed the main path of the temple, a benevolent Buddha materialized before him, smiling gently as he said, "Nezha, the Buddha has awaited your arrival." Nezha responded respectfully, "I am grateful, esteemed Buddha. He followed the Buddha into the hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Inside the hall, the Buddha, seated upon a pristine white lotus, emanated an indescribable fragrance. Nezha approached and knelt, saying, "I have come to pay my respects to the Buddha." The Buddha replied softly, "Nezha, there is no need for excessive formalities. I had foreseen your arrival and have awaited you for quite some time. I am also aware that the demon pursuing you has been thwarted by the barrier of the 10,000 Buddhas, trapped outside this sacred ground, and its whereabouts remain unknown." Nezha, now serious, implored, "O Buddha, your powers are boundless. Please enlighten me on how to subdue this demon." The Buddha spoke slowly. "Listen well, Nezha. This demon is the foremost of the 10 great demons, the moon demon, who is the chief disciple of the demon king Asura. The demon king, imprisoned in Ghost Mountain, unleashed the 10 great demons upon the world when a rift appeared during the battle between the victorious Buddha and the demon king on a day of lunar eclipse. The resentment of heaven and earth seeped into Ghost Mountain, reviving the 10 great demons, who were dispatched to obstruct your quest for the remaining spirit stones. I have also foreseen that another lunar eclipse will occur in the near future, at which time the demon king's dark essence will reach unparalleled heights. The only means to thwart this calamity is to locate the remaining spirit stones." The Buddha's voice grew solemn as he continued, "Before I attained Buddhahood, during the nascent formation of the universe, demons roamed freely, plunging the world into chaos. At that time, the demon king Asura sought to remain in the world, while the moon demon was merely a trivial creature and not yet one of the 10 great demons. I did not regard him with concern, but after so many years, he has risen to become the demon king's subordinate and the foremost among the 10 great demons. Furthermore, he has acquired the coveted treasure of the demon realm, the demon shadow stone, making him exceedingly formidable." Upon hearing the Buddha's extensive discourse on the moon demon, Nezha felt a wave of apprehension and asked, "O Buddha, what shall we do now?" The enchanted demon stone, unperturbed even by the divine 9 dragons' divine fire shield bestowed by the Goddess Nüwa, possesses the remarkable ability to immobilize the 9 dragons. The Buddha spoke softly, "Nezha, do not be anxious. My presence at the 10,000 Buddhas temple is to unveil the method to unravel the demon stone." Nezha, unable to contain his urgency, blurted out, "Buddha, what is the method? Please reveal it to me." The Buddha interjected, "Nezha, patience is a virtue. As the saying goes, haste makes waste." Nezha, realizing his impatience, replied earnestly, "Yes, I shall heed your wisdom." The Buddha continued with a measured tone, "The demon stone is a manifestation of extreme energy. Absorbing the ghostly aura from the depths of the earth, this energy equates to a chilling essence. The greater the the more potent the cold. Having thrived underground for millennia, the magnitude of this energy is unfathomable. The sole remedy lies in the fire fruit of the flaming tree." The Buddha revealed the enigma of salvation, yet the whereabouts of the fire fruit and the means to procure it remained a mystery. What extraordinary adventures await Nezha? Will he successfully obtain the fire fruit? All shall be unveiled in due course. Chapter 33, The Source of All Fires. Mount Fireflame Prologue. Strive to ascend 5 feet higher. As stated in the Bible, the battle is not to the strong, nor the race to the swift, but to the steadfast. Taking a single step does not demand courage. Indeed, in any endeavor, if you take the first step and continue onward, you will gradually approach your destination. This persistence requires only a spark of determination. Measuring life by inches can seem arduous, yet when measured by centimeters, it transforms into a far simpler affair. Indeed, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Suppose your aspirations are rooted in long-term hopes and dreams. They will not unfold effortlessly. However, if you fragment them into manageable increments, they become attainable. Break each goal into smaller, digestible objectives. If you view each as a necessary passage toward your ultimate aim, even the most tedious tasks will become surmountable. You can find exhilaration in mundane activities, provided they guide you toward your desired destination. By consistently engaging in actions that lead you to success, you will learn to navigate life's myriad challenges with grace. Friends, remember these words. They shall serve you well in the future. Let us collectively strive toward our dreams and hopes, summon our courage, and proceed step by step. Guokailong, upon hearing the mention of the fire fruit and the flaming tree, Nezha felt an inexplicable thrill and eagerly inquired, "Buddha, what exactly are the flaming tree and the fire fruit?" After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha replied thoughtfully, "Nezha, the fire fruit is born from the fire tree planted by the fire messenger in the depths of the fire mountain. This fruit possesses a unique property. It gains strength when confronted with power and diminishes when faced with weakness. It is this very characteristic that can withstand the chilling essence of the demon shadow stone. Nezha then inquired, Buddha, how shall I procure the fire fruit? The Buddha continued, Nezha, heed my instructions. Journey to the fire mountain, where you will find a fiery cavern. Within this cave resides a messenger engulfed in flames. The very source of fire from the dawn of chaos, the fire messenger. However, be warned, he possesses a peculiar temperament and is prone to violent outbursts. Yet fear not, for he harbors a heart of compassion. Thus, obtaining the fire fruit shall not prove difficult. Go forth, for time is of the essence. I suspect the moon demon is currently honing its shadow-devouring blade. Off you go, the fire mountain lies to the east. Nezha knelt and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Buddha, for your guidance. I shall fulfill this task. With the Buddha's teachings etched in his mind, Nezha departed from the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Harnessing the wind-fire wheel and wielding the fire spear, soaring eastward towards the source of countless flames, the fire mountain. Nezha, not daring to delay, flew determinately towards the east. After a considerable time in the air, he began to feel an increasing warmth enveloping him. Confounded by this sensation, he gazed ahead and was startled to see the clouds below, scorched into a brilliant crimson by the flames, as if they were about to ignite. Nezha pondered. Could this indeed be the fire mountain? Piercing through the clouds, his eyes shone with golden light, revealing the landscape below. Overjoyed, Nezha exclaimed, Indeed. I have swiftly arrived at the source of countless flames, the fire mountain. Descending to the mortal realm, he found the fire mountain ablaze with roaring flames. The heat almost unbearable. Nezha marveled, How scorching! How scorching! The fire mountain of Ur did not possess such extreme temperatures. This place truly deserves its title as the source of all flames. Nezha then mused, In such extreme heat, how could a fire tree possibly thrive? There seems to be no life amidst these fierce flames. Could it be that the Buddha has deceived me? Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from somewhere within the fire mountain, startling Nezha from his thoughts. Hastily, he employed his keen vision to observe the source of the explosion, and he shouted, What? What is that? Upon closer inspection, he beheld a towering and robust fire divine tree rising from the site of the explosion, crackling with fiery energy. The tree, ablaze with fierce flames, radiated an even more intense heat, its bizarre and magnificent form adorned with lush foliage. It was a miracle that such a life-giving tree could flourish in such extreme temperatures. The fire tree, viewed from a distance, resembles a colossal character for fire, with its branches and leaves transformed into a vibrant red, as if they were about to ignite. At first glance, it appears that the tree bears fireballs the size of apples, radiating a fiery brilliance. Nezha exclaimed, Fire, the fire fruit. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Nezha realized with astonishment that the recent thunderous sound must have signified the ripening of the fruit. Could this tree indeed be the fire tree spoken of by the Buddha, yielding the fire fruit? It is truly remarkable that such a tree can flourish amidst raging flames. Nezha pondered aloud, Is there anyone here? He had come with an urgent matter to seek the fire messenger. After calling out for an indeterminate amount of time without receiving a response, Nezha contemplated. Could it be that the fire messenger is not present on Fire Mountain? Time is of the essence. How can I obtain the fire fruit? It would be ill-advised to seize a divine object without the owner's consent. The heat here is unbearable. Must I wait indefinitely? The people of the world require salvation, and delaying the stability of the three realms would be disastrous. Well, since I am here, I shall endeavor to procure the fire fruit in the shortest time possible. With no one responding, I suppose I must adopt a strategy of diplomacy before resorting to force. With that, Nezha approached the fire tree. Yet he felt as if he were ablaze, discomfort coursing through him. As he drew nearer, the temperature intensified, and he found himself struggling to endure the searing heat. Gradually slowing his pace, he wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, It is unbearably hot here. At this rate, I will surely be scorched to a husk. I must devise a plan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Of course, I possess the Qianquan circle, which can conjure a diamond barrier. The power of the diamond barrier is formidable. I wonder if it can withstand this extreme heat. Regardless, I must try, for it would be foolish to succumb to this heat before even reaching the fire tree. I cannot afford to fail. In a flurry, Nezha removed the Qianquan circle from around his neck and shouted, Diamond barrier. The Qianquan circle emitted a golden, transparent mist, enveloping him completely. Instantly, Nezha felt the temperature drop. Now it is manageable. The external heat cannot penetrate the barrier. I can now approach the fire tree at a steady pace. It seems that I shall soon procure the fire fruit. I must hasten my departure from this infernal place. However, as is often the case, events took an unexpected turn. Just as Nezha stepped closer to the fire tree, the wind-fire wheels beneath his feet, inexplicably overwhelmed by the intense heat, began to stir restlessly and suddenly detached from him, soaring into the distance. Nezha hurriedly called out, "Wind-fire wheels, where are you going? Come back." As I gazed once more at the fiery wheels, soaring towards the searing flames, I involuntarily transformed into a dragon and a phoenix, soaring together in the sky, joyfully absorbing the essence of fire from the mountain of flames. Nezha had yet to acquire the fruit of flames. Yet he was met with an unforeseen occurrence. The fiery wheels beneath his feet inexplicably morphed into a dragon and a phoenix. What, one might wonder, are the origins of the dragon and the phoenix? And what is the essence of this peculiar transformation? Chapter 35. The Fire Tree and the Fire Fruit Prologue. Uphold your beliefs. A life of triumph is not marked by an ardent attempt to evade challenges and unsatisfactory circumstances. Rather, true victors are those who persist in their convictions amid adversity. A philosopher once articulated that irrespective of one's situation, it is a choice made by oneself. Many resign themselves to the notion that their fate is immutable due to external constraints, allowing negative emotions to dominate, consequently choosing a destiny of failure. However, as long as we steadfastly maintain our beliefs, they will serve as a grand sail, guiding us effortlessly towards our destination, no matter the environment. It is a choice we make. Let us confront the myriad difficulties of the future, bravely advancing step by step towards a victorious tomorrow. Uphold your beliefs. Transform hope into reality. Gui Long and Huafeng reveled in the mountain of flames, joyfully consuming the essence of fire. Upon hearing their master's call, they responded in rasping voices, "Master, do not worry, we are unharmed. It is merely the allure of the fire essence that captivates us, and we cannot resist. We are embodiments of fire, desiring to engage in movement. Our very beings possess the inherent trait of absorbing the essence of fire, and such an exquisite opportunity is not to be missed. Once we have consumed our fill, we shall return. Gui Long and Huafeng will not cause you any trouble. Rest assured, Master." With mighty tails swishing, Gui Long and Huafeng soared deeper into the mountain of flames. Nezha, learning of their nature as divine beasts capable of consuming fire essence, felt reassured. Protected by the indestructible barrier of Vajra, he approached the tree bearing the fruit of flames. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the fire tree blended harmoniously with its surroundings, exhibiting an extraordinary reddish-brown hue. Nutrients flowed incessantly into the fruit of flames from within the tree. Nezha scrutinized the fire tree, which appeared to be ablaze. Its fuel comprised of nutrients drawn from the depths of the mountain of flames. He observed streaks of crimson fluid continually coursing through the tree, nourishing it. This red fluid was indeed the essence of fire, the depth of the tree's roots remaining an enigma. Nezha arrived at the base of the fire flame tree, gazing upward to behold its branches, where he discerned fruits nestled amidst the vibrant red foliage. At first glance, the tree appeared to be laden with many fruits. However, only one was ripe, emanating a brilliant azure flame. This fire flame fruit, roughly the size of a fist and resembling an apple, sparkled with tiny stars and intermittently crackled with thunderous sounds. The fruit radiated an intense heat, deterring any approach. Nezha thought to himself, having come this far, he could not hesitate any longer. The only course of action was to seize the fire flame fruit, regardless of the perilous temperature. With determination, Nezha ascended the fire flame tree and navigated the branches to reach the coveted fruit. As he made contact with the singular ripe fire flame fruit, it suddenly recoiled as if shy, tumbling to the ground and vanishing in an instant. This unforeseen turn of events startled Nezha, who exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no!" In his panic, he lost his grip on the branch and fell to the ground, frantically searching for the fruit. Yet, the spot where the fruit had fallen bore no trace of its presence, causing Nezha great distress. Bewildered, he pondered aloud, "What shall I do? There is only this one ripe fruit on the fire flame tree, and I cannot fathom how long it will take for the others to mature." Suddenly, as the fire flame fruit plummeted, the entire fire flame mountain trembled as though in an earthquake, emitting a resounding rumble. Within the fire flame cave, the fire flame envoy, deep in meditation, was jolted by the thunderous noise, feeling as if the mountain were collapsing. He swiftly rose, exhaling red mist, and exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is the fire flame mountain shaking and producing such dreadful sounds? Let me calculate." As the fire flame envoy performed a quick calculation, his crimson visage turned pale, his expression frozen in dread. Weakly, he muttered, "Today marks the ripening of the fire flame fruit. How could it have fallen into the depths of the earth? Who is responsible for this calamity? If the fruit has touched the ground, The entire fire flame mountain will be doomed, extinguishing all flames and forcing us to start anew. No, trembling with fear. The fire flame envoy grasped his flame sword and vanished from the cave, reappearing beneath the fire flame tree, where he spotted a young man clad in lotus armor, frantically searching for the lost fruit. Furious, the fire flame envoy confronted this intruder, demanding, "Hey, who are you? What is that young fellow in lotus attire searching for? Why have you come here?" Hearing the call, Nezha snapped back to reality, steadying himself and gazing in the direction of the voice. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure enveloped in crimson, radiating fiery energy, a being with flaming red hair, a face akin to fire, eyes aglow, draped in a fiery cloak, and wielding a blazing sword, advancing towards him with palpable fury. As Nezha beheld the fiery young man before him, his mind conjured the words of the Buddha regarding the fire envoy. Nezha pondered, could it be that this irate visitor is indeed the fire envoy? Upon noticing the master of this domain approach, Nezha respectfully greeted, "Esteemed elder, I am Nezha, a disciple of the great Master Tai. I have recently come to the Flame Mountain in search of the flame fruit. If I have caused any offense, I beseech your forgiveness." The fire envoy, already of a fiery temperament, became even more incensed upon discovering that the flame fruit had fallen into the depths of the earth. With fury, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by calling me elder? You are merely a disciple of that old codger, Tai. Even he must give me due respect. Today, you arrive at Flame Mountain without first paying your respects in the flame cave, and instead attempt to secretly pluck my flame fruit from beneath the flame tree. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression?" At this point, Nezha recognized that the fire envoy's temperament mirrored the Buddha's description of one who disregards right and wrong, exhibiting a brutal nature. Unfazed by such a person, Nezha felt a mixture of indignation and amusement, stammering, I understand my wrongdoing." 4. This fire envoy appeared to be scarcely in his 20s, possessing a youthful visage, yet he clung to outdated formalities, acting as if he were wise with age. The fire envoy's anger intensified, spewing crimson flames as he chastised Nezha. "Nezha, do you grasp the enormity of the disaster you have caused today? Are you aware that soon, Flame Mountain will fall into ruin, and everything shall revert to its beginnings? The source of all fire will vanish, leading to dire consequences." Seeing the solemn expression on the fire envoy's face, Nezha comprehended the gravity of the situation he had instigated. He hastily knelt before the fire envoy and implored, "I did not realize the severity of the circumstances, esteemed elder. Please, mete out your punishment." Noticing Nezha's genuine remorse, the fire envoy's fury subsided by half as he replied, "Nezha, do you comprehend how many years it takes for the flame fruit to mature upon this tree? This fruit is the essence of the source of all fire. Having been nurtured for an entire century, it has only just formed, and you have plucked it. The flame fruit must not be touched. If it falls, it will be reabsorbed by the essence of fire, causing everything to start anew. Flame Mountain will consequently vanish." Realizing the magnitude of his mistake, Nezha was filled with regret and beseeched, "Esteemed fire envoy, is there any chance for redemption? If not, we are in grave trouble. What shall we do about the moon demon?" Upon hearing Nezha mention the moon demon, the fire envoy seemed to recall something from afar. He inquired, "Nezha, what did you just say about the moon demon? What is the situation? Speak quickly, so that I may devise a plan to salvage the flame fruit." Nezha, filled with urgency, learned that the fire messenger possessed a means to reclaim the fire fruit. He hastily exclaimed, "The moon demon, the foremost among the 10 celestial demons, is currently wreaking havoc on the peace of the 3 realms. However, the moon demon wields a precious artifact known as the Demonine Stone, a treasure of the demon realm that cannot be easily countered. We must journey to the Western Paradise, where the Buddha has proclaimed that only the fire fruit from Fire Mountain can subdue the Demonine Stone." The fire messenger nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the fire fruit is the nemesis of the Demonine Stone. Why did you not mention this sooner? We must not let this critical matter slip away." Nezha, in a state of distress, questioned, "What shall we do? Time is of the essence. The fire fruit has fallen and vanished without a trace." The fire messenger, unperturbed, replied, "Nezha, the fire fruit is plummeting towards the depths of the earth. That is where the source of all flames resides. The only solution is to intercept the fire fruit from the abyss before it reaches the origin of the flames." In this urgent moment, one wonders if Nezha will succeed in retrieving the fire fruit from the depths of the earth. What unexpected tales might unfold on his journey? To those fortunate enough to encounter this tale, your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 37, The Palace of Demonic Essence, King of Demonic Essence Prologue. Embrace yourself unconditionally, starting now. First, Have unwavering faith that God loves you and views challenges as opportunities for growth. Some individuals eagerly seek the satisfaction, fulfillment, and recognition that lie deep within their hearts, battling life as if it were an adversary to conquer. Conversely, others place God at the center of their lives, seeking joy, hope, and inner peace, viewing life as a cherished companion. Accept yourself, persevere, and refrain from denigrating your perceived shortcomings. Cultivate the habit of appreciating your strengths, and you will discover a newfound affection for yourself. Strive to rectify behaviors you dislike, but can change, and embrace yourself. Continue to strive. Let us nurture our thoughts and emotions, fostering good habits that will pave the way for your success. Guakailong the ghost dragon and the fire phoenix continued their descent into the depths of the earth. After a considerable time, they arrived at a location where the temperature was astonishingly intense, as if the very earth were on the verge of combustion, turning everything to ash. The surroundings were saturated with flames, and the air was thick with the scent of charred matter. They approached a clearing not far from where they stood, where an ancient palace loomed. Its towering structure seemed long abandoned. Inscribed in dark letters above the entrance were three prominent characters: Palace of Demonic Essence. The ghost dragon, taken aback, remarked, "Fire Phoenix, we have reached the heart of the earth, the Palace of Demonic Essence." Flanking the palace were numerous fire spirits of varying sizes, resembling swarms of reddish-brown ants patrolling the entrance, ensuring that no strangers dared approach the Palace of Demonic Essence. Upon witnessing thousands of fire spirits, Gualong realized he had arrived at the realm of magical essence, the Palace of Magic Essence, their lair. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Fire Phoenix. It seems we have indeed come to the right place today. There is an abundance of fire essence here, enough for a sumptuous feast." As time gradually slipped away, he urged, "We can no longer delay. We must charge into the Palace of Magic Essence and reclaim the fire flame fruit." In a swift motion, Gualong and Fire Phoenix transformed into two streaks of lightning, darting past the fire spirits guarding the palace. The spirits, taken by surprise, could only flit about in a flurry of panic, chirping and fleeing in all directions. Once they evaded the magical guards, Gualong stabilized himself, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he declared, "Ha ha ha, splendid. I have never felt such fulfillment before. It has been far too long since I experienced such exhilaration." Arriving at the entrance of the Palace of Magic Essence, they pushed the door open, only to be met by a burning fireball. Gualong quickly shouted, "Fire Phoenix, dodge. What is this thing?" The fiery sphere halted, and to Gualong's astonishment, a figure emerged from within, a translucent being, its body infused with numerous unknown fire essences that flowed like blood. The creature bore two fiery eyes situated on its rotund abdomen, with its mouth obscured from view. In truth, this sudden apparition resembled nothing more than a colossal meatball. From a distance, faint giggles echoed, "Hee hee, ha ha. Hee hee, ha ha." Fire Phoenix, bewildered by the source of the laughter, felt a chill and approached Gualong, exclaiming, "Gualong, where is this laughter coming from? It sounds rather malicious." Gualong hushed her, saying, "Hush, do not speak. I suspect this laughter belongs to the legendary beast, the King of Magic Essence." Just then, another voice floated through the air, "Hee hee, ha ha. How amusing to have you. A pair of divine lovers, guessed correctly. Indeed, you have not erred. I am the King of Magic Essence, master of all fire spirits here." Gualong assumed a combat stance, his anger boiling over as he declared, "How dare you? You know who we are, and yet do not hasten to greet us. I shall have to find you and rend you to pieces. Show yourself, coward." The voice echoed again, though its owner remained unseen. "Am I not right before you? I have been present all along, and yet you fail to discern my location. How laughable. Allow me to reveal the truth. The voice you hear emanates from this transparent form. This is the true embodiment of the King of Magic Essence." "How foolish you are. Ha ha ha." Gualong, turning to Fire Phoenix in disbelief, gasped, "What? This translucent body before us is the King of Magic Essence?" The King of Magic Essence blinked its ghostly eyes and replied softly, "Indeed, divine lovers, you are the supreme rulers of the divine beast. Yet how is it that you now serve a celestial war god, intruding upon the domain of the King of Demon Essence? You have feasted upon the fire spirits that I have nurtured for years. Do not presume that your exalted status grants you the liberty to act with impunity here. I, the King of Demon Essence, am not intimidated by you. During the age of sacred beasts, I long desired to engage in a fatal confrontation with you, the divine lovers. It was only due to the unexpected natural calamity that I retreated to the depths of the fiery mountain. Years have passed since then, and I had believed you perished in that disaster. To my astonishment, you still live. I have heard that many gods, demons, and beasts fell victim to that catastrophe. And those who survived have concealed themselves well. Who would have thought that you, the highest rulers of the divine beasts, have endured? It is truly miraculous that we meet again. The phantom dragon, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Is it not a blessing that we survived? Your tone suggests you wish for our demise. The king of demon essence, enraged, retorted, indeed. If you had perished in the age of sacred beasts, I would have reigned over the realms of gods and demons. Now that you, the divine lovers, have reappeared, I shall confine you to this fiery mountain, enabling me to dominate the entire world of sacred beasts. The phantom dragon responded defiantly. How dare you, demon essence beast? We have not come to engage in a duel of supremacy. Our presence here is solely to seek a particular item. The king of demon essence inquired. Perplexed, what item do you seek? There are no rare treasures in my possession, yet it seems this item holds great significance for you, esteemed divine lovers. The phantom dragon glanced at the fire phoenix, who smiled and declared, the fiery fruit. The king of demon essence gasped, the fiery fruit. The fire phoenix reiterated, yes, the fiery fruit. The fire spirits mentioned that it fell deep into the earth's core, and we have tirelessly pursued its trail to this very spot. Tell me, have you seen it? The king of demon essence, taken aback, replied, the fiery fruit is the sole ripe fruit of the fiery tree, whose roots extend to this location. This tree has merged with the fire spirits, and the fruit it bears is destined to be the source of all flames, possessing immense power. However, it cannot remain buried. Once it enters the earth, it returns to its original location, beginning anew, and one cannot predict how long it will take to regrow. The phantom dragon, anxious, exclaimed, if what you say is true, has that fiery fruit already been diluted? What shall we do? Seeing the phantom dragon's distress, the king of demon essence laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, look how anxious you are. To speak frankly, the fiery fruit has not vanished. I, too, am eager to understand the circumstances. When it falls to the ground, it is unlikely for an ordinary person to obtain it. Who is this individual? And who sent you here? The tension in Gui Long's heart eased as he remarked, our master is the celestial warrior of the heavenly court, Nezha. The king of demon essence scoffed, humph. Nezha? I have never heard of him. He must be an obscure little deity. Furious at the insult to his master, Gui Long retorted, enough of your nonsense. Did you take the fire flame fruit? Hand it over at once, or I shall not be courteous. The king of demon essence laughed maniacally. Ha? What is this? Is the divine beast angry? Indeed, the fire flame fruit is in my possession. It is only fitting that it belongs to me, for I created it with my own hands. If you wish to reclaim it, you must first overcome me. Otherwise, do not even think about obtaining the fire flame fruit. Huafeng, anxious, urged, Gui Long, we are running out of time. What shall we do? Gui Long smiled reassuringly at Huafeng and declared resolutely, we must seize it by force. It seems today we are destined for a great battle. This is the king of demon essence's own folly. He refuses to heed the warning and will face the consequences. Gui Long pressed further, king of demon essence, will you yield or not? If not, I will show you no mercy. I acknowledge our kinship and wish to avoid conflict, but we are left with no choice, as we have a mission to fulfill. The king of demon essence laughed heartily. Ha? Divine lovers, I had wished to challenge you during the age of sacred beasts, but fate did not permit it. Now, however, we are fortuitously brought together, and this presents me with a chance to prove my strength. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Even if I perish before you today, my life will not be in vain. Come, spare no effort, and let me witness the might of your divine combination. It seems that this long-awaited duel is about to commence. Is the king of demon essence truly so easily defeated? What unforeseen events await Gui Long and Huafeng? Will they succeed in acquiring the fire flame fruit? All will be revealed in the legend of the god of war Nezha. This book has been officially contracted. I hope my friends will lend their support. The only thing lacking is your recommendations. Chapter 39, Devouring the Fire Flame Fruit Prologue. A powerful belief can conquer the storms of life's journey. To accomplish tasks with excellence, one must translate confidence into tangible actions. Firstly, it is essential to establish a clear objective and strive toward it, determining precisely what you desire and diligently pursuing it. Secondly, pray daily for the swift realization of your set goals, thus fortifying your belief in their attainment. Thirdly, endeavor to connect your fundamental motivations with your explicit objectives, issuing yourself a compelling command to pursue your aspirations and reflect on this directive daily in your mind. Fourthly, articulate your clear goals in writing, harnessing the power of self-inspiration to cultivate a consciousness of success. Fifthly, Engage with those who support you and your explicit goals, welcoming their encouragement. These individuals may include friends, colleagues, or family. Sixthly, do not shy away from opposition. Rather, utilize all your resources to confront adversaries, for upon closing the door to fear, you shall swiftly discover the gateway to confidence. Augmenting and employing confidence is a time-consuming yet rewarding journey, one that requires dedication. As the power you wield is boundless and the fruits of your labor are infinite. Close the door to fear, conquer the tempests of life, and steadfastly uphold the dreams within your heart. In the midst of this, Guakailong completed the task of two celestial lovers, transforming into the azure dragon and the fire phoenix, soaring toward the fire mountain. At that moment, the flames within the mountain were gradually extinguishing, for the fire fruit had not hung upon the fire tree for an extended period. The tree could not absorb the fiery essence from the depths of the earth, leading to its slow desiccation, signaling that the source of the myriad flames was on the verge of extinguishment. Nezha, observing the dire situation, exclaimed anxiously, "Fire Elder, what shall we do? If the celestial lovers do not return from the core of the earth soon, the source of all flames will extinguish, and the fire tree will wither away, unable to be revived. Without the fire fruit, what shall become of the moon demon? The moon demon will be powerless, and calamity will befall the world. The demon king will re-emerge. What can we do? It is all my fault. I should not have acted so recklessly, leading to such irreparable consequences." Nezha waited anxiously. The fire messenger, unfazed, replied, "Nezha, as the new generation of the war god, you must have faith in yourself and in your celestial beasts. They will surely return. Fear not, for fortune and misfortune are intertwined." Beside Nezha, Fairy Wanyao offered an encouraging gaze, gently patting Nezha's shoulder, smiling as she consoled. "Indeed, Nezha, the fire messenger speaks wisely. I believe that good will triumph over evil. Do not fret. Regardless of what transpires, I shall remain by your side." Nezha gratefully responded, "Thank you for your encouragement, sister. I understand. I will not let you down." Nezha and his companions gazed silently at the imminent extinguishment of the source of the myriad flames, their hearts inevitably tinged with disappointment. The sky was on the brink of darkness, the sun ready to descend, with the night gently approaching. Why had the divine and demonic lovers not returned yet? Each of them felt a sense of helplessness, anxiously awaiting their return. Since acknowledging their bond with Nezha, the divine and demonic lovers had developed a profound telepathic connection with him. Sensing Nezha's deep anxiety, they hastily called out for the lovers to return to Huyin Mountain, for the source of the myriad flames was about to vanish. The divine and demonic lovers, spurred into action, quickened their pace toward Huyin Mountain, ascending towards its peak. Before long, they spotted a flickering flame not far away. Gui Long exclaimed, "Fire Phoenix, we have reached the summit. Reveal yourself." Fire Phoenix responded with a soft acknowledgement, transforming into a stunning celestial maiden, while Gui Long morphed into an elegantly handsome youth. Together, they ascended to the mountaintop. Having just emerged from the depths of the earth, Gui Long felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he inhaled the fresh air of nature. Upon beholding the setting sun, he could not help but feel an intense envy, exclaiming, "How beautiful! The sunset over Huyin Mountain is truly captivating. If only I could watch the sunset with Fenger every day, how splendid that would be. I could only imagine the happiness we would share." Hearing Gui Long's heartfelt admiration, Fire Phoenix approached him, leaning against his sturdy shoulder, and with a blissful smile remarked, "Brother Gui Long, if we were not divine and demonic beasts, we could be together every day, watching the sunrise and sunset, growing old together. In another life, I would wish to live a simple existence with you, free from worldly matters, never to part." Gui Long replied with deep affection, "Fenger, in this life, we are indeed a pair of divine and demonic lovers. Our union is a matter of destiny, and our love brings me the greatest happiness." Fire Phoenix gazed at him with profound emotion and said, "Brother Gui Long, even if we cannot meet often, our souls are connected. Nothing can prevent us from being together. We have transcended the mundane and finally found each other. Our bond is precious, and I will forever love you." Gui Long embraced Fire Phoenix even tighter, looking toward the horizon as he softly said, "Fenger, do not be sorrowful. In this life, we are recognized as a divine and demonic couple. And now we are a pair of wind and fire wheels under our master's feet, destined to never be apart, forever and always." As the divine and demonic lovers spoke, they materialized and joined Nezha and the others. Upon seeing Gui Long and Fire Phoenix arrive just in time, Nezha's heart soared with joy, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, look over there. The divine and demonic beasts have returned. The source of the myriad flames is saved." Nezha, overwhelmed with excitement, could not help but leap in delight. Fairy Wanyao chuckled and said, Nezha, look at how happy you are. You're acting like a child again. You are grown up now. Try not to be so naive. The celestial lovers knelt before Nezha, proclaiming, Master, we have returned. Behold, this is the fire flame fruit. As they spoke, they extended their hands, revealing a fireball the size of an apple, emanating a peculiar glow in the hands of the ghost dragon. Fairy Wanyao gazed solemnly at the fire flame fruit, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Yet, she felt compelled to address Nezha, as it was the decree of the Goddess Nüwa. With a grave demeanor, she approached Nezha and inquired, Nezha, do you wish to save the source of the myriad flames here? Nezha responded hastily, Sister, of course. I wish to save the source of the myriad flames, but I am at a loss as to how to begin this endeavor. Fairy Wanyao, maintaining her seriousness, replied, Nezha, I have come here under the command of the Goddess Nüwa to inform you that to rescue the source of the myriad flames, you must consume this fire flame fruit. Otherwise, the source will vanish. Nezha, taken aback, exclaimed, Sister, are you suggesting that I consume the fire flame fruit to save the source of the myriad flames? Fairy Wanyao nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, Nezha, the fate of the source rests upon you. Understanding the gravity of his role, Nezha took the fire flame fruit from the ghost dragon's hands and prepared to ingest it. Just then, a voice rang out, Stop! It was the fire messenger, who intervened. Nezha quickly set down the fire flame fruit and turned to the fire messenger, who bore a concerned expression, his brows furrowed. Nezha, puzzled, asked, Elder Flame, is there a problem? The fire messenger, with a calm demeanor, explained, Nezha, this fire flame fruit is a natural embodiment of the source of myriad flames, possessing an extremely high temperature. Only those with a fiery disposition or those destined to unite with the fruit can achieve harmony with it, transcending into a state of nothingness. If you are not the fated one for the fire flame fruit, consuming it would result in your body being consumed by flames, leading to excruciating pain with no salvation. Not even from the great Luo immortals. Nezha, astonished, declared, Such is its power. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt it, for the sake of the world's populace. To halt the demon king, and to save the source of myriad flames, I must bear the consequences of my own mistakes. This peril is one I must face. Resolute in his decision, Nezha grasped the fire flame fruit, ready to consume it. Fairy Wanyao, with a pained voice, cried out, Nezha, dear brother, please reconsider. Is there no alternative? Do not take this risk. I cannot bear to lose my dear brother. Nezha smiled reassuringly, Sister, do not worry. I shall be fine. I was born with the essence of the true fire within me. Besides, I am the pure embodiment of the lotus flower. What is there to fear? If my inner true fire can merge with the fire flame fruit, I shall triumph over the malevolent moon demon. With you by my side, I fear nothing. The expression on Fairy Wanyao's face grew grave as she anxiously gazed at Nezha. Without uttering a word, Nezha seized the fire flame fruit and consumed it. The fruit emitted a peculiar luminescence, miraculously shrinking as it approached Nezha's mouth. Before he could brace himself, a gurgling sound resonated, and the fire flame fruit seemingly animated, autonomously making its way into Nezha's belly. As the fruit settled within him, it radiated a brilliant light that illuminated Nezha from within. Overwhelmed by the intense heat, he cried out, it's so hot, so hot. Fairy Wanyao, taken aback by the scene before her, exclaimed in alarm, Nezha, are you all right? Hold on. Just endure a little longer, it will pass. The fire messenger urgently advised, Nezha, quickly stabilize yourself. Merge your innate flame with the fire flame fruit. Enduring the unbearable heat, Nezha sat cross-legged to steady his form, unleashing the 3 mystic fires from within. Spectators could distinctly observe 3 hues of divine flames swirling around the fire flame fruit. Gradually, the fruit and the 3 mystic fires blended into a singular entity, emanating an extraordinary glow that ignited slowly within Nezha's core. After a brief moment, the light within Nezha began to dim as the fire flame fruit merged seamlessly with his being, intertwining with his blood, creating a harmonious unity. Nezha felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and exhilaration, gradually regaining his divine essence, awakening from the throes of pain. Fairy Wanyao, at the peak of her anxiety, watched as Nezha transitioned from peril to safety, as if emerging from a dream. She softly inquired, Nezha, how are you? You truly frightened your sister. As Nezha regained his divine consciousness and slowly became aware, he heard his sister calling him and replied, Do not worry, Sister Nezha. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a multitude of 5-colored flames erupted from his mouth. Having just emerged from suffering, why were 5 hues of flame now escaping his lips? What were these 5 colored gases? Why did Nezha's utterance result in such a phenomenon? What miracles might unfold from this? All will be revealed in the legend of Nezha, the god of war. To all friends who appreciate Longu Piaoxiang, please lend your robust support, promote widely, and recommend fervently. Longu Piaoxiang expresses heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 40, Miracle. The 5-colored celestial fire. The moment Nezha began to speak, 5 burning gases unexpectedly erupted from his mouth, startling all present. In haste, Nezha tightly closed his mouth to prevent the colored gases from escaping and potentially harming the innocent. Fairy Wanyao, witnessing this bewildering occurrence, shouted, "What is happening? What are these gases? How can there be 5 colors?" She observed that the spot from which the gases had emerged was instantly reduced to ashes, marveling at their sheer power. Upon hearing Sister Wanyao call for him again, Nezha hesitated to respond, shaking his head vigorously in fear of inadvertently unleashing the 5 colored gases once more. The flame messenger, witnessing this scenario, was not taken aback. Rather, he was filled with delight. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Nezha, congratulations! Today, you have once again created a miracle. The flames within you have merged with the flame fruit you possess, a truly rare sight. The 5 colored gases you emitted earlier must indeed be a form of divine fire, a remarkable enhancement, truly worthy of celebration." Nezha, still shaking his head in bewilderment at the flame messenger's words, signaled his confusion. Fairy Wanyao inquired, "Flame messenger, what exactly is happening? Why did Nezha expel a divine fire never seen before? Why are you not worried, but rather more elated, even congratulating him? Please, elucidate." The flame messenger, observing Nezha's perplexed expression, felt an urge to chuckle from within, but restrained himself. He adjusted his demeanor and explained earnestly, "Nezha, the divine fire you just released is the result of the fusion between your innate samadhi true fire and the flame fruit. This signifies a deep connection between you and the flame fruit, hence my congratulations." Upon hearing the flame messenger's explanation, Fairy Wanyao's anxiety diminished considerably, yet she remained puzzled and pressed on, "Flame messenger, what exactly were those 5 colored gases? They appeared quite formidable." With a calm demeanor, the flame messenger replied, "Those 5 colored gases originate from the divine fire of heaven and earth, known as the 5-colored heavenly fire. This divine fire is something even the great immortal beings have never encountered, as taught by my master, the flame ancestor." Fairy Wanyao gasped in astonishment. "The flame ancestor?" The flame messenger affirmed, "Indeed, the flame ancestor is my master. He spoke of a divine fire that comes from the heavens and the earth, representing the pinnacle of cultivation for the fire clan. To my knowledge, only the flame ancestor possessed such divine fire with 5 elemental attributes. Since then, no one else has emerged, and today, Nezha is a miracle, a rarity." Fairy Wanyao gazed at Nezha, her heart aching as she remarked, "Flame messenger, look at my dear brother. He now wields the 5-colored divine fire, yet he cannot control it. What shall we do?" The flame messenger interjected, "Fairy Wanyao, do not fret. The 5-colored heavenly fire is a synthesis of 5 elemental forces: wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and rain. Its power is immense, never before seen or utilized. And even the flame ancestor refrained from wielding the 5-colored heavenly fire, fearing potential harm to the world. Its might is beyond comprehension. Yet what troubles me is that Nezha possesses this divine fire, but cannot control it. What shall we do?" Fairy Wanyao blinked her beautiful eyes and slowly inquired, "Flame messenger, as a disciple of the flame ancestor, how is it that you do not know how to control the divine fire?" The fire envoy solemnly stated, "This divine fire is beyond the control of a mere envoy from the fire clan. I have heard the fire ancestor mention that he came to understand certain truths after listening to a story, which bestowed upon him inner strength, enabling him to wield the magnificent multicolored divine fire." Princess Wanyao hastily inquired, "What story? And what truths? Please, fire envoy, do share, do not make it difficult for Nezha." Observing Nezha's inability to speak, she felt a pang of anxiety. The fire envoy, noticing the affection Princess Wanyao harbored for her brother, remained composed and replied, "Only the fire ancestor knows this story. He never discloses it to outsiders." Princess Wanyao, in her urgency, pressed, "Then, where is the fire ancestor now?" The fire envoy shook his head. "I am afraid the fire ancestor is unaware of his current whereabouts." Disheartened, Princess Wanyao lamented, "What are we to do now?" The fire ancestor is a being detached from worldly affairs, the primal source of all fire. In his youth, he wielded the divine fire whip amidst the realms of gods and demons, known as the heart of 10,000 fires. With a fervent heart, he could not ignore injustices in the world, wandering aimlessly, leading a carefree existence. often referred to as the hero of 10,000 fires. Princess Wanyao anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do? Who can search for the fire ancestor? No one knows where he is now. Where do we even begin? It is truly perplexing. Must my brother Nezha remain silent for all eternity?" Nezha, sensing Princess Wanyao's concern for him, approached her side, looking up with hopeful eyes. His bright gaze seeming to convey, "Sister, do not worry. Everything will be all right. There is always a solution to every problem." At that moment, a radiant crimson cloud floated down from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, they noticed an elderly man with white hair, a warm smile, and kind eyes. Seated atop a resplendent fire chilin, holding the divine fire whip. Clad in a robe, he descended hastily towards the fire mountain. The fire envoy, recognizing him, could not suppress his joy and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Princess Wanyao, look. That elder on the cloud is the ancestor of 10,000 fires. We were just seeking him, and he has come to us." Nezha is indeed blessed by fate. Filled with uncontainable joy, Princess Wanyao, the fire envoy, and Nezha stepped forward to welcome the fire ancestor. The fire ancestor urged the fire chilin to descend slowly until they reached the fire mountain. The fire envoy, not daring to be negligent, approached and knelt in reverence, declaring, "We humbly welcome you, ancestor of 10,000 fires, fire ancestor." The fire flame ancestor stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, Nezha has obtained the miraculous five-colored heavenly fire. Yet he cannot control it, which poses a significant dilemma for him. Unable to voice his plight, he finds himself in a state of utter desperation. Just as the situation reaches a critical point, the fire flame ancestor hastily arrives. Can Nezha master the five-colored heavenly fire? What strategies might the fire flame ancestor employ to help Nezha resolve this crisis? Chapter 41, The Seven-Colored Sky Bridge. The power of the mind. Preface. Hope and faith are equally vital. The Bible repeatedly emphasizes that unwavering faith can move mountains. A person's life resembles a small vessel navigating the vast ocean, inevitably encountering hardships and obstacles. As long as we possess unwavering faith, we can surmount all difficulties. You must remind yourself that both faith and hope hold equal significance. Hope is fundamentally a spiritual concept. You may choose to overlook it or regard it as an indispensable aspect of life. The choice lies entirely with you. Hope signifies believing in your ability to live better. To transform hope into reality, one must cultivate sufficient self-confidence. Such confidence arises from one's actions, not from unrealistic fantasies or empty rhetoric. Hope pertains to the spirit, while confidence pertains to action. Trust in yourself and never relinquish your identity as a unique and significant individual, filled with intrinsic fulfillment. Only then can hope, akin to an angel, descend upon you. In other words, only by fully immersing yourself in life can you attain hope. I encourage all friends, regardless of your circumstances, whether affluent or impoverished, not to abandon your dreams. Let us revive our aspirations and confidence, becoming warriors in life, believing in the power of hope and faith. Gua Kailong, the fire flame ancestor, urged the fire chilin to descend, emitting an exhilarating roar, his entire being radiating dazzling flames. He approached and said, "Indeed, the fire flame messenger requires no formalities. I happened upon an unusual phenomenon in the fire flame mountain, prompting my arrival. I am uncertain of the events that have transpired. Yet I feel an ancient power of the five-colored heavenly fire within me yearning to break free, as if it has encountered kindred spirits, calling out to itself. Unaware of the circumstances, I came here." Upon realizing that the fire flame ancestor had come specifically regarding Nezha, the fire flame messenger meticulously explained, "Ancestor, there is indeed such a matter. The new war god of the heavenly court, Nezha, ventured into Fire Flame Mountain in search of the fire flame fruit borne by the fire flame tree. Having faced numerous trials, he finally discovered the fire flame fruit, which saved the waning source of all fires. In order to vanquish one of the 10 celestial demons under the Demon King, the Moon Demon, Nezha must consume the fire flame fruit. This fruit embodies the essence of the source of all fires. Ancestor, as you are aware, only those destined to encounter this fruit can witness miracles. Nezha is precisely such a person, endowed with the innate Samadhi true fire. Upon consuming the fire flame fruit, the Samadhi true fire within him merged with the fruit, generating the heavenly divine fire of earth and sky, the five-colored heavenly fire, which is possessed solely by you. The ancestor. The fire flame ancestor gazed in astonishment at the youthful figure before him, adorned in a lotus robe and strikingly handsome. Upon hearing the fire messenger's account, he could scarcely believe his ears as he exclaimed, "Is it true? What a miracle! It is indeed a glory for the divine realm." Laughing heartily, he regarded Nezha. Recognizing him as a kind-hearted elder, Understanding the warmth of the fire flame ancestor, Nezha boldly approached and knelt before him. The fire flame ancestor, noticing Nezha's gesture yet remaining silent, felt a sense of confusion and inquired, "You, this charming young man, must be Nezha. You possess a noble bearing, destined to be the new war god of the heavenly court. With such an amiable visage, you are surely to become a hero of the universe. Truly, the youth are formidable, a testament to the wonders of creation. However, why do you not speak? It is quite peculiar." Nezha looked at the kind-hearted fire flame ancestor, his bright eyes shimmering as if he wished to convey something profound. The fire messenger, observing the ancestor's bewilderment, interjected, "Ancestor, I neglected to mention that the colorful divine fire has just formed within Nezha. At this moment, he is unable to fully control it according to his will. Uttering a word could release the divine flames. Thus, Nezha cannot offer his greetings to you. Please forgive him." The fire flame ancestor laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, how foolish of me. I recall when I first acquired the colorful divine fire, I too was unable to control it. I understand why Nezha cannot speak. How could I hold it against him?" Fairy Wanyao stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, "Greetings, fire flame ancestor. But what shall we do now? My brother cannot speak. Is there truly no way to assist him?" The fire flame ancestor looked at the beautiful Fairy Wanyao and replied with a smile, "Ah, I have heard that the goddess Nüwa has taken on a beautiful disciple in the mortal realm. I believe you are indeed her cherished student, Fairy Wanyao. You are truly a sight to behold, fitting of Nüwa's lineage. As for Nezha being your brother, there is no need for haste. There is a solution. It is quite simple, really. One must comprehend a fundamental truth. If one understands the fusion of their thoughts with the colorful divine fire, then they may control it." Fairy Wanyao, with a courteous smile, inquired, "Fire flame ancestor, what is this truth?" The fire flame ancestor, who had been smiling moments before, now wore a serious expression as he replied, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. If spoken aloud, it would not align with the heart's intent, and thus, control would be lost. The power of the mind is immeasurable. This truth must be articulated by Nezha himself. Only then may he gain mastery over the colorful divine fire. Failing that, he risks being consumed by its flames." With a grave tone, the fire flame ancestor called out, "Nezha, come here. This old man will take you to a certain place. We shall return shortly." Nezha nodded in agreement, and the fire flame ancestor urged the fire Qilin to escort Nezha away from Fire Flame Mountain, heading directly towards the vibrant celestial bridge in the sky. At this moment, the fire Qilin appeared even more spirited, roaring and bellowing, its voice resonating powerfully through the heavens. The fire Qilin, a divine beast of the universe, possessed the head of a dragon, the body of a deer, and the hooves of a horse, with its robust four limbs exhibiting unparalleled vitality and combat prowess. After being subdued by the Fire Master, it became his steed. As the Fire Master arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, he paused and spoke solemnly, "Nezha, it was here that I once conjured the five-colored divine fire of heaven and earth. Long ago, my master recounted a tale that imparted to me the essence of spiritual strength, allowing me to harness the colorful flames of the universe. This Rainbow Bridge is the purest realm of the heart, a place where you can liberate your emotions and unshackle your soul." Listening intently to the Fire Master's words, Nezha nodded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed upon the enchanting Rainbow Bridge. This bridge, an embodiment of the rainbow, displayed the same 7 hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, radiating an extraordinary beauty. The air here was imbued with a fragrant aroma, evoking a desire to shed all burdens and release pent-up stress. The Fire Master regarded Nezha with earnestness and cautioned, "Nezha, pay attention now, for I shall recount this tale to you. Listen closely, without distraction. Here, you can fully liberate your heart and allow your spirit boundless imaginative space. Do you understand?" Upon concluding his words, the Fire Master settled into a meditative posture upon the Rainbow Bridge, closing his eyes in deep concentration, slowly beginning to narrate the story of yore. Once, in the mortal realm, there was a monk named Jinjin who, upon ordination, was tasked by the abbot with the role of a wandering monk, a duty no one else desired. One day, as noon approached, Jinjin remained fast asleep, prompting the abbot to curiously push open his door. He discovered a mountain of tattered straw sandals piled beside the bed. The abbot roused Jinjin and inquired, "Why do you have this heap of worn sandals? Are you not going out to beg for alms today?" Jinjin yawned lazily and replied, "While others wear a single pair of sandals for a year without wearing them out, I have already ruined so many in just over a year since my ordination. I believe I should rest my feet." Understanding dawned upon the abbot, and he smiled gently. "It rained last night. Come with me to stroll along the path in front of the temple. Before the temple lay a dirt road, rendered muddy by the recent rain. The abbot continued to question Jinjin. Would you prefer to be a monk who merely strikes the bell for a day? Or aspire to be one who can elevate the Dharma? Of course, I wish to be a renowned monk who can propagate the Buddha's teachings, Jinjin replied earnestly. Did you walk this dirt road yesterday? The abbot inquired further. Jinjin responded affirmatively, certainly. The abbot then probed. Can you still find your footprints on this dirt road? Yesterday, the yellow earth road was both smooth and firm. How could I find my footprints? Master Jinjin spoke earnestly. Today, as we traverse this path, can you still locate your own footprints? The abbot continued to inquire. Without hesitation, Master Jinjin replied, of course I can. It is only on the muddy road that footprints are left behind. All beings in this world are no different. Those who toil tirelessly and fearlessly, without experiencing trials and tribulations, leave no mark, akin to feet walking on a smooth and solid road. When they lift their steps, nothing remains. In contrast, those who brave the wind and rain, who persistently tread through hardships, leave clear footprints behind them, bearing witness to the value of their journey. The abbot reflected on this notion. Master Jinjin, from that moment onward, devoted himself to diligent practice and ultimately became a renowned monk. Nezha, have you comprehended the lesson from the story? Reflect carefully before you speak, and express your thoughts sincerely, for true understanding lies deep within your heart. The Fire Flame Patriarch advised earnestly. Nezha listened intently to the tale told by the Fire Flame Patriarch, feeling a surge of emotion as if words were yearning to break free from the depths of his being. Unable to contain himself any longer, Nezha exclaimed, Patriarch, I understand. Without experiencing storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Just as the abbot stated, walking on a smooth road leaves no footprints. Only by traversing the muddy path can we leave our mark. Similarly, if you fear difficulties and shy away from a life of challenges, success will elude you. Nezha miraculously articulated these heartfelt sentiments, and once again, a miracle unfolded. He realized that he had not unleashed the colorful celestial fire from his mouth. Overjoyed, he found himself at a loss for words. I did it. I can control the colorful celestial fire now. Thank you, Fire Flame Patriarch. Haha, truly, as the new Generation S warrior, you are exceptional. You grasp the essence of the saying, without experiencing storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Fearless in the face of challenges, you press forward. This is indeed worthy of celebration, the Fire Flame Patriarch remarked proudly. The Patriarch then urged, Nezha, call forth the colorful celestial fire with all your heart. Let me witness it. Nezha listened intently and summoned the colorful celestial fire with sincere intent. In response, the vibrant flames surged into the air, intertwining in a magnificent display of 5 colors, soaring skyward. Nezha comprehended the power of the mind and summoned the vibrant fire of the universe, a truly joyous occasion. What unforeseen stories might arise as Nezha once again receives divine favor? The moon demon has lingered among mortals for an extended period. What harm might he inflict upon the world? Can Nezha subdue the moon demon with his miraculous powers? Chapter 42. Once more upon the path of seeking the demon prologue. Embrace the trials of life through faith. Life is inherently unfair and, by its very nature, arduous. Regardless of wealth, influence, or power, when faced with challenges beyond our control, existence becomes exceedingly difficult. In such moments, faith is essential, and one must surrender themselves to it. Life presents us with daunting trials, and storms may follow. Yet if one possesses patience and faith, they will find support. As Liz Brown once remarked, life can sometimes lead you astray and knock you to the ground. Yet you must maintain faith to endure these blows, knowing that the future will not mirror the past. And greater things await you. One must conquer those challenging times with unwavering belief. Ultimately, he stated that even if you are knocked down, you must land on your back. For if you can look up, you can rise again. When faced with life's adversities, we must interpret this sentiment as a promise. What comes will surely pass. It will not linger, but must eventually fade. With faith, we shall witness our growth through these challenges. Everyone encounters obstacles and endures hardships. As long as we survive adversity and believe in ourselves, we will embark on the path to success, ready to meet the challenges of time. Guakailong Nezha, filled with delight, summoned the 5-colored divine fire of heaven and earth. The fire ancestor, with profound sincerity, proclaimed, impressive. The power is immense. Any demon will fear this celestial flame. It is no small feat, Nezha, now that you possess the 5-colored fire. You must wield it wisely to purge the world of evil and eradicate all wickedness. After imparting his wisdom, the fire ancestor laughed heartily, brandishing the fire god whip, and soared away on the fire Qilin, soon vanishing into the rainbow-hued sky. Nezha, filled with gratitude, shouted, "Thank you, fire ancestor. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you." Descending from the rainbow bridge, Nezha arrived at the fire mountain. The celestial maiden, Wan Yao, joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Nezha's return, "Nezha, have you mastered the control of the five-colored divine fire within you?" "Sister, I apologize for causing you concern. Yes, I have indeed gained control over the five-colored divine fire. With the guidance of the fire ancestor, I now understand that with steadfast faith, the moon demon's end is imminent," Nezha declared resolutely, gazing at the sky. Nezha approached the fire messenger and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fire messenger, for your assistance, which has allowed me to add yet another miracle to my name. As long as I, Nezha, exist in this world, this place shall never fade away. The source of all fire shall merge with my essence. And as long as I remain safe and sound, the source of all fire shall never extinguish. It is time for me to descend the mountain." The malevolent moon demon has lingered in the mortal realm for far too long. Now armed with the multicolored divine fire to confront him, I am no longer afraid of his demonic shadow stones. I must descend, for the ordinary folk of this world still require my aid. I, Nezha, am determined to eradicate the evils of this realm and ensure everlasting peace. Upon hearing that Nezha was about to embark on his quest against the demon once more, Fairy Wan Yao approached him reluctantly, saying, "Nezha, my dear brother, I find it hard to part with you. However, duty calls, and my mission is complete. Seeing you safe brings me immense joy. I must return to the celestial realm to report to Lady Nüwa. I do not know when we shall meet again." Nezha looked at his sister with a heavy heart, and, smiling, reassured her, "Sister, I feel the same reluctance to part. Do not be sorrowful. Trust that our reunion shall not be delayed. Worry not for me, for with a resolute belief, I shall not falter. I fear no challenges and will courageously forge ahead to fulfill my responsibilities and dreams. Your support strengthens my resolve." Fairy Wan Yao, moved by Nezha's understanding, smiled through her reluctance as she summoned a cloud and ascended towards the celestial realm. Nezha called out, "Sister, farewell. Please take good care of yourself." As he watched her depart, a warmth surged within him, and tears brimmed in his eyes. He bravely concealed his sorrow and approached the fire messenger to bid farewell, hastily transforming back into his divine beast form. After the divine lovers had diluted a significant amount of fire essence, their energies and affections had intensified, making their bond even stronger than before. Upon hearing Nezha's call, the couple swiftly transformed into a pair of fiery wheels and joined him, vowing never to part. Nezha mounted the fiery wheels and, with an imposing presence, bade farewell to the fire messenger before departing from Fire Mountain and heading directly towards Moon Spirit Mountain. Upon arriving at Moon Spirit Mountain, Nezha searched diligently for traces of the moon demon. Days passed without any sign of the demon's presence, nor did any unusual occurrences unfold, which struck him as peculiar. Pondering aloud, Nezha remarked, "How strange. Where could the moon demon be hiding? After searching for so long, there is still no sign. Has he perhaps left Moon Spirit Mountain for another place? This is truly perplexing. If that is the case, it would be quite problematic." As Nezha contemplated, he gazed up at the radiant moon in the sky and declared, "Today, the sky is exceptionally bright, and the moon shines without a hint of blemish, resembling a translucent jade plate, imbued with an air of mystery." As Nezha was about to finish his words, a mysterious figure suddenly soared across the distant night sky. Startled, Nezha exclaimed, "Ah, the moon demon." The moon demon reappeared at the moment when the moon's essence was at its zenith, and it was clear that he intended to absorb this celestial energy. Nezha thought to himself, "Do not provoke the moon demon. Let us follow him and discern his nefarious intentions." With a surge of resolve, Nezha mounted his fiery wheels and ascended into the sky, carefully tailing the moon demon. Before long, the demon halted before the moon. Nezha pondered, what is the moon demon plotting? To his astonishment, the moon demon extended a pair of sinister black hands towards the luminous moon. With a swift motion, the moon's essence began to dissipate into vapor, flowing towards the demon's gaping maw, while the creature emitted grotesque sounds, shrieking incessantly. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy enveloped the entire sky, casting an inky shroud over the once bright moon. In an instant, darkness fell upon the world, and the moon vanished from sight. Alarmed by the scene before him, Nezha gasped, "What overwhelming dark power! It seems intent on devouring the sky itself. I must not allow the moon demon to continue consuming the essence of heaven and earth. I must act swiftly, lest it be too late." As he spoke, Nezha seized his fiery spear and, mounting his wind wheels, darted towards the moon demon. who was engrossed in his consumption of lunar essence. Enraged, Nezha shouted, "Moon demon, halt! Do you not recognize me? Cease your actions at once, or I shall not be lenient." The moon demon, fixated on his task, turned his grotesque visage towards Nezha and bellowed, "Who dares to interrupt? Do you wish to meet your demise? Can you not see that I am feasting on the essence of heaven and earth? Depart at once, for I have no time to deal with you today. Otherwise, it shall be your end." Seeing the moon demon too preoccupied to respond, Nezha goaded him, "Moon demon, can you not see? We are old acquaintances. Are you truly afraid of me? Ha ha ha." The moon demon, seemingly incensed, widened his malevolent eyes and glared at Nezha with a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha. I thought I recognized a familiar face. What was your name again? Let me recall." "Ah yes, Nezha. I had assumed you were too frightened to emerge after I chased you into the sacred grounds of Buddhism. Yet here you are, seeking trouble again. I showed you mercy last time, allowing you to escape by mere chance. You dare to return? Do you wish for death? Very well. I shall grant you that today." Nezha laughed heartily. "Huh? Today, I fear you not. This time, we shall see who grants whom a fate. During my absence, you have undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon the mortal realm. Today, I shall uphold justice. Prepare to face me." Nezha wielded the fire spear and declared. But the moon demon disdainfully retorted, "Humph, now that you've shown up, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Let the battle commence." The fire spear illuminated the pitch-black night with a brilliant flame, followed by the sound of clashing metal, clang, clang, echoing through the air. Nezha, gripping the fire spear, staggered back a pace, exclaiming, "Ah, such formidable magic." The moon demon cackled wickedly. "Ha ha, Nezha, your timing is quite impeccable. I have just perfected the most powerful demonic blade in existence, the devouring demon blade. During your absence, I have been in the spiritual mountain, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and with that essence and the demon stone, I forged a blade of unparalleled magical potency and lethal capability. Ha ha ha. Let us see how you contend with me. You are merely courting death for obstructing the emergence of the demon king. This victory belongs to my master. Ha ha ha." Nezha now faced the moon demon's challenge. Would he conquer this foe? The moon demon had mastered the mightiest of demonic blades. What peril awaited Nezha? How would the unfolding events transpire? Please follow the legend of Nezha, the god of war. All will be revealed. For those who cherish Nezha, your unwavering support is the greatest encouragement for Longu Piaoxiang. Let us strive together to create new miracles. Believe, trust in the power of faith. Chapter 43, Evil Artifacts. The devouring demon blade prologue. One must possess courage and confidence. We often confront external pressures and hardships without bowing our heads. However, when faced with internal struggles such as pain, anxiety, and unrest, we frequently feel lost. Thus, it is said that the greatest enemy in life is oneself. Those who cannot conquer their own inner battles will never achieve success. Maintaining and nurturing a positive mindset throughout life is undeniably crucial. The key to success primarily hinges on whether we possess a mindset conducive to achievement. All accomplishments and wealth originate from a healthy attitude. You carry an invisible talisman with you, one side inscribed with the words positive mindset, while the other bears the phrase negative mindset. This unseen talisman wields two astonishing powers: the ability to attract wealth, success, happiness, and health, as well as the capacity to repel these virtues or strip away all that imbues your life with meaning. The positive energy of a constructive mindset can elevate an individual to great heights, allowing them to remain there, whereas a negative mindset can drag one down from their pinnacle once attained. With a sound idea and the belief in your ability to realize it, you have already achieved half of your success. If you couple this belief with appropriate actions to bring your vision to fruition, then any obstacles will be effortlessly surmountable. It is vital to maintain a healthy mindset. Dear friends, life often presents us with dissatisfaction. However, an optimistic outlook becomes an invisible guardian, empowering us to conquer our inner struggles, persevere unyieldingly, and sustain our faith. I firmly believe that my goals will manifest, and that they will do so within the designated time frame. With genuine confidence and courage, there exists no challenge insurmountable. Let us collectively construct a resilient bridge of courage and faith, riding the magic carpet of a healthy mindset, braving the storms of life, and embracing its myriad challenges. I am confident that there is always a way forward. As for the tale of the formidable moon demon, wielding the sinister weapon known as the shadow-devouring blade, he cast a malevolent grin against the inky night sky. This wicked blade, reminiscent of a waning moon, shimmered with an icy chill, exuding immense malevolence and power. Nezha, witnessing the moon demon brandishing the blade, seethed with indignation, proclaiming, do not be arrogant. Witness my might. Ascending upon his fiery wheels, Nezha manifested 3 heads and 8 arms, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He unleashed his unparalleled skill, the Inyang Bagua palm, summoning a rotating emblem of the Inyang Bagua from his palms, sending it soaring toward the moon demon. The emblem danced through the air with the grace of fish gliding through water, deftly displaying black and white strikes simultaneously aimed at the moon demon. Unyielding, the moon demon retorted with a cold huff, just in time. Behold my dual palms. He unleashed his own formidable technique, the moon shadow cold palm, channeling all his strength into a counterattack against the approaching Inyang Bagua palm. Indeed, as the adage goes, gods and demons cannot coexist without consequence. One must inevitably be injured. In this clash of powers, the weight of the divine and the demonic remained uncertain, as they awaited the inevitable confrontation. In an instant, the 2 palms met in a standoff, a suffocating aura permeating the air, culminating in a staggering, resonant clash. At this moment, it became evident that the power of the 2 palms was immense. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Suddenly, the moon demon exclaimed, "Ah! How could this be? How is it possible that the cold energy from my moon shadow cold palm is being absorbed by the moon shadow 8 trigrams palm? This is impossible. How can the chill of the demon Een stone fail to manifest?" The moon demon cried out in disbelief, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Nezha, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Huh? Moon demon, you are far too arrogant and underestimate me. Do you not understand the principle that one thing can subdue another? I shall tell you the truth. My recent emergence is not out of fear of you, but rather because I have received guidance from the Buddha and have been diligently seeking the fire fruit that can defeat you." Upon hearing Nezha's words, the moon demon felt struck by lightning, rendered motionless beneath the black night sky, as if all energy had been drained from him. He gasped in shock, "The fire fruit? How can this be? I refuse to believe it. I have only heard tales of the fire fruit, which takes countless years to mature. Moreover, Fire Mountain is a place of extreme heat. Who possesses the capability to venture there? Most would perish in the fierce flames before even reaching it, reduced to ashes. I have only heard that only those fated with fire can approach Fire Mountain. Could it be? Could it be you?" Nezha, resolute and optimistic, affirmed, "Indeed, I am the one destined with fire. To speak candidly, my body contains the true fire of Samadhi. I have now obtained the fire fruit and consumed it, granting me extraordinary divine powers, the prismatic heavenly fire, a gift possessed solely by the fire ancestor. I am the only one in the world to have wielded it. Now, your time has come. I shall reduce you to ashes with the prismatic heavenly fire, ensuring you never reincarnate." The moon demon, in disbelief, retorted, "This is impossible. I refuse to accept it. You are merely an ordinary little deity. How could you possess the world's only prismatic divine fire? It cannot be." The moon demon remained skeptical of Nezha's divine acquisition. Nezha scoffed, "If you do not believe, then witness for yourself. Today, you shall perish beneath the prismatic heavenly fire. This is your fate." Nezha summoned the prismatic heavenly fire using his mental prowess, directing it with his will. The fire erupted from his mouth, illuminating the dark night sky in an instant. The prismatic heavenly fire transformed into a magnificent 5-colored dragon, soaring toward the moon demon. At that moment, the moon demon understood clearly that the fire Nezha had unleashed was something even the demon king would fear. Trembling in the air, he thought to himself, "What should I do? Could it be that today would mark the end of my life?" The moon demon, caught in a state of utter confusion, resolved to unleash a final, desperate strike with the celestial fire of heaven and earth. With fervor, he invoked the most malevolent of his techniques, the demonic Een infant. Instantly, a tempest erupted across the sky, dispersing the demonic Een energy, which swiftly encased the surroundings in an icy grip, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The vibrant celestial fire struggled under the suffocating influence of the demonic Een, the cold intensifying with each passing second, plunging the atmosphere into a realm reminiscent of a frozen wasteland. The celestial fire, possessing an extraordinary ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, transformed into a divine dragon, roaring fiercely. This was a manifestation of the principle that divinity and darkness cannot coexist. The sacred fire clashed against the demonic Een, righteousness prevailing over malevolence, as the celestial flames surged forth, breaking through the icy barrier and charging towards the moon demon. In a moment of fury, the moon demon was struck by the 5-colored celestial fire, propelled back a considerable distance before collapsing to the ground, spewing blood as he pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. Please. Nezha, spare me." "I concede," the moon demon cried out for clemency, and Nezha, momentarily softening, countered, "Moon demon, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Had you known this would be your fate, would you have acted differently? I am not the arbiter of your fate. You shall accompany me to the Buddha, and he will judge you. Speak your case to him." Nezha, having drawn back the celestial fire, approached the moon demon and urged, "Since you have shown remorse, I shall lead you to the Western paradise, where the Buddha will determine your sins. I assure you, I will not harm you. Come with me. I shall plead for your life before the Buddha. Remember, relinquishing your wicked ways can lead to redemption. The Buddha embodies compassion, after all. You have cultivated your powers for millennia. From this moment forth, strive to perform good deeds and earn your rightful place through virtue." The moon demon's eyes gleamed with cunning, feigning sincerity as he replied, "Indeed, I shall commit to doing good henceforth." However, with a sly twist, he seized the opportunity, brandishing the demonic blade from behind and striking fiercely at Nezha. Unaware, Nezha was caught off guard, the blade piercing his left arm. In a state of alarm, he activated his wind fire wheels and ascended into the sky, furious. "How audacious of you, moon demon. I offered you a path of redemption, yet you chose treachery and attacked me from behind. What kind of hero behaves thus?" Observing Nezha, who now bled profusely from his wounded arm, the moon demon laughed wickedly. "Ah, Nezha, how naive you are. I am a demon. How could I ever achieve righteousness? You are but deceiving yourself. Now, you face peril. The wound from my demonic blade will freeze you to death within the hour. You may wait here for your demise. I shall take my leave." Ha ha ha. As the moon demon spoke, he prepared to depart amidst the swirling demonic energy. Nezha, filled with fury, shouted, "Do not leave." He mounted his wind and fire wheels, intent on pursuit. However, the wound inflicted by the demonic blade had rendered his body as rigid as ice, immobilized, and unable to move. Unable to bear the thought of the moon demon escaping, Nezha called out vehemently. Drawing upon his mental prowess, he summoned the resplendent five-colored heavenly fire, which ignited within him, illuminating his form with a brilliant golden radiance, as if he were setting himself ablaze. The moon demon, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible." Nezha is utilizing the five-colored heavenly fire to counteract the frigid malevolence within him. Nezha, having fallen victim to a surprise attack from the moon demon, lay grievously injured. Would he be able to escape this calamity? Could the chilling darkness within him be expelled? Would the moon demon ultimately be subdued by Nezha? All these uncertainties lingered in the air, awaiting resolution in the legend of Nezha the war god. Having penned these words for several days, I began with great enthusiasm. Yet, upon reaching this point, the absence of comments and recommendations from my friends left me disheartened. Dragon Valley Fragrance felt a profound disappointment, uncertain whether my writing had faltered or if there were other reasons. Nevertheless, I am resolute in my commitment to continue writing until the very end. Driven by the dreams that reside in my heart, I believe that with perseverance, all trials shall eventually pass, much like Nezha, who confronts every challenge with unwavering determination, forging ahead towards eternity. Dragon Valley Fragrance still hopes to receive encouragement and support from those who wish to see the legend of Nezha the war god come to fruition until the very end. Chapter 46. Yunji Mountain, the Wishful Stone Prologue. Success does not imply an absence of fear or anxiety. Even after achieving success, one may at times grapple with self-doubt. However, those who succeed possess the courage to embrace their true selves and strive for self-improvement. Each step taken on the path to success diminishes fear and shapes one's perspective on life. The manner in which you plan your life is entirely within your control. Much like how you perceive a half-filled glass of water, it is either half full or half empty, a determination that lies solely with you. A correct outlook on life, while not guaranteeing success in endeavors, certainly steers one away from failure. Thus, it is vital to adjust one's attitude. With the right mindset, your worldview will transform. And as challenges are surmounted, your fears will gradually dissipate. Nezha arrived at the mountaintop and discovered a stone resembling a wishful talisman. Beside it stood a stone wall, inscribed with the characters for Yunji Mountain. Approaching the wall, Nezha quietly mused, "Yunji Mountain, I have never heard of it before. Regardless, I have reached the summit. I shall not dwell on it any longer. I will seek a place to rest. The night has grown late. At dawn, I can descend and continue my search for the Holy Spirit Stone." As Nezha was about to depart from the stone wall to seek respite in a flatter area, he inadvertently noticed that the surface of the stone was illuminated by the starlit sky, revealing a myriad of densely packed inscriptions that occasionally shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, as if narrating something to the outsider. Intrigued, Nezha pondered the true nature of this place, sensing an unusual aura surrounding it. He turned and approached the stone wall, widening his eyes to inspect the inscriptions more closely. To his delight, the characters became increasingly legible, and he joyfully murmured to himself, "Ah, how wondrous! This mountain is named Yunzishan, and within its embrace lies a precious treasure known as Yunzirui. All who venture here have the chance to awaken the nearby Rui stone. However, the opportunity is quite rare. Only those fated to connect with the Rui stone may succeed in awakening it. Everyone who arrives at this mountain should seize the chance and not let it slip away. The method to awaken the Rui stone is quite simple. One must recite the poem below." Nezha softly whispered the inscriptions, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. The prospect of awakening the stone filled him with immense joy, and he chuckled. How simple it is to recite a poem. How could no one have come to claim this Rui stone? He contemplated further. Ah, indeed, only those destined to be connected with the Rui stone can awaken it. That is the essence of fate. It would be wise to give it a try, for it may prove beneficial in the future. To possess this Rui stone means to have one's desires fulfilled. What could be better than that? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Nezha broke into a silly grin and began to read the poem inscribed on the stone wall. Tell me, what color is joy? Is it like the wings of a white dove, the budding green of spring, or the azure of the clear sky? Tell me, what sound is joy? Like the sound of a reed flute. Is it not tangible, akin to tender hands? Can it not be seen, reminiscent of a child's loving gaze? Might it cause one's soul to tremble gently and silently weep, akin to sorrow? How does joy arise? From whence does it come? Like fireflies flitting in the hazy shade of trees, like fragrance emanating from rose petals, does it arrive with silent footsteps, resounding like bells? Concerning joy, my heart is a blind man's eyes. Yet, is it not delightful, akin to my melancholy? Nezha, with profound emotion, pondered deeply. What does this mean? Nezha, perplexed, beheld a shooting star, suddenly descending from the pitch-black starry sky with a swift whoosh, illuminating the tranquil night as it gracefully fell, precisely landing upon this auspicious stone with a gentle chime, vanishing within its depths. Astounded by this extraordinary occurrence, Nezha exclaimed, "What is happening? Why does a meteor fall from the serene sky?" Just as Nezha struggled to comprehend, the meteor disappeared into the auspicious stone, which began to exhibit an unusual phenomenon. The massive stone wall nearby suddenly collapsed with a clatter, crumbling into a pile of rubble at the mountain's peak. The auspicious stone gradually revealed a miracle, shimmering with a faint blue light, crystalline and translucent. Before long, the stone, once solid, broke free from its exterior shell, slowly transforming into a green, auspicious charm. Soaring into the air, radiating a dazzling green glow that illuminated the surroundings, steeped in mystery. Nezha, both astonished and delighted, exclaimed, "Ah, the auspicious charm has appeared. How wonderful!" Just as Nezha joyfully celebrated, the green auspicious charm underwent yet another miraculous transformation, as a charming, handsome young girl emerged from within. Unbeknownst to Nezha, this girl was no ordinary being. She stepped forth with a smile, approaching Nezha slowly. Taken aback by this sudden marvel, Nezha found himself at a loss for words. You, who are you?" As he gazed at the enchanting girl before him, his speech faltered. She was evidently not of this world, nor any mere spirit, but radiated an aura of sacredness and purity. The age of the little girl appeared to be comparable to that of Nezha. She possessed a cascade of beautiful golden hair that flowed down her shoulders, dancing gracefully in the night breeze. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated a serene tranquility, and her sparkling blue eyes hinted at a mysterious power, exuding an unprecedented joy. At times, the girl erupted into delightful giggles, charming beyond measure. Nezha gazed at this enchanting and enigmatic little girl, feeling an overwhelming urge to protect her. He inquired once more, "Little one, who are you, and whence do you come?" The girl fluttered her bright blue eyes, which twinkled like stars in the sky, and an unshakable intuition whispered to her that this dashing young boy before her was her destined companion, the one she would follow henceforth. Nezha simultaneously discovered that two extreme thoughts within him were at odds, presenting an unprecedented sensation burning within his being. He pondered, perplexed. How could this be? Faced with demons and monsters, he had never felt such panic. Odd, peculiar. Why did his heart race so vehemently? His heart thumped erratically as he focused intently on the little girl before him, who, noticing his silence, stepped forward without regard for his apprehension. With delicate, slender hands, she reached out, attempting to grasp Nezha's hand. Startled, Nezha recoiled as if struck by lightning, stammering, You. The little girl found his nervousness amusing and chuckled. He. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunji Rui, originally a celestial Rui who, having violated heavenly decrees, was banished by the Jade Emperor to this mountain, transformed into a Rui stone. The Jade Emperor proclaimed that whoever is my destined one shall rescue me from this stone, and I shall follow them for eternity. Upon hearing her explanation, Nezha understood but was taken aback by her words about a destined one and a promise of eternal companionship. He hastily interjected, No, this cannot be. I am a war god of the heavens. How can you follow me? Absolutely not. You should remain here and cultivate, returning to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Nezha resolutely rejected her, yet the little girl was unwavering in her desire to accompany him, asserting, No, Yunji will not return to the heavenly realm. There is no joy there. It feels like a caged bird devoid of freedom. No, I refuse to go back. I want to follow you. For you are the one who saved me, and I shall bring you happiness. Observing the girl's naive demeanor, Nezha sensed that she must have endured much suffering in the heavenly realm, leading her to shun its return. He comforted her, Your name, Yunji, is truly lovely. I am Nezha. Without hesitation, he revealed his name, captivated by the beauty of the girl before him. He noticed her bright eyes shining with anticipation as she playfully asked, May I call you Brother Nezha from now on? The unexpected request to be called brother elicited an inexplicable joy within him, prompting a hearty laugh. Haha, what makes me worthy of such an honor? Why would you wish to follow me and even call me brother? Yunji earnestly pressed, But can I? I truly wish to call you Brother Nezha. Having never been addressed as a brother before, Nezha felt a surge of happiness. Unable to refuse any longer, he replied, I could not wish for more. It is my honor to have such a beautiful sister. How could I possibly decline? The cloud could only see Nezha smiling as he replied, Thank you, Brother Nezha. From now on, I shall be your sister, following you wherever you go. Nezha, however, countered, Sister Yunji, I am a god of war, burdened with responsibilities. I fear that my presence may endanger you. Accompanying me would expose you to numerous demons and dangers. Are you not afraid? You cannot follow me. It would be perilous for you. Yunji responded, No, I don't want you to worry, brother. I can take care of myself, and I will assist you in times of trouble. Do not forget, I am. Who exactly is Yunji? Is Nezha truly her destined companion? What stories will unfold thereafter? Will Nezha take Yunji along on his journey? What influence will her presence have on Nezha? Is it a blessing or a curse? All shall be revealed in the legend of Nezha, God of War, as miracles gradually unfold. Today is New Year's Day, January 1st, 2015, ushering in a new year. I wish all the friends who cherish Dragon Valley Fragrance a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. Dragon Valley Fragrance needs support. It seeks recommendations. I hope this book reaches more friends. Let us persevere until the end, embarking on a new beginning, a new journey, a new tale. Chapter 47, As One Desires. Yunji's Wish Prologue. To possess immense motivation, one must first have a profound belief. Achieving success requires not only a strong will, but also a fervent conviction. Belief serves as a powerful impetus, pushing you to accomplish what others deem impossible. A person is what they contemplate throughout the day. Life is shaped by thoughts. Maintain an inherently optimistic outlook. If you have never experienced a mental breakdown, pray to God that you never do. For no physical suffering can surpass the agony of the mind. What influences our lives is not the environment, but our inner self. More profoundly, it is not the surroundings that affect our lives, but rather the beliefs we hold. Belief is a tremendous force, propelling you to achieve what others think unattainable. As long as you are passionate about it, you can ensure success. Belief is not something that comes naturally. It is learned from our past experiences. It serves as the compass of our lives, directing our path and determining the quality of our existence. In our busy lives, filled with restlessness and impatience, our spirits may grow heavy. Thus, the power of belief can lead you out of hardship and towards the future. If you quiet your mind and listen to your heart's musings, you will find the mood that reflects your inner self. In the tranquil night sky, the stars twinkled with a bright luminescence, resembling countless tiny fireflies dancing above. Yunji's golden eyes sparkled with brilliance, her shimmering golden hair cascading down her shoulders, occasionally lifted by the gentle warm breeze, evoking the image of a celestial maiden descending to earth. With a sweet smile, she said, I will take care of myself, and I will assist you in times of trouble, dear brother. Do not forget, I am the embodiment of good fortune. Nezha, suddenly enlightened, responded, Indeed. Yunji represents good fortune, embodying the essence of wishes. Sister, I must inquire, which heavenly deity's artifact are you? That you would violate celestial regulations and be punished to descend to the mortal realm? Yunji seemed reluctant to discuss her past and replied, Brother Nezha, could we please refrain from such inquiries? I do not wish to revisit those memories. However, since you insist, I shall share with you that I was originally a naturally formed fairy of good fortune who attained immortality and became a celestial being. Yet from that moment on, I lost my freedom. Unable to suppress my inner desires, I descended to the mortal realm multiple times without permission. One day, the heavenly court discovered this, and the Jade Emperor, furious, punished me to descend to the mortal world. I arrived here in my true form, awaiting the arrival of a destined individual, for I shall transform back into human form. I vowed that whoever could restore me to my original state would be my master for this life and beyond. Nezha listened intently, reflecting, alas, indeed, mortals aspire to become immortals, believing that achieving divinity grants them freedom from suffering. They fail to comprehend the thoughts of the celestial beings. There are countless instances in the heavenly realm of deities yearning to become mortals at any cost, which is truly lamentable. Take, for example, the 7 fairies, who chose to sacrifice their celestial essence to become mortal women for the sake of love, leading a simple life. Yunji nodded in agreement, and Nezha continued, as deities, we are bound by numerous celestial laws that strip us of our freedom. Yet, we bear the responsibility to protect the earth and our homeland, and we must harbor no grievances or complaints. Upon hearing this, Yunji smiled and said, Hee, Brother Nezha, I shall remember your words. It is my destiny to be a celestial being, and I cannot stand idly by while our homeland is ravaged by demons. I will follow your lead in contributing to peace. I recall that after the Jade Emperor banished me to the mortal realm, the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva of the South Sea visited me and foretold that soon, my destined person would appear here to rescue me and restore me to human form. I shall remain by his side, protecting and comforting him, fighting together for world peace. Nezha, bewildered, asked, Sister Yunji, did the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva truly say that? Yunji, with a sincere smile, replied, yes, I would not deceive you. Truly, do you not believe me, Brother Nezha? Upon finishing her words, Yunji emitted a sound akin to a whimper, prompting Nezha to hastily approach her with words of comfort. Sister Yunji, do not weep. It is my fault. How could I ever doubt you? I regret causing you distress. Yunji, with her bright eyes shimmering, playfully replied, Brother Nezha, with your assurance, I shall no longer feel wronged. From this day forth, I will always remain by your side, never depart. Nezha, gazing earnestly at Yunji, replied solemnly, Sister Yunji, do you not feel any fear? The path ahead is long and fraught with peril. We shall encounter many demons and monsters. When that time comes, before Nezha could finish, Yunji interrupted. I am not afraid. What is there to fear? Brother Nezha is my destined companion. We are fated to be together, without doubt. With you by my side, I fear nothing. As Yunji spoke those words, Nezha felt an indescribable warmth blossoming within him. A sudden thought struck him. This charming young lady before him would never leave his side, igniting a desire to possess her solely for himself. Nezha found solace in the notion that he would no longer be alone. Yunji gazed at Nezha with a blissful smile beneath the moonlight, her expression imbued with an inexplicable charm, sweet, innocent, and even somewhat enchanting. A chill breeze swept through, causing Nezha to shiver, pulling him from his reverie as he searched the dark sky for his purpose. Determined, Nezha resolved, Sister Yunji, should you choose to stay, remain by my side. Let me protect you, shielding you from any harm. Yunji grinned mischievously. Brother Nezha, I shall protect you too, ensuring that no one dares to bully you. The silence of the night was shattered by their laughter, and time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the sun began to rise in the east, resembling a burning orb. From the mountaintop, the cheerful chirping of birds heralded the dawn, fluttering freely as if announcing the arrival of a new day. The morning breeze, warmed by the sun's rays, enveloped Nezha and Yunji, caressing their faces with an ineffable beauty. Nezha inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness of the air and experiencing an unprecedented sensation. Casting a glance at Sister Yunji beside him, an inexplicable thought arose within him. Sister Yunji, how wonderful it would be if time could halt, never to move again. As the gentle morning breeze gradually roused the slumbering Yunji from her dreams, she opened her bright, expressive eyes and gazed at Nezha with a sense of contentment. Rising slowly, she stretched her arms towards the east and remarked with a smile, Ah, the air is delightful, and the sky is so clear. Good morning, Nezha. It was then that Nezha noticed the exquisite beauty of Yunji. Her golden hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her striking features radiated an ethereal charm, embodying innocence, purity, and loveliness. Yunji possessed an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld her. What astonished Nezha further was the jade-green rui in her hand, shimmering with clarity. Nezha glanced at Yunji's injured rui and inquired, "Sister Yunji, what is the name of the rui you hold? Does it possess any special powers?" With a smile, Yunji replied, "Brother Nezha, this green rui represents my fate. It is intimately connected to me. If the rui were to shatter, it would signify my demise. Essentially, the rui is me, and I am the rui. It has a melodious name, Yunji Rui. The Yunji Rui is a rare artifact, a guardian weapon of the fairy Yunji, entwined with her destiny. It is a naturally formed stone that has transformed into human form through cultivation, embodying the essence of wish fulfillment." As Nezha observed the pride with which Yunji introduced her artifact, he felt a surge of joy. He looked up at the sky, where fluffy white clouds floated freely and a flock of birds soared across the expanse. Nezha mused, "Time will fade all things. It flows second by second. We must descend the mountain and continue our quest for the sacred spirit stone to save the world from its sorrows." Upon hearing Nezha's intention to descend, Yunji was elated, for it had been a long time since she had ventured down the mountain, leaving her curious about the world outside. She eagerly urged, "Brother Nezha, let us descend. It has been ages since we last ventured out. Let us go now." Seeing her excitement, Nezha could not refuse and readily agreed, "Very well. We shall descend together." Thus, Nezha and the fairy Yunji embarked on their journey to seek the sacred spirit stone, unaware of the mysterious forces that awaited them. Who exactly is the fairy Yunji, and what is her true identity? Together, they would encounter unforeseen miracles, and the story will unfold to reveal the truth gradually. Chapter 48, Serendipity, Divine Iron Tree, Phoenix Nest Prologue. Confidence and willpower are psychological states that can be cultivated through self-suggestion and practice. Success begins with awakening. One's mindset determines their destiny. The essence of a successful mindset and a positive attitude lies in a self-assured and proactive consciousness. Distinct states of awareness and mentality yield varying psychological suggestions, which in turn are the fundamental sources of differing consciousness and attitudes. Hence, it is often stated that one's mindset determines their destiny. All achievements and wealth originate from a singular thought, the foundational reason behind one's poverty or prosperity, success or failure. Cultivating a positive mindset is a principal pathway to success. The differences among individuals are inherently minimal, yet these slight variations can lead to monumental disparities. Such vast differences ultimately dictate whether one experiences success and happiness or mediocrity and misfortune. The core reason for this lies in the diverse psychological suggestions employed in various situations. A person's fate is shaped by their self-awareness, a notion that encompasses the subconscious. Regularly practicing positive psychological affirmations with steadfast commitment over time signifies that such affirmations can seamlessly infiltrate the subconscious, thereby influencing one's consciousness. It is only when the subconscious is altered that new habits can form. Dear friends, I pen these thoughts not for self-promotion, but in pursuit of a cherished dream, hoping that those who feel disheartened may grasp the essence of these words and savor the bittersweet coffee brewed by the Spirit, uplifting our emotions and inspiring proactive endeavors. As Nezha and the fairy Yunji journeyed to seek the spirit stone, the sun bathed the entire Yunji mountain in warm light. All the spirits seemed to revel in the bounties of nature, basking in the sunlight. The sky was exceptionally bright today, with the sun shining radiantly and not a single cloud in sight. The azure sky, clear as crystal, evoked a yearning for the ocean, inducing a slight dizziness. A gentle breeze swept across Yunji Mountain, creating a splendid atmosphere. The fine weather complemented an even finer mood. At that moment, Nezha and Yunji descended into a dense forest, renowned for its ancient divine trees and rare, exotic birds. Everything here was imbued with an air of mystery. As they cautiously navigated the winding paths among the trees, they suddenly heard a series of mysterious calls echoing in the distance, the source unknown, resonating throughout the mountain for an extended period. Upon hearing the bird calls, Yunji experienced an inexplicable sensation, as if drawn by an unseen force, compelling her to seek out the source of the mysterious cries at any cost. As she walked, she gradually paused and turned to Nezha, saying, "Brother Nezha, do you hear that enigmatic sound? That peculiar bird call?" Nezha, scanning the nearby forest, smiled and replied, "Sister Yunji, given the splendid weather and the mysterious aura of this forest, I surmise that something extraordinary is bound to occur. The sharp cries of that bird do not resemble those of ordinary exotic fowl. I cannot ascertain its species. Yet I am certain that the source of that call is not far from us. I have heard tales of a rare eastern divine tree nearby. The fairy Yunji felt a surge of excitement. Her curiosity compelled her to ask Nezha to take her to see. With a joyful smile, she exclaimed, "Nezha brother, I am so eager to discover what kind of bird this is. Shall we go and take a look?" The youthful exuberance of curiosity drove her to seek clarity about the unknown. Observing her keen interest, Nezha could not refuse her request. He readily agreed, saying, "All right, Yunji's sister. I too wish to uncover the mystery of which bird produces such melodious sounds." Ecstatic, Fairy Yunji grasped Nezha's sleeve and led him toward the source of the enchanting calls. As they approached, the mysterious bird song grew increasingly vivid and resonant. Suddenly, a colossal ancient tree came into view, dwarfing all the smaller trees surrounding it, rendering them insignificant. Standing before the ancient tree, Nezha and Fairy Yunji felt as diminutive as ants, gazing upward in awe. The tree's summit was entirely hidden from their sight. It was truly magnificent. Fairy Yunji gasped, "Nezha brother, this ancient tree is astonishingly tall. I have never seen such a grand divine tree before." Nezha, captivated by the sight, remarked, "Indeed, this ancient tree is immense, appearing to reach several dozen meters in height. I wonder how many years it has stood here. It is simply magnificent." At that moment, the bright bird song emanated once more from the ancient tree. Fairy Yunji exclaimed, "Nezha brother, the bird song has appeared again. It seems to be coming from the top of this tree." Nezha craned his neck to look up the trunk, and at that moment, he spotted golden characters shimmering halfway up the tree, "Divine Iron Tree." He exclaimed in astonishment, "Yunji sister, this ancient tree is indeed extraordinary. It is a rare millennia-old tree, the Divine Iron Tree." "The Divine Iron Tree." "Yes, it is indeed the Divine Iron Tree," Nezha confirmed. "This tree has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, of sun and moon, and grown into a magnificent entity. Its hardness is unparalleled, and its iron is a coveted treasure for cultivators in the mortal realm, who yearn to craft potent artifacts from its divine wood. Such trees are seldom found in the mortal world. They are truly rare. The Divine Iron Tree does not produce seeds, as it is nourished by the spiritual essence of the universe, rendering it exceedingly rare." Nezha reiterated, "Indeed, this is the Divine Iron Tree that both heavenly beings and mortals long to possess, a coveted treasure. It is a miracle that we have encountered it today." Fairy Yunji gazed upward, hoping to discover something extraordinary. As she scrutinized the treetop, she suddenly noticed a brilliant light emanating from its peak. She called out excitedly, "Nezha, look! What is that shining at the top of the tree?" Upon hearing the exclamation of the Fairy Yunji, Nezha followed her gaze towards the apex of the Divine Iron Tree, where a miraculous spectacle of radiant, multicolored light emerged. Amidst the dense branches, he discerned a beautiful bird. Nezha exclaimed, "Yunji, wait for me. I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary." Replied the Fairy Yunji. Nezha activated his wind-fire wheels and leaped into the air, soaring to the treetop. Awestruck by the sight before him, he called out, "Yunji, you must come up. Look at this." Upon hearing Nezha's call, Yunji surmised that her brother had discovered something remarkable. She hurriedly grasped her Yunji Rui and, connecting with it from the depths of her heart, raised it high. The Rui emitted a brilliant white light, and soon Yunji found herself lifted off the ground, gliding towards Nezha. Upon reaching the treetop, Yunji was momentarily entranced by the scene, exclaiming, "Ah, how beautiful! Nezha, what kind of bird is this? How can it be so exquisite?" Nezha's heart raced with excitement, for this divine bird was a creature of legend. The mere presence of such a being signified a fortuitous encounter. "Yunji," he said with fervor, This is what my master spoke of long ago. Many spiritual beasts once roamed the earth. I recall him mentioning the most revered of them, the dragon and the phoenix. What we behold today is a rare spiritual beast, the phoenix." Yunji, unable to contain her joy, responded with a smile, "Nezha, this is indeed a divine beast. And it appears to be a newborn phoenix. Look, the pristine eggshell has only just cracked, and the nest seems so warm." Overwhelmed by excitement, Yunji approached the beautiful phoenix, gently caressing its freshly formed, iridescent feathers with her delicate hands, feeling their silky texture. The newly hatched phoenix let out a few soft chirps, welcoming her touch. As a rare spiritual beast, it possessed the ability to sense intentions, and recognizing Yunji's pure heart, it embraced her presence. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Nezha could hardly believe his eyes. "Yunji, you are truly fated to be this phoenix's chosen one. To be cherished by such a creature is remarkable. My master once shared that among all spiritual beasts, none belong to anyone until a destined individual appears. Only then can they recognize a master." Yunji laughed. "So, Nezha, you're suggesting that I share a bond with this phoenix?" As the first to be cherished after its birth, it acknowledges me, meaning I shall be its master from this moment forth. Nezha gazed at the celestial maiden, Yunji, and congratulated her, saying, "Indeed, my dear sister Yunji. It is a moment of great joy that you have acquired a mystical spirit beast. This phoenix may very well remain by your side from this day forth." His laughter echoed with delight, reflecting his immense happiness for her. Yunji, equally elated, nurtured a fervent desire to bond with the phoenix. "Is that truly the case? If what you say is accurate, I cannot express how ecstatic I would be," she replied, her laughter ringing with hope. At that very moment, as Nezha and Yunji reveled in their joy, a radiant arc of 7-colored light descended from the heavens, striking the newly born phoenix. The unexpected brilliance startled both Nezha and Yunji, leaving them perplexed. What was this phenomenon? Did the mystical spirit beast face peril? Would Yunji's aspirations to bond with the divine creature come to fruition? What unforeseen events lay ahead? Miracles, indeed, were destined to unfold. In the fragrant Dragon Valley, the author sought the marvels of friendship, yearning for this tale to rise above the rest so that it could reach the hearts of many. The outcome was secondary. All that mattered was the hope for favorable reviews and unwavering support from friends, fueling the motivation to craft even more extraordinary stories. Chapter 49, The Spirit Tool. The sword of the sacred beast. Suddenly, the sky illuminated with a brilliant 7-colored light, striking the newly hatched phoenix. The young creature, seemingly startled, emitted a piercing cry. Nezha and Yunji were at a loss, witnessing the phoenix being enveloped by the radiant light. Nezha pondered, what is happening? Why has this dazzling aura appeared in the sky? It seems immensely powerful. Uncertain if the phoenix could withstand this trial, they could only silently pray for its safety. With hands clasped, Yunji earnestly beseeched the heavens for the phoenix to navigate this unforeseen challenge successfully. The phoenix's cries reverberated through the ancient forest, its voice captivating every rare bird within, inciting them to stir restlessly in confusion. In that moment, it became evident that the phoenix, struck by the radiant light, burst forth from its shell. Under the stimulus of the ethereal glow, it gradually unfurled its magnificent wings, which grew larger and more resplendent before the eyes of Nezha and Yunji. As the phoenix emerged from its shell, the surrounding space glowed with a brilliant luminescence. The creature exuded an aura of majesty. As the 7-colored light transformed into a fluid form, shimmering across its body. With each flap of its wings, a kaleidoscope of vibrant stars appeared, creating an enchanting spectacle. Truly beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. Yunji, the fairy, could hardly believe her eyes as she gazed intently at the phoenix that had just emerged from the mortal realm, her heart brimming with wonder. The phoenix let out a resounding cry, unfurling its magnificent wings and soaring into the sky, creating a breathtaking tableau of its pristine form. In an instant, the entire ancient divine forest transformed, filled with jubilant sounds as birds chirped incessantly, as if sharing tales of marvels with one another. Nezha observed that all the creatures of the forest, the rare and exotic birds, were flocking towards them, their calls growing ever nearer. The phoenix, exuding regal grace, circled repeatedly near its newly formed nest, reluctant to cease its display, as if showcasing its beauty and longing to behold its destined companions. In that moment, all the rare birds and ethereal creatures gathered around the phoenix, chirping and swirling in a harmonious chorus, as though proclaiming, "Henceforth, you shall be our sovereign, the king of all birds, and we shall heed your every command." All the birds closely followed the phoenix, none daring to approach too closely, creating a scene that lingered, reminiscent of a celebration for the phoenix's rebirth, or perhaps a reverent homage to the divine beast. The onlookers could only admire the resplendent phoenix soaring through the air, guiding the celestial birds in a dance of jubilation, heralding its resurrection and celebrating its new reign. What a sight to behold! The phoenix truly was the king of all birds. Yunji gazed at the beautiful creature, her heart igniting with an overwhelming emotion. Ah, what a stunning tableau of 100 birds bowing to the phoenix. Such beauty, a vision only seen in paintings, today was a feast for the eyes. The phoenix, an ancient divine beast and the ruler among birds, could only be reborn after a millennium of fiery trials. Today, as the phoenix was reborn, all the birds had come to pay their respects. The world is indeed vast and filled with wonders, leaving one in awe. Nezha felt a surge of excitement, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, an experience beyond words. After the birth of a divine beast, it is customary for divine weapons to emerge. Yunji quickly searched the phoenix's nest for any divine weapons. Nezha recalled his master's words about the appearance of divine arms alongside the birth of a divine creature. Brother Nezha, is it truly so? Yunji, uncertain of the details, inquired. Nezha, with unwavering confidence, reassured her, trust me, dear sister. I would not deceive you. My master has said that if you share a bond with this divine beast, you shall certainly discover unexpected divine weapons. Very well. I trust you, Brother Nezha. I shall fly to the phoenix's nest at once. With a wave of her magic, Yunji ascended the divine iron tree and approached the phoenix's nest. Searching high and low, yet finding nothing. Do not fret, dear sister. Take your time. I believe we will surely find it. My master would not mislead me, Nezha said, full of faith in his mentor's wisdom. As the enchanting fairy Yunji continued her search, she found herself at a moment of despair when, unexpectedly, her hands brushed against the ground beneath the phoenix egg. To her astonishment, she discovered a tree branch approximately 1 meter in length. Unlike the iron tree, this branch seemed to pulsate with life. Without hesitation, she grasped it, and it emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. Startled, fairy Yunji instinctively tossed the branch into the air. The circling phoenix, noticing this, flapped its magnificent wings and soared to the ancient tree. Under the phoenix's intricate craftsmanship, the branch gradually revealed its true form, transforming into a remarkable divine sword in midair. The beautiful phoenix, using its sharp beak, delicately grasped the divine sword and flew towards fairy Yunji. In awe, fairy Yunji struggled to comprehend the unfolding miracle. As the phoenix approached her, it gently placed the sword into her hands and uttered several melodic cries, as if conveying to her, "This divine sword is yours, please accept it." Overjoyed, fairy Yunji exclaimed to Nezha, "Brother Nezha, look what I hold in my hands, a divine sword. Come see." She hurried to Nezha's side. "Sister Yunji, you are truly fortunate to possess a treasure that everyone desires yet cannot attain. I believe this divine sword shall be named the Sword of the Sacred Beast." The Sword of the Sacred Beast, she echoed, realizing that the sword in her grasp was indeed the legendary artifact spoken of in tales. It was said that such a divine sword could merge with a sacred beast, serving as the only conduit for communion with the spirit realm. How splendid! She marveled, overwhelmed by her acquisition of this singular artifact. From afar, a series of melodic calls echoed, and fairy Yunji beheld the phoenix gracefully flapping its exquisite wings, hovering in the air as if awaiting something. Sister Yunji, you are exceptionally lucky today. Not only have you obtained the one and only sword of the sacred beast, but even the newly hatched phoenix wishes to acknowledge you as its master. The sword you possess resonates with the phoenix's spirit and, when necessary, can merge with it to protect its owner. Now that the sword of the sacred beast is in your hands, the phoenix will forever accompany you. Nezha felt a surge of joy and comfort at fairy Yunji's fortunate encounter. "Haha, I am truly delighted today," she exclaimed, feeling as if she had acquired a treasure of the heart. Calling out to the phoenix, fairy Yunji seemed to convey her wishes. The phoenix, as if understanding its master, responded with melodic calls and flapped its resplendent wings, gliding to her side. What a magnificent bird it was! With wings spread wide, it reached an impressive height of 8 or 9 feet. Its feathers blazed like flames, crowned with a fiery red crest the size of a fist. Its elongated, pointed beak was as hard and sharp as steel, and its claws resembled fearsome iron hooks, commanding awe. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, fairy Yunji gazed at her divine beast in admiration, showering it with endless praise. The phoenix approached the fairy Yunji, its legs gracefully folded, patiently awaiting her to mount its back. Fairy Yunji seemed to comprehend the phoenix's intent, gently caressing its resplendent feathers with her delicate hands, prompting the phoenix to emit a melodious cry. How delightful! How delightful! As fairy Yunji ascended onto the phoenix, her beauty radiated even more. Resembling an ethereal goddess from afar, the phoenix sensed her presence atop its form, its magnificent wings unfurling as it soared into the sky, gliding freely amidst the clouds. The 7-colored light shimmered under the sun's rays, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Fairy Yunji, overwhelmed by an unprecedented joy, laughed heartily, her exuberance carried by the gentle breeze. "Oh, Nezha, dear brother, I am filled with such happiness. Riding upon the phoenix is simply marvelous, akin to discovering a kindred spirit," she exclaimed, her delight rendering her speechless. Witnessing fairy Yunji's exuberance warmed Nezha's heart. He activated his wind-fire wheels, trailing closely behind the phoenix, delighting in the sight of her soaring joyfully through the air. Fairy Yunji, commanding the sacred beast phoenix, wielded the rui and the divine sword, her striking appearance and otherworldly aura astonishing all who beheld her. With confidence, Nezha approached fairy Yunji and remarked, "Sister Yunji, Today you have acquired 2 treasures. What fortuitous luck! It seems you shall soon reclaim the remaining sacred spirit stones, vanquish the demon king, and restore peace to the world." Their laughter echoed as they departed from Yunji Mountain, heading toward the direction of the sacred spirit stones. The birth of the sacred beast heralded strange phenomena in the heavens, unusual lights appearing in the clouds. The celestial beings with keen sight and hearing, upon learning of the mysterious occurrences, hastened to the Lingxiao Hall. The extraordinary event surrounding the phoenix's emergence reached the ears of the heavenly emperor, prompting curiosity about the unfolding events. Who is Fairy Yunji? The secrets are on the verge of revelation. Will they prove beneficial or detrimental to Nezha? Chapter 50, Secrets. The Rui of Yunji report to the heavenly emperor. A divine beast has appeared in the mortal realm, and strange changes are occurring in the skies. Originating from the northern Yunji mountain, the celestial beings, having arrived before the heavenly emperor, knelt in haste as they entered the Lingxiao Hall. What is the matter? The appearance of a divine beast signifies harmony in the world. Why such alarm? Have you discerned the nature of this beast? Speak slowly. There is no need to rush. The heavenly emperor, feeling somewhat vexed by the lack of decorum displayed by the celestial beings, sat uneasily upon his throne in the Lingxiao Hall. The keen-sighted Qi Lian, noticing the unease in the Jade Emperor's heart, spoke slowly without raising his head. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I see clearly that this divine beast is unlike any ordinary creature. Its emergence has elicited congratulations from numerous rare birds. Through the clouds, I perceive that this creature is a phoenix spirit, naturally formed over a millennium. And today it has officially hatched. The mortal realm is bustling with excitement. Before the phoenix's birth, a mysterious luminous entity radiated from the heavens, and upon this, the phoenix, seemingly endowed with newfound powers, broke free from its shell, truly a marvel. The Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of the celestial realm, was well aware that the phoenix was the most spiritual and exquisite among divine beasts. Its appearance must certainly be entwined with a fated individual. Uncertain of the identity of this fated person, the Jade Emperor gradually inquired of Qi Lian. "Qi Lian, the phoenix is the foremost of rare birds, a divine creature seldom seen in the mortal world. You must know that its emergence is surely linked to a fated individual. Have you discerned the identity of this mysterious person? After the birth of the divine beast, they will surely leave behind formidable weapons. Has this enigmatic individual obtained them?" Understanding the Jade Emperor's intent, Qi Lian knew that the Emperor sought clarity in all matters, otherwise he would not rest. Therefore, Qi Lian reported truthfully, "Your Majesty, I, with my keen sight, have seen that the fated individual of this phoenix is a woman." After receiving the divine beast, she journeyed northward. Strangely, I also observed the war god Nezha in the vicinity of Yunji Mountain, accompanying a woman who resembled a celestial maiden. Curiously, before the phoenix acknowledged its master, a gleaming magical artifact appeared in the sky, which later, under the phoenix's crafting, transformed into an extraordinary sword. I even heard Nezha refer to this sword as the sword of the sacred beast. As the Jade Emperor absorbed Qi Lian's words, he recalled events concerning Yunji Rui from long ago. Reflecting on this, he thought, yes, according to Qi Lian, the individual who has received the divine beast must surely be my foster daughter, Yunji Rui, who was banished to the mortal realm for violating celestial laws. Long ago, I transformed her into a Rui stone atop the mountain. It has indeed been quite some time. Now, her period of tribulation has concluded, and she has been rescued by her fated companion. This is destiny indeed. Yunji Rui, once a fairy who absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to become human, now has her fated individual appear. Who could it be? Within the Lingxiao Palace, a flurry of excitement arose among the immortals, all rejoicing for the fairy Yunji. Once a lively and charming little princess, her return brought joy to the heavenly court, and the immortals lamented her previous banishment to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor gestured with both hands, conveying a clear message to the assembled immortals to cease their discourse. He then spoke, "Everyone, please be silent. Yunji Rui is, in fact, my adopted daughter. In the past, feeling rather bored in the heavenly court, I transformed into an elderly man to descend to the mortal realm and observe the state of the people. On that day, I arrived at an unnamed mountain and beheld an extraordinary blue light emanating from within its depths, illuminating the dark night. My curiosity piqued. I ventured up the mountain, only to discover a 1,000-year-old Rui stone perched atop its summit. The stone was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and I could scarcely believe my eyes, for I had never encountered such a wondrous treasure in the mortal world. At that moment, I resolved that such a rare gem should not remain in the mortal realm. as it would inevitably bring calamity upon it if left unchecked. I contemplated shattering it with a decisive strike. However, just as I reached out to do so, I realized that this extraordinary Rui stone, so rare in a millennium, should not be wasted. My selfish desires stirred within me, and I employed the dragon essence within me to transform it into a young girl, whom I named Yunji. I then further transmuted her into a radiant Rui. This young girl possessed a natural beauty and an innate understanding, recognizing my extraordinary nature, and she affectionately addressed me as her father. In my youth, I too had my own desires. Upon encountering this delightful girl, I could not help but feel a fondness for her. Thus I embraced her as my adopted daughter. It seemed fitting, considering I had created her myself. From that day forth, I kept her by my side and even brought her back to the heavenly court. Yet I did not allow her to act recklessly. I ensured that Yunji adhered strictly to the heavenly decrees and regulations. I sternly admonished Princess Yunji, insisting that she must adhere to the celestial laws and refrain from transgressions. Otherwise, she would be banished from the heavenly realm. Unexpectedly, however, events took a different turn. Since her arrival in the heavenly court, Princess Yunji wandered freely, and not long after, she expressed her discontent, stating that the heavenly realm lacked freedom and she wished to return to the mortal world. I was taken aback by her audacity. How could she say such a thing? I had painstakingly brought Princess Yunji to the heavenly court and had taken her as my adopted daughter, extending my utmost grace towards her. Was she not fortunate enough? In my frustration, I decreed that the matter of her returning to the mortal realm should never be mentioned again. I would not acquiesce to such a request. Should Princess Yunji fail to uphold her promise and descend to the mortal world on her own accord, she would face severe consequences. To my utter astonishment, Princess Yunji dared to disregard my words, cunningly deceiving me as she repeatedly ventured down to the mortal realm. After indulging in her escapades, she would return to the heavenly court, causing me deep anguish. I hesitated to reveal her disobedience. However, there came a time when Princess Yunji secretly descended and did not return for several days, coinciding with a critical event in heaven that demanded my attention. To complicate matters further, the Queen Mother wished to meet my newly adopted daughter, yet Princess Yunji was absent from the heavenly court. The Queen Mother was incensed. None of her 7 daughters had ever ventured to the mortal realm without permission. Such actions warranted punishment. I found myself at an impasse, unable to defend Princess Yunji. A prince's transgressions are shared by all. I could no longer remain idle, and thus ordered the Thunder God to retrieve Princess Yunji and bring her back to face her punishment. I reverted her to her original form, sending her back to the unnamed mountain from whence she came, henceforth naming it Yunji Mountain. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, who compassionately aids all beings, could not bear to witness the 1,000-year-old wish-granting stone languish in the mortal realm. She implored the Jade Emperor to show mercy, stating that Princess Yunji should await the arrival of a fated individual for her rebirth, leaving behind a fateful stone wall on the mountaintop. Now, the time of Princess Yunji's tribulation has passed, and she has encountered her destined one, experiencing rebirth and receiving the sacred phoenix and a divine artifact of the cosmos, which brings great solace to all. Indeed, it is a divine blessing that Princess Yunji has been granted a second chance at life, a moment of joy and celebration. Let the past remain in the past. Princess Yunji will come to understand the Jade Emperor's intentions toward her. The celestial beings, captivated by the Jade Emperor's words, were deeply moved. The Jade Emperor reflected on Princess Yunji, eager to ascertain her whereabouts, and commanded the all-seeing eye. Can you still discern the current location of Princess Yunji? The distant seer received the imperial decree and unleashed his divine prowess, his eyes emanating 2 beams of purple brilliance, akin to radiant orbs piercing the heavens. The azure sky, through the veil of clouds, revealed vibrant scenes from miles away, where the earth thrived with life and birds soared freely in the air. At this moment, it was the early spring, the liveliest season of the year, with all things rejuvenating and beginning anew. The Jade Emperor, the small deity, noted the flight of Princess Yunji and the valiant Nezha heading northward. The secret of the fairy Yunji has now been unveiled. She is indeed the Jade Emperor's adopted daughter, Princess Yunji. Why does she withhold the truth from Nezha, who remains oblivious to the reality of the situation? Will Nezha ever come to learn the truth? What reactions might he have upon discovering it? All will be revealed in the fragrant tales of Longu, gradually unfolding the story. Chapter 51. The 24 Solar Terms, Qingming Festival, a lyrical exposition prologue. Elevate your convictions to an intense level. The Bible states that fervent faith and belief can manifest miracles. If one aspires to achieve greatness among mortals, The most effective approach is to elevate one's faith to a profound degree. Only by reaching such heights can one be compelled to take action. For belief is a driving force. The most potent form of belief serves as the most valuable motivation, sustaining an individual's relentless efforts to accomplish goals, plans, aspirations, and ideals connected to both the collective and the personal. The most effective way to propel oneself into action is to intensify one's faith, clearing away all obstacles in the path. Only a vigorous belief can compel one to resolutely pursue seemingly unattainable dreams and create miracles. When you wholeheartedly believe in your capability to navigate life as challenges, this conviction will guide you through tumultuous times, urging you to take action in every endeavor. It is only through health and action that, even in failure, one can find success. Action is the first step toward achievement. Guokailong noted that the distant seer, through his divine skill, discerned the flight of Nezha and Princess Yunji toward the northern heavens. The Jade Emperor, upon learning that his adopted daughter was embarking on a quest for the sacred spirit stone alongside Nezha, felt a surge of concern. Despite any past transgressions, he cherished her deeply. Understanding the perilous journey ahead in search of the sacred spirit stone, the Jade Emperor summoned the distant seer once more, asking, "What else do you see? Is it only Princess Yunji and Nezha?" With the vision of 1,000 miles, the celestial being gazed once more upon the mortal realm and reported back to the Jade Emperor, "I observe that, at this moment, a gentle drizzle graces the sky, and the peach blossoms bloom in intoxicating shades of crimson. The ancient willows have just begun to sprout new buds, a sight of exquisite beauty. There is also a shepherd, riding backward upon a yellow ox, leisurely playing a short flute. On the tranquil path, passers-by appear intermittently, each seemingly lost in thought, as if their souls are severed by longing. They hold in their hands offerings of spirit paper, heading towards the graves in the fields, where they seek something dear. What festival is this, that every household is honoring their ancestors? It is quite peculiar." Uncertain of the reason, the celestial being inquired of the Jade Emperor. As the Emperor listened intently to the account of the earthly happenings, he stroked his beard, deep in contemplation. "Ah, I have just calculated that today marks the annual Qingming festival in the mortal realm. Qingming is one of the 24 solar terms, a day dedicated to venerating the elders. On this day, mortals set aside their bustling lives to reunite with loved ones, marking the first poignant day of early spring, a day for heartfelt reminiscence of past events, evoking profound emotions from the depths of the soul, as memories of cherished moments with the closest ones manifest before them, often bringing tears." As the Emperor spoke, he too was swept away by nostalgia, warm currents of sentiment breaking through the mundane, moistening his eyes. Addressing the assembly of immortals, he expressed, "There is no doubt that on this day, everyone yearns for their loved ones. Love springs from the heart. Emotion, longing, and remembrance are inescapable. Whether one is mortal or divine, all beings in this world are imbued with feelings, unable to forsake the touching stories that dwell within their hearts. Thus, the travelers savor the moments spent with their kin, reluctant to let go. Emotion is a unique trait of humanity, an essence that none can erase." The Emperor's heartfelt words resonated within the celestial hall, stirring the emotions of the assembled immortals. Waves of longing and memory flowed gently into their hearts, as they brushed away tears, sensing that the Emperor had much more to convey. Enveloped in the magical power of nostalgia, he softly recited a verse about Qingming. In the season of Qingming, rain falls in torrents, as travelers on the road seem to lose their souls. "May I inquire where the tavern lies?" The shepherd points toward Apricot Blossom Village. This lyrical expression of longing for loved ones has long been cherished in the mortal realm, its legacy enduring through the years. With a sigh from deep within, the Emperor expressed his emotions, prompting the immortals to perceive his contemplative state. In unison, they urged, "Oh, Jade Emperor, do not lament, do not grieve. What has passed is beyond recall. As it is said, life encompasses birth, aging, illness, and death, and the moon waxes and wanes. Such matters are inherently incomplete. May we wish for longevity, united under the same moonlight. None can escape this truth. Only by having experienced love can one find true happiness." The Emperor, suddenly enlightened, returned to his musings, softly affirming, "Indeed, the moon waxes and wanes, just as humanity experiences birth, aging, illness, and death. The cycle of nature is immutable, and while we cannot alter these phenomena, we must cherish our most beautiful memories, etching them deeply within our hearts. In moments of longing, we should unearth these recollections, allowing ourselves to fully experience the pain, joy, and sorrow they evoke. Though it is difficult to attain completeness in this matter, may we all endure, sharing the moonlight across the 1,000 miles. The Jade Emperor further proclaimed, therefore, whether we are gods, immortals, or mortals, we must treasure the present, cherishing every fleeting moment spent with our loved ones. Let us not wait until we can no longer see them to seek out what we have lost, for such a desire is unattainable. Hence, I wish for all beings, humans, gods, immortals, and Buddhas, to value the present and seize the future, avoiding actions that lead to lifelong regret. As the Jade Emperor reflected on his cherished days spent with Princess Yunji, he was overcome with happiness, yet a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He thought, this cannot continue. In the mortal realm, opportunities to amend past mistakes often arise. While I still have the chance to see Princess Yunji, why not endeavor to bring her back? Without delay, the Jade Emperor issued a decree, Tai Bai Jin Xing. At that moment, Tai Bai Jin Xing was lost in contemplation and had not yet returned to the present. Suddenly, he heard the Jade Emperor calling for him, and, shaking off his reverie, hastily responded, Your Majesty, your humble servant is here. I have a request, the Jade Emperor continued. I command you to journey to the northern realms and retrieve my adopted daughter, Princess Yunji. Upon encountering her, convey my desire to see her and ask for her forgiveness for my shortcomings as a father. It was never my intention to cast her aside. I implore Princess Yunji to return to the heavenly realm and meet with me. Go swiftly. After this day, the Jade Emperor realized that the most precious thing in the world is familial love, which stirred his emotions deeply. Tai Bai Jin Xing listened intently, stepping forward with reverence, and said, Yes, your humble servant shall obey. I will set forth immediately to fulfill the Jade Emperor's longing. Tai Bai Jin Xing donned a flowing white robe, intricately adorned with the symbols of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. His snow-white beard cascaded down his chest as he gradually retreated, summoning his steed and swiftly conjuring clouds, the sound of the wind echoing melodiously as he ventured toward the direction of Nezha and the fairy Yunji. Nezha and Yunji advanced together, engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter, relishing their carefree moment. The revered Lao Jun had received the decree from the Jade Emperor to locate Princess Yunji and summon her back to the heavenly palace. Would the fairy Yunji acquiesce to the Jade Emperor's command? Unbeknownst to Nezha, the enchanting companion beside him was none other than a princess from the celestial realm. What reaction would he have upon discovering the truth? What unforeseen occurrences lay ahead for Nezha and Yunji? The narrative unfolds, and I invite your support and encouragement. Chapter 52, The Merging Artifact. The Auspicious Sacred Beast. A surprising tale. The illustrious Jin Xing received the Jade Emperor's edict and journeyed northward in search of the Jade Emperor's adopted daughter, Princess Yunji. At this moment, Princess Yunji was accompanying Nezha as they sought the sacred spirit stone. Their journey was filled with laughter and joy, and the happiness brought by Yunji allowed Nezha to forget the hardships of their quest. With her by his side, it seemed that all sorrows dissipated into oblivion. Yunji, a naturally vivacious and cheerful fairy, found even greater delight in the company of her brother Nezha, igniting an inexplicable feeling within him, as if he could never bear to be apart from her again. As they traveled, Yunji beheld the Rui, the sword of the sacred beast, and the divine phoenix, her joy creating a dizzying aura. Eager to share her happiness with brother Nezha, she smiled brightly and exclaimed, Brother Nezha, look at me, with divine beasts and magical weapons. Am I not formidable? Observing her playful demeanor, Nezha felt a surge of affection, chuckling to himself. Ah, my dear Yunji, you are the most beautiful, dignified, understanding, and lively fairy in the world. Yunji's playful antics brought endless laughter, their joy echoing across the azure sky, reminiscent of a blissful couple, evoking envy in those who beheld them. Hearing such compliments from brother Nezha, Yunji felt a tinge of bashfulness, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue, rendering her even more enchanting. With a clever retort, she replied, Brother Nezha, I am not as wonderful as you say. You are making me feel quite shy. Ha ha ha. Nezha couldn't help but laugh, earnestly expressing his inner excitement to fairy Yunji. Sister Yunji, what I say is the truth. I never speak falsehoods. You must believe me. How could I deceive you? Fairy Yunji, gazing at the earnest Nezha before her, understood that he was a man of integrity who would never lie or betray her trust. Her heart swelled with joy as she replied with a smile. Brother Nezha, I believe you. I truly believe you. As Fairy Yunji and Nezha continued on their journey, an unfortunate circumstance arose. Fairy Yunji was seated firmly upon the phoenix, her hands laden with items, one holding the Rui and the other the sword of the sacred beast, making her quite encumbered. At that moment, a flock of free-spirited birds soared towards them, chirping incessantly and seemingly in a frenzy over something. Suddenly, with a flurry, they darted towards Nezha and Fairy Yunji. Nezha, managing to maintain his composure amidst the chaotic flutter of birds, remained unfazed by their sudden onslaught. However, on Fairy Yunji's side, while she was comfortably seated upon the phoenix, leisurely discussing the future, she was caught off guard by the reckless flock of birds descending from the sky. With no time to prepare, the phoenix abruptly twisted its wings, executing a grand spin to evade the incoming birds. This unexpected maneuver left Fairy Yunji in a predicament, with her hands occupied by divine weapons. She was powerless to respond to the sudden turn of events, her hands flailing in confusion. Alas, with a cry, her Rui was forcefully hurled from her grasp, landing far below. Oh no, my Rui!" she exclaimed, desperately trying to stabilize herself and adjust the phoenix. Nezha, witnessing this, hurriedly reassured her, "Sister Yunji, do not panic, do not panic." Yet, Fairy Yunji lamented, "But my Rui, my Rui." Her heart ached at the sight of her precious artifact falling away. Nezha, with determination, swiftly turned and, with a whoosh, descended to the ground, racing towards the spot where the Rui had fallen. "Sister Yunji, do not worry. I will retrieve your Rui for you." Nezha, swift as lightning, soon arrived at the spot where the Rui had fallen. The Rui, a divine artifact, had plummeted heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured the scene. At first glance, it appeared as though the Rui had created a deep crater in the earth, shimmering with a battle-hued blue radiance. Without hesitation, Nezha descended and seized the Rui, soaring back into the sky to present it to the celestial maiden, Yunji. Yunji, upon receiving the extraordinary treasure, felt a profound sense of appreciation, as if it were a long-lost child returned to her embrace. She held the Rui close, reluctant to part with it, cherishing it as something precious that had been difficult to obtain. After a considerable time, she finally managed to dispel her feelings of loss and turned her gaze towards Nezha, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Nezha, for retrieving the Yunji Rui. It is my very lifeline, and I cannot bear to be separated from it." Observing the two artifacts in her hands, Yunji expressed her discontent to Nezha. "Brother Nezha, look. With the Rui in my left hand and the sacred beast sword in my right, it is quite inconvenient. In special circumstances, riding upon the phoenix would be inappropriate. What should I do?" Nezha glanced at the two divine implements, and an astonishing idea suddenly emerged within him. He studied Yunji intently and proposed, "Sister Yunji, your Rui is a sentient artifact. Could you not use your will to merge the Rui with the sacred beast sword? If that were possible, it would be marvelous." As if enlightened by a wise sage, Yunji's spirit soared, and she joyfully looked at Nezha. Yes. Brother Nezha is right. I will do as you suggest. Perhaps a miracle will unfold. You are truly clever, Brother Nezha. Let us unite these two divine weapons." Yunji, a cheerful and light-hearted fairy, raised her hands, each holding a divine implement. With her heart aligned with the essence of the Rui, she silently chanted, "Rui, Rui, heed the whispers of my soul. Swiftly merge with the sacred beast sword." Rui underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling an obedient child as it emitted a powerful, crystalline blue-green light, morphing into a green gas. It seemed irresistibly drawn to the divine beast sword, swiftly merging with it. The divine beast sword appeared to resonate with Rui's essence, showing no signs of resistance, allowing Rui to enter its being. Upon this infusion of green light, the sword underwent a peculiar metamorphosis, shifting from colorless to a vibrant green blade, with two sparkling green lights dancing along its surface, casting a soft emerald glow and exhibiting extraordinary changes. Nezha, witnessing this astonishing transformation, could not help but marvel inwardly. "Sister Yunji, you are truly remarkable, for you have successfully fused the divine beast sword with Rui. It is nothing short of a miracle. Now you can wield this sacred sword at will, making it far more convenient to handle." It seems that Rui and the divine beast sword are akin, indicating that this newly appointed divine blade possesses exceptional potential. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yunji felt a surge of happiness, yet one question lingered in her mind. With a puzzled smile, she turned to Nezha, saying, "Brother Nezha, it's quite strange. Rui appears eager to enter the divine beast sword. Even before I could finish my incantation, Rui hastily merged with the sword." Nezha chuckled softly. "Ah, there is nothing perplexing about this. It signifies that the divine beast sword is destined for you, and thus, for Rui as well, it shall not refuse. I believe it is time for you to rename the divine beast sword." Realization dawned upon Yunji, filling her with joy. Indeed, Brother Nezha is right. The original divine sword has vanished, replaced by one of even greater power, one that can be effortlessly commanded. With a flourish, Yunji wielded the newly awakened sword, connecting with it in spirit, summoning the divine beast within. As though responding to her command, the beast emerged from the blade, revealing that the divine beast's sword was indeed intertwined with Rui, now transformed into an unparalleled treasure of extraordinary rarity. As Yunji brandished the exquisite sword, she pondered, "What shall we name this divine blade?" Rui, divine beast. The four resounding characters emerged from Nezha's lips. Hearing the name Rui, divine beast, Yunji's heart soared with delight as she laughed. "How beautiful! This sword shall henceforth be known as Rui, divine beast." Seated upon the phoenix, Yunji tenderly caressed the newly summoned exquisite sword, Rui, divine beast, overwhelmed with joy. "Brother Nezha, I finally possess my own treasured sword. Rui, divine beast, what a delightful name." Yunji, the fairy, brandished the auspicious beast, causing waves to ripple through the air. The azure sword energy danced gracefully with the breeze, as if heralding the birth of the auspicious creature. With a commanding presence, Yunji summoned the phoenix, holding the auspicious beast with newfound confidence. Nezha, we must hasten to locate the remaining spirit stones to alleviate the calamities afflicting the world. The phoenix fluttered its iridescent wings, creating a vibrant aura under the sunlight that enveloped it, enhancing Yunji's enigmatic allure, reminiscent of a celestial being not of this realm. The phoenix soared swiftly, while Nezha, riding his fiery wheel, pursued closely, calling out to Yunji, "Yunji, dear sister, do not rush ahead. Wait for your brother Nezha." Yunji gazed at Nezha, a childlike joy bubbling within her, as she chuckled, Nezha, come and chase me. Let us see who can run faster." Nezha, invigorated by a sense of youthful exuberance, urged his fiery wheel to accelerate, swiftly bridging the gap between him and the phoenix. With a sense of liberation, Nezha exclaimed, Your phoenix is remarkably fast, even outpacing my fiery wheel. How exhilarating." I haven't felt this joyful in ages. Their laughter echoed across the sky, filling the atmosphere with an indescribable beauty. Meanwhile, the dazzling Taibai Jinxing, under the edict of the Jade Emperor, set forth to locate Nezha and Princess Yunji. Clad in a flowing white robe and holding a sacred Buddhist staff, he rode upon an ethereal crane, a creature of profound significance, mirroring the miracles of other divine beasts. As the crane approached Nezha and Yunji, one wondered what omens might arise. Both Nezha and Yunji possessed extraordinary spiritual beasts. What unforeseen reactions might occur? Would Taibai Jinxing successfully find them? How would the tale unfold? Chapter 53. The Spiritual Crane and the Divine Beast Connection. Taibai Jinxing reclined comfortably upon the spacious feathers of the crane, leisurely advancing towards his destination. He was determined to locate Nezha and Princess Yunji in the shortest time possible, eager to report back to the Jade Emperor, who had awaited their return for far too long. Anxiously, Taibai Jinxing pondered, "I cannot afford to dawdle any longer. Otherwise, when shall I find them? Time is of the essence, and I must accelerate my pace." As the celestial being Taibai Jinxing uttered his words, he summoned the divine crane beneath him. The crane, seemingly attuned to Taibai Jinxing's intent, extended its slender legs and flapped its magnificent wings, stirring up great gusts of wind as it surged forward with remarkable swiftness. Taibai Jinxing settled upon the spacious plumage of the crane, which instinctively radiated a sphere of white light, enveloping itself in a cocoon that diminished air resistance, thus accelerating its flight. In the blink of an eye, the crane darted forward, akin to a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. The increase in speed was remarkable. In a mere span of time, they had drawn near to the locations of Nezha and the celestial maiden Yunji. Nezha suddenly felt an unsettling tremor beneath his feet as the wind-fire wheels began to quiver. He struggled to maintain control over them, fully aware that such restlessness was not without cause. It was clear that the divine beasts sensed an anomaly, prompting their agitation. Nezha pondered the possibility. The divine beasts must have sensed the presence of an unknown celestial creature or perhaps a demon. One of these scenarios was inevitable. If a divine beast had indeed appeared, who could it be? The divine beasts were inherently connected to their kin. The emergence of any similar entity would incite their restlessness, yearning to break free from the wind-fire wheels and reveal their true forms. In such a predicament, Nezha was determined not to allow the wheels to manifest their true nature. He exerted every effort to maintain control. Yunji, the celestial maiden, noticed the disturbance beneath Nezha's feet as they flew through the air, swaying unsteadily. Confused, she inquired, "Nezha, what troubles you? Why does the wind-fire wheel seem so unmanageable?" Nezha, akin to a performer juggling precariously, attempted to explain, "Dear sister Yunji, you may not be aware. But the wind fire wheel beneath me represents a pair of celestial lovers, the divine beasts of heaven and earth, known as the SH and MSHU. Your wind fire wheel is indeed a SH and MSHU? Yunji exclaimed in astonishment. I have only heard legends of them being the sovereigns of the divine beasts, rulers of the realms of gods and demons. To think they still exist is truly incredible. Before Yunji could finish her thought, the phoenix she rode upon seemed to sense some disturbance as well, flaring its resplendent tail feathers and emitting a resounding cry towards the heavens, as if beckoning something. Yunji cried out, "Oh dear, what is happening?" Even the phoenix appears to sense the calling of the divine beasts. What should we do? Observing Yunji's bewilderment, Nezha hurried to comfort her, saying, Sister Yunji, there is no need for concern. The phoenix is also a sacred beast, and in ancient times, it was a subordinate of the SH and MSHU. I surmise that the phoenix has become excited upon hearing our conversation about them. This reaction is quite normal. Furthermore, these celestial beasts possess a unique psychic connection. I sense that the SH and MSHU beneath us is aware of an unidentified divine creature approaching us. What kind of beast it may be remains unknown. Yunji, the celestial maiden, expressed her concern to Nezha, Brother Nezha. Should we hasten our pace or wait for the divine beast that closely follows us? Nezha contemplated the identity and intentions of their pursuer. Through the resonance of his wind and fire wheels, he could ascertain that the beast possessed remarkable speed, as if it were in hot pursuit of something. Nezha replied, Sister Yunji, let us proceed at a more leisurely pace and wait for the divine beast to reveal itself. Yunji acquiesced to her brother's suggestion with a nod, gently urging her phoenix to slow down, as they awaited the emergence of the beast from behind. Quickly, we must fly faster. If we delay, we shall not catch up with Princess Yunji, and we cannot afford to disappoint the Jade Emperor, urged the Star of Venus, Taibai, as he sat upon his celestial crane. Unbeknownst to Taibai, Nezha and Yunji were not far ahead, yet he persisted in urging the crane to increase its speed, and the crane complied, soaring even faster. Before long, Taibai noticed two children of similar age gliding through the air not far from the crane. As they drew closer, he discerned that one of the girls was perched upon a resplendent phoenix adorned with vibrant ice-like feathers. Taibai felt a surge of joy upon recognizing that ahead were the valiant god of war Nezha and Princess Yunji. He exclaimed, Haha, at last, I have caught up. The journey of the crane was not in vain. Taibai hastened to close the distance, calling out, Nezha, Nezha, Princess Yunji. Nezha perked up his ears, faintly perceiving someone calling to him from behind. Yunji also heard the voice and turned to see a figure clad in a flowing white robe, with snow-white hair and a beard that cascaded more than half a foot long, seated upon a celestial crane and calling out. Nezha inquired of Yunji, Sister Yunji, did you hear someone calling your name? Do you recognize the individual approaching? Yunji scrutinized the figure, replying, Brother Nezha, I have never encountered this person before, but their attire resembles that of a celestial being, and they seem to be a divine beast in communion with their mount. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Sister Yunji. You have guessed correctly. This individual hails from the heavenly court and is the esteemed Taibai Jinxing, an ancient celestial being. The crane upon which he rides is a spirit crane, which explains the restlessness of my wind and fire wheels and the presence of an ancient divine beast. Nezha elucidated to Yunji. The spirit crane was breathtakingly beautiful, a regal creature among cranes, possessing the unique ability to connect with its master. Its extraordinary virtue lies in its willingness to sacrifice itself in times of peril, merging with its master to enhance their magical prowess to an unparalleled level. Nezha had just heard the celestial master Taibai refer to Yunji as princess, and in his confusion, he chuckled, Sister Yunji. Did you just hear that Taibai called you a princess? What on earth is going on? Yunji, feigning disagreement, replied, Brother Nezha, perhaps you misheard. How could I ever be a princess? Hee. While Nezha and Yunji conversed, Taibai had already caught up to them on his celestial crane. Approaching with a gentle smile and stroking his white beard, he exclaimed, Ha ha ha, at last, I have found you. Rising slowly, he bowed respectfully, addressing Yunji. Esteemed Princess Yunji, I greet you. Nezha, taken aback, felt a surge of indignation. Taibai, why do you obstruct our path? Are you unaware that we must continue our quest for the sacred spirit stone? Delaying us at this crucial moment may incur the wrath of the Jade Emperor. Besides, there are no princesses here. Aren't the 7 daughters of the Jade Emperor residing comfortably in the heavenly court? Perhaps your eyesight has deceived you. Understanding the misunderstanding, Taibai hurriedly clarified, Nezha, I have come specifically to seek Princess Yunji. The search for the sacred spirit stone cannot afford any delay. However, The Jade Emperor has decreed that Princess Yunji must present herself before him, as he has matters to discuss with her. Realizing there was no longer any reason to conceal the truth, Yunji interjected before Tai Bai could finish. Grandfather Tai Bai, you should return and inform the Jade Emperor that Yunji is no longer a princess of the heavenly court. Thus, Yunji's secret was unveiled, and for the first time, she acknowledged her true identity before Nezha. What would Nezha's reaction be? Would Yunji accompany Tai Bai back to the heavenly court to meet the Jade Emperor, who had once transformed her into human form? All these questions linger in the tale of the legend of Nezha the war god. Friends, I encourage you to explore further. And do not forget to recommend and support. Chapter 54. Return to the Southern Gate Prologue. Ascending to the heavens with a light heart. Many individuals often attribute their burdensome lives and feelings of helplessness to external circumstances, neglecting to reflect on the state of their own mindset. Many facts reveal that mental exhaustion often stems from an unrefined intellect and excessive inner burdens. A positive mindset shapes a favorable destiny. As long as you do not impose stress upon your spirit, you can live in paradise. Friends, to release the pressures of your heart and joyously pursue the life you desire is a truly beautiful endeavor. Let us dream of the future, striving together with unwavering resolve. Guo Kailong observed that the fairy Yunji had revealed her true identity before the great star of Tai Bai in the presence of her brother Nezha. There was no longer a need for her to conceal the truth, yet an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. She promptly retorted, Grandfather Tai Bai, you ought to return and inform the Jade Emperor that I, Yunji, am no longer a princess of the heavenly court, but merely a monster transformed from a wishful stone, entirely severed from the celestial realm. Please go back. I shall not accompany you. Furthermore, please convey my gratitude to the Jade Emperor for bestowing upon me human form. I shall forever cherish the Emperor's kindness, but I refuse to return. Ever since I dared to descend to the mortal realm repeatedly, violating heavenly decrees, I have felt that the heavenly court offers no freedom whatsoever. I have no desire to resume the life of a princess. I only wish to be with my brother Nezha. Nezha, listening intently, was taken aback, reflecting, no wonder fairy Yunji does not resemble an ordinary celestial being. Her demeanor exudes an extraordinary and ethereal quality. Conflicted emotions churned within Nezha, torn between the desire to retain Yunji by his side or to return her to the Jade Emperor, allowing her to continue her life as a princess, basking in the happiness and security that the heavenly court provided. Approaching fairy Yunji, Nezha gazed at her with astonishment and inquired, Sister Yunji, why did you deceive me? I never imagined you were a princess of the heavenly court. Why did you hide this from me? Fairy Yunji looked at her brother Nezha, filled with remorse and unsure of how to explain herself. At last, she answered honestly, I am truly sorry, dear brother Nezha. It was my fault for concealing my true identity. It is simply that I have grown to detest the rigid laws of the heavenly court, which have stripped me of my freedom and joy. I never wish to return to the heavenly court, akin to a prison, nor to live as a princess again. Tai Bai Xing, absorbing her words, realized that Yunji harbored a deep animosity towards the heavenly court and the Jade Emperor. He thought, this cannot continue. Should I fail to accomplish the task assigned by the Jade Emperor, the consequences would be dire. I have no desire to face punishment. I must find a way to persuade Princess Yunji to return to the heavenly court and meet the Jade Emperor. That would signify the successful completion of my duty. With a smile, Tai Bai approached fairy Yunji and encouraged her, Princess Yunji, the Jade Emperor rejoices upon learning that you have regained your life. He is not heartless. He is aware of your acquisition of the divine phoenix and the unparalleled sword. The appearance of your destined partner has brought him great joy. Thus, he hastily dispatched me to bring you back, reflecting his earnestness. The Emperor expressed his sorrow for having no choice but to cast you down from the heavenly court, transforming his beloved goddaughter into a wishful stone. He is deeply pained by this decision. My mission is to persuade you to return to the heavenly court, to atone for past transgressions and alleviate the guilt he has borne for many years. I implore you, Princess Yunji, to accompany me back to the heavenly court, so I may provide an account to the Jade Emperor. The illustrious Tai Bai Xing knelt before Princess Yunji, earnestly pleading for her return to the heavenly court. Observing this, Nezha recognized the gravity of Tai Bai Xing's plight and approached him, helping him to his feet. With a heavy heart, he gently urged Princess Yunji, Sister Yunji, indeed, the Jade Emperor must still hold you in his thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have sent the venerable Tai Bai Xing himself to fetch you. I assure you, the Jade Emperor's actions back then were born of necessity, not desire. He surely faced burdens difficult to express. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, he is bound by celestial laws. Since he has allowed our paths to intertwine, It is a testament to our fateful connection. I implore you to consider returning, lest we put Tai-Bai Jinxing in a difficult position. Listening to Nezha's words, articulated from the perspective of an outsider, Princess Yunji felt a profound sorrow. The joy that once illuminated her face faded, replaced by discontent. Brother Nezha, she protested, how can you side with an outsider against me? We are destined companions. You liberated me from the Ruyi Stone. How can you wish for me to return to the confines of the heavenly court, to lose my freedom? This is too much. Clearly agitated, Princess Yunji coldly huffed and summoned her phoenix to soar forward. Nezha, unwilling to let her embark on this perilous journey alone, hurriedly interjected, Sister Yunji, please do not be angry with me. I did not mean what you think. I long to journey with you, to seek the sacred spirit stone together, to share in both joy and adversity. However, the road ahead is fraught with danger, and I cannot bear to see you exposed to such risks. Princess Yunji gazed at Nezha with hopeful eyes, feeling a surge of emotion within her. The darkness that had clouded her expression lifted, and she resolutely declared, Brother Nezha, I have already said that I fear nothing, not even the hardships that lie ahead. What terrifies me most is the thought of not being able to see you every day, of being bound by celestial rules, and the tedium of the heavenly court. If you would prefer my unhappiness and insist I return, I would rather transform once more into a Ruyi stone. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Nezha understood that Princess Yunji was resolute in her refusal to return as a princess of the heavenly court. His heart ached at the thought of her departure. Yet he recognized the imperative to honor the Jade Emperor's decree and to avoid putting Tai-Bai Jinxing in a precarious position. An idea struck him. Sister Yunji, I propose this. Let us not burden Tai-Bai Jinxing further. I will accompany you back to the heavenly court. Before the Jade Emperor, I will advocate for you, ensuring that you do not endure the loneliness of the heavenly court again. I will beseech the Jade Emperor to allow you to stay by my side, to share in joys and sorrows, to vanquish demons together, and to protect our homeland. Listening to her brother Nezha's words, Yunji Fairy felt a surge of warmth and joy in her heart. With an impish and cheerful expression, she exclaimed, Brother Nezha, you said it yourself. So you must not go back on your word. Let's make a pact. If that's the case, I shall reluctantly accompany the esteemed Tai-Bai Jinxing back to the heavenly court and not trouble him. As she approached her brother, Yunji extended her ethereal hand towards him and playfully said, Brother Nezha, let us seal our promise, or I might just change my mind. He. Nezha, somewhat helpless, chuckled and replied, He, you mischievous little sprite. If you're happy now, let's make the pact. Their fingers intertwined with a firm grip. Their eyes exchanged understanding, and they both laughed heartily. Let us seal it with a promise. 100 years, no alterations allowed. He. Tai-Bai Jinxing, feeling relieved, laughed heartily. Ha, look at you two. Who would have thought you would share such a bond? Truly a matter of destiny, worthy of celebration. Thank you. Princess Yunji and Nezha, let us return to the heavenly court together. The Jade Emperor must be waiting anxiously. Very well, let us return to the heavenly court, onward. Nezha and Princess Yunji held hands and soared towards the depths of the heavenly court. Tai-Bai Jinxing followed closely behind, urging his celestial crane, which spread its pristine wings, creating gusts of wind. With a sharp cry, it propelled itself forward, swiftly catching up with Nezha and Princess Yunji. Tai-Bai Jinxing felt a surge of joy, observing the two. They appeared not merely as friends, but rather as tender companions. He, truly a matter of fate. Within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, surrounded by celestial energy, observing the assembled deities. He seemed somewhat perturbed, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke with a hint of impatience. What is going on with Tai-Bai Jinxing? He has been gone for so long without any news. Is he still unable to bring back Princess Yunji? This is driving me to distraction. It seems Tai-Bai Jinxing has indeed grown old and ineffective. Where is my 1,000-mile eye? The 1,000-mile eye had been waiting outside the Lingxiao treasure hall for orders when he heard the Jade Emperor's call. Quick-witted, he entered the hall and knelt. Your humble servant is here. What is your command, your majesty? Seeing the 1,000-mile eye's anxious demeanor, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of irritation rising within him. Finding everything displeasing. What is all this fuss? I command you to use your 1,000-mile eye to check whether Tai-Bai Jinxing has returned. Intimidated by the Jade Emperor's authority, the 1,000-mile eye knelt for a long time, afraid to rise, and cautiously replied, Your servant obeys. He hastily retreated to the outside of the Lingxiao hall, employing his divine skill. His eyes emitted brilliant light, and 2 beams of illumination pierced the clouds, allowing him to see clearly 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, he discerned 3 radiant figures hastily returning to the heavenly court. Upon closer inspection, He recognized that the approaching trio consisted of Tai-Bai Jinxing, Princess Yunji, and Nezha, all rushing toward the heavenly court from the northern skies. Upon gaining insight into the true situation, the watchful eye returned to the Grand Hall and reported to the Jade Emperor with utmost sincerity, "I have seen Princess Yunji, Nezha, and the illustrious Tai-Bai Jinxing hastening from the northern heavens." Upon hearing that his beloved goddaughter had arrived, the Jade Emperor's inexplicable ire was extinguished as if doused by cool water. He sighed softly. "Very well, you may depart." Time swiftly passed, and soon Tai-Bai Jinxing, Nezha, and Princess Yunji arrived at the heavenly realm. Within the celestial domain, divine radiance shimmered, exuding an imposing presence. The trio approached the edge of the heavenly court, poised to enter through the majestic southern heavenly gate, supported by the towering pillar of heaven. Princess Yunji's intentions had transformed, and accompanied by her brother Nezha, she ventured into the heavenly court. What tales await them? What fortuitous encounters will unfold between the Phoenix and Princess Yunji upon their arrival in the heavenly realm? How will the Phoenix react to the celestial energies? All will be revealed in the legend of Nezha, the god of war. In the next chapter, The Spirit Beast and the Union of Yunji, we invite our esteemed friends to lend their support, recommendations, and promotion. Your encouragement is the greatest motivation for the fragrant winds of Longu. Chapter 55, The Spirit Beast and the Union of Yunji. Nezha, Princess Yunji, and Tai-Bai Jinxing arrived together at the southern heavenly gate. As they approached from afar, two formidable celestial guards, brandishing sharp swords, stood sentinel at the gate. Upon witnessing the trio descending from the heavens, the guards, upon closer inspection, recognized Nezha and his companions. They dared not show any negligence. Seeing Tai-Bai Jinxing, one of the guards stepped forward to bow respectfully, saying, "I humbly greet you, Tai-Bai Jinxing. May I inquire where you have come from, and who accompanies you?" It appeared that the guards recognized only Nezha and Tai-Bai Jinxing, remaining oblivious to Princess Yunji's identity. Tai-Bai Jinxing, smiling, approached the guard and replied, "I am here to inform you that behind me are Nezha and Princess Yunji. Kindly open the southern heavenly gate at once, lest we delay an important matter and incur punishment." Upon hearing this, the guards suddenly recalled the Jade Emperor's instructions regarding Princess Yunji's impending arrival and quickly moved to open the gate. Kneeling in apology, "I was blind to not recognize the esteemed Princess Yunji. I beg your pardon for the oversight." Princess Yunji stepped forward, returning the gesture. "Guard, as a celestial being, how could I hold you accountable? You are merely fulfilling your duties. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise. I am no longer a princess of the heavenly court." Seeing that Princess Yunji still harbored some reluctance to meet the Jade Emperor, Tai-Bai Jinxing hastily urged the guard, "You must rise quickly and open the southern heavenly gate. If we delay any longer, the Jade Emperor shall surely reprimand you. Hurry, hurry." Upon hearing the urgent summons of the Celestial Emperor, the gatekeepers realized that there was no time to delay. They promptly rose and approached the southern heavenly gate. Each guardian unleashed a powerful strike, causing a radiant beam to emanate from their palms, which struck the gate. With a creaking sound, the southern heavenly gate opened automatically. The gatekeepers respectfully announced, "The southern heavenly gate is now open. All celestial beings may enter." In that fleeting moment of the gate's opening, the Celestial Emperor retracted his celestial crane, and Nezha withdrew his fiery wheel. However, Yunji, the fairy, found herself at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the Phoenix, as spiritual beasts were not permitted in the heavenly court. Anxiously glancing at her Phoenix companion, Yunji exclaimed, "Brother Nezha, we must enter the heavenly court. But I cannot bring my Phoenix with me. What shall I do with it? I have no idea where to hide the Phoenix." Nezha looked at the Phoenix beside Yunji and suddenly thought, "Sister Yunji, this divine beast, the Phoenix, shares a profound bond with you. It is a spiritual creature. I have often heard Master speak of the highest realm achieved when a divine beast and its master are in harmony. I suggest you try to see if a miracle may occur." Listening intently to Nezha's words about the union with the divine beast, Yunji felt a surge of excitement. With a smile, she replied, "You are right, Brother Nezha. I shall heed your advice and give it a try to see if a miracle unfolds." Once Yunji finished speaking, she gently placed her hand on the Phoenix and focused her thoughts, silently calling upon the divine creature, murmuring, "Unite." With her eyes closed, she awaited the miraculous transformation. The Celestial Emperor watched with rapt attention, reminiscing about his own experience of uniting with the Celestial Crane, when he too was a dashing and valiant general, victorious in numerous battles. The more he pondered, the more joy he felt, occasionally breaking into laughter. At that moment, the Phoenix let out a piercing cry, soaring into the sky, igniting with flames and transforming into a fiery orb that shot towards Yunji's body. She was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, as the fiery essence entered her being in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Yunji was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and comfort, radiant light emanating from her entire being. The brilliance was so intense that Nezha, the celestial emperor, and the gatekeepers had to turn their heads away, shielding their eyes in anticipation of the miracle. Yunji's voice echoed in astonishment. Nezha, filled with trepidation, was uncertain of what might transpire. Hearing Yunji's exclamation, he quickly turned his gaze back and beheld a figure adorned in fiery red plumage, with hair as vibrant as flames, danced in the wind, exuding a captivating allure. Her eyes shimmered with an indelible spirit, framed by delicate, fiery eyebrows that sparkled like stars. Her petite nose stood elegantly, while her soft, pink lips formed a distinct smile, revealing pearly teeth. Strangely, a pair of resplendent, fiery wings had miraculously sprouted from her back, fluttering rhythmically with her heartbeat, radiating an extraordinary aura. Around Yunji, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped her, as if protecting the newly emerged Phoenix Maiden. Nezha was astonished to witness the peculiar transformation of his sister, Yunji. He gazed at her intently, as if he could never behold enough of the enchanting Phoenix fairy before him. Noticing Nezha's silence, Yunji felt a tinge of shyness and smiled, inquiring, "Nezha brother, what is the matter? Do I not look well? Have I become much less beautiful than before? Why do you remain silent and gaze at me like this? Please, speak up." Nezha continued to fix his gaze upon the Phoenix fairy. Suddenly, he heard Yunji's question and hastily returned to his senses, stammering, "Yunji. Why, Yunji, is it truly you? You are indeed so beautiful." Yunji, noticing Nezha's flustered demeanor, realized her transformation and laughed joyfully. "Nezha brother, is it true? Has my appearance truly changed? Are you saying I have merged with the Phoenix?" It was only then that Nezha regained his composure and continued, "Yunji sister, you have indeed accomplished this. You have merged with the Phoenix, and your appearance has changed remarkably. You are now even more stunning, resembling a true Phoenix fairy. It is breathtaking. I can hardly recognize you. Look behind you. You have sprouted a pair of magnificent phoenix wings. It is simply incredible." Yunji, with a newfound confidence reflective of the Phoenix's inherent pride, replied, "Of course. For I am Yunji Rui. You are saying that I have grown a pair of phoenix wings." Clearly, Yunji had yet to fully grasp the extent of her transformation. Upon hearing Nezha's words about her wings, she was taken aback. She felt a surge of warmth within her, as if she were on the verge of unleashing the divine fire that resided in her heart. And she also sensed that her body felt significantly lighter than before. Curious, Yunji followed Nezha's gaze and was shocked by her own transformation. "Oh my, wings. A pair of phoenix wings. Nezha brother, I have actually grown phoenix wings. They are so resplendent and beautiful." Filled with excitement, Yunji playfully flapped her new wings. Clearly overjoyed, clad in phoenix-scaled armor and holding the sacred beast Rui, she truly resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiating an air of majesty. Taibai Jinxing observed Princess Yunji's transformation with astonishment, exclaiming, "Princess Yunji is indeed fortunate, having gained a rare sacred beast and the ability to instinctively merge with it. This is truly a remarkable occurrence in the heavenly realm. I see that this phoenix possesses divine fire. It appears to be the finest among the fire phoenixes." Both Nezha and Yunji gazed at Taibai Jinxing in shock, rendered speechless. In the next chapter, Legend of the Fire Phoenix, I hope friends will see it, support it, and recommend it. Longgu Piaoxiang expresses gratitude to those who cast their votes. Let's strive together. Keep pushing forward. Never give up. Otherwise, one would be remiss to oneself. To all the friends who support and promote the Legend of Nezha, your presence is the driving force behind the fragrant Dragon Valley. In Chapter 56, The Legend of the Fire Phoenix, Nezha and Princess Yunji gazed in astonishment at the celestial figure of Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing proclaimed that this phoenix was the finest among its kind, the Fire Phoenix. Nezha, sensing the gravity of the revelation, inquired of Taibai Jinxing, "Do tell, esteemed Taibai Jinxing, how did this exquisite Fire Phoenix come into being? It is indeed a spiritual beast of great renown." Nezha's curiosity was insatiable, eager to uncover the origins of the Fire Phoenix. Princess Yunji shared his intrigue, questioning Taibai Jinxing, "Dear Taibai Jinxing, do you possess knowledge of how the Fire Phoenix graced our world? I am most eager to understand the essence of my own spiritual beast." Observing the puzzled expressions on Nezha and Princess Yunji's faces, Taibai Jinxing could not help but feel a sense of superiority, responding with a hearty laugh. "Ah." Nezha and Princess Yunji, Your desire to learn about the fire phoenix's origins is palpable. Allow me to divulge the truth, so that the enigma of the fire phoenix may be unveiled. Come, let us walk and converse. Thus, Tai-Bai Jinxing, Nezha, and Princess Yunji journeyed toward the Lingxiao Palace. As they traversed the path, Tai-Bai Jinxing began to narrate the legend of how the fire phoenix came to be. With an air of mystery, he spoke. The fire phoenix, being of the fire element, is said to have originated from flame. This tale dates back to the age of sacred beasts. During the age of sacred beasts, myriad magical creatures roamed the earth. In a distant forest, there resided a divine beast, the peacock, renowned for its unparalleled beauty. All the sacred and magical beasts admired it greatly. However, one fateful day, the peacock fell ill and ceased to soar through the skies. Concerned, the other creatures gathered to uncover the cause of its affliction. The peacock lamented, "I once believed myself to be the most beautiful of all. Yet I have heard whispers of a flame in a faraway land that surpasses my beauty by hundreds of times. I have never laid eyes upon it, but I yearn to understand what this flame looks like. Whoever can find this flame for me shall inherit the divine and demonic forest." Upon hearing these words, the sacred and magical beasts erupted in chatter, their excitement filling the divine and demonic forest. Each creature aspired to discover the so-called flame and become the ruler of the forest. Alas, none had ever encountered the flame. Who among them could possibly find it? The peacock, consumed by its longing to behold the flame's beauty, succumbed to a deepening malaise, teetering on the brink of demise. Time has the power to dilute all matters, and the quest for the flame has nearly faded from the memories of the mythical beasts and divine creatures dwelling within the enchanted forest. Yet, one singular gray bird, adorned with wings of a dusky hue, approximately the size of a palm, flits about the realm of deities and demons throughout the day. This little gray bird is driven by an unwavering desire to uncover the flame, hoping to restore the peacock to health. Clinging to this sentiment, the gray bird has never wavered in its determination. One fateful day, the little gray bird heard whispers of a way to find the flame. It must traverse the vast ocean to reach the other side, where a celestial being is said to possess the coveted flame. However, the journey across the sea is fraught with peril and calamity, and the chances of success seem exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the little gray bird, with its pure and benevolent heart, resolved to seek the flame and save the peacock. It thought to itself, "If this tale holds any truth, then I shall embark on this journey, regardless of the hardships or dangers that lie ahead." With hope as its guiding light, the little gray bird departed from the enchanted forest. After many days of trials and tribulations, it crossed the ocean and arrived at a small island on the other side. This mystical isle emanated a fiery red aura, enveloping the entire land. And the little gray bird was filled with joy. It had finally found the destination. Following the path that wound through the island, the gray bird arrived at a celestial cave, where it discovered an elderly man with a beard as white as snow, meditating in tranquility. Fearing to disturb the old sage, the gray bird patiently awaited his awakening. When the sage opened his eyes at dawn, he was already aware of the presence of an unfamiliar creature in his domain. Touched by the bird's respect for his slumber, the sage rose and addressed the little gray bird. "Dear friend, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Your sincerity has moved me. Speak, what is it that you seek?" The little gray bird, astonished that even a celestial being would offer assistance, chirped joyfully, "Thank you, wise elder. I have come in search of a substance known as flame." It recounted its entire journey to the sage, who nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Little gray bird, I can grant you your wish and reveal the flame to you. Meet me in the enchanted forest tomorrow morning. However, you must understand, to witness the flame, you will have to relinquish something of utmost value." The little gray bird, taken aback, inquired, "What must I give up, wise elder?" The sage, with a solemn tone, replied, "Your life." After a moment's contemplation, the gray bird resolutely stated, "If it means restoring the life of the peacock, I would willingly make that sacrifice." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. As the sun rose from the east, casting its fiery glow upon the enchanted forest, the morning was filled with the melodious songs of birds, unaware of the momentous events that were about to unfold. Suddenly, the sage crossed the ocean and appeared above the enchanted forest, retrieving an object from his sleeve and casting it into the woods. The object shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings, illuminating the entire forest of gods and demons. All the birds were stunned, exchanging glances and murmuring in hushed tones, "What is that brilliance?" At that moment, the peacock unfurled its resplendent feathers, a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly competing with the glowing entity to determine who was the most beautiful. The peacock, astonished, exclaimed, "It is fire! Fire! How delightful! I have finally witnessed it." The peacock's ailment was miraculously cured. At this juncture, a small gray bird transformed into a radiant beam, darting towards the luminous object, prompting the peacock to exclaim in wonder, "Who is that? Who discovered the flames? I promise my words will hold true. What is that radiant glow?" Before there was time to react, a thunderous roar reverberated, and from the flames emerged a magnificent bird, shimmering with astonishing brilliance in 4 vibrant hues, truly breathtaking. It was the phoenix reborn from the ashes. As the morning star made its way towards the celestial palace, Princess Yunji listened intently to the tale of the phoenix, deeply moved by the small gray bird, a symbol of righteousness, possessing a courage that few possess, thus receiving divine enlightenment. Princess Yunji, proud, flapped her majestic phoenix wings, adorned in phoenix-scaled armor, wielding a sacred beast, filled with uncontainable joy, declared, "Brother Nezha, I am so happy. I love the person I am now, and I wish to remain this way forever." Nezha, observing his sister's exuberance, felt an inexplicable joy, exclaiming, "Sister Yunji, I am proud of you. I am truly honored." Haraha. The trio, filled with elation at the miraculous appearance, joyfully entered the celestial palace. As they approached the celestial palace, the all-hearing ear noticed them and hurried back inside to report to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, Princess Yunji, the Morning Star, and the God of War Nezha have arrived at the celestial palace." The Jade Emperor, resembling a ruler receiving his most esteemed ministers, hurriedly rose, indicating the importance of the occasion. "Quickly, please welcome them." Upon entering the celestial palace, all the deities were struck with awe, gazing at the beautiful Princess Yunji, who sported a magnificent pair of phoenix wings. They chattered excitedly among themselves. The Jade Emperor, astonished by Yunji's transformation, exclaimed, "Yunji, my goddaughter, how did you achieve such a miracle? Come, tell your godfather what has transpired." The 3 arrived at the celestial palace and stood before the Jade Emperor. The Morning Star had successfully completed the task assigned by the Jade Emperor, marking a significant achievement. Princess Yunji gazed at the Jade Emperor, pondering whether he could earn her forgiveness. How might the Jade Emperor seek the forgiveness of the Celestial Maiden? Would the bond between father and daughter unravel with Nezha's assistance? All these inquiries await resolution in the legend of Nezha, God of War. Chapter 57. Yunji, Nezha. In the connection of hearts, the Jade Emperor gazed in wonder at the astonishing transformation of Princess Yunji and hastily inquired about the events that had transpired in her life recently. The Celestial Maiden, upon perceiving the Jade Emperor before her, felt an inexplicable sense of rebellion rising within her. She coldly replied, "Your Majesty, there is no need for doubt. This miraculous change within me is the gift of the divine beast, the phoenix. It has granted me this extraordinary phenomenon, and now I have merged with the phoenix, becoming a celestial being adorned with phoenix wings." Observing the disdainful expression on Princess Yunji's face, the Jade Emperor realized that she had not forgotten the punishment he had imposed upon her, which left him rather displeased. However, he chose to set aside his regal demeanor and approached her gently, saying, "Yunji, my daughter, why do you still harbor resentment towards your father? You no longer even refer to me as father, but simply as the Jade Emperor." Princess Yunji remained silent, casting a frosty glance at the Jade Emperor, her discontent palpable. Nezha, sensing the awkward tension, stepped forward to mediate. "Your Majesty, do not take this to heart. Sister Yunji has just been reborn from the Ruyi Stone. It is entirely natural for her to feel some discontent. Please, do not be angered." The Jade Emperor reflected on his past cruelty, recalling how he had cast his beloved goddaughter down to the mortal realm to endure the agony of petrification. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Princess Yunji and lamented, "Alas, Nezha, Yunji, I do not blame you. I am to blame for my own heartlessness in exiling my beloved child to suffer. As a father, I was wrong, completely and utterly wrong." Nezha, hearing the Jade Emperor's remorse, hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, this cannot all be laid at your feet. It is not solely your fault. It is simply the decrees of heaven." Before Nezha could finish, he was abruptly silenced by the commanding voice of his father. "Nezha, cease your foolishness and be quiet." Turning at the sound, Nezha realized it was his father, King Li Tian, who had interrupted him. King Li Tian strode towards the Lingxiao Palace, holding the exquisite pagoda, while chastising Nezha for his reckless words. Nezha, feeling the weight of his father's disapproval, quickly fell silent and approached him, softly calling out, "Father." Understanding the context of King Li Tian's reprimand, the Jade Emperor interjected, "Do not blame Nezha. He speaks the truth. We must heed the voices of our children and avoid repeating past mistakes. Moved by these words, Princess Yunji felt a wave of emotion wash over her, realizing she had misjudged her father. She recognized his predicament. As the sovereign of the three realms, he too suffered under the constraints of celestial law. Overwhelmed with a sense of loss akin to that of a long-lost child, she rushed into the Jade Emperor's embrace, wishing to unburden her grievances. Father, it is my fault. It is Yunji's fault. In those bygone days, Yunji should not have descended to the mortal realm without permission, causing the Jade Emperor to face difficulties before the heavenly assembly. This was indeed a fault of Yunji. The Jade Emperor felt a warm sensation in his heart, realizing that Yunji had now forgiven him. It was as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest, granting him a sense of relief. Gently stroking the long hair of Princess Yunji, he affectionately inquired, "Yunji, my daughter, do you now acknowledge your father and hold no more grievances against him?" Yunji wished that time could freeze at that moment, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and safety in her father's embrace. With deep affection, she expressed, "Father, I truly miss you. In truth, I have not blamed you at all. It is you who helped me find my destined partner." Destined partner? The Jade Emperor, puzzled by the revelation, turned to Princess Yunji for clarification. "Yes, it is Brother Nezha." He unveiled a poem inscribed on the Ruyi stone. Guanyin Bodhisattva once proclaimed that as long as my destined partner appears and recites the poem on the Ruyi stone, Yunji shall once more take on human form. Nezha gazed at Princess Yunji and remarked, "From the moment Yunji appeared, an inexplicable feeling arose within me, compelling me to be with her forever. Perhaps this is the allure of destiny." Though both Nezha and Princess Yunji were still young and unaware of the true nature of their feelings, they shared a profound concern for one another, their souls intertwined. Little did they know that they were destined to be together for eternity, never to part. "Yunji, if you say your destined partner is Nezha, that is splendid. Moreover, you have encountered the celestial beast, the fire phoenix, and the divine sword, the Ruyi sacred beast. I am truly delighted for you. However, Nezha, how goes the search for the Holy Spirit stone? Have you made any progress?" In recent days, the Demon King has regained his powers and is once again stirring in the Ghost Mountain. The Jade Emperor questioned Nezha, fearing that he may have forgotten the quest for the Holy Spirit stone. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Nezha will not forget the task of seeking the Holy Spirit stone. There are still 49 stones yet to be found, their whereabouts unknown. I shall descend to the mortal realm to continue the search. Father, I too wish to accompany Brother Nezha in the quest for the Holy Spirit stone. Please grant your consent," pleaded Princess Yunji, kneeling before the Jade Emperor, yearning for his approval to join Nezha and escape the confines of the heavenly court. "My dear daughter, entrust the task of finding the Holy Spirit stone to Nezha. There is no need for you, my precious Yunji, to involve yourself in such perilous endeavors. Furthermore, as a father, I would prefer you remain by my side, just like your 7 elder sisters. Is that not agreeable?" The Jade Emperor earnestly urged Princess Yunji, wishing fervently for her to stay with him forever, never to depart. "Isn't it so? Yunji is undoubtedly the fated companion of Nezha. She must accompany him wherever he goes. Wherever Nezha travels, Yunji will follow. Nezha would certainly never abandon her, would he?" The Princess Yunji playfully tugged at the Jade Emperor's arm, her golden-hued eyes twinkling with anticipation, as if she awaited a particular response. "Yunji, the princess, is indeed Nezha's destined partner, and it is Nezha's duty to protect her. If Yunji is by his side, he will at least not feel lonely. Furthermore, Yunji is a source of good fortune, and Nezha believes in her. She will surely bring happiness to the Jade Emperor as well, won't she?" Nezha regarded Princess Yunji, aware of her determination to follow him, prompting his words. He pondered how the Jade Emperor might react. "Nezha, heed my words. Yunji has a stubborn temperament, and I find myself powerless to dissuade her. It seems my daughter has made up her mind to accompany you, and as her father, I cannot insist she stay. As the 8th daughter of the Jade Emperor, she ought to contribute to the well-being of the world. Yunji is no longer a mere child. She possesses divine weapons now, which gives me some comfort." The Jade Emperor gazed at Princess Yunji with a heavy heart, unable to convince her to remain by his side. Reluctantly, he chose to support her decision, allowing her to join Nezha in bringing blessings to the realm. "Wonderful, wonderful. He. Father has permitted me to search for the sacred spirit stone with Brother Nezha. He. This is splendid." Princess Yunji exclaimed joyfully, her laughter echoing through the Lingxiao Hall. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Nezha knelt before the Jade Emperor, his heart swelling with happiness as he observed the jubilant Yunji. "However, you must protect the princess diligently. Should any misfortune befall her, I shall hold you accountable. I will not show mercy," the Jade Emperor warned Nezha. his tone stern yet affectionate. Yes, I shall comply, Nezha affirmed solemnly. At that moment, a voice announced from outside the hall, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun has arrived. Isn't he busy concocting elixirs? What could possibly be amiss? The Jade Emperor felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Support, recommend, dear friends. The Dragon Valley seeks your strength. Chapter 58. The Heavenly Calamity. The compass falls into place. Yes, please welcome the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. The guardian outside called urgently. Hurry. Let us welcome the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. The Jade Emperor commanded. Soon, a figure clad in an 8-trigram robe, with a long white beard and snow-white hair cascading down, entered the hall. His eyebrows stretched over a foot long, and his golden, gem-like eyes gleamed with intensity as he approached the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, I bring grave news that concerns the existence of the gods, Buddhas, and mortals across the 3 realms. It appears that the current situation is dire. Observing the flustered demeanor of the Supreme Lao Jun reveals that a significant event is imminent. Supreme Lao Jun, did we mishear your words? What calamity is approaching? The Demon King has yet to breach Ghost Mountain, and such a cataclysm has not yet transpired. Do not utter nonsense that disrupts the heavenly court. I would never dare to jest about such grave matters. I speak the truth. Supreme Lao Jun gazed at the Jade Emperor, his heart racing. Acutely aware that this impending disaster could soon unfold. Pray tell, what has transpired in the heavenly court that has you in such a state of alarm? Speak swiftly. The Jade Emperor regarded the Supreme Lao Jun with displeasure, sensing an ominous premonition, for he had never witnessed Lao Jun so agitated. In response, the Supreme Lao Jun explained, last night, while I was cultivating elixirs in the palace, the southern compass of the 8 trigrams shifted. Recalling the events that transpired in the Do Shui Palace, Lao Jun was still shaken. As such occurrences were rare and foretold impending misfortune. What? The southern compass has shifted. The Jade Emperor understood the gravity of this shift. The southern compass is a crucial omen of disaster within the divine realm, boasting a prediction accuracy of 100%. Thus, the Jade Emperor was profoundly alarmed. Alas, the southern compass has shifted once more. It seems a heavenly tribulation is imminent. When the tribulation strikes, chaos will ensue across the 3 realms. Who can possibly intervene? What shall we do? The assembled immortals, upon hearing Lao Jun's proclamation, were thrown into disarray by the sudden news. They engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the nature of this calamity and who might prevent its occurrence, causing turmoil within the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Silence! Silence! Where has the southern compass shifted? Supreme Lao Jun, please respond. The Jade Emperor, noticing the chaos among the immortals, felt his temper rise, his anger palpable as he sat upon the dragon throne. Instantly, the hall fell silent at his command. In response, Lao Jun stated, the southern compass has shifted towards Ghost Mountain. It appears this calamity originates from the Demon King, the Azura. Indeed, the heavenly tribulation is about to unfold. The Demon King is poised to break the barrier and disrupt the world. What has transpired on Ghost Mountain? Is it not protected by the array of the victorious fighting Buddha and the sacred spirit stones cast by King Li? Have these not subdued the Demon King? Then, why does the southern compass still indicate impending tribulation? How can the Demon King regain life and breach the barrier? Furthermore, Nezha is close to gathering the remaining sacred spirit stones. What is truly happening? Speak, speak. The Jade Emperor, recognizing the gravity of the situation and understanding that Supreme Lao Jun was not concealing the truth, realized that the facts were indeed about to unfold, though he could not fathom why they were arriving so swiftly. Brother, how many times has the southern compass shifted now? Beside him, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing inquired of his venerable brother, Taishang Lao Jun. In my recollection, this marks the 3rd occurrence of the compass star's positioning. The first instance occurred centuries ago, during the emergence of the great sage equal to heaven, when the world underwent a profound transformation. The compass star took its place, leading to the tumultuous events in the heavenly palace. The second instance transpired much later, when the 7 fairies descended to the mortal realm, causing one of the Big Dipper stars to vanish, thereby allowing the imprisoned Moro to emerge. The Queen Mother herself descended to save the populace, awakening the 7 stars constellation to vanquish the Moro. Now, we face this present moment. How shall we navigate the impending heavenly tribulation? Recently, as I gazed upon the celestial phenomena, I unexpectedly observed the crying star transforming into a shooting star, vanishing into the night sky. Taishang Lao Jun meticulously recounted the specifics of the compass star's positioning, the celestial beings listening with rapt attention, as if transported back to those bygone days. And yet, what of it? It is merely a star spirit. Its transformation into a shooting star and disappearance is but a commonplace occurrence. What is there to be astonished about? Upon hearing Taishang Laojun mention the crying star's transformation, the Jade Emperor felt it was of little consequence. The heavens are filled with innumerable stars. One aging star, akin to humanity, experiences life and death. This is hardly remarkable. Why would Taishang Laojun emphasize the crying star? The Jade Emperor questioned the heavenly sage. Your words are misguided. Your Majesty, the crying star embodies the desires of impending peril within the heavenly realm. Once a manifestation of desire, the crying star is an ominous celestial body. Its fall signifies a crisis for the heavens. Under the support of desire, it should not have fallen. If another star from a different constellation had met its demise, it would be of little import. Yet, the fall of the crying star indicates that anomalies will arise in both heaven and earth. Taishang Laojun countered the Jade Emperor's assertions, recounting the origins of this matter in detail. What anomalies? Recently, did not an eclipse of the moon occur in the heavens? The Demon King nearly escaped. What unusual phenomena might arise with this heavenly tribulation? The Jade Emperor, perplexed, sought to uncover the truth, urgently imploring Taishang Laojun for clarity. According to my calculations, in the near future, an unprecedented natural phenomenon shall manifest in the heavens. A total solar eclipse. Taishang Laojun stroked his graying beard, his expression grave as he conveyed this to the Jade Emperor. A total solar eclipse. The Jade Emperor, bewildered, responded. Indeed, a total solar eclipse occurs during the day, when the bright sun is suddenly shrouded in darkness. For nearly an entire day, the sun will cease to shine. On that day, the forces of Yin will peak, while Yang will be at its weakest. When the sun is completely enveloped in shadow, all deities, immortals, and Buddhas will lose their powers. This is a natural phenomenon, impervious to intervention. Even the Buddha from the West would be powerless. All divine beings will revert to mortal status, regardless of their identity. I believe the positioning of the compass star is a direct consequence of this natural event, heralding the impending solar eclipse, during which the Demon King shall regain life. All of this is destined to occur, such is the will of heaven. The Supreme Lord revealed the truth of the matter to the celestial beings, serving as a warning for them to prepare for battle. They must strategize on how to defend themselves when the total solar eclipse approaches. In the next chapter, Where to Defend, Natural Phenomena, click to read. Support us. Collect. Recommend. Friends, I implore you. We cannot remain idle. How shall we defend ourselves? Please click. In Chapter 59, Where to Defend, Natural Phenomena, how could this be? Is it fated that the Demon King shall regain life and wreak havoc upon the world? How can we justify this to the common folk of the realm? As the sovereign of the three realms, how can I bear the weight of their safety? The heavenly tribulations are imminent. When shall the solar eclipse occur? Supreme Lord, do you possess this knowledge? The Jade Emperor, unable to prevent the oncoming tribulation, felt deep regret in his role as the ruler of the three realms. Struggling to protect them, he could not contain his anxiety. Your Majesty, the solar eclipse will occur in the near future. The exact timing eludes me, and I beg for your forgiveness. It is a supernatural event beyond human calculation. We can only make a preliminary judgment based on the positioning of the compass, the Supreme Lord replied solemnly, as he truly did not know and found it difficult to draw conclusions. It is indeed so. My heart understands that if we cannot prevent it, we must not remain passive. In this case, if prevention is impossible, how shall we defend ourselves? Do the celestial beings possess any strategies? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, hoping that the celestial beings might devise a defense, wishing for a countermeasure for the resurrection of the Demon King. What strategies might we employ? The celestial beings engaged in fervent discussion, believing that with their combined strength, they could conjure a solution. However, in a short time, the Jade Emperor realized that the solar eclipse, being a natural phenomenon, made it challenging to determine a starting point for defense. It appeared that the celestial beings had yet to formulate any countermeasures, leaving the Jade Emperor disheartened. Is it truly so difficult? Can none of the celestial beings conceive of a response? If word of this spreads throughout the three realms, it would certainly become a source of mockery. The Jade Emperor found himself at a loss for words, burdened by dissatisfaction. At that moment, 4 divine beings emerged from the Lingxiao Palace. Upon closer inspection, it was the 4 heavenly kings. The King of Growth wielded a shimmering green sword, its blade radiating a brilliant light. The King of Wide Eyes held a jade pipa, exuding an air of authority, standing majestically within the palace like a statue. The third, the King of Many Texts, brandished a precious umbrella of mixed origins, positioned among the 4. Lastly, the King of Holding the Nation cradled a divine beast, which rested upon his hand, as if waiting patiently. This extraordinary creature was known as the Golden Dragon Flower Mongoose. Your Majesty, we, the four heavenly kings, beseech you to permit us to venture to the Ghost Mountain to suppress the emergence of the Demon King. Since our elevation to kingship, we have yet to contribute to the heavenly court. As rulers within the heavenly court, we must not cower in fear, regardless of the outcome. Even if we perish on the battlefield, we must make an attempt. Let the Jade Emperor decree it. We shall go to Ghost Mountain to guard against the Demon King. Our duty is to ensure that the populace enjoys a harmonious existence. This is no longer solely the responsibility of heaven, but a collective obligation of all beings within the three realms. We must proceed, and even if our powers are limited and we cannot prevent the Demon King's emergence, we shall exert our utmost effort to safeguard the three realms. We will harness our meager strength to save the world. Jade Emperor. The four heavenly kings seem to express their heartfelt intentions, acutely aware that one cannot simply sit idly by. Action is imperative. They understood that even their slight contributions could impede the Demon King, diminishing the strength that he would regain. The four heavenly kings implored, "We are aware of your fervent desire to protect heaven. We wholeheartedly wish to venture to Ghost Mountain, but have you considered whether victory is within your grasp? Are you more formidable than the fighting Buddha or the formidable demon-blocking array? Even the demon-blocking array will lose its efficacy on the day of the total eclipse. How much less so for you? Wouldn't your journey be a futile sacrifice?" Even so, they replied, despite lacking the divine power of the fighting Buddha, we cannot be cowards, relying solely on those with greater abilities to protect us. As members of heaven, we bear the responsibility to safeguard the entire world. We may not possess the might of the Holy Buddha, but we are prepared for battle. Life and death are fated. Success or failure lies in the hands of the heavens. We cannot afford to wait for any opportunity. We owe it to the people. The four kings summoned their utmost courage, articulating their thoughts to the Jade Emperor without reservation. It appeared that even the celestial beings were resolute in their determination to resist the Demon King. The strength of unity is indeed formidable. Yes, yes, they echoed. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must strive with all our might. Each deity in heaven has a duty to protect our homeland. We cannot be timid and fearful of death. Let us unite all our strength to conquer the Demon King and safeguard our home. Jade Emperor, we shall go. We shall go. Please issue the decree. The spirits of the celestial beings were uplifted by the four heavenly kings' rallying strength, and they clamored in the grand hall, expressing their desire to protect their homeland and fulfill their responsibilities. Silence, silence. Let me, an old minister, speak, urged one elder. Indeed, the words of the celestial beings are true. Currently, we cannot prevent the total eclipse, but we can make every effort to hinder the emergence of the Demon King. On the day of the eclipse, although our powers will vanish in an instant, with the fighting Buddha's demon-blocking array and the Holy Spirit Stone, combined with the united strength of the celestial beings, we may very well prevent the resurrection of the Demon King. Even if we cannot entirely stop his rebirth, we can significantly impact it. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun observed the commotion among the celestial beings, understanding their collective desire to assist heaven in overcoming the crisis. He knew that, as a deity of heaven, he bore the responsibility to protect the safety of the three realms, ensuring that external forces do not disrupt their cherished home. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Lord, the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss, compelled to proceed step by step. In light of this circumstance, the collective strength of the celestial beings proved boundless. It seemed the Demon King had chosen an inopportune moment for his resurrection. Thus, with no alternative approaches available, they resolved to unite their forces, seizing every opportunity without delay to thwart the Demon King's revival. Nezha, the Jade Emperor called out, and Nezha, deeply engrossed in thought, silently resolved to exert his utmost effort to locate the remaining Holy Spirit stones in the shortest time possible to prevent the Demon King's resurrection and protect their homeland. As Nezha responded to the Jade Emperor's call, he was reminded of the urgency of the situation. Have you heard the Supreme Lord's words? Time is of the essence. The fate of the heavenly realm hinges on the day of the total solar eclipse. Every moment counts. We must devote ourselves to locating the Holy Spirit stones without delay to prevent the Demon King's rebirth and defend against the impending calamity. Even if we are uncertain of how to thwart it, we must still strive to defend against the catastrophe with all our might. This is the will of heaven. The Jade Emperor earnestly conveyed the gravity of the situation to Nezha, who understood the inevitability of the impending disaster. With a heart ablaze with compassion, Nezha silently vowed to fulfill his responsibilities, regardless of the cost. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint the expectations of the celestial beings. I will complete this mission. prevent the Demon King's emergence, and safeguard peace in the world. With hope gleaming in his eyes, Nezha cast aside any fear of death, readying himself for battle. He resolved to exchange his own blood for the tranquility of the realm. Nezha, you must return to the heavenly realm immediately. Seizing every moment to find the remaining Holy Spirit stones. Kneeling before the Jade Emperor, Nezha took his leave. Determined to swiftly locate the remaining Holy Spirit stones and avert the calamity. Rising, he mounted his wind and fire wheels, grasping his fiery spear, and bid farewell to his father and the celestial beings, embarking on the quest for the Holy Spirit stones. Nezha, be cautious. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. The celestial beings await your news, they cautioned, fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead in his departure. As Nezha prepared to leave, the celestial beings admired his bravery, acknowledging him as the true divine warrior of the heavenly realm, undaunted and filled with hope and dreams. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard a voice calling, "Brother Nezha, please do not leave me behind." As he embarked on his perilous journey to seek the Holy Spirit stones, he knew that challenges awaited him, with demons lurking along the way. The speaker is Princess Yunji, who is fervently eager to accompany Nezha in the quest for the sacred spirit stone. Will Nezha join Princess Yunji on this journey? Will the Jade Emperor grant his consent? The perils loom ahead. Can the Jade Emperor bear to part with his beloved daughter? In Chapter 60, Weathering the Storm, Yunji follows her fate. Princess Yunji calls out, "Brother Nezha, do not abandon me. Wait a moment. I wish to be with you." As she witnesses her fateful companion, Nezha, preparing to depart and return to the mortal realm in search of the sacred spirit stone, anxiety grips her heart. She muses that if Nezha leaves her this time, she would be left alone in the desolate heavenly court, a paradise devoid of hope and future. Such a sensation is far more unbearable than facing the storms of life alongside Nezha. She is willing to sacrifice everything, for she cannot allow Nezha to leave her behind. An invisible force compels Princess Yunji to remain with Nezha, regardless of the circumstances, a bond that none can obstruct or comprehend. "Father," she implores. Yunji cannot stay in the heavenly court. She wishes to be with Brother Nezha. Yunji aims to descend to the mortal world with him in search of the sacred spirit stone, to contribute to the heavenly court, and to protect the peace of the three realms. As a princess, Yunji bears the responsibility to safeguard the three realms and the mortal populace, to salvage the future by engaging in worthy endeavors for the heavenly court. In her urgency, Princess Yunji, adorned with a pair of resplendent phoenix wings, cries out to the Jade Emperor, demanding his acquiescence. "What can a girl like you do to protect the heavenly court and the three realms? How can you boast such grandiose claims, speaking of being with Brother Nezha? Isn't it a bit shameless for a young lady? Even a father feels embarrassed on your behalf." Humph, humph. Father's words are not to be trusted. He promised I could be with Brother Nezha. Yet now he wavers. How infuriating. Clearly vexed, Princess Yunji strikes the Jade Emperor's shoulders with fervor. "Let me go? Will you let me go?" Seeing the Jade Emperor remain silent and indifferent, she intensifies her blows, producing a series of thundering sounds as a warning for him to comply with her request. The Jade Emperor, who has always harbored a weakness for being beseeched, possesses a hard exterior but a tender heart. Though reluctant, he cannot resist Princess Yunji's plea. He had previously stated that she could be with Nezha. As the sovereign of the three realms, his words must carry weight. With furrowed brows and an expression of evident reluctance, the Jade Emperor endures Princess Yunji's relentless chatter from behind. Observing the Jade Emperor's plight, the celestial beings perceive his protective nature over his daughter. After all, no kind-hearted parent would wish their child to barter their life for peace across the realm. The Jade Emperor was acutely aware of the looming peril. With malevolent beings roaming unchecked, he feared for the safety of Princess Yunji. Thus, he hesitated to speak. However, out of respect for the celestial beings, he ultimately conceded to allow Princess Yunji to accompany Nezha. As the adage goes, one reaps what one sows. Moreover, Princess Yunji was no longer an ordinary mortal. She had transcended into a spiritual entity within the heavenly realm, capable of merging with divine beasts and wielding a sacred sword, the Rui sacred beast. Her cultivation had already surpassed that of many celestial beings, alleviating the Jade Emperor's concerns. It is said that without weathering the storms of adversity, one cannot attain true success, and the celestial beings seem to agree that Princess Yunji should embark on this journey with Nezha. The celestial beings spoke on behalf of Princess Yunji, imploring the Jade Emperor to grant her this wish. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she pleaded, "Father, please allow me to accompany Brother Nezha. Do not forget, I am fated to be with him. We cannot be apart. I beseech you." Princess Yunji joyfully expressed her thanks to the assembled celestial beings, once again requesting her father's permission to follow Nezha, eagerly awaiting the Jade Emperor's response. With a sigh, he relented, saying, "If I were to keep you here in the heavenly court, I fear you would succumb to loneliness and secretly descend to the mortal realm in search of brother Nezha. So, follow your heart's desire. But do remember to exercise utmost caution. You face the most nefarious of demons in this world." Having no further objections, the Jade Emperor acquiesced, allowing Princess Yunji to accompany Nezha, imparting a solemn warning to remain vigilant. "Thank you, father. You are truly magnificent. I shall leave my 7 sisters here to care for you while I join brother Nezha in the quest for the sacred spirit stone, ensuring the preservation of peace in the world," she declared. Elated at her father's approval, Princess Yunji felt as if she had taken flight. Akin to a caged bird finally set free, her joy palpable. "Ah, my Princess Yunji is now aware of the importance of safeguarding world peace. This fills me with pride. For it seems you surpass your 7 sisters in this regard. Yet, you must exercise caution and never let your guard down," the Jade Emperor replied. Watching his daughter revel in her newfound freedom, his complex emotions dissipated, replaced by pride in her growth. After expressing her gratitude to the Jade Emperor, Princess Yunji, adorned with resplendent phoenix wings, approached Nezha. Their eyes met, and a shared understanding blossomed between them, transcending the need for words. "Nezha, you must protect Princess Yunji with utmost diligence. There can be no room for error, or you shall face dire consequences." The Jade Emperor admonished Nezha once more, his heart heavy with concern. Yet, recognizing the necessity of Princess Yunji's growth, he acquiesced to her journey. "Understood. Rest assured, Jade Emperor. Nezha will undoubtedly protect Princess Yunji with utmost diligence, ensuring she suffers not the slightest harm. As long as I, Nezha, draw breath, Princess Yunji shall remain entirely safe. Father, you need not worry. With brother Nezha by her side, Princess Yunji fears nothing. Time is fleeting. We must hasten our efforts to locate the remaining sacred spirit stones before the impending tribulation." Princess Yunji bid farewell to the celestial beings as she departed from the Lingxiao Palace, and the gods watched the 2 divine youths leave with a sense of gratification. Nezha soared forth upon his wind and fire wheels, a cacophony accompanying his flight, brandishing his fiery spear, clad in lotus battle attire, as he descended towards the mortal realm. Princess Yunji, adorned in resplendent crimson phoenix wings, floated gracefully in the wind, her golden wings shimmering under the sun's embrace, radiating exquisite beauty. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, framing her striking visage, reminiscent of a beauty that could captivate even the most stoic hearts, wielding a golden divine sword. Accompanied by the auspicious beast, resembling a remarkable celestial warrior, she followed closely behind Nezha, fading into the embrace of the setting sun. Having received the Jade Emperor's permission, Nezha and Princess Yunji descended to the mortal realm together. What tale shall unfold? Let us not forget, a horde of demons awaits Nezha's arrival. How shall Nezha accomplish his mission step by step and save the world? All shall be revealed in the legend of the war god Nezha. Chapter 61. The skeleton cave. The night was enveloped in darkness, akin to entering a subterranean abyss, where one's hand could not discern their own fingers. On this day, the stars and moon in the sky seemed to shy away from some malevolent force, cowering in shadowy corners, trembling and afraid to venture forth. The sky held but a solitary flicker of light, lightning, flashing intermittently, accompanied by the resounding crack of thunder. It breathed life into the silent atmosphere, painting the darkness with fleeting colors. This night was hauntingly still, as if all living creatures had vanished, vitality extinguished, reminiscent of a descent into hell. An ominous wind whistled through the air, like a restless youth yearning to unleash his innermost thoughts upon the night sky. Desperate for the world to heed his call, a cry for help, the wind howled, as if to convey some urgent message. Gradually, under its guidance, a chilling scene unfolded before the eyes, particularly unsettling in such a night. In the distance, illuminated by the lightning's glare amidst the tumultuous storm, stood a cave resembling a skull. As thunder rumbled and lightning crackled, a bolt struck precisely upon this skull-like cavern. What foul weather is this? Has even the heavens conspired against us, with this cursed lightning mocking our plight? It is utterly infuriating. Alas, the formidable leader of the first celestial demons, the moon demon, our esteemed commander, has been vanquished by what? The heavenly realm? How disappointing. In the past, they have disregarded us. And now it appears they are not as formidable as they seemed. I have also heard that it was a mere child who perished in battle, which fills me with shame for our kindred spirits of the demon realm. Such an affront to our dignity. It infuriates me to the core, and I cannot bear the thought of the heavenly court reveling in our misfortune. Alas, the echoes of wailing and lamentation resonate from the cavern, amidst the crackling of thunder. This howl is particularly poignant, as if it emanates from the depths of hell itself. At first glance, the speaker is a being with hair as white as snow sprouting from its head, and long brows that cascade downward like falling snowflakes. Its entire form is devoid of any trace of color. Only a pallid aura emanates from within, accompanied by a sinister gleam in its eyes. Between utterances, it occasionally exhales a chilling mist, as though an abundance of frigid energy resides within, far colder than the surrounding air. Brother, do not let anger consume you. Such fury can harm your health, and would only serve to amuse those petty deities in the heavenly court. We must seek vengeance for our elder brother. As long as the green mountains stand, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We must not bolster the ambitions of others at the expense of our own pride. Let us bide our time and await the opportunity to vanquish those so-called war gods of the heavenly court and avenge our brother's blood. We shall restore our honor. Ha ha ha. The one offering counsel appears ethereal, its translucent form allowing glimpses of its inner workings. Its voice flows like a gentle stream, measured in tone and serene, as though the moisture within its body ebbs and flows in an ominous manner. Fourth brother, you speak so lightly. Do you know the whereabouts of that war god? I cannot afford to linger here any longer. The desires within me are rising, and I find myself nearly overwhelmed. It seems this place is a den of demons, harboring numerous fiends engaged in nefarious discussions. The speaker is evidently a creature in a state of agitation, sporting two twisted horns atop its head, exuding an air of malevolence. Its desires burn fiercely within, akin to a raging inferno. It has a goat-like beard more than a foot long, ears resembling sharp points standing erect, and is clad in an unusual robe, raving within the cavern. Third brother, what causes your haste? Control the flames of your desire. If we are to avenge our elder brother, we must devise a long-term strategy. One figure, surrounded by ghostly flames, wields a spirit banner that flickers with otherworldly fire. Its hair blazes like a conflagration, casting sparks into the air, and it is adorned in crimson battle armor. Its brow furrowed as it gently caresses the banner, offering soothing words. Indeed, fifth brother speaks wisely. I echo his sentiments. Fourth brother, do not be so hasty. One must not act impulsively, lest we jeopardize our grand ambitions. This one, appearing to be a female, possesses a striking beauty that belies a sinister heart, exuding an alluring charm. Her flirtatious glances seem to ensnare the attention of her brethren, wielding great influence over the men present. Clad in a gown of pure white, she reveals her fair legs, a sight undeniably lethal to mere mortals. Mortal beings, upon witnessing the insidious allure of the enchantress, find themselves irresistibly drawn into her wicked charm, evoking a sensation akin to drifting with the wind. Sister 6, look at you. No matter what endeavor you undertake, you always speak on behalf of Brother 5. What benefits has he bestowed upon you that you assist him at every turn? Haraha. Brother 3 gazes at Sister 6, exuding an aura of malevolence, pondering the nature of the bond shared between her and Brother 5. The mere thought of it elicits a repugnant chuckle. Brother 3, how can you be so cruel? Is it truly just to bully the weaker? Humph, I shall ignore you all. The wickedly charming Sister 6 feels a flush of embarrassment and turns away from the assembly of demons. Sister 6, do not be upset. Brother 3 was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. I hold you in high regard, he implores, seeking her forgiveness, all the while harboring desires that extend far beyond mere reconciliation with the captivating sorceress. Sister 6, with your stunning beauty, you ought to place your trust in your two elder brothers. Given your exquisite appearance, you rightly belong to me, Brother 7, do you not? Who is this one? From the tone, it seems he ranks as the 7th among the demons, displaying considerable audacity. Upon closer inspection, he wields a hefty blade, his physique robust and clad in a blue robe, standing imposingly in the clearing, exuding an air of authority as he speaks with palpable anger. Brother 7, how greedy you are. Sister 6 does not return your affections. Cease your foolish fantasies. The speaker's tone is gentle, undoubtedly a sorceress herself. She floats in the air like a specter, her feet resting upon a cloud of azure mist, her long purple hair cascading down her shoulders. With delicate lips and large, expressive eyes, her slender brows reveal a vibrant spirit. Garbed in a purple gown, she appears less malevolent, resembling a woodland sprite. Indeed, Brother 7, Sister 9 speaks wisely. Your insatiable desires will lead to regret if you do not amend your ways. Can you not perceive the truth? She harbors no secret affection for you. Sister 9. Feeling bashful, hints at the obvious. Even a fool could discern that he is ensnared by his own greed. This one, bold yet foolish, speaks with naive bravado. He seems as solid as iron, his muscles formidable, resembling a living stone spirit. With sharp fangs and a lumbering gait, his straightforward speech reveals an extraordinary presence. Humph! What business is it of yours? It is my prerogative to desire whomever I choose. When did it become your place, Brother 8, to admonish me? Clearly. The atmosphere is charged with tension, opinions diverging, each holding their distinct perspective. Truly, it echoes the words of the Demon King from years past. Each one's greatest weakness lies in their relentless quest for supremacy. Brother 7 brandishes his heavy blade, anticipating a fierce confrontation to vent his insatiable desires. Brothers, please, let us not succumb to anger. When shall we exact vengeance for our elder brother? This individual, seemingly youthful and grasping a peculiar sign, does not appear to be worthless scrap. Rather, he exudes an enigmatic aura, clad in vibrant red and green battle armor. He is of modest stature, recognized as the youngest among the 10 demon lords, the Beast Demon. Accompanying the Beast Demon is a rare and fearsome creature, emitting a chilling growl, with robust limbs and fiery red fur. Its eyes gleam with malevolence, revealing a mouth full of formidable fangs, while a long gray tail sways ominously, suggesting an unparalleled prowess. As the conversation unfolds, the 7th brother's hefty blade swings with tremendous force, propelling him forward uncontrollably as it crashes heavily against the 8th brother, the Stone Demon. The impact reverberates with explosive sounds, engulfed in brilliant flames, leaving the Stone Demon struck by the covetous blade. Both the greedy demon and the Stone Demon collapse onto the ground, rendered immobile. The Stone Demon brandishes a spiked club, eager to contest with the greedy demon. Will this conflict persist? The narrative may seem chaotic at first glance. However, with careful reading, comprehension can be attained. Will the demon lords reconcile and unite to thwart Nezha in his quest for the Holy Spirit Stone? All will be revealed in the legend of Nezha's victory. Chapter 62. The gathering of demons. The greedy demon and the Stone Demon are both brought to the ground. The Stone Demon wields a spiked club, his cherished protective artifact known as stone-shattering thunder. This formidable weapon is sworn to protect him. While the club stands, so do I. If the club falls, so do I. The greedy demon's hefty blade, imbued with a deep yearning, is named the Blade of Desire. This blade thrives on the conquest of hearts and minds, a creation of overwhelming ambition crafted by the greedy demon himself. Do you truly wish to bring about my demise? The Stone Demon is incensed, feeling that this is an unfair contest of might. Brother 8, you are aware that Brother 7 is not one to concede easily. His greed has inexplicably intensified, and I find myself struggling to contain it. I am compelled to unleash this turmoil upon you. Please forgive me, Brother 8. I apologize sincerely. To my surprise, your resilience against my blade of desire is remarkable. It appears your magical prowess has significantly increased, particularly with the stone-shattering thunder in hand. The time approaches for the god of war in the heavenly court to meet his fate. Haha. The greedy demon rises and approaches his brother, recognizing the bond between them, seeking to mend any rift, and they exchange apologies. The Stone Demon, upon inspecting the stone-shattering thunder, realizes its potency has indeed grown, allowing it to rival the Blade of Desire. This realization brings joy to the Stone Demon, alleviating much of his earlier ire. Haha, 7th brother, why speak such words? We are brothers after all. There is no need to disturb the peace. Moreover, dear 7th brother, one must control the greed within. Why jest with me, your brother? What if my life lies in your hands? It seems you harbor ill feelings towards me, wishing to strike me down. Truly, your desires are formidable. My world nearly shattered under their weight. Ha ha ha. Brothers, sisters, our elder brother in the heavens would not wish for us to be scattered like leaves in the wind. We must unite, consolidating our strength to confront the celestial realm. The elder brother hopes to see us stand together, seeking vengeance against the heavens. We must rally our forces, identify the war god among the celestial beings, and avenge our elder brother. The 2nd brother, the Snow Demon, exhaled a chilling breath, urging all the demon brothers. Apart from our elder brother, who fell to Nezha, the Snow Demon commands the greatest respect. His words carry the weight of a decree, unquestionable by all. For our elder brother's vengeance. For our elder brother's vengeance. The throng of demons echoed in unison, as if receiving a divine command. At that moment, with the abrupt cessation of lightning and wind, the night sky fell into an eerie stillness. Here, amidst the clamor, the demons convened, spirits coalescing, wails of sorrow filling the air. Second brother, we heed your call. We shall not cast blame upon one another. You shall lead us, they declared. Let me take the lead and vanquish the war god Nezha from the celestial realm. In retribution for our elder brother, the desire demon earnestly implored to take the forefront, for the elder brother had always favored him. Third brother, do not rush. The second brother cautioned. I have heard from the demon lord that the celestial war god is a rare relic of the ages, a reincarnation of the Lingzhu. Presently, he manifests as a lotus, devoid of a soul, possessing unparalleled skills, with 3 heads and 8 arms, wielding an array of divine weapons, and blessed by the celestial beings. His might is formidable. Even our elder brother could not contend with him. Do you truly believe you can? Alas, what shall we do? Will our elder brother perish in vain, and shall his vengeance remain unfulfilled? The desire demon, feeling inadequate to face the war god, bowed his head in shame, gripped by trepidation. Indeed, what shall we do? We are nearly frantic. The demons engaged in fervent discussion, yearning for the second brother's guidance. Brothers, quiet down. We understand that the celestial beings are formidable foes. We cannot prevail through solitary efforts. We must unite, amalgamating our strength against the celestial gods. I am certain the second brother will lead us to unforeseen outcomes. Yes, the second brother speaks wisely. We shall join forces, combining our respective treasures and exerting our utmost effort. We can surely succeed, thanks to the second brother's brilliance. The fourth brother, the water demon, encouraged the assembly to unite against the war god with a soothing voice. I shall go, cried the throng of demons, clamoring to volunteer. Everyone quiet. Let me ponder who shall undertake this mission. The second brother, Snow Demon, surveyed his fellow demon brothers, contemplating who should bear the weight of this formidable task. At that moment, he perceived the challenge ahead as exceedingly arduous. Whether they would emerge alive or face demise was shrouded in uncertainty. He thought it wise to refrain from embarking together, fearing that such a course would. Snow Demon abruptly halted his words, unwilling to disclose the grim conclusion, lest it shatter the morale of his brethren and extinguish their fighting spirit. Instead, he proposed that he, along with the water demon, fire demon, wind demon, and cloud demon, venture forth to seek the accursed war god of the heavenly court, avenging their elder brother's blood feud. Once they locate the celestial deity, they could summon the others to join in the struggle against the heavenly court. Cunning and strategic, Snow Demon commanded the 4 others to descend the mountain with him, planning to annihilate their foe once they had found the war god. The third brother, Desire Demon, felt a surge of indignation upon realizing he had not been included in the mission. An overwhelming desire surged within him, threatening to burst forth uncontrollably. Second brother, why am I not permitted to accompany you? My pent-up desires are too great to contain. Let me join you in descending the mountain. Unable to restrain his yearning, Desire Demon clamored to accompany them in their quest for the war god. Snow Demon quickly interjected, Third brother, do you not understand? During my absence, you must learn to master your desires. Should we fail to return, it will fall upon you to lead our kin in vengeance against the war god, securing time for our Demon King's revival. Realizing the wisdom in his brother's words, Desire Demon comprehended the rationale behind his exclusion. He recognized that with the second brother gone, he would hold the highest rank, and if misfortune befell them, he must rally their kind to vanquish the war god and seize precious time. Second brother, we cannot remain here idly while you fight ahead. I too wish to join you. The seventh brother, Greed Demon, ever eager for accolades and glory, also clamored to descend the mountain, his ambition driving him to seek recognition and rewards from their Demon King. Ignoring Snow Demon's directives, he insisted, regardless of your plans, we shall proceed as we wish. If we perish in battle, you shall still have the opportunity to avenge us. Snow Demon, incensed by their defiance, asserted his authority as the leader, declaring that his word was law and must be obeyed. His anger radiated, and the remaining demons, sensing his wrath, hastily nodded in compliance, affirming their allegiance to Snow Demon's strategy. Second brother, we shall heed your command. You are valiant and invincible, destined to triumph over the war god and return victorious. As the demons ceased their deliberations, a profound silence enveloped the night, the stillness broken only by the faint glimmers of dawn emerging in the eastern sky, heralding the approach of day. The dawn is upon us. Water demon, fire demon, wind demon, and cloud demon. Are you prepared? We must act before daylight reveals our presence. Second brother, we are ready, poised to descend the mountain at your command. In unison, the demons affirmed their readiness, clearly having made preparations in advance. Very well. We shall embark on our journey now. for it has come to our attention that Nezha has ventured northward, where the sacred spirits reside. We must thwart him, preventing him from surviving long enough to locate the remaining spirit stones. In recent days, I have sensed a formidable surge of dark energy emanating from Ghost Mountain, the reason for which eludes me. However, regardless of what transpires henceforth, it shall ultimately work to our advantage. Time is of the essence. We must find Nezha swiftly, avenging our elder brother. Chapter 63. The 5 demons seek the war god night. Terribly still, the wind howls unabated in the heavens, and not a glimmer of light graces the sky. Darkness reigns supreme, and yet we must summon the courage to confront it, refusing to retreat. We must believe in ourselves, for after darkness, light shall inevitably emerge. In the days to come, when adversity, failure, or despair besiege your life, and demons encroach upon your peace, we must hold steadfast to the belief that storms are but transient. They shall eventually pass. Trust that tomorrow will dawn bright and sunny, amidst the silence and darkness. As everything is shrouded in the night sky, a sudden flash of extraordinary lightning illuminates the void, its brilliance stark against the blackness, as though it were the sole beacon in the expanse. Accompanied by a series of resounding cracks, the thunder seems to awaken those lost in the slumber of night. Akin to a child venting their frustrations in solitude, letting loose a cry of pent-up emotion. This flash of lightning, a serpentine bolt, cleaves through the sky, its radiance reaching Skull Mountain, where it vanishes without a trace, leaving the night once more in its eerie stillness. Atop Skull Mountain, a wisp of dark energy can be discerned, and in the aftermath of this malevolent force, the entire mountain trembles violently, akin to an earthquake, swaying perilously as if on the brink of collapse. But lo, upon closer inspection, the mountain, against all odds, miraculously splits in two, parting majestically as if responding to an unseen force. Suddenly, from the peak, 5 distinct essences burst forth, starkly visible against the darkened sky. A luminous orb, resembling a meteor overwhelmed by pressure, streaks across the heavens, followed by a crystalline form that glides effortlessly through the air. A crimson vapor, imbued with warmth, injects a flicker of light and warmth into the cold, shadowy expanse. A peculiar whirlwind, reminiscent of an oceanic vortex, whirls in desperate spirals through the still night, trailing behind a dark cloud that, though invisible, carries an ominous weight, saturating the atmosphere with foreboding. The demons hasten downward, racing toward the northern heavens, as if fleeing the oppressive silence of the night. This is none other than the malevolent forces, the 5 demons in search of the war god. The speed of the 5 demons is astonishing, akin to meteors, vanishing into the cloak of night, their destination unknown. Time swiftly elapses, and in the blink of an eye, one feels as though emerging from a realm of shadows, gradually awakened by the beckoning light. Chirrup, chirrup, a chorus of carefree little birds, flitting about in the dawn's first light, emerging after the tempestuous night. These blissful creatures awaken those slumbering in dreams, heralding the arrival of a new day. A delightful assembly of vibrant birds soars through the sky, occasionally unfurling their wings, perching atop treetops, or vanishing amidst the mountain peaks, only to reappear in playful flocks. Frolicking in the air, Yunji, dear sister, awaken Nezha, having risen some time ago, gently calls to the still slumbering Princess Yunji, speaking softly for fear of startling her. Do not disturb, let me linger in this blissful slumber for a while longer. This sensation is exquisite. It has been ages since I've felt this way reclining upon a handmade bamboo bed. Princess Yunji inhales the refreshing morning air as Nezha's voice rouses her. Clearly content, her tousled hair accentuates her ethereal beauty. Her striking visage rests against the pillow, her delicate nose breathes freely, while her large eyes remain gently closed, basking in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. With Nezha by her side, she feels a joy surpassing all material possessions. Yunji, dear sister, rise. The sun is about to ascend, otherwise you shall be scorched. Nezha gazes intently at the enchanting princess, lost in admiration. An inexplicable warmth washes over him, causing his cheeks to flush. He hastily diverts his gaze, chuckling as he approaches the bamboo window to observe the sun. The sunlight envelopes him, radiating warmth and comfort. Nezha, you are incorrigible. After only a few days, you dare to jest with me. Let us see who will cook for you in the future. Princess Yunji retorts, aware that Nezha must be hungry, hence his playful banter. My dear Yunji, if you refuse to prepare my meals, I fear I shall perish from hunger. Without your company, I would succumb to solitude. Nezha interjects swiftly, not allowing her to finish, as the thought of losing her is unbearable. Princess Yunji opens her bright eyes, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips, fully cognizant that Nezha cannot bear to be without her henceforth. Very well, Nezha. I shall rise. Why utter such words? We are destined to be together, ordained by the heavens. How could I ever leave you? Yunji. I too am at a loss for my words. Ever since I met you, I find myself speaking without thought, uttering things that might amuse you, Nezha admits sheepishly. Nezha had never before exhibited such hesitation in his speech, his words tumbling forth in a disordered manner, revealing a palpable tension within him. He feared that one day he might awaken to find his dear sister Yunji absent. It seemed that Yunji had embedded herself deeply within Nezha's heart, her presence having taken root and flourished into a profound affection. Brother Nezha, do not overthink, Yunji reassured him, her voice a gentle melody. I know you care for me dearly, and I, too, cherish your feelings. Rest assured, I shall never leave you. Her laughter was a sweet sound, drawing a few playful birds that flitted freely beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. In the early spring, flowers bloomed vibrantly, trees burst forth with new leaves, and everything radiated with a fresh vitality. Brother Nezha, on such a splendid day, I long to wander and explore, much like mortals celebrating the arrival of spring, in search of life's true meaning. Yunji exclaimed, her imagination ignited by the beauty of the moment. She did not wish to let this precious time slip away unnoticed, and sighed with heartfelt appreciation for the enchanting scenery surrounding them. Indeed, let us enjoy ourselves, but we must also remember our responsibilities. Nevertheless, in honor of this delightful season, let us momentarily set aside our worries and indulge in joy, allowing our spirits to breathe freely. It appeared that the tension had lingered within both Nezha and Princess Yunji for quite some time. As they gazed upon the captivating landscape, they were reluctant to miss the opportunity to release their pent-up emotions, seeking solace from the weight of their burdens. How would the tale continue? What miracles awaited? In the absence of demons and disasters, let Nezha and Princess Yunji revel in their liberation from inner turmoil. Chapter 64, Joyous Moments. Unburdened hearts, Nezha surveyed the world around him, marveling at its freshness. Standing in the warm embrace of the spring breeze, he relished the exhilaration it brought to his spirit. The sun ascended, casting its rays upon the treetops, and Yunji, a lover of freedom, urged Nezha to cast aside the complexities of life and spend a delightful day in her company. Yunji was elated, finally able to unwind after days devoid of the slightest trace of a sacred spirit stone, uncertain of where to begin her search. Today, she would seize the opportunity to relax and alleviate her tension, for only then could she approach her quest with clarity. With a joyful exclamation, transform. Yunji adorned herself in breathtaking beauty, her hair flowing straight, clad in a resplendent phoenix robe that danced in the morning breeze. Holding her auspicious beast, she had descended to the mortal realm, her connection with the fire phoenix now severed, leaving behind no trace of her magnificent wings. Her golden eyes sparkled as they gazed at Nezha. Giggle, brother Nezha, do you find me beautiful? She teased, her playful spirit lighting up the moment. Nezha's gaze remained fixed upon her, a wish blossoming within his heart, to share his life with this enchanting maiden, to protect her for eternity. Vowing that no matter what trials might arise, he would never allow her to face them alone. Nezha, dear brother, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Princess Yunji noticed Nezha's unwavering gaze upon her, and the shyness of the young maiden compelled her to swiftly turn her beautiful visage away. In that fleeting moment, she found it difficult to come to terms with the situation, a faint blush gracing her exquisite features, clearly indicating her embarrassment. Nezha, dear brother. Princess Yunji called out several times, yet Nezha remained unresponsive, as if his soul had wandered elsewhere. He gazed blankly at her, seemingly lost in thoughts that had long since drifted away, oblivious to her presence. Princess Yunji raised her voice again, yearning to bring her brother back to reality. What? What is the matter? Nezha's thoughts gradually returned, yet he remained bewildered, his words tumbling out in a hesitant and incoherent manner. What were you just thinking about, Nezha? Princess Yunji inquired with genuine curiosity, hoping for a delightful revelation. I wasn't thinking of anything, I just felt that Yunji's sister is exceptionally beautiful today. Nezha found himself inexplicably confessing such words before Yunji, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Really? Yunji beamed with joy. Do you know, Nezha, the answer I longed to hear was precisely that. Yunji is so happy. He. The innocence and charm of Princess Yunji were evident. A single phrase was enough to elate her spirit, showcasing Nezha's undeniable charisma. He. Yunji sister, in your opinion, where shall we venture today? Nezha chuckled, unsure how to continue the conversation, and opted to shift the topic toward Yunji. Is there a lovely place nearby, perhaps a mountain, a lake, or a grassland? I believe that at this time of year, during early spring, everything must be particularly beautiful. Princess Yunji pondered where to go, hoping for a delightful destination that would allow her and Nezha to relieve their anxious hearts. Yunji sister, did you notice the magnificent mountain not far from here as we traveled? Shall we visit it today? There, we can observe the free-spirited birds, the newly sprouted trees, and the precious wildlife. Let us ascend the peak and behold the vast world before us. Nezha suggested, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, his thoughts returning to the enchanting mountain they had just passed. Whatever you say, Nezha, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you wish to go, I am content, as long as it pleases you. He. It seemed that at this moment, Princess Yunji had relinquished her own opinions. As long as she could accompany Nezha, any destination would suffice. The mere prospect of being by his side filled her heart with immense joy. Yunji sister, what is it that makes me so favorable in your eyes? I feel as though I owe you so much. Nezha was perplexed as to why Princess Yunji, the 8th princess of the heavenly realm, chose to accompany him on earth, enduring hardships rather than embracing her celestial status. Deep within, he felt an unspoken sense of indebtedness toward her. Princess Yunji, with a gentle laughter, playfully pouted her cherry-like lips and made a silly face. Brother Nezha, let us not squander time. We must set forth without further inquiries. Perhaps it is simply fate, or a matter of destiny. Who can say? The passage of time flowed relentlessly, and in their youth, they found themselves in a splendid season, each moment precious. With the dawn of a new day, they understood the significance of every fleeting second. Princess Yunji summoned the long-absent divine beast, the phoenix. It joyously screeched at the break of day, flapping its resplendent wings and swaying its golden tail, its elongated beak and bright eyes curiously surveying its surroundings. Adorned with markings reminiscent of auspicious clouds atop its head, it stood gracefully in midair, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Descend, my dear phoenix, she called gently, as if summoning a cherished child. The phoenix, responding to her call, gracefully landed beside her. Princess Yunji leaped onto its back, settling upon the broad expanse of its feathered coat, which felt like a beautiful, soft, warm carpet. Up we go. Once comfortably seated, she urged the phoenix to rise. With a flurry of wings, it soared, lifting off the ground. Brother Nezha, hurry. Let us race and see who is faster, your wind-fire wheels or my fire phoenix. Her playful spirit shone through, full of freedom and exuberance, making her companionship with Nezha seem entirely fitting. As he watched Princess Yunji take flight, his heart brimmed with hope and longing for the future. Wait for me, Yunji. Let us race to that mountain peak. Loser must sing for the winner. Laughter echoed through the skies, dispelling any remnants of tension, replaced with a miraculous love for life and its possibilities. All right, Brother Nezha, I truly wish to hear your song. Let us make it a promise. And with that, they took off. Princess Yunji soared like a bird, her vivaciousness accentuated by the phoenix's majestic presence, embodying an ethereal beauty as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Nezha, propelling his wind-fire wheels, pursued her closely, marveling at the breathtaking beauty of spring. Rows of verdant willows cascaded their delicate branches, resembling a newly formed waterfall from a distance. Nezha took a deep breath of fresh air, instantly feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and comfort. In that moment, it was as if all his worries and unhappy thoughts had vanished, granting his heart a tranquility he had never experienced before. Yanzitzi, look, the scenery below is so beautiful. How have we never noticed it before? Nezha gazed in wonder at the sights below, as if encountering them for the first time, feeling utterly refreshed. Princess Yanzitzi, upon hearing Nezha's exclamation, slowed her pace. The wind rushed past her ears, and for a moment, she could not discern what Nezha was saying. She turned back to inquire. Brother Nezha, what did you call me for? Did you concede? He. Ha ha ha. Dear sister Yanzitzi, do not rush so. I will concede, I promise. I shall sing for you, but we must fly together to witness the gifts nature has bestowed upon the world. Look over there, how beautiful it is. Nezha pointed excitedly at the stunning scenery, revealing a breathtaking peach blossom grove below. Not far from them, clusters of pink peach blossoms basked in the sunlight, their colors vibrant and full of life, radiating vitality. Brother Nezha, that place is stunning. The peach blossoms are in full bloom, their fragrance intoxicating. Why don't we go there? Princess Yanzitzi, captivated by the sight of the blossoming trees, could hardly contain her excitement, yearning to appreciate the blossoms up close and fulfill her desire. Late March brought sunny days, marking the peak bloom of the peach blossoms, symbolizing the continuity of life, growth, and transformation. Certainly, as long as you, dear sister, are pleased. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is quite beautiful there. Nezha readily agreed to Princess Yunzitzi's wishes. Little did they know, on their journey to the mountain peak, they would stumble upon a mysterious peach blossom grove, enchanted by its allure, which would change the course of their adventure. What stories might unfold from this serendipitous encounter? The excitement continues. The charm is boundless. Chapter 65, A Serendipitous Encounter. The Peach Fairy and the Willow Monster, Part 1. Princess Yunzitzi eagerly urged the phoenix to soar into the enchanting peach blossom paradise. And Nezha soon followed on his fiery wheel, arriving in the heart of the grove. The peach trees stood in neat rows, their blossoms in full, delicate bloom. A warm spring breeze swept through, carrying with it an alluring fragrance. Deeply entranced, Princess Yunzitzi inhaled the sweet aroma through her delicate nose, exclaiming in delight, "How fragrant! How delightful! This feeling seems so familiar, yet I cannot recall when I felt it last." In the peach blossom grove, small birds flitted freely, and as they flew past, the petals succumbed to their gentle collisions, cascading down like a delicate rain of blossoms. Before long, the ground appeared to be adorned with a carpet of peach petals, soft underfoot and infused with an enticing fragrance, radiating warmth and comfort. As spring arrives, bees are indispensable, for they are the heralds of the season. Responding to the fragrant call of spring, the bees follow the scent to fulfill their destined tasks. Haha, Nezha, do you think we could defeat the monsters and reside here forever, escaping the three realms and the troubles of the world? How wonderful it would be if such a day were to come. Princess Yunji frolics freely in the heart of the peach blossom spring. Resembling a little princess who revels in life, her laughter a manifestation of her innermost wishes. One can only hope for such bliss. Nezha gazes at the innocent Yunji, acutely aware of his duty as a warrior to protect the three realms for eternity. The thought of evading this responsibility is inconceivable. Not wishing to dampen her spirit, he turns his gaze skyward, sighing with optimism. Within the peach blossom spring, Nezha and Princess Yunji share laughter and joy, appearing as a pair of celestial lovers. They wander deeper into the enchanting spring, which seems boundless. The couple ventures further and further into its depths. Hee hee ha, look, look. Can everyone see? A beautiful fairy sister approaches. How stunning and joyful she is, radiating beauty that surpasses even the flowers around us, evoking our envy. In this peach blossom spring, it feels as though something is whispering and giggling softly from an unknown source, hinting at the presence of the extraordinary. Shoo, shoo, Nezha, with his keen ears, senses sounds emanating from the peach trees while conversing with Yunji. He quickly gestures for silence, placing a finger to his lips. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Yunji, absorbed in her joy, continues forward, unaware of any peculiar occurrences or sounds. When she notices Nezha's signal to cease speaking, she halts and quietly inquires, "What is it? Let us listen closely. Something is speaking." Nezha whispers and listens intently to discern the source of the sound. "Brother Nezha, I hear it." The voice is so faint that one must concentrate to detect it. It emerges from between the peach trees, accompanied by laughter. Princess Yunji attentively listens to the peculiar sounds surrounding them, her curiosity piqued as she indeed hears them, astonished. Who is it? Who dares not reveal themselves? Realizing he is not mistaken, Nezha, having never encountered such timid tree spirits, boldly commands the unseen entity to show itself. The peach tree spirits, aware that they have been discovered, fall silent. At that moment, from among the ancient trees, which appear to be hundreds of years old, an elder emerges, chuckling. Nezha was taken aback and quickly positioned himself with his spear in front of the young maiden, ready to protect her. He exclaimed loudly, "Which rogue spirit dares to appear in this peach blossom paradise? War God, please do not be angered. We are but the peach immortals and willow spirits of this realm. Having thrived here for nearly a millennium, we have only disturbed you because we were captivated by the beauty of this young lady. And my fellow peach sisters expressed their curiosity, inadvertently alarming you. Kindly forgive us. It is my fault as the elder for not guiding these little spirits properly. Blame me, the old one." It turned out that the elder who emerged from between the peach trees was the transformation of the ancient peach tree itself, revealing the peculiarity of this place. The old spirit, leaning on a cane, walked with a tremor, clearly advanced in years, his face adorned with a mane of gray whiskers, and his visage wrinkled like the branches of a peach tree. "You speak too humbly. I thought a demon had appeared. Ignorance is no crime. You seem to be of venerable age, so let us not stand on ceremony. However, I must inquire how you came to know that I am the war god descended from the heavens." "Nezha, Being a righteous hero who respected the elderly and cared for the young, felt a pang of compassion upon seeing the wrinkled face of the elder. He hastened to reassure him, urging him not to blame himself, yet he remained puzzled as to how the elder recognized him as the war god. Oh, it is no surprise that you are indeed the war god of the celestial court, possessing a gallant heart and a sense of justice. To speak candidly, I am the founder of this peach blossom grove. Thousands of years ago, a rare beast brought the seed of a peach tree to this place, and that seed is none other than myself. I have weathered storms and thrived here, propagating through the ages. After an unknown passage of time, I somehow cultivated my essence. Yet I have never harmed a soul. As for how I recognized you as the war god, I heard of you in the celestial peach garden, where the land spoke of a new war god who wields a fiery spear, adorned in lotus garments, strikingly handsome, descending to the mortal realm in search of the sacred spirit stone to save the world. Upon seeing your fiery spear and lotus battle attire, I was certain that you are the war god, the future savior. The elder recounted his origins with great detail, observing Nezha, who radiated an extraordinary aura. The elder was convinced that this individual before him was indeed the new war god. Since you have guessed correctly, indeed, I am Nezha, the war god of the celestial court. May I inquire if you know who this enchanting maiden beside me is? Nezha declared his identity and turned to the elder, seeking to discern if he was aware of the identity of Princess Yunji. Alas, my old eyes are dim. I truly do not know who this beautiful maiden is. The elder scrutinized the lovely young girl before him, but remained unaware of her origins or identity. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yunji Rui, the adopted daughter of the Jade Emperor, the 8th princess, Princess Yunji. Noticing the elder's lack of recognition, Princess Yunji stepped forward to introduce herself. The elder was taken aback, his peachwood cane trembling in his grip as he nearly stumbled to the ground, shakily approaching Princess Yunji. The story continues. Chapter 66. Adventures with the Peach Fairy and the Willow Spirit, Part 2. The elder, upon realizing that the enchanting young lady before him was none other than Princess Rui, the 8th daughter of the Jade Emperor himself, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. His legs trembled slightly as he gazed at the exquisite maiden with awe. You are indeed the illustrious Princess Rui, he stammered. Forgive this old servant for not recognizing such a grand figure. No wonder you possess an extraordinary demeanor, transcending the mundane. Even my peach trees and their offspring harbor a touch of envy towards your beauty. It is a privilege for this old monster to host the illustrious Princess Rui in my humble peach orchard, which has undoubtedly gained a refreshing vigor. Grandfather, what are you doing here? I searched for you for quite some time. I was worried you might encounter some danger. I was frantic. I finally found you here. Now please come back with me. Suddenly, from another peach blossom, a lovely little girl hurriedly emerged, radiating innocence and charm. Her 2 slender braids framed her face gracefully, and her bright eyes sparkled with cleverness. Dressed simply in a pink dress, she made her way to the elder, grasping his sleeve tightly as she anxiously inquired. The elder gazed fondly at the beautiful little girl before him, gently caressing her braids as he replied softly, "Silly child, how could your grandfather, the old monster of this place, simply vanish? Moreover, we have had no disturbances here for many years. Come. Let me introduce you to our esteemed guests from the heavenly realm, the valiant Nezha and Princess Yunji. This is my granddaughter. Her name is Taraway, and she should be around 8 years old now. Cheerful, lively, and utterly delightful. Come now, Taraway, greet your elder siblings." The elder beckoned Taraway to approach the celestial beings as a gesture of goodwill. Taraway stood before Nezha and Princess Yunji, her bright eyes examining the 2 handsome figures with curiosity. Grandfather, who are they? How did they arrive in the peach blossom forest? We haven't had strangers here for many years. It is forbidden for outsiders to enter. How could this happen? Rui, do not speak nonsense. Quickly apologize to your elder siblings. They are not mere outsiders, nor are they villains. Indeed, our sanctuary does not permit strangers, but that specifically refers to malevolent beings. This place is sacred, a haven for our cultivation, and we must not allow evildoers to disrupt our peace. The 2 before us are our fortunate stars, our hope, and benevolent deities. Listen carefully, Rui, and offer your apologies to your elder siblings. The elder patiently explained the origins of their esteemed guests to his granddaughter, concerned that Taraway might inadvertently offend the righteous deities. Taraway, still quite young, was uncertain of what a deity looked like or whence they came. Her bright eyes filled with questions. Indeed, Peach Rui, before you stand 2 celestial beings who have descended from the heavens. When you grow up, with diligent practice and virtuous deeds, you too can ascend to the heavens, vanquishing evil and safeguarding your homeland. The elder encourages Peach Rue, nurturing the hope that she will one day become a guardian spirit of her home. Dear little sister, he continues, heed your grandfather's words. As you mature, engage in acts of kindness to strive for transcendence and protect your sanctuary. Look at how fortunate you are now, surrounded by those who cherish you. Every peach blossom here is your friend. You should feel truly blessed and cherished these days, growing up in Grandpa Peach's embrace. Princess Yunji observes the joyful interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter, feeling a sense of happiness herself. She approaches Peach Rue and gazes upon the adorable girl, smiling as she imparts her wisdom. Peach Rue, mesmerized by Princess Yunji's radiant smile, shifts her demeanor, realizing that these two mean no harm. With a polite nod and her starry eyes sparkling, she gazes at the beautiful princess. Sister, I will heed your advice. I shall remember your words. Sister, you are so beautiful. Are all the celestial beings in the heavenly court this lovely? Indeed, replies Princess Yunji. The fairies of the heavenly court are all kind and beautiful. I have 7 sisters there who are even more stunning. However, you two are wonderfully charming, dear Peach Rue. I believe that when you grow up, you will be even more beautiful and delightful than anyone. Princess Yunji praises and encourages the curious little girl before her. Ha ha. Peach Rue giggles in delight at the princess's compliments, her joy overflowing as if she has never before received such praise. She leaps with exuberance, exclaiming, Grandfather, did you hear? The celestial sister said I could become a deity like her. I am so happy. Peach Rue takes her grandfather's hands, her eyes brimming with strength and hope, radiating pure excitement. Nezha and Princess Yunji, witnessing Peach Rue's exuberance, find themselves uplifted as well, sharing in her joy. Laughter echoes throughout the peach blossom grove, while birds soar freely in the sky. The sun ascends higher, casting its brilliant rays, as the spring breeze gently stirs the blossoms, filling the air with their enchanting fragrance. The entire grove basks in a harmonious and warm spectacle. Yet, just as they revel in the warmth of the sun, an unexpected change occurs. The once bright sunlight vanishes, replaced by ominous clouds that gather and fierce winds arise, as if a crisis has erupted in the heavens, reclaiming the sun. The sky darkens abruptly, transitioning from light to shadow, rendering everything unseen, as though night has fallen. The gentle spring breeze transforms into a tempestuous gale, laden with swirling dust and debris, making it impossible to open one's eyes against the onslaught. Be careful, Princess Yunji. The wind comes from an ominous direction. It is likely the work of some malevolent force. Nezha, momentarily blinded by the swirling sands, finds his thoughts drifting to Princess Yunji. He hastily gives her instructions and then conjures the Vajra barrier to shield them from the approaching tempest of flying sand and debris. The sound of the winds crashing against the barrier resonates as they patiently await the storm's subsidence. Ah, Sister Yunji, look at the peach blossoms. Suddenly, the fierce winds cease, and Nezha is taken aback by the scene before him. Princess Yunji gradually opens her eyes and sighs. What has happened? Could this be a natural disaster? What calamity or fiendish entities have they encountered? Nezha, observing the devastation, realizes this cannot be a mere natural disaster. He anxiously considers the state of the peach trees as the fierce winds tore through them, leaving the trees leaning precariously. The vibrant blossoms have been scattered across the ground, leaving only the bare trunks, resembling withered remnants of their former glory. Grandfather Peach Tree, where are you? Please, come forth. Warrior, warrior. Princess 8, old spirit is here. Help me, help me. Suddenly, from a nearby trunk, the old peach tree spirit cries out for assistance. Following the voice, Nezha discovers the old spirit clinging helplessly to the trunk. In an effort to protect his granddaughter, he had shielded Taraway from the winds. But the ferocity of the storm had swept him against the trunk, leaving him battered and without his staff. Grandfather Peach Tree, are you unharmed? I shall rescue you. Nezha exclaims as he ascends the wind-fire wheel to save the old spirit from his precarious position. What is happening? Could this be a natural disaster? The old spirit laments, gazing at the devastation with anguish. Grandfather Peach Tree, I suspect this sudden tempest is not a natural disaster, but rather the work of malevolent beings. Nezha contemplates the source of this calamity. Demons. The old peach tree spirit is astonished, never having anticipated the arrival of malevolent entities. His eyes dart around in search of Taraway, but despite his frantic searching, she remains elusive, filling him with an unbearable anxiety. Taraway, Taraway, where are you? Please come out. Your grandfather is here. Do not frighten him, Taraway. The old spirit scans the surroundings in desperation, unable to locate Taraway or hear her cries for help. his worries intensifying as he calls out in distress. Peach Rue, do come forth. You are the most cherished granddaughter of Grandpa. How could you leave him? Those wretched demons must have spirited you away. What shall we do? The old peach tree monster waited for a moment, but heard no cries for help from Peach Rue, further confirming his fears that the fiends had indeed come and taken her. Do not despair, Grandpa Peach, said Nezha, observing the old peach tree monster's sorrow. Perhaps Peach Rue has managed to escape and hide. The god of war continued. You may not be aware, but not long ago, a group of exceptionally powerful sorcerers arrived at the nearby nameless mountain. They frequently come here, demanding our precious peach blossom heart. What is the peach blossom heart? Nezha inquired, seeking clarification from the old peach tree monster. Indeed, the peach blossom heart is the most sacred core among our peach trees. It represents our very essence. This rare heart takes centuries to cultivate, and it possesses a unique ability to enhance one's internal energy. Many have learned of its existence and stealthily come to seek it. The heart consists of 3 essences that possess spiritual communication, allowing one to merge with the most formidable beings. If it falls into the hands of demons, it would spell disaster. The old peach tree monster elaborated with great concern, hoping that the peach blossom heart would not succumb to the grasp of evil. Could it be that the peach blossom heart is Peach Rue? Nezha pondered aloud. Indeed, Peach Rue is the transformation of the exceedingly rare peach blossom heart. Those demons must have heard of her existence and have been scheming to capture her. Do not worry, Grandpa Peach. Peach Rue is exceptionally clever and will surely be safe. Her kind heart will undoubtedly help her evade this calamity. Princess Yunji consoled Nezha, hoping to alleviate the tension in the old peach tree monster's heart. We shall rescue Peach Rue and ensure she does not fall into the clutches of the demons. Grandpa Peach, are you certain that she has been taken by them? Nezha, fueled by a sense of justice, resolved to save the peach blossom heart from the hands of wickedness. The old peach tree monster trembled as he gazed towards the distant peaks, his eyes filled with fervent prayers to the heavens for a chance to rescue the peach blossom heart. I am convinced. Peach Rue has undoubtedly been captured by those vile demons. Then let us set forth and find her, ensuring her safe return. You need not worry, Nezha declared with unwavering confidence. War God, Princess Yunji, do exercise caution. That band of demons is formidable. It is said that even the local mountain gods and land deities dare not approach them. I have heard tales of many mountain gods and land spirits who rose in resistance, only to be defeated in the end. What a dreadful sight. The spirits of the peach blossom source have spoken of these demons, describing them as 3 men and 2 women, who go by the names Shui or Go, Shui Lao Si, Huan Nu, Feng Mei, and Yun Nu, possessing formidable powers. Each possesses a wicked weapon, having arrived at the nameless mountain 6 months ago. And they have yet to emerge, shrouded in mystery. They are engaged in relentless cultivation, unaware of how they came to know of the presence of the peach blossom's heart. Every night, they draw in the essence of the sun and moon, keeping company with the wild beasts of the mountain, thus saturating the nameless mountain with an overwhelming aura of malevolence and foulness. It is utterly detestable. Once I regain all my strength, I shall ensure our mutual destruction. The ancient peach tree carefully recounted all that the land had conveyed to him, preparing Nezha for battle. Do not underestimate the foe. Rest assured, esteemed peach tree elder. As a warrior of the heavenly realm, wherever there are demons, there shall I be, the god of war. No matter how formidable or evil they may be, even if it leads to my demise, I shall perish on the battlefield. Trust in us, peach tree elder. We will undoubtedly rescue Tarue from the clutches of the demons. Princess Yunji, embodying the essence of a strong woman, brimmed with confidence. Nezha gazed at Princess Yunji with deep affection, and as their eyes met, a profound feeling emerged from within. The other was filled with unwavering faith. As twilight descended, time sped by, and Nezha's thoughts lingered on Tarue, who remained trapped in the nameless demon's cave, causing him an inner ache, a burgeoning sense of duty. He felt that with every second of delay, Tarue's life was at stake. Thus, there was no time to lose. Nezha and Princess Yunji bid farewell to the ancient peach tree, assuring him of their resolve. And they rushed toward the nameless mountain under the cloak of night, intent on finding the peach blossom's heart. Would the heart be within the nameless demon's cave? Could Nezha and Princess Yunji successfully retrieve it? Chapter 68. The Demon Cave, Nameless Mountain. After conferring, Nezha and Princess Yunji resolved to hasten to the nameless mountain to rescue the peach blossom's heart. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the sky, the sound rushing past their ears, crashing against the branches with a cacophony. All of this was witnessed only by the stars above, as darkness fell, bringing with it an array of lurking dangers. Nezha soared on his fire wheels, spiraling through the dark night sky, while Princess Yunji perched upon the phoenix, closely trailing behind him. Brother Nezha, have we arrived? I sense something amiss with the phoenix. It appears to have seen or sensed something, shaking uncontrollably. Princess Yunji relayed the phoenix's peculiar behavior to Nezha. Fear not, dear sister. With me, Brother Nezha, no dreadful ordeal shall prevail. As he spoke, Nezha caught a glimpse of a desiccated mountaintop in the distance, illuminated by the starlight. Sister Yunji, slow down. I believe we have reached the nameless mountain. Observe the protruding peak ahead. An aura of malevolence rises from within. It seems the demons therein are not to be trifled with. We must exercise caution. Yes, my divine beast of fortune. Princess Yunji conjured her auspicious beast while seated on the phoenix, preparing for battle. Concealing herself with resplendent colors, she remained undetected by the demons. Sister Yunji, you are remarkable. Like a valiant warrior, you inspire great admiration in me. Nezha praised as Princess Yunji wielded her divine weapon, emitting a mysterious blue light, enhancing the eerie mystique surrounding them. The towering cliffs appear from a distance like mere hilltops, yet the nameless mountains reveal their formidable nature. Brother Nezha, there exists a world beyond our own. Only by standing at the foot of these grand mountains can one truly appreciate the boundless creativity of nature. Let us not linger in awe. We must swiftly seek out the lair of the demons. Very well, Sister Yunji. Let us embark on this quest to find the dwelling of the fiends. The two of them scanned their surroundings, hoping to discover the entrance to the cave where the precious peach heart resides. Sister Foam, what do you think has befallen our brother Shui? He keeps us confined in this dilapidated cave for our training. By the time we achieve mastery, I fear the heavenly battle god will have already obtained the sacred spirit stone. At that point, even if we attain the pinnacle of our powers, without the source of demonic energy, we would be rendered powerless. It seems we may have to wait an eternity to avenge our elder brother, alas. With blue ghostly flames flickering around them and a spirit banner held aloft, her crimson hair took on an eerie glow in the light of the blue flames. She sighed as she caressed her beloved demonic banner. Brother Hua, do not be anxious. Brother Shui surely has his reasons for this. A strikingly beautiful female demon offered her counsel. Indeed, I hope Brother Shui shares that sentiment. Let us be on our way, Sister Foam. If we tarry, Brother Shui will surely blame us. I have heard that today, the Cloud Maiden discovered a rare peach heart in the nearby Peach Blossom Spring, and tonight, we are to individually dilute this peach heart to enhance our inner demonic energy. Let us go and witness this for ourselves, as we are currently within the cave. Brother Hua spoke wickedly to Sister Foam, eager to enter the nameless demon cave and partake in the peach heart. Very well, let us return. If we delay, there may be nothing left for us. Let us hurry. It seemed the two demons were unaware of their departure from the nameless mountain, intent on mischief. Having learned of the Cloud Maiden's acquisition of the peach heart, hastening back to share in its bounty. As they spoke, the two demons transformed into malevolent winds, racing towards the depths of the nameless mountain. Nezha observed intently, activating his 1,000-mile demon-seeking eyes, fixating on the direction of the sinister winds. Sister Yunji, stay close. I have spotted two malevolent winds, likely the demons residing in the cave. I wonder what has transpired that compels them to hasten back to their lair. We must follow closely to uncover the cave's location. Indeed, Princess Yunji replied softly, summoning her phoenix to advance swiftly. The two malevolent winds soon came to a halt, transforming into humanoid forms as they approached a cave resembling a tiger's mouth. Ah, we have finally returned. Let us enter, and may the peach heart remain unspoiled. The peach heart, indeed. The precious treasure lies within. Nezha listened closely, suddenly hearing the two demons discussing the dilution of the peach heart. A wave of tension washing over him. He was both startled and elated to confirm that the peach heart was indeed inside. Sister Yunji, be cautious. Let us proceed quietly into the cave and remain undetected by the demons. The two of them stealthily approached the demon's lair, finding the entrance unguarded, obscured by an ethereal mist. Sister Yunji, have you ever encountered such a gas? Nezha gazed at the mysterious gas, perplexed by its nature, and turned to his sister, Yunji, for clarification. Yunji, the celestial maiden, pondered for a moment, yet remained uncertain. She contemplated reaching out with her hands. No, Nezha could hardly anticipate his sister's reckless intent. As he saw Princess Yunji about to touch the gas, he hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, it was too late. The moment her hands approached the enigmatic gas, an overwhelming force drew her into the abyss before she could brace herself. She vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Nezha plunged into the gas, desperately seeking his sister. Chapter 69. The Venomous and Malevolent. Waters of Hell. Princess Yunji had been ensnared by the unknown gas and drawn into the demon's lair. Nezha, undeterred, followed suit. And when he finally opened his eyes, he discovered Yunji. A wave of relief washed over him, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Yunji, are you all right? You frightened your brother terribly, do you know that? Nezha rushed to comfort her as he noticed her standing there in a daze. I'm sorry, brother Nezha. I promise I won't be so reckless again. I didn't mean to worry you, she replied, her starry eyes gazing warmly at him. At that moment, Nezha felt an urge to console her, yet being in the demon's lair compelled him to restrain his emotions. Yunji, we must be cautious. No matter what happens, I will shoulder everything for you, he said softly. Nezha peered deeper into the demon's cave, which was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible, an abyss of profound shadows. He grasped Yunji's hands, and they ventured further into the cave. After what felt like an eternity, Nezha was taken aback. This cave is far too deep. It seems we are descending toward the depths, as if we are traversing a mountain. It does not extend horizontally. Could it be leading us to the mountain's base? This cave must be hidden to evade detection, stretching down into the earth. How secretive. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness of the cave, resembling several torches ablaze, accompanied by bursts of laughter. Haha, we have located the peach blossom core. It seems our magical prowess is about to ascend to new heights. Haha. The credit belongs chiefly to the Cloud Lady. I shall record this achievement and seek reward from the Demon King. This peach blossom core only appears once in several hundred years, so rare. Today, we shall seize the opportunity. We fear not the god of war. Quickly, place the peach blossom core in a large vat to prevent it from withering. If it dies, its potency will diminish. Once the flower core blooms, we shall partake together. Ha ha ha. Brother Shue, with a sinister grin, prepared to place the newly acquired peach blossom core into the vat to ensure it remained alive. Yes, the fire slave emerged from the cave, carrying a large vat. At that moment, the peach blossom core had transformed into a yet-to-bloom flower. Brother Shue, cradling the unopened blossom with trembling hands, approached the vat with utmost caution, his hands quaking as he chanted softly, "My treasure, my core, grow swiftly and exude your energy, aiding us in our quest to vanquish the celestial beings and avenge our elder brother." As Shue Ergu spoke, frosty mist escaped his lips, enveloping the surroundings in an icy chill. The peach blossom heart, seemingly frozen in place, remained utterly still, as though transported to a frigid wasteland. Shue Ergu, what energy do you speak of? It seems you are on the verge of freezing yourself with your words. The peach blossom heart requires warmth to bloom. It cannot thrive in this cold, nor can it flourish without the aid of Huannu. Huannu observed Shue Ergu, who was reluctant to cease his chilling discourse, and hurriedly urged him to stop. Upon hearing Huannu's plea, Shue Ergu promptly closed his mouth, halting the cold emanation. They placed the peach blossom heart into a large vat filled with the waters of the underworld. The waters, exuding a purplish-black mist, originated from thousands of meters beneath the earth, notorious for harboring a deadly essence. It was said that the waters of the underworld were inhabited by malevolent spirits, possessing a poison that had festered for a millennium. The liquid churned violently within the vat, sending forth waves of black foam and an unbearable stench. As the peach blossom heart submerged in the underworld waters, its hue began to shift. The vat crackled and popped as the waters corroded the blossom, transforming its delicate pink into a deep, sinister black, morphing it into a purplish-black flower. Nezha observed intently from a distance, his fists clenched, emitting a series of exasperated sounds. These wretched demons. They are utterly detestable. Watch how I deal with you. Nezha felt a surge of impulse, vowing to dismantle these fiends for their heinous acts. Brother Nezha, do not act rashly. Let us see how this unfolds. I hope the peach blossom heart remains unharmed, urged Princess Yunji gently, nudging Nezha in an attempt to temper his fervor. Indeed, Sister Yunji is correct. We must maintain our composure. This is the demon's lair, fraught with unseen traps. We must employ our wits and not jeopardize our mission, Nezha contemplated. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated by a brilliant blaze. Nezha gasped, peering into the cavern. Huannu was enveloped in a ghostly azure glow, directing the blue flames into the vat filled with the underworld waters. Instantly, the cave became unbearably hot. Shue Ergu, unable to endure, retreated to a corner, astonished by the boiling waters. The blue spectral flames intensified, consuming the vat in an inferno. The underworld waters began to boil violently under Huannu's heat. Having endured the torment for some time, the peach blossom heart could no longer withstand the heat. The temperature surged to extremes, prompting the blossom to gradually unfurl. The petals spread wide, revealing the rare stamen within, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The stamen has appeared. Quickly, cease the flames. Do not heed it further. Snow's second brother observed intently, and upon witnessing the emergence of the flower stamen, he hastily intervened to prevent the flame's servant from igniting. The flame's servant, upon hearing his command, promptly extinguished the ethereal blue flames it had conjured. Flame servant, quickly retract your blue ghost fire. We must hurry to absorb the energy of the stamen before it vanishes. Siblings, do not delay any longer. Unleash all your magical powers to dilute the peach blossom's stamen. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. Snow's second brother urged his companions to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy to bolster their inner magical prowess. The peach blossom's stamen radiated vibrant rings of color, reminiscent of radio waves, dispersing into the surroundings. Within the demon cave, the fiends employed various strange techniques, striving to absorb as much energy as possible. During this tumultuous moment, no one paid heed to the unfolding events within the cave, as they were solely focused on drawing the energy brought forth by the peach blossom's stamen. Oblivious to the presence of Nezha and Princess Yunji, what wicked demons took advantage of this opportunity to rescue the peach blossom's stamen? Nezha, observing the fiends before him, was filled with indignation. Realizing this was the opportune moment, the demons were preoccupied with their task, competing to absorb the essence, oblivious to everything else happening in the cave. Princess Yunji softly uttered in agreement. Sister Yunji, you must stay here and absolutely not venture outside. I shall retrieve the peach blossom stamen, and then we will depart immediately. Wait for me, do not wander. Nezha instructed Princess Yunji as he prepared to act alone and reclaim the stamen. With determination, Nezha summoned his wind-fire wheel and wielded his fire spear, propelling himself at great speed towards the blossoming stamen. He executed a swift maneuver, piercing the stamen from the abyssal waters with his fire spear. In an instant, the stamen fell into Nezha's grasp, its colors gradually returning as its energy slowly revitalized, transforming from a fully bloomed flower back to a budding blossom. Nezha quickly secured the stamen and summoned Princess Yunji, hastily departing from the nameless mountain. Meanwhile, the demons engrossed in absorbing the peach blossom's stamen suddenly sensed a diminishing energy, even its complete disappearance. The 5 demons, realizing something was amiss, opened their eyes wide in alarm, directing their gaze towards the location of the stamen. Cursed! Who dares to steal from me? They fumed. How infuriating! Just as we were on the verge of success, who has sabotaged our efforts? It is truly despicable. Whoever has the audacity to pilfer the peach blossom stamen shall meet a most gruesome fate. Snow's second brother, witnessing the vanishing stamen, was filled with rage. Who dares to trespass and steal the peach blossom? The demons remain utterly unaware. This is intolerable. Each demon's body radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glare, howling within the cave in a frenzy. At this moment, Nezha and Princess Yunji had departed from the nameless mountain with Taraway, while chaos reigned within its confines, accompanied by dissonant sounds. Snow's second brother, what is the meaning of this? That detestable little thief has dared to abscond with the peach blossom heart's essence, while our attention was diverted. Who could possess such audacity to steal the peach blossom heart? Could it be that the essence simply fled on its own? Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable. To my knowledge, no living being has ever escaped the waters of the underworld. There must have been an intruder who took advantage of our inattention to seize the essence. Snow's second brother glared with bloodshot eyes, exhaling frigid breaths. Snow's second brother, I have a plan. If we wish to unravel the origins of this incident, we should consult the magical artifact that Sister Feng cultivated long ago, which has the power to reverse time. We can use it to uncover the truth, Yunji mused, recalling Sister Feng's time-reversing treasure. Hoping Snow's second brother would consider her suggestion. Indeed, Yunji speaks wisely. How could I have forgotten about such an artifact? Snow's second brother exclaimed, realizing the oversight. Feng Mei, upon hearing this, felt a pang of confusion. Why had she not thought of it sooner? Feng Mei, quickly retrieve it. What manner of treasure can unveil the past and future? Seeing the impatience of those gathered, Feng Mei solemnly addressed them. Please, do not rush. This artifact is a manifestation of the demonic wind I have cultivated over many years. Through the trials of time and nature, it has formed a mirror, a demonic mirror that reveals the past and future events. Within this mirror resides a shadow. The soul of the mirror, it knows all and can provide answers to our inquiries. Feng Mei produced a mirror from beneath her white gown, its surface shimmering with a violet-blue glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged upon the mirror, grinning ominously. "Behold, this is my treasure." Known as the time-reversing mirror, Feng Mei declared as she cast the mirror into the air. To their astonishment, the sinister visage within the mirror began to speak. "Hee. What has transpired, my master? Have you missed my charming face? It has been quite a while since you last summoned me, my beautiful master. What troubles you?" The malevolent mirror chuckled in a disconcerting manner, evoking a sense of revulsion among the onlookers. "Enough of your nonsense. It seems you have grown deranged from being cooped up for too long. I demand to know, aside from our company, who else has entered this cave? Speak the truth." Feng Mei implored the mirror, hoping it would comply and reveal the reality of the situation. The grotesque face within the mirror blinked, its distorted eyes wavering. Before the mirror projected scenes from the past. It depicted the moment when the 5 demons consumed the peach blossom heart, only to be interrupted by Nezha's valiant rescue. The mirror showcased everything in vivid detail, as if replaying the events in a wondrous spectacle. "Snow Ergo, can you discern who this dashing young man is? Donned in a lotus garment and wielding a fiery spear? His audacity is truly remarkable." Feng Mei, having stowed away her magical artifact, turns her gaze towards Snow Ergo, keen to observe his reaction. Brothers, this is fate. It is indeed true that one may tread tirelessly in search of something only to discover it effortlessly. The warrior we have sought with such fervor has appeared before us. The figure depicted is none other than the new war god. As we embark on the quest for the sacred spirit stone to thwart the emergence of the demon king, it appears fortune has favored us, as he has come to us willingly. Snow Ergo, with a bitter smile, recognizes the thief of the peach blossom heart, inadvertently revealing Nezha's whereabouts. This young man is the very war god who vanquished the formidable moon demon. How can it be? He is but a child who has yet to mature, and yet he wields such power. I alone could swiftly settle matters with this celestial warrior and avenge our leader. Shui Laozi, observing this youthful figure, begins to suspect whether their leader perished at the hands of this boy, boasting of his intent to defeat the celestial war god and avenge the moon demon. Shui Laozi, with your capabilities, you are akin to a mere woman. How could you possibly triumph over this seemingly inconspicuous celestial warrior? This task is best entrusted to me, Huanu, who possesses a greater chance of success. Huanu mocked Shui Laozi, intent on seizing the glory for himself. You underestimate me, do you not? I shall not be so lenient with you. Shui Laozi, unable to endure such ridicule, feels it as a belittlement of his abilities. Anger ignites within him, and he prepares to challenge Huanu, for water and fire are irreconcilable. Enough. Let us not quarrel. Look at you all, allowing trivial matters to disrupt your camaraderie. What did the demon king impart to you? Unity. Have you forgotten that even our leader faced a calamitous defeat at the hands of this war god? How can you belittle him? Do you not yearn to avenge our elder brother? Snow Ergo exhales a chill, admonishing Huanu and Shui Laozi, explicitly urging the gathering of demons to unite. Upon hearing Snow Ergo's admonition, Shui Laozi and Huanu realize their folly, retreating to the sidelines in silence, contemplating how they might exact revenge for their elder brother. But what shall we do? Shall we not avenge our elder brother's demise? Yinu queries Snow Ergo, hoping for a response. This cannot be. We must indeed seek retribution for our leader. Now that we have encountered our foe, it is either his demise or ours. Given his formidable prowess, it is evident that one of us cannot confront him alone. However, if we unite our strengths, surely we can contend with this celestial being. How could we allow him to return to the heavenly court unscathed? Snow Ergo cackles wickedly, envisioning the triumph of their collective might over Nezha, fulfilling their desire for vengeance. The reconciliation of the celestial demons, the tale continues. Chapter 72. The reconciliation of the celestial demons. Snow Ergo intends to leverage the strength of the group to confront Nezha, demonstrating considerable cunning. Now, where has the god of war from the celestial realm gone? We must find him swiftly and reclaim the peach blossom heart to avenge our elder brother. The other 4 celestial demons remarked in unison, indicating that the weight of Snow's second brother's words held considerable significance in their hearts. His utterances were akin to commands. Sister Feng, summon your time reversal mirror once more and inquire about the whereabouts of the god of war after he seized the peach blossom heart. It will soon reveal where he currently resides, won't it? Snow's second brother again urged Feng to utilize the treasure in her possession to expedite the search for the god of war Nezha, uniting their strength to vanquish him. Indeed. Sister Feng responded affirmatively, and the time reversal mirror returned to her grasp, whereupon the peculiar visage reappeared, this time yawning, seemingly reluctant to emerge. "Ah, Master, what do you require of me again? I was just drifting off to sleep, and now you've awakened me. Pray, hasten with your questions. I wish to return to my slumber and indulge in delightful dreams." Upon hearing this, Feng visibly displayed her vexation, her countenance darkening. As a flame of anger ignited within her heart, she raised the time reversal mirror above her head, mimicking the act of preparing to shatter it. "Ah, Master, what are you about to do? Spare me, please." "Ah." The time reversal mirror, realizing it had offended its master, quickly cried out in desperation. "Humph, you, time reversal mirror, are insufferable. When you do not appear, all is well, but when you do, you incite my ire. It appears that only by shattering you will you find joy, is it not? Cease your trivial chatter. The reason I summoned you was to ask a matter of importance. Look at you, so lackluster and yet bartering for your existence. Should I lose my temper, I might indeed hurl you to the ground for a good sleep. I won't dare again, I swear. Master, please spare me. I promise it won't happen again. Woe is me." Though the time reversal mirror initially spoke with bravado, it could not withstand the fear instilled by its master and began to weep piteously. The assembled demons, witnessing the mirror weeping and sniffling, could not help but burst into laughter. "All right, enough. Let me ask you, since that celestial god of war departed with the peach blossom heart, where has he gone?" "Master, you might as well look for yourself." The time reversal mirror hastily replied, eager to avoid further offending its master. It quickly emitted a strange light, and after the brilliance faded, the mirror's surface revealed an image of Nezha and Princess Yun-ji soaring through the skies. How curious. Who is that young girl following closely behind? I have never seen her before. What is she doing? She appears to be riding a magnificent bird, truly beautiful. It glimmers and shines, utterly enchanting. As the image of Nezha and Princess Yun-ji materialized within the mirror, Snow's second brother noticed the young girl accompanying Nezha, perched atop an unfamiliar majestic bird. Confused, he turned to the other demons and inquired. The fire slave seemed to recognize the little girl in the picture, trembling with fear as he gazed at the scene, pointing at it and stammering to Brother Shui, that is. The phoenix reborn from flames, the fire phoenix, the ancestor of all fires. What should we do? The fire slave revealed the truth, and Brother Shui, witnessing the fire slave's terror at the phoenix in the image, felt a surge of frustration. He scolded the fire slave. "Look at you now. Where is your former bravado as a celestial demon? That is merely a divine beast. What is there to fear? Look how anxious you are. You'll frighten yourself to death. You still wish to avenge our elder brother? Humph. Do not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing your own prestige." The fire slave understood that his behavior tarnished the reputation of celestial demons. Gathering his courage, he turned to Brother Shui and pleaded for mercy. "Yes, I know my fault." But before he could finish, Brother Shui's fury erupted like a volcano. "But what? If you are so cowardly, return to the Demon King's side and live as a coward. You need not seek vengeance for our elder brother. Go back to Ghost Mountain now. Enough of your words. We shall unite to confront this so-called god of war. I refuse to believe he is truly immortal." The other demons, seeing Brother Shui genuinely enraged, suppressed their fear and replied resolutely, "Yes, we shall follow Brother Shui and unite to defeat the god of war, for the sake of our elder brother's vengeance." "Excellent. Steady your courage. Let us proceed. Victory or defeat hinges on this moment. We shall combine our strength to vanquish the celestial god." Brother Shui, seasoned in the art of warfare, knew how to inspire his comrades. At that moment, dawn was breaking. The sky was just beginning to lighten, the mist still clinging to the air. Little birds awakened, chirping incessantly as they searched for food. Everything was poised to begin anew with the rising sun. Heralding the start of a new day, Nezha and Princess Yunji, carrying the peach blossom heart, hurried back to the peach blossom grove through the night. The peach blossom heart had been away from the peach blossom source for far too long, and with the erosion of hell's waters, its life was dwindling. The spiritual essence of the peach blossoms within was slowly dissipating. The once vibrant flowers had faded into withering remnants. Only by placing the peach blossom heart in the sacred land of the peach blossoms before the sun fully ascended could they transform peril into safety. Nezha and Princess Yunji quickened their pace, exerting every ounce of strength to reach the peach blossom source. "Peach blossom, hold on. We are almost home. Look ahead. The peach blossom source is just ahead. Hold on." Nezha implored, gazing at the wilting peach blossom heart in his hands, hoping it could hear him. "Peach blossom, hold on. We are nearly home. Everything will be all right. You must be strong. We are almost there." As the sun gradually ascended the sky, casting its rays upon the vast expanse of earth, the refreshing chill began to dissipate. The 5 great demons, Having learned the direction in which Nezha and Princess Yunji had fled, swiftly followed the trail of Brother Shui, transforming into 5 tendrils of malevolent, black mist, relentlessly pursuing Nezha and the princess. Chapter 73. Peach Blossom Pool. Peach Blossom Fairy. At this moment, Nezha and Princess Yunji had already entered the sacred Peach Blossom land. Nezha urged his wind-fire wheel to soar above the enchanting realm, with Princess Yunji trailing closely behind, descending gently. Grandpa Peach, oh Grandpa Peach, please come out. We have found Tao Rui. She is in a fragile state. You must come and save her. Nezha called out as he entered the Peach Blossom Sanctuary, his voice echoing with urgency, for Tao Rui appeared gravely weakened and could not hold on much longer. A plume of white mist emerged from the ground, materializing into an elderly man with a face adorned with a white beard, who hurriedly approached Nezha, leaning on a cane. Grandfather, you have finally come out. We were so worried. Look, Nezha exclaimed, extending his hands to present the perilously weakened peach blossom heart to the old man. The old peach tree spirit, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before Nezha, gazing at the delicate flower heart with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Nezha quickly stepped forward to assist the old spirit, offering words of comfort. Grandfather Peach, please, do not say such things. Hurry, save Tao Rui. She has been ensnared by those vile demons, submerged in a purplish-black water. And it seems she is poisoned, on the verge of wilting and perishing. We must find a solution. The peach tree spirit, gazing at the entranced Tao Rui, and then at the wilting peach blossom heart, could not help but shed tears of despair. War God, it seems my Tao Rui has fallen victim to the hell water of the 5 great demons. This malevolent spectral water is cruel and assures certain death. The elderly spirit could no longer contain his sorrow. Tears streamed down his cheeks, filled with profound grief. These demons, how despicable they are, tormenting such a young child. Grandpa Peach, do not despair. Think of another way. I recall that to save Sister Wanyao's little sister, Xiaobai, we used the 9-turn soul returning pill from the Supreme Lord Laozi, which brought her back to life. I shall venture to the heavenly court to retrieve the 9-turn soul returning pill to rescue Tao Rui. As Nezha spoke, he prepared to take flight towards the heavenly court. War God, it is futile. We are of the earth. We possess no soul. We are but plants, relying solely on the power of the earth to survive. It seems that our only recourse is to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The peach tree spirit interjected, blocking Nezha's path and revealing the grim truth. What recourse? Nezha inquired urgently. The peach tree spirit, suppressing his sorrow, carefully explained to Nezha and Princess Yunji how they might rescue the peach blossom heart. In our idyllic peach blossom land, there once existed a celestial peach blossom fairy, born from a rare peach tree that had endured the ravages of time for millennia, ultimately attaining immortality. It is said by the ancients that the peach blossom fairy resides in the peach blossom pool, a place where none have laid eyes upon her. To speak candidly, the very essence of all peach trees in our realm draws sustenance from the waters of this pool. Currently, the sole entity capable of rescuing the life of our beloved Tao Rui is the peach blossom fairy herself, though the prospects appear exceedingly bleak, especially within such a constrained time frame. Alas, the old peach tree sighed, recognizing the futility of the situation. Yet the absurdity of even voicing such hopes felt like a flight of fancy. Grandpa Peach, do not despair. If an opportunity presents itself, we shall seize it and never give up, declared Nezha and Princess Yunji in unison. No matter how long the night may linger, the dawn shall inevitably rise in all its glory. Regardless of the tempest's fury, the gentle spring breeze shall eventually caress the land. In this world, true dead ends have never existed. Youngsters, your optimism is truly refreshing. With such a mindset, I hold firm belief in your success. Very well. If we can locate the peach blossom fairy, our Tao Rui shall be saved. Our water source hails from the east, where the sun rises. There lies a bottomless peach blossom pool, encircled by blooming peach trees, the waters a lovely shade of crimson, easily discernible. Yet encountering the peach blossom fairy is indeed a formidable challenge. The old peach tree gazed at the 2 hopeful youths before him, feeling a swell of warmth in his heart. Rest assured, Grandpa Peach, we shall do our utmost to find her, exclaimed Nezha, brimming with confidence. He understood his duty was to assist all who deserved help, without a trace of complaint. Remember, exercise caution. The old tree sensed that Tao Rui still had some time, and wilting was a normal occurrence. However, the peculiar poison afflicting him could only be remedied by the peach blossom fairy. Time is of the essence. Do not falter. Take care of Tao Rui for me. The old peach tree cautioned Nezha and Princess Yunji, urging them to remain vigilant, for the world is rife with uncertainties. Fear not. Tao Rui shall be fine. We will exert every effort. Nezha and Princess Yunji bid farewell to the old peach tree and proceeded towards the direction he had indicated. Chapter 74. A cloud of misery. Nezha and Princess Yunji departed from the old peach tree, soaring towards the peach blossom pool in the east. Nezha mounted his wind-fire wheels, while Princess Yunji rode upon the sacred phoenix. Once again, they embarked on the perilous journey to save Tao Rui's life. This time, the urgency was even more pronounced. Nezha thought to himself that they must not encounter any hindrances, for they needed to reach the peach blossom pool without delay. With the winds swirling beneath his feet, Nezha surged forward, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. Princess Yunji, equally anxious, urged the phoenix onward. The phoenix flapped its wings vigorously, generating powerful gusts of wind that swirled in the air. However, fate often plays cruel tricks. Not far ahead, the 5 great demons had learned of Nezha's approach and had long since set an ambush in this very location, waiting for him with bated breath. The 5 great demons united in the sky, conjuring a luminous vortex that rippled outward like waves, expanding in all directions. Within this circle swirled the malevolent energy of the 5 demons, surging straight towards Nezha and Princess Yunji, who were hastening to the scene. Nezha, intent on reaching Teotihuacan at the earliest opportunity, advanced rapidly, oblivious to the impending danger. As he drew nearer to the demonic barrier set by the 5 fiends, he suddenly collided with the radiant vortex, tumbling through the air before stabilizing his form. He called out urgently to his sister, Yunji, who was closely following him. Yunji, be cautious. What is it, brother Nezha? Yunji inquired, noticing Nezha's abrupt halt after his acrobatics. Confused and unaware of the reason, she reined in her phoenix and flew towards him. Do not panic, Yunji. It seems there is something ahead blocking our path. Let me discern what it is. Nezha soared into the sky, transforming into a figure with 3 heads and 8 arms. In an instant, beams of light burst forth from his eyes, piercing the clouds and surveying the horizon for miles. Damnable demons! How dare they appear before us at this moment? Nezha exclaimed, employing his ability to seek out demons and revealing the images of the 5 great fiends in the air, 3 men and 2 women, each wielding weapons, shrouding the blue sky in darkness. What shall we do, brother? We still have our mission. Time is of the essence to reach Teotihuacan. Now we encounter these demons. What are we to do? Yunji expressed her distress, feeling at a loss. Do not despair, dear sister. There must be a way. At this juncture, I see but one course of action. You must conceal Taruei on your person. I will divert the demons ahead, allowing you to slip past their notice and save Taruei. I entrust this task to you, Yunji. Be vigilant. As the 5 great demons approached menacingly, Nezha resolved to take this course of action. Realizing that if he wished to save Taruei in time, Yunji would need to brave the peril alone to seek the Peach Blossom Fairy. Brother Nezha, but you. Yunji understood that her brother was acting out of concern for her safety, willing to face the 5 demons alone, which filled her with anxiety. Fear not, dear sister. I shall be fine. I am the embodiment of all that is sacred, beyond the realms of existence, and nothing can harm me. Rest assured, I must free you to walk this path alone. Take care. Nezha concluded with a reassuring smile, hoping to alleviate Yunji's worries. Seeing her brother's confident demeanor, Yunji's apprehension diminished considerably. She knew Nezha was formidable and would not deceive her, so she silently wished him well. Very well, brother Nezha, I believe in you. You will surely vanquish the demons, and we shall meet again. With determination, Princess Yunji summoned her phoenix once more, merging with the divine beast. Princess Yunji was suddenly enveloped in a crimson hue, gradually transforming into a radiant figure adorned in a resplendent phoenix robe, crowned with a colorful phoenix tiara, shimmering brilliantly. With a pair of magnificent phoenix wings sprouting from her back, she resembled a beautiful angel descended from the heavens, destined to save the world. Brother Nezha, I have stealthily traversed from the celestial realm, unnoticed by them. Be cautious, dear brother. Remember to exercise vigilance. There are 5 of them, as the saying goes. One dragon cannot contend with 5 tigers. Just hold on. I, Sister Yunji, will await you at the Peach Blossom Pool. With that, Princess Yunji flapped her phoenix wings and soared towards the celestial realm at an astonishing speed, making her way to the Peach Blossom Pool. Nezha was now alone, unburdened by any attachments, as the flames of righteousness blazed fiercely within his heart. Come forth. Nezha gripped his fiery spear tightly. Regardless of the challenges and dangers that lay ahead, he resolved to transcend his limits and conquer his fears, for that was the essence of a true warrior. Suspended in midair, Nezha's mind raced as he encouraged himself, probing his own potential. He He steeled his resolve to face whatever came his way with courage, refusing to shrink back. Boldly, he confronted the looming threat. With his spear in hand and standing upon the wind-fire wheels, Nezha, imbued with a heart dedicated to vanquishing evil, bravely stood before the 5 great demons. Hey, who are you vile creatures? What brings you here? Today, encountering me is your misfortune. Allow me to send you back to where you belong. Nezha bellowed before the 5 great demons. Chapter 75. The Snow Demon Treasure, the Carefree Umbrella. The 5 great demons erupted into a chilling cacophony of sinister laughter, their mirth utterly malevolent. Kid, you are the so-called warrior of the heavens? It seems the celestial court has grown so weak that they send a mere child to save the world. How naive, one of the demons sneered, igniting another round of grotesque laughter among the fiends. Desist from your arrogance. From whence do you vile beings hail? What is your purpose here? Your presence has brought unimaginable calamities to the mortal realm. Depart at once, for I have pressing matters to attend to and no time to waste on you. Leave now, or you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Nezha declared, bewildered by the origins of these demons and their sudden convergence, sensing that they were indeed a formidable threat. Kid, we have long heard of your extraordinary prowess, capable of defeating our elder brother. It is clear how formidable you must be. Thus, we have united our strength to avenge him. Snowy's second brother remarked, gazing at the imposing warrior before him. What manner of creatures are you? Who is this elder brother? I cannot comprehend, Nezha responded, growing increasingly perplexed yet aware that the collective appearance of these demons was a premeditated endeavor directed at him. Today, before your demise, allow me to reveal the truth. We are the subordinates of the demon king Azura, known in the demon realm as the 10 great demons. Apart from the moon demon you vanquished last time, who is our elder brother, we have descended from the mountains to avenge him. Furthermore, our purpose is to thwart your quest for the Spirit Stone, for on the day of the solar eclipse, the demon king shall rise. When that time comes, the 3 realms will belong to our demon realm. Shuaer spoke candidly, hoping that Nezha would be filled with fear and retreat in the face of their formidable presence. Those who commit wrongful deeds shall inevitably meet their doom. It seems you have come to realize that we are indeed the minions of the demon king. It appears that the demon king's emergence rests upon your wicked shoulders. Know this, demons can never triumph over the celestial deities. Since time immemorial, righteousness has prevailed over evil. It seems you are not yet aware of your impending fate. Come forth, so that I may annihilate you all at once, sparing myself the hassle of hunting you down. Nezha, inherently possessing the trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity, showed no signs of retreat, reveling in the face of danger. You insolent brat, so defiant even when death looms near. Today marks your end. The speaker was none other than Huanu, one of the 5 demons, who could hardly tolerate being challenged. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the audacious young lad before him. Behold my might. Unable to endure Nezha's arrogance any longer, the snow demon raised his carefree umbrella and charged at Nezha. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a sinister breeze, as the snow demon soared through the air. He unfurled the umbrella, unleashing a wave of cold that descended upon the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a flurry of snowflakes. Realizing the deadly nature of the demonic snow, Nezha's fury ignited. Demon, do you comprehend the devastation you are about to unleash upon the innocent? In the mortal realm, spring was budding anew, yet a sudden onslaught of demonic snow threatened to obliterate all life. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant landscape lay desolate, lifeless beneath the weight of the malevolent snow. The demonic snow, laced with poison, would flow into rivers, and any unsuspecting soul that drank from these tainted waters would turn to ashes overnight, inciting a storm of wrath among the mortals. The cries of the anguished echoed through the heavens, a cacophony of despair and chaos. Witnessing this calamity unfold, Nezha felt an urgent need to resist, though he found himself powerless to thwart it. With gritted teeth, he bellowed, "Demons seek their own destruction." Ascending upon his wind-fire wheels, he soared into the sky, revealing his divine prowess with 3 heads and 8 arms. He hurled the universe ring into the air, transforming it into a yin-yang symbol, enveloping the sky to prevent the demonic snow from descending upon the mortal realm once more. Do you truly believe this will preserve their lives? Perhaps you should contemplate your own fate. The snow demon sneered, exuding an aura of chilling malice. Summoning the carefree umbrella back to him, he whirled it towards Nezha, and the demonic snow condensed into a formidable snow pillar, hurtling towards him. Nezha, undaunted by his rival, summoned the indomitable Vajra barrier within him. In an instant, his entire form was enveloped by a colossal bubble, its surface shimmering with ethereal energy, radiating formidable defensive power. With a thunderous crash, the snow pillar collided with the Vajra barrier, shattering into a cascade of glimmering fragments. Impressive. You possess some skill to have shattered the magic snow from the carefree umbrella. Listen well, young one. It is not too late for you to surrender. Hand over the peach blossom heart, and we shall grant you a path to survival, allowing you to become a protector of the demon realm, leading our 9 great celestial demons. The snow demon, observing the divine warrior before him, realized that Nezha's prowess was no mere rumor. His strength was indeed extraordinary. Contemplating that a direct confrontation would be futile, he decided to adopt a more subtle approach. Enough with the empty chatter. If you have any abilities, let them be revealed. I, Nezha, am no coward who fears death. I would rather perish in battle than conspire with your vile kind. Do not harbor such dreams. Come forth. The god of war shall bring this conflict to a decisive conclusion. Nezha's innate power ignited, his battle spirit blazing fiercely. The thought of surrendering to these demons and endangering the mortal realm was utterly inconceivable. Ascending upon his wind and fire wheels, he soared higher, shielded by the Vajra barrier, and hurled the extraordinary treasure in his grasp, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, towards the snow demon, who was now ensnared in his own words. The 9 dragons' divine fire cover emitted 9 radiant beams of golden light, which swiftly transformed into 9 fiery divine dragons, issuing a thunderous roar as they charged towards the snow demon. The celestial dragons, embodiments of justice, could not abide the presence of demons. Now unleashed, they exhibited tremendous power, their roars reverberating through the heavens. Alas, the snow demon, caught unawares, lacked the foresight to defend against this relentless assault. Enraged by the divine warrior's audacity, he summoned all his might. Extending the carefree umbrella, he braced against the oncoming dragons, which, being of fire, countered the magic snow with unparalleled ferocity. The divine dragons radiated intense heat, and despite the snow demon's formidable magical aura, it was no match for the searing temperatures, which he dreaded above all else. Carefree freeze. The snow demon bellowed, invoking another technique from the carefree umbrella. This was the most potent of its abilities, releasing a chilling force akin to a wild stallion, swiftly solidifying the moisture in the air into countless icy threads. Go! Countless unyielding ice threads surged forth like lethal blades, striking at the 9 golden dragons, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds in the air. To the snow demon's shock, the 9 divine dragons were wounded and retreated into the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Huh! You are as good as doomed. The snow demon cackled, a sinister glee in his voice as a multitude of ice threads surged towards Nezha. The icy strands descended like a torrential ice rain upon the Vajra barrier, producing a symphony of clinking sounds as they cascaded downwards. Do not celebrate too soon, demon. Nezha inhaled deeply, exhaling a torrent of the 5-colored divine fire, which blazed fiercely as it surged towards the oncoming ice threads. Nezha exhaled a miraculous flame, a splendid fire that transcended realms, scorching all that came within its reach. The icy silk, meeting the radiant blaze, emitted a crackling sound as it gradually melted away, transforming into delicate raindrops that fell gracefully upon the mortal realm. Under the searing heat of the vibrant flames, the malevolent toxins dissipated, yielding to a gentle spring drizzle. Alas, how infuriating! No one has ever so effortlessly shattered my painstakingly mastered leisure umbrella. To be vanquished so easily by you, a mere boy, leaves me utterly humiliated in the demon realm. The snow demon lamented, unable to accept defeat. With a sullen demeanor, he retracted his leisure umbrella and returned before the 4 demons. Brothers, our second brother has underestimated him. It appears the rumors hold true. He possesses immense power. We must join forces to subdue this boy. Let us strike together. I refuse to believe we cannot overcome this minor deity. The snow demon rallied the others, urging them to eliminate the divine warrior Nezha. A chorus of battle cries erupted, echoing through the air as the 5 great demons united, declaring, "A demon is a demon. Victory is all that matters, regardless of the means employed, even if it requires overwhelming numbers." Chapter 76. The skies change color. On a stormy night, a chilling wind arose as the heavens transformed, dark clouds obscuring the sun, heralding an impending storm. The atmosphere crackled with the combined malevolence of the demons, each brandishing sinister energy, their hearts brimming with resentment towards Nezha. Without regard for the outcome, they charged forth, intent on devouring Nezha whole. In the mortal realm, tempestuous winds whipped through the air, the sun eclipsed by the sudden onslaught of dark clouds, plunging the land into darkness. The seas roared with fury, waves swelling to great heights, as if the ocean itself were a wrathful deity, unleashing its might upon the earth. At this moment, the world seemed on the brink of annihilation, steeped in an ominous silence that sent shivers down the spine. The common folk sensed the foreboding change in the weather as an ill omen. They huddled in their homes, fearful of venturing outside, silently awaiting the storm to pass, praying for the return of light. Grandfather, grandfather, woe is me. I am starving. I feel as though I shall perish from hunger. A feeble voice, laced with despair, trembled in the air, evoking deep sympathy. Upon closer inspection, one could see a grandfather and his grandchild, beset by the turmoil wrought by the demons, their lives filled with suffering and want. Child, endure a little longer. This too shall pass. Look at the sky. The elderly man, seemingly devoid of options, sought to comfort his grandchild with words of hope, envisioning a brighter future as they awaited the dawn of a new day. Suddenly, he noticed an extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens, pointing skyward in astonishment as he shared his wonder with the child. The child, obedient and attentive, ceased his tears upon hearing his grandfather's gentle persuasion. The tender heart of the little one whispered to him that his grandfather was also enduring hardship, and he must not be the cause of his grandfather's worry. He gazed upwards in the direction indicated by his grandfather's finger. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed across the dark sky, and a horizontal flash of lightning tore through the heavens. As if to cleave the sky itself, the resounding noise followed, reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. Grandfather, grandfather, I'm scared. The poor child appeared utterly frightened by the malevolent weather, clinging tightly to his grandfather, seeking solace in his comforting presence. His trembling, fragile form nestled against his grandfather, drawing strength from the deep bond of kinship. Fear not, my child. This is a test from the heavens. In these tumultuous times, there are many wicked souls, and such weather serves as a punishment for those who have acted immorally, for those who have suppressed their conscience. We must believe that this dark era shall eventually pass, and light will emerge in the near future. Therefore, my child, when you grow up, strive to be a person of kindness, letting benevolence accompany you throughout this life. The old man held tightly to his soul-remaining hope, narrating the promise of brighter days ahead as if telling a story. Yes, grandfather, I will remember. I am your hope. I will heed your words, committing to a life of virtue, nurturing a kind heart, and contributing to the world as I grow. I believe that this stormy night will soon pass, and the sun will rise again, illuminating the earth. The little boy, with a mixture of understanding and innocence, expressed the thoughts swirling within his heart. It was evident that his grandfather's words served as his guiding star, directing the course of his life. Good boy, good boy. The old man, sheltered beneath a dilapidated eaves, felt a wave of comfort as he heard his dutiful grandson articulate such sentiments. A smile graced his weathered face as he tenderly stroked his grandson's small head, all the while gazing at the tempestuous night, silently praying for its swift passage. Chapter 77. The Enigma of the Resentful Spirits. The soul hook of water returning to the fierce battle. The snow demon wielded the carefree umbrella. The water demon brandished the soul hook of water. The wind demon held the soft-bone bell. The fire demon grasped the fire spirit fan. And the cloud demon wielded the cloud extreme whip, transforming into 5 sinister gusts of wind, swiftly advancing towards Nezha. What shameless fiends! Unable to contend alone, they dared to unite against me. Very well, let it be so. I, Nezha, shall not cower before you. Come forth, let us engage in a decisive battle. With determination, Nezha mounted his wind-fire wheels, harnessing all his divine prowess. He raised his fiery spear, aiming it directly at the detestable snow demon. Nezha, surrender at once and hand over the peach blossom heart. Spare your life, or we shall show no mercy. The snow demon bellowed from above, attempting once more to persuade Nezha, hoping he would recognize the futility of resistance and yield to avoid mutual destruction. Humph! Nezha let out a cold snort, an air of arrogance enveloping him as he steadfastly refused to surrender. His mind was occupied with thoughts of how to bring this group of demons to justice. With great determination, Nezha engaged in battle, his fire spear radiating an extraordinary light as it danced through the air, executing various techniques and emitting hissing sounds. Sparks flickered between his hands, showcasing his immense strength. With a powerful strike, he aimed for his first target, the snow demon, the leader of this malevolent group. As the saying goes, capture the king before capturing the thieves. Ah! He exclaimed, unleashing all his spiritual energy into the fire spear, striking the snow demon's whimsical umbrella with a thunderous sound. A brilliant flash illuminated the sky, and it became evident that the snow demon could not withstand Nezha's assault. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away, spewing blood and collapsing amidst the dark clouds. Gazing at Nezha with a wretched expression, his eyes filled with terror. Nezha is seeking death. How dare he injure my brother Snow? Just wait and see how I will tear you to shreds. A diminutive voice, tinged with a hint of petulance, revealed the arrival of the water demon, the fourth in command. Upon witnessing the snow demon sprawled on the ground, he was filled with fury, charging towards Nezha with a shrill cry. Haha, come at me then. Unleash any technique you desire. If I show even a hint of evasion, I shall no longer be called Nezha. Nezha boisterously laughed in the air, his body brimming with power, daring the demons with his provocative words. He was fully prepared for battle. Water Soul Hook. The water demon bellowed, summoning his artifact. The Water Soul Hook. It appeared as a ghostly apparition, emanating an ominous aura, resembling a desiccated hand with 5 fingers, pitch black in hue. The surface was inscribed with vengeful symbols, utterly unique. Its fingers were razor-sharp, radiating a sinister light in the darkness. This artifact, forged from the souls of the wronged in the depths of the vengeful water's lake, was an embodiment of malevolence, its power rivaling that of the whimsical umbrella. Nezha observed keenly, declaring, "The souls contained within this vengeful artifact will shred you to pieces. Prepare yourself." With a maniacal laugh, the water demon wielded the Water Soul Hook, which trembled in his grasp as if the souls within were desperate to break free. Under the water demon's command, the Water Soul Hook surged forward like a stampede of wild horses, wreaking havoc in its path, leaving destruction in its wake. It lunged towards Nezha, producing swift whistling sounds, showcasing its formidable might. Its iron-like fingers transformed into countless branches, resembling a multitude of swords aimed directly at Nezha. Unfazed, Nezha summoned the diamond barrier to shield himself. The barrier radiated colorful light, and within its protective embrace, he observed the Water Soul Hook morphing into a myriad of sharp blades charging toward him. Come forth. Let us see whether your Water Soul Hook is mightier or my diamond barrier more resilient. The flames of justice blazed within Nezha as he courageously accepted the challenge. The Water Soul Hook swiftly approached the diamond barrier. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the diamond barrier continuously expanded, illuminating the surroundings and obscuring vision. Hee. Nezha, this time you are doomed. Go forth. Fear not the diamond barrier, for you are but a soft entity. No matter how hard the barrier may be, you shall easily penetrate it. Haraha. Nezha, you shall meet your demise. Indeed, as the saying goes, softness conquers hardness. Regardless of the barrier's fortitude, it will not impede your passage. Haraha. Nezha, your end is nigh. The water demon observed all this with no sense of despair. Rather, he felt elated. Having already discerned the flaw in Nezha's diamond barrier, the water demon anticipated that Nezha would surely miscalculate this time and lose his life. Unbeknownst to Nezha, who remained oblivious to the water demon's insight, he was fully engaged in channeling his spiritual power within the diamond barrier, utterly unguarded. Suddenly, Nezha, still unaware, was unexpectedly struck by the soft, lethal sword, causing him to spit blood and retreat from the barrier. Haraha. War God, did you not foresee that your diamond barrier is of no use against my Water Soul Hook? It seems luck is not on your side today. Haraha. Today, you shall perish beneath the Water Soul Hook. The water demon, with a sinister grin, approached Nezha, who had been struck by the Water Soul Hook, fully aware of its potency. Chapter 78. One demon beneath, thousands above. Ha ha ha. You arrogant demons, have you underestimated me, Nezha? Am I one to concede defeat so readily? Do I abandon hope in the face of adversity? Ha ha ha. You are mistaken. After sustaining injuries, Nezha hurriedly seated himself to meditate, harnessing his abilities to recuperate swiftly, calming himself to gradually restore his original form. Nezha, do not be obstinate. You have been ensnared by the Water Soul Hook's soul-collecting technique. How can you still muster a smile? The soul-collecting technique is the most vicious of the Water Soul Hook's maneuvers. None struck by it have ever escaped. Destined to become mere husks, your demise will be gruesome. Haraha. You continue to feign bravery, but before long, you shall transform into an unrecognizable corpse. The water demon cackled in the air, reveling in the thought of Nezha's impending fate. Water demon, you may not yet realize that I, Nezha, have ascended to the status of the lotus flower deity, and I no longer possess the 3 souls and 7 spirits. How could your technique possibly dilute my essence? At most, it may only wound me. What? How can this be? Infuriating. Brothers, let us unite and tear this accursed war god of the heavenly court to shreds. Leave his remains for the demon king to deal with. Upon hearing Nezha's revelation that he had shed the 3 souls and 8 spirits, the water demon, enraged, rallied his companions to charge at Nezha. Excellent. Since he is already injured and not fully recovered, let us strike decisively. The multitude of demons observed Nezha, who was in a state of meditation, surmising that he had not fully recovered. They contemplated a swift assault to eliminate him decisively. The snow demon, water demon, fire slave, wind sister, and cloud maiden brandished their magical artifacts and charged at Nezha, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts, their cries echoing in the air. The 5 demons encircled Nezha from all directions, leaving him no avenue for escape. Yet, Nezha stood undaunted, feeling an invigorating thrill. It had been long since he had engaged in such combat. Nezha, surrender at once and relinquish your divine weapon to escape death. As long as you do not oppose the Demon King, when he reigns over the 3 realms, we will intercede on your behalf. How about becoming a leader among demons? One who stands above all others? At that time, you could have anything you desire, rather than sacrificing your life for the decrepit Jade Emperor. This would be a much wiser choice. What do you say? Join us, and we shall forego our vengeance for my brother. The snow demon, soaring through the air, attempted to sway the crowd with beguiling words, hoping to entice Nezha with promises of riches and glory, persuading him to ally with the demon realm and become a figure of authority. You wretched fiends, how dare you underestimate me, Nezha? I am not one to covet indulgence. I would rather perish on the battlefield as a formidable warrior than associate with your demon realm in any capacity. Cast aside such aspirations. If you wish to capture me, do so swiftly and cease your prattle. Child, do not provoke your fire slave elder, or I shall roast you alive. It seemed the fire slave had been incensed by Nezha's words, stepping forward with a mighty roar. Nezha felt no twinge of doubt. He had never contemplated betraying the 3 realms. Protecting their safety was the essence of his existence. Huh, you must be the fire slave. Let me tell you. The colorful heavenly fire within me has been around far longer than you can imagine. It seems to be your ancestor. Why not come forth and acknowledge your lineage? Nezha regarded the fire slave with disdain, provoking him further, urging his fury to intensify. Yu the fire slave, agitated by Nezha's taunts, found himself at a loss for words, his rage boiling within him, rendering him utterly ridiculous. Oh, little brother, do not be so obstinate. Given your handsome appearance, how could I bear to harm you? Heed your sister's advice and join us. Then, you will have me to attend to you. The wind sister spoke with a soft, alluring tone, her eyes twinkling seductively as she attempted to persuade Nezha, employing another tactic to win him over. Huh, you must be the wind demon, correct? Quite beautiful. Yet regrettably, you are still a demon. If you were not a fiend, I might have addressed you as Sister Wind. Spare me your entreaties and consider reforming your ways instead. Nezha gazed at the wind demon, gently imploring her, unaware of her true thoughts. Little brother, do you think your sister is beautiful? If you cease to oppose the Demon King's rule over the 3 realms and join our ranks, you could see me every day, haha. The laughter of the Cloud Maiden is irresistibly enchanting, capable of ensnaring the hearts of even the most ordinary souls, rendering them utterly captivated. Yet alas, the one before her is none other than the formidable war deity Nezha. The machinations of the demons are in vain. With a playful giggle, the Cloud Maiden adopts a seductive demeanor. Demons are indeed demons, devoid of shame. Spare me your trivialities. Let Nezha shatter the dream of the Demon King's dominion over the 3 realms. The myriad of demons unleash their assaults, but Nezha remains steadfast. A resolute sense of duty anchoring his heart. The power of righteousness had already taken root and flourished within him. Come forth. Unleash your might. Nezha rose, assuming a battle stance. Chapter 79. The 5 demons unite. Demonic energy ascends to the heavens. Ah, Nezha, you possess audacity. Today, you shall experience the consequences of disrespecting hospitality. Feeling the sting of punitive retribution, all of you advance. In the briefest span of time, ensure that this arrogant youth, oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth, is sent to the realm of bliss. The snow demon, incensed, found itself at a loss against such an unyielding war god, resigned to fight to the bitter end. Chaos reigned in the world. At their master's summons, 5 cursed artifacts surged towards Nezha. The carefree umbrella emanated a chilling aura, as if aiming to freeze the very gases of the sky in an instant. The fire spirit fan, a remarkable implement in its own right, unleashed by the fire slave, radiated immense power, conjuring fiery orbs intended to reduce Nezha to ashes. The water demoness soul hook morphed in midair into countless malevolent hands, seeking to rend Nezha into oblivion in an instant, racing towards him with a cacophony of cracking sounds. The wind demon's soft-boned bell, propelled by its master, emitted an alluring melody aimed at ensnaring Nezha's mind. This sinister sound traveled swiftly through the air, descending upon Nezha in an attempt to ensnare him within its grasp. The Cloud Maiden wielded the Cloud Extreme Whip, producing a series of resounding cracks in the air. Like a serpent flicking its tongue, it carried the venom of the demons, its elongated tail weaving through the air towards Nezha. In that moment, the Cloud Extreme Whip resembled a venomous snake, hissing ominously in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the 5 demons surged forth. The skies were shrouded in demonic energy, reverberating with thunderous roars. The power emanating from the various demonic weapons clashed with the air, creating a cacophony of sound, the magnitude of the demonic energy surging skyward, ascending towards the heavenly palace. Within the heavenly palace, Swift Wind, Ear, Awaken. What is that mass of black gas? What shall we do? Outside the heavenly palace, the all-seeing Eye and Swift Wind, Ear stood guard at the divine gate. The all-seeing Eye, spotting a mass of black gas infiltrating the heavenly realm, hurriedly roused the slumbering Swift Wind, Ear. Oh dear, what commotion is this? You've disrupted my beautiful dreams. What could possibly be amiss in the heavens to warrant such alarm? Swift Wind, Ear yawned, stretching languidly, gradually rising from the ground to survey the surroundings. Look over there. A mass of black gas has drifted into the sacred ground of Lingxiao. The all-seeing Eye tugged at Swift Wind, Ear, directing his attention towards the ominous cloud. Oh dear brother, that black gas is demonic energy. Something must be amiss. We must investigate at once. Upon hearing the exclamation of awe from Xuanfinger, he recognized the nature of the black gas and swiftly summoned Qianlian to gaze down into the mortal realm. Qianlian promptly unleashed his divine powers, manifesting 2 beams of white light in the sky that penetrated the clouds, scanning the earthly domain below. Brother, not far off, a 3-headed, 8-armed deity is engaged in battle with a horde of demons. Should we offer our assistance? Qianlian relayed his observations to Xuanfinger with utmost sincerity. Assistance? Do you overestimate your own prowess? Are you aware of who the 3-headed, 8-armed figure is? Xuanfinger scoffed dismissively. Who is it? Dear brother, your ignorance is astounding. The 3-headed, 8-armed warrior is none other than Nezha, the 3rd prince of King Li. What shall we do? He faces such numerous demons alone, even with his formidable powers. A single dragon cannot contend against 4 tigers. Xuanfinger, troubled by these revelations, felt a surge of urgency and confusion. Quickly, report to the Jade Emperor. We cannot afford to let this situation escalate any further. As they spoke, the 2 ascended to the Lingxiao Palace, kneeling before the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, I have just discovered a mass of black gas entering the heavens. Qianlian ventured to the mortal realm and found that the war god Nezha is battling a formidable horde of demons, resulting in a surge of demonic energy infiltrating the sacred realm. We implore your Majesty for guidance. The 2 reported faithfully, without a hint of concealment. What? Nezha is currently engaged in combat with a multitude of demons? Are you certain? The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety. He understood the peril Nezha faced in his quest for the Spirit Stone. Your Majesty, we are absolutely certain. Among the 3 realms, only Nezha possesses such a form. Thus we can confidently assert that the warrior in battle is indeed Nezha. Qianlian, unwavering in his conviction, reiterated the truth of their findings. What shall we do, your Majesty? My son Nezha, venturing to the mortal realm alone in search of the Spirit Stone, is in grave danger amidst these demons. As the saying goes, a single fist cannot withstand 4 hands. I cannot bear to watch. I beseech you to grant me permission to lend my son a helping hand. Meanwhile, Li Jing, Nezha's father, felt a heavy ache in his heart upon learning of his son's struggle against the demons. Do not be anxious, my dear. I understand your sentiments. As a father, one must protect their child with their very life. I share this feeling. Furthermore, my foster daughter, Princess Yunji, is also in the mortal realm. How could I not be pained? Very well. We cannot allow Nezha to shoulder the world's burden alone. Li Jing's words resonated deeply. Nezha indeed required aid, and who could descend to assist him in the battle against the demons to save the world? The Jade Emperor, feeling a profound sorrow, resolved that Nezha must not face this conflict unaided. He commanded the celestial soldiers to descend and join the fight against the demons to rescue the world. I shall go. Chapter 80. The God of Justice, Chen Xiang, and Lei Jinzi within the Grand Hall. Li Jing stepped forward and knelt, declaring, Your Majesty, I implore you to grant me the authority to assist Nezha. As a father, I cannot bear to witness my child battling the demons alone in the mortal realm. His heart ached with desperation as he beseeched the Jade Emperor for permission. Very well, Li Tianwang, I fully comprehend your current sentiments. However, there remain numerous pressing matters to attend to in the heavenly realm. Therefore, I must entrust this task to the younger generation. They represent the future of heaven, and it is essential for them to experience these challenges and fulfill the ultimate mission, so they may understand the value of peace. The Jade Emperor gazed at Li Tianhuang, who knelt before him, and with a heavy heart, denied his request, harboring his own intentions. Who shall be dispatched to assist Nezha? Tai-Bai Jinxing stood aside, surveying the grand hall filled with venerable immortals, pondering who among them could descend to aid Nezha. He mused aloud, the great sage, equal to heaven. Sun Wukong possesses formidable powers, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, Nezha's elder brothers, and the voices of the old immortals echoed within the hall, and the name Sun Wukong could be faintly heard. Indeed, the victorious fighting Buddha is immensely powerful and serves as the righteous deity of the three realms. I believe that with the assistance of the victorious fighting Buddha, we can surely vanquish the myriad demons. However, Wukong has returned to the Western Paradise. To summon him back, someone must be sent on this mission. Who shall be chosen for such a task? The Jade Emperor, upon learning of the immortals' fervent recommendation for the victorious fighting Buddha, contemplated deeply. To overcome the demonic hordes, the presence of Sun Wukong would guarantee our resounding victory. Please, Your Majesty, allow me to assist my brother Nezha. We have vowed to share both fortune and adversity. Now that my brother is in distress, I cannot remain indifferent. I beseech you, command me to descend and confront the demons. Suddenly, a towering figure adorned in silver armor, wielding a trident, strode into the hall and knelt, making his plea. Erlang Shun, typically reserved and serious, your words today ignite a fervor within me, filling my being with righteous strength. It is a joy to know that Nezha has such a loyal brother. Very well, I shall grant your request to descend and assist Nezha in vanquishing the wicked demons. However, there is one more task you must undertake without delay. Journey to the Western Paradise and summon the victorious fighting Buddha to join you in aiding Nezha against the evil forces. The Jade Emperor recognized him clearly and felt a surge of joy at the presence of Erlang Shun, the righteous deity, filling the entire Lingxiao Palace with virtuous energy. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I vow to accomplish this mission. Erlang Shun expressed his gratitude and, upon receiving his orders, soared away on a cloud, accompanied by the celestial hound, swiftly making his way to the Western Paradise to summon the victorious fighting Buddha for the great endeavor of purging evil alongside Nezha. Once Erlang Shun departed, a voice from the gate of the Lingxiao Palace announced the arrival of Chen Xiang, the son of the three holy mothers, requesting an audience with the Jade Emperor. Chen Xiang? What brings him here? Since the last encounter when he split the mountain to save his mother, I have not seen him. What could his purpose be? Regardless, let him enter. The Jade Emperor contemplated, uncertain of Chen Xiang's intentions, wondering if he still harbored resentment against him. Please enter. The Jade Emperor commanded. Agarwood, the son of the three holy mothers, once caused a stir in the heavenly realm to cleave the mountains and rescue his mother. He stealthily consumed the celestial elixir, later merging with the divine axe to triumph over Erlang Shun, ultimately splitting Mount Hua to save his mother. This act was profoundly moving. Thereafter, he vanished from the celestial realm, retreating into the mountains, shunning worldly affairs, and dedicating himself to cultivation. It is said that he has now matured into a fine young man, strikingly handsome. The celestial beings engaged in discussions about the legendary tale of Agarwood's quest to save his mother, expressing their admiration. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall as an individual clad in a pristine white cloak, embodying purity, approached. In his hand, he wielded the divine axe that shaped the cosmos. With a charming visage, a smile graced his face, and his brows arched like twin swords over a prominent nose, resembling a celestial general. Exuding vigor, he strode confidently forward and knelt before the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, Agarwood has a request to make. The Jade Emperor was taken aback, astonished at Agarwood's kneeling. Feeling the weight of the moment, he could not afford to be petty. Agarwood, speak your mind freely. Years have passed. You've grown taller and matured. How is your mother? Grateful for your kindness, Your Majesty. My mother has been blissfully by my side all these years. I have come to the heavenly court at the behest of the Bodhisattva Guanyin to request your permission to aid the world and protect the peace. It is the duty and responsibility of us young ones. Moreover, Nezha has once helped me. He is my dearest friend in the celestial realm. When a good brother is in trouble, I cannot remain indifferent or cowardly. Therefore, I beseech the Jade Emperor to allow me to descend from the mountains and assist Nezha in his noble cause of vanquishing evil. Agarwood articulated his intention, arriving to support his dear brother Nezha, entrusted by the Bodhisattva Guanyin to fulfill their responsibility to the people. Haha, how splendid. Nezha is fortunate to have such good friends. The Jade Emperor exclaimed with delight. Very well. I hereby decree that Agarwood, son of the three holy mothers, shall be appointed the god of justice, to assist his good brother Nezha in eradicating malevolence and return triumphantly. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, casting aside past grievances, bestowing upon Agarwood the title of god of justice to aid Nezha in his righteous mission. Thank you, your majesty. I pledge to fulfill this task, Agarwood vowed, kneeling and swearing to achieve great deeds for the sake of all living beings. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the thunder god, Lei Jinzi, contemplated. Nezha is also my dear brother, having once fought valiantly to protect King Wu and establish the Zhou dynasty, facing death on the battlefield, sharing both hardships and joys. After a moment, Lei Jinzi stepped forward and knelt. Your majesty, I wish to descend to the mortal realm to assist my brother Nezha. I implore your approval. Unable to withstand the test of his spirit any longer, he boldly presented his request. Excellent. Nezha is indeed a fortunate soul, surrounded by such loyal friends. I am sincerely pleased. It seems that the power of justice is boundless. Evil shall never triumph over righteousness. Go forth, and I await your good news. The Jade Emperor could hardly have anticipated the emergence of such a valiant young deity of justice, coming forth to offer assistance, feeling that the power of righteousness is boundless. Thank you, Jade Emperor, exclaimed Lei Jinzi in gratitude. He was overjoyed at the prospect of battling alongside his good brother Nezha against the demons. Chapter 81. The Warrior of Buddhism, the victorious Buddha of combat at the very same hour. The Erlang god was commanded to travel to the Western Paradise to summon the victorious Buddha of combat, Sun Wukong. Indeed, Erlang Shun was a rare protector of the heavenly court, steadfast in his responsibilities as he soared forth on multicolored clouds, propelled by the winds with remarkable speed. In no time at all, he beheld the radiant light of Buddha manifesting in the distance, suffusing the air with immaculate spiritual energy, gently drifting with the breeze. What a magnificent sacred ground of Buddhism, truly living up to its illustrious reputation. Erlang Shun summoned his divine skills, opening his celestial eye, which cracked open a narrow fissure atop his head, emanating an enigmatic brilliance that formed a radiant beam, scanning the surroundings. Alas, this Buddha light was a protective aura, impenetrable even to my celestial eye. How could I possibly enter this sacred domain of Buddhism? Erlang Shun, utilizing his divine abilities, realized that an impassable protective aura stood before him, rendering him unable to approach. Just as he pondered how to gain entry into the Western Paradise, he suddenly heard a voice from the heavens offering a solution. Who is this venerable Buddha? Why not reveal yourself and guide this humble deity into the realm of Tathagata? A hearty laughter followed, and a rotund figure appeared in the sky, sporting a generous belly, clad in simple garments, with a benevolent countenance adorned by a warm smile. He twirled a string of prayer beads in his hand and jovially approached Erlang Shun. Little deity, I have encountered the Eastern Buddha. What brings you to this place? Erlang Shun inquired, acknowledging the Eastern Buddha's presence, noting his air of complacency. The Eastern Buddha chuckled heartily and proclaimed, Indeed, I, commanded by the Buddha of the Western Paradise, have come to greet you. The Buddha, with foresight, anticipated your arrival and the challenge of this radiant wall of Buddha light. Allow me to escort you into the Buddhist realm. Let us proceed, for the Buddha awaits you. Thank you, Buddha. Let us go, replied Erlang Shun, following closely behind the Eastern Buddha, riding on the multicolored clouds until they reached the luminous barrier. Namo Amitabha. Upon arrival, the Eastern Buddha muttered a few incantations, and the radiant barrier parted of its own accord. Erlang Shun, please, invited the Eastern Buddha. After you, esteemed Buddha, Erlang Shun reciprocated, and both exchanged courteous gestures before entering the sacred Buddhist domain together. What a truly holy sanctuary of Buddhism. Erlang Shun arrived at the Thundersound Temple, where he beheld the statues of Buddhas, Arhats, and Bodhisattvas standing majestically on either side. He marveled at the sanctity of this realm, truly deserving of its reputation among the three realms. Tathagata sat upon a golden lotus, emanating brilliant rays that surrounded him, lingering for an eternity, truly the Lord of all Buddhas. Little deity, I have come before Tathagata. Erlang Shun knelt respectfully. Please rise, dear one. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Buddha gently gestured, raising his fingers. Buddha, I, a humble deity, have come upon the command of the Jade Emperor to once again beseech the victorious Buddha to emerge from the realm of enlightenment, to assist the heavenly court in vanquishing the demons and rescuing the suffering souls. Erlang Jinjuan, let us return to the matter at hand and make our request. Indeed, there is no need for formalities, Jinjuan. My compassion as a Buddha knows no bounds. In this time of tribulation for the heavenly court, how could I refrain from offering my aid? Moreover, humans, deities, and Buddhas are all part of the same family. When one is in peril, we must unite to confront the forces of evil. At present, the victorious Buddha is cultivating in the outer heavens. I am uncertain of his progress. Please guide me to him. The Tathagata has spoken clearly, and Erlang Jinjuan rejoices. Thank you, O Buddha.